A cloaked stranger arrived in a small village, his presence noted in an elderly man's journal. The villagers, including a young man working in a field, were unimpressed by the newcomer. Despite some reservations, the generous elder welcomed the stranger into the village. One villager, however, chose to remain indifferent, deciding to mind his own business. For days passed uneventfully, the stranger remained quiet and largely unnoticed. A week later, the villagers still paid him little mind. 10 days after the stranger's arrival, word of his unusual daily activity spread through the village. Some children, having observed him from afar, reported that he spent his days practicing swordsmanship. The villager remained unconcerned, though he acknowledged the stranger's unusual behavior. Another month had passed since his mother's death. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, remained unchanged. Meanwhile, a mysterious swordsman continued his rigorous training in the village, his every swing a subject of much speculation amongst the villagers. The villagers' whispers painting him as a man preparing for revenge, a disgraced knight, or perhaps a famous mercenary. Iron, however, remained unmoved, peeling a potato with a detached air. To him, their chatter was merely noise. He had no interest in the swordsman's training, even though he knew he would see the man practicing again tomorrow. The man had been training for over a year without a single day off. Iron admitted to himself, however, that his curiosity was piqued. Despite his attempts at indifference, a question lingered in his mind: just how fast and strong was this man? His thoughts raced. How great was the swordsman's skill, honed by such dedicated training? He decided then and there. He would see for himself tomorrow. His initial reaction, however, was one of disappointment. He found the whole situation very disappointing. The next day, Iron observed the swordsman's practice from afar. To the untrained eye, the man's skill might seem impressive. But Iron, having witnessed far greater swordsmanship in his travels, deemed it merely mediocre. He felt a pang of disappointment, but also a sense of understanding. There had to be a deeper story behind the man's relentless training, a story of pain and burning passion. Yet, Iron felt a sense of futility. The man's efforts seemed unlikely to bring him true peace. Feeling foolish and sorry for his own fleeting curiosity, Iron decided to let the matter go. A new family arrived in the village, a retired mercenary, his wife, and their young son. The mercenary's wife possessed an angelic quality, her smile brightening any room. He resolved to speak with her the following day. Unimportant as it may seem, the man had resumed his sword practice that day, for the first time in 3 years. Feeling a strange compulsion, he picked up his pen and began to write. After 2 years of courtship, the mercenary married his wife, Rema. He found complete happiness in their life together. Yet, despite his contentment, a persistent unease lingered. A presence unrelated to his current life, stubbornly clinging to his thoughts. 5 years had passed. While others experienced the full spectrum of life's joys and sorrows, a mysterious swordsman stood in a yard, endlessly swinging his blade. The narrator resolved to check on the swordsman daily, starting the next day. The man had been relentlessly practicing his swordsmanship for 5 years, 1 month, and 12 days. A testament to his unwavering commitment. The narration box states that a man has been tirelessly swinging his sword for 6 years, 2 months, and 18 days. The image shows him in the midst of this rigorous training, his muscular physique evident beneath his simple attire, sweat glistening on his brow as he continues his relentless practice. Even during the harsh winter of his 6th year, 9th month, and 3rd day, when heavy snow blanketed the land, the man's dedication remained unwavering. He continued his training, unyielding in his pursuit of mastery. The man's life took a new turn. He had a child with Rema, a daughter named Laura, and the villagers gathered to celebrate the joyous occasion. Yet, amidst the festivities, the man's commitment to his training remained steadfast. His training continued relentlessly. The narration box indicates that 7 years, 10 months, and 27 days have passed since he began his journey. The image depicts him in a powerful stance, sword raised high, his determination etched onto his face. The pages flutter away, symbolizing the passage of time and the relentless pursuit of his goal. The image transitions to a dark night sky, a tall, imposing structure rising into the darkness. The scene shifts to a stormy mountaintop, where the man stands amidst a torrential downpour, his training continuing even in the face of harsh weather. His unwavering dedication is evident in his determined posture. The rain continues to fall heavily, obscuring the lower half of the man's body as he continues his relentless training. The image fades to black. 15 years have passed. A hand holds a worn scroll, suggesting the passage of time and the ongoing nature of the man's training. Someone reflects on the man's training, wondering if he's still continuing his rigorous practice. The uncertainty is palpable. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, drifted in and out of sleep, his mind still grappling with his mother's recent death. He reflected on his training, a stark contrast to his current indolent lifestyle, and resolved to end his self-imposed slumber. Iron awoke to the sound of his own voice, softly calling out for his grandfather. His grandfather, a kindly old man, chuckled, greeting his grandson and urging him to wake up. Iron, annoyed by the interruption, snapped at his grandfather to leave him alone. Laura, Iron's sister, cheerfully announced that their father was awake, adding to the morning's commotion. Their father, preparing to take Laura and other children to the market in a nearby village, invited Iron to join them. Iron declined, preferring to remain at home. Once alone, Iron considered taking a walk through the village. He stepped outside and sighed, seemingly relieved to be away from the house. A villager greeted Iron, inquiring about his well-being. Iron briefly responded, then another villager offered him some of their large catch of the day. Iron politely declined the offer. A lone figure walked down a country road, the landscape a stark contrast to his somber expression. He mused, what a thing time is. The village had changed quite a bit, he noted, his gaze lingering on the details of the path. An older man, his face etched with the passage of years, observed, just this place. Except for this one place, which remained untouched by the relentless march of time. The old man's words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken history. He approached a dilapidated gate, its wood weathered and broken, a testament to years of neglect. It had been around 37 years, a lifetime ago. The weight of time pressed down on him. He paused, a thoughtful escaping his lips as he examined the gate's rusted hinges. A wave of memories washed over him. Suddenly, a jolt of energy coursed through him. He stumbled back, startled by the unexpected surge of power. His hands trembled as he reached for something unseen, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. He grasped a sword, its presence both familiar and alien. A vision flooded his mind, a muscular figure kneeling before a large, imposing sword, his eyes blazing with fury. His eyes were raging, a storm of emotion reflected in their depths. He hadn't let go of his sword even till the end. The narrator's gaze was captivated by the mysterious swordsman, unable to look away. As the radiant glow surrounding the swordsman faded, a man gently laid him down, closing his eyes. He paused, a silent contemplation etched on his face. The swordsman's eyes fluttered closed, his features softening in death. A silent prayer escaped the man's lips, he hoped the swordsman had found peace. A sudden gasp pierced the quiet. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke with a start. He lay in bed, his eyes wide with a lingering sense of unease from the dream he'd just experienced. A bustling city square filled with people going about their daily lives. Carts rumble along cobblestone streets, horses pull carriages, and soldiers stand guard. The scene is vibrant and full of activity. But the focus shifts to a group of soldiers discussing someone. One, a stout man in shining armor, boasts loudly, his words carrying a tone of excited gossip. He declares that the children of Pereira's Baron are more famous than anyone else. Another soldier, younger and more hesitant, questions the claim, expressing disbelief. He asks incredulously if the Baron's wife was appointed by the royal family themselves. The first soldier emphatically confirms this, adding that enchanters are incredibly rare, even more so than wizard lords. He emphasizes the rarity of such a position. The younger soldier, however, remains unconvinced. He points out that the firstborn child is a princess, diminishing the significance of the mother's appointment. An older soldier, clearly annoyed, scolds the younger one for his impertinence, reminding him to show respect to his seniors. He chides the younger soldier for his disrespectful behavior. The older soldier admits to knowing the true story but chooses to play along with the younger soldier's questions. He reveals that while Kirill is famous, Irene Pereira's offspring are even more renowned. The scene shifts to a dark panel showing a silhouette of a young man, identified as Iron Ferreira, nicknamed Deadbeat Noble. The narration explains that he lost his mother at a young age and did nothing until he turned 15. He remained in his room, doing nothing but sleeping, which led to his infamous nickname. The narration emphasizes the understandable grief behind his actions. The scene returns to the soldiers, who are now looking concerned and whispering amongst themselves. One asks, "What's going on now?" A gasp escaped the lips of an elderly man, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and horror. As he stared, wide-eyed, at the approaching figures. They were Emilia, the second wife, and her son, Kirill Pereira. Kirill, his arms crossed, glared at the man. "Who told you to be so obnoxious during your shift?" The guards, visibly shaken, stammered their apologies. "We're very sorry. We won't do it again." Kirill's expression remained unchanged. "Not doing it again, is that the end of it? What about what you did just now?" One of the guards stuttered, unable to answer, as Emilia approached, her face hardening. "That's enough, Kirill." Kirill protested, "Mom, but those guys," but Emilia cut him off. "That's enough now. They probably know their mistake by now. Isn't that right?" Emilia smiled, seemingly satisfied. "Yes, of course." "Good, I don't know what you were talking about, but please focus on your work." A guard stumbled past them, clearly still shaken, leaving the remaining guards to stare after them in silent trepidation. Princess Kirill and Madame Amelia, two powerful figures, conversed within the castle walls. Amelia commented on Kirill's impressive qualities, while also noting Amelia's own intimidating presence. The conversation turned to the future, with the implication that it looked bright under their combined influence. However, Amelia noted a key difference between Iron and the other two. Iron, alone in his chambers, awoke with a start. He coughed, then cleared his throat, uttering a frustrated groan as he realized he couldn't sleep. He thrashed about in his bed, his frustration growing. He found the situation bizarre, and lamented his inability to sleep, even though it was the time he should be resting. He admitted to often enduring sleepless days. Iron wiped sweat from his brow, his mind racing. He connected his current restlessness to a vivid dream he'd had. A dream so intense that it left him feeling strange and unsettled. The dream's details, the sweet taste he felt when tired, the screams, the feeling in his muscles, were all incredibly vivid. Above all else, Iron focused on the most striking aspect of his dream, the changes in his body. As he felt a strange tingling sensation in his hands and feet. A restless energy consumed Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord. His body itched, a strange, unfamiliar sensation that pulsed beneath his skin. An urgent need to move, to act, that he couldn't ignore. He couldn't stand still. A knock came at his door, interrupting his internal turmoil. A servant cautiously inquired about his needs. Iron, still grappling with the inexplicable urge, dismissed the servant with a noncommittal humph. His discomfort intensified. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to articulate the source of his unease, finally stammering about a desperate need to swing his sword. The servant, clearly bewildered by this sudden outburst, could only stare in stunned silence. His face a mask of confusion and dawning horror as the reality of Iron's words sank in. The scene opens at the Pereira family training grounds. A blacksmith, his face etched with concern, observes the scene. Several guards and other personnel mill about, their attention elsewhere. Two guards, their armor gleaming under the dim light, exchange worried glances. One mutters to his companion, questioning if he is seeing things correctly. A young woman with striking red hair and a man with brown hair watch in disbelief as a blond man speaks, confirming their suspicions. Something unexpected has happened. A pair of brown leather shoes, polished to a shine, walk purposefully across the stone floor. Belonging to Iron, the lazy young master, as he is known. The guards whisper about his unexpected presence. One guard, fists clenched, expresses his astonishment at Iron's appearance at the training grounds. Another guard comments on the rarity of seeing Iron there, highlighting the unusual nature of the event. The other guard quickly dismisses this idea, unconvinced. Iron, seemingly oblivious to the whispers, continues walking. A guard observes him, unsure of what to make of his actions. A young noble, Iron, stood before a collection of wooden swords, his expression one of mild disinterest. An older man, presumably a servant or instructor, explained that despite their simple material, each sword possessed unique characteristics in shape and size. The older man continued, suggesting that they find Iron a swordmaster for further training. Iron, however, responded with an apathetic no, that's all right. Despite his earlier disinterest, Iron unexpectedly selected a sword from the rack. His companion, clearly surprised, questioned if they were dreaming. Iron, seemingly testing the reality of the situation, asked his companion to pinch him. The companion, hesitant but complying, pinched Iron's cheek. The pinch registered as pain, confirming that this was not a dream. Iron's face contorted in a grimace, and he let out a pained cry. His companion looked on, clearly concerned. Iron, now holding the sword, began to swing it with surprising strength and skill, his movements fluid and precise. His companion watched in stunned silence. After a series of powerful swings, Iron stopped, breathing heavily but with a look of newfound determination on his face. He had clearly discovered a latent talent. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, the titular lazy lord, angrily slams a wooden training sword against the floor. His face is contorted in frustration, tears welling in his eyes. He mutters something under his breath. He throws the sword down in a fit of pique, the sound echoing through the hall. Two older men in elaborate noble attire watch him from the top of a staircase, their expressions a mixture of disdain and amusement. One of the men comments on Iron's pathetic display, noting his lack of effort throughout the day. The other agrees, though he points out that Iron's initial attitude had been surprisingly decent. They both wonder what prompted his sudden change in behavior. One of the men suggests that Iron's behavior might be due to the recent events in the neighboring Gyroan territory. The other asks for clarification. The first man explains that the son of Lord Gyroan, the neighboring territory's lord, recently passed away, and this has affected the young master quite a bit. Apparently, Iron has been bottling up his emotions, unable to express himself.
The second man finds this explanation plausible.
The first man suggests they return to work, questioning how long Iron will continue this behavior.
He estimates 3 days. The two men walk away, one speculating that Iron will only last 30 minutes before giving up.
He chuckles to himself. Suddenly, Iron speaks up, revealing that he can hear their conversation. One of the men attempts to encourage Iron to take up swordsmanship, highlighting its importance. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, was being addressed by an older man. The man explained that self-training would be incredibly difficult, suggesting that Iron find a mentor instead, and start training tomorrow. Iron, however, was struggling. Every time he swung his sword, his entire body screamed in pain. He swung the sword again, a pained expression on his face. But he couldn't understand why his body reacted so violently. Utterly bewildered by the intense pain, Iron's body relaxed involuntarily, as he let out a sigh of relief. Lying on the floor, Iron found himself strangely relaxed. He wondered why the pain had such a calming effect. He continued to try and mimic the swordsmanship from his dream. And with each attempt, the weight on his heart lessened. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in a dreamlike state, his movements fluid and powerful. He swung his sword with an effortless grace, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. Each swing sending his bad memories and unresolved grievances flying away. The movements felt strangely cathartic. An unstoppable force propelling him forward. He couldn't stop himself. Iron's eyes blazed with an intensity he'd never known before. His movements were sharp, precise, and powerful. He was completely lost in the moment. Until a voice broke through his trance. "Young master!" A concerned servant rushed to Iron's side, attempting to restrain him. The young lord, still caught in the afterglow of his dream, was disoriented and confused. As servant exclaimed, "The sun is already about to set." Iron, still struggling to grasp his surroundings, questioned the servant's statement. The servant's worried expression only deepened as he tried to help Iron, who was clearly exhausted. Iron's voice barely a whisper as he confessed, "I can't feel anything in my throat." The servant, noticing Iron's strained condition, gently supported him. The sun had indeed begun to set, casting long shadows across the courtyard. Iron, exhausted from his intense dream-induced sword practice, was completely unaware of the passage of time. A young man, sweat beading on his brow, listened to instructions. He was told to clean up and rest after a grueling training session. Though he agreed, he expressed uncertainty about returning to training. Night fell upon a grand castle, its windows glowing faintly in the darkness. Back in his room, the young man tossed and turned in bed, his body aching. He lamented his actions, questioning his decision to mimic the movements from his dream. Despite his exhaustion, sleep evaded him. He knew he wouldn't be able to fall asleep easily. 5 minutes later, he was already fast asleep, snoring softly. He slept soundly, drool escaping his mouth. A few days passed. The young man sat at a table, enjoying a simple meal of bread and milk. He was approached by another man, who inquired about his plans to return to the training grounds. The young man admitted that, despite his discomfort, he continued to swing his sword daily to satisfy the urges from his dream, but that any time he did so, his wandering thoughts would return. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the lazy lord for his penchant for sleep, sat at a table, a half-empty glass of milk before him. He mused to himself that he was gaining weight from his inactivity, but didn't seem to mind. He decided he should eat more to fuel his upcoming sword training. He called out for more milk and sandwiches. And a servant readily agreed to bring them to him immediately. Meanwhile, two armored knights discussed an upcoming competition. One expressed confidence in the results, while the other, a rookie, was less certain of the outcome, wondering who would win. Iron, having finished his meal, approached one of the knights and asked for directions to the training grounds. The knight, surprised by the interruption, asked why he needed directions to the training grounds. Iron explained that he was a wandering knight and wished to visit the training grounds while in the area. An older man, seemingly a guard, overheard their conversation and questioned Iron's intentions. Iron produced a permit, proving he was authorized to be there. And the knights, since their shift was ending and they were headed to the training grounds anyway, offered to escort him. Arriving at the training grounds, Iron and the knights paused before entering. Iron stated his intention to check the results of the bet before beginning his training. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke with a start. His eyes, wide with surprise, darted around as he muttered, "Huh? What is this?" He was at the training grounds, a fact that filled him with confusion. He questioned, internally, why? Is he there, right? Then, a sudden realization struck him, the young master is here. Two figures watched from afar, their conversation overheard. One exclaimed, "Wow, you're right. Is this his 4th day?" The other, jubilant, shouted, "Yahoo!
I won. Iron, clearly annoyed, demanded, well then. Keep your promise, please.
His opponent, begrudgingly, complied, handing over a pouch of coins.
Here you go, you asshole. Two soldiers observed Iron's unexpected diligence. One commented, to think that he'd really show up at the training grounds 4 days in a row. Didn't I tell you about it before?
The son of Lord Gyrowan embarrassed him quite a bit.
I think he'd last at least a week due to his grudge.
The other soldier reacted with disbelief, exclaiming, "You bastard.
You really didn't tell me something so important? You think I'm crazy enough to tell my opponent something so important?" A nearby elder, observing the scene, calmly interjected, "Not too bad, from what I can see.
But his swordsmanship is way too poor.
He lacks strength and can't handle the weight of the sword. And he can't catch his breath because he lacks stamina." An elderly man, staff in hand, observed the scene unfolding before him.
He mused about the situation, wondering how long it would last, noting that it had begun due to the actions of a neighboring lord. He considered the matter problematic, deeming it inappropriate to involve swordsmen in such petty disputes. He predicted that the involved party would likely give up soon. A sudden gust of wind swept through the courtyard where the old man stood with several armored guards. They looked around in confusion, questioning the unexpected breeze. One guard's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed something incredible. A young man with blonde hair appeared, seemingly carried aloft by a powerful, unseen force. He landed safely, gazing upwards in astonishment at the magnificent creature that had just carried him, a griffin, a legendary animal. The young man, identified as Miss Kirill Pereira, was recognized by the guards, their surprise palpable. Chapter 3 of Reformation of the Deadbeat Noble begins with an informative illustration of a griffin, a creature of legend with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle, possessing skin as tough as steel. The text emphasizes that this magnificent beast is purely mythical, a creature of legends that does not exist in reality. The scene shifts abruptly. A young person, seemingly a noble, is shown running away from a group of soldiers. Suddenly, a colossal griffin, similar to the one depicted earlier, materializes before them, its presence causing a shockwave that cracks the stone ground. A woman in purple robes watches the scene unfold.
The woman's hand rests on the griffin's flank, seemingly controlling its movements.
She is infusing the creature with energy, as if bringing it to life.
This act is described as unusual and noteworthy.
The woman then addresses the soldiers, calling out to them individually.
A wandering knight arrives on the scene, questioning the soldiers' idleness while on duty. The soldiers explain that they just finished their shift. Two guards, one in full plate armor and the other in simpler attire, chatted casually. The armored guard chuckled, recounting how he'd easily switched shifts with the afternoon workers. Their conversation was interrupted by a young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a purple robe. She approached them, her expression a mixture of annoyance and exasperation. She sharply reprimanded them for their noisy chatter in the training grounds. One of the guards, a young man with blonde hair, looked downcast and sheepish, clearly embarrassed by the rebuke. He mumbled an apology. The young woman's gaze hardened, her disapproval evident. Iron, the other guard, looked confused, questioning what the issue was. The young woman, whose name is revealed to be Lyria, sternly admonished Iron and his companion for their immature behavior. She emphasized the importance of discipline in the training grounds. Lyria then turned her attention to Iron, her expression growing more intense. She questioned his dedication to swordsmanship, highlighting his apparent lack of progress. Lyria continued her critique, emphasizing that even casual practice would yield better results than Iron's current approach of complete inactivity. She pointed out the stark contrast between Iron's poor skills and those of even a rookie guard, further highlighting his lack of effort. Kirill questioned Iron, implying his current actions were connected to an event from 2 weeks prior. A woman with dark hair, dressed in a simple yellow gown, descended a staircase, observed by a group of onlookers, including a man with a worried expression and a soldier. The woman, with a sly smile, instructed Iron to come to her, ignoring his brother. Iron, hesitant, expressed his reservations. The woman, seemingly unfazed by his reluctance, praised the efforts of her guards, signaling the end of the operation. Iron, looking distressed, followed the woman's instructions. The guards, relieved, expressed their relief after a tense moment. An older man, possibly a priest, observed the scene, questioning the identity of Iron and commenting on the sudden and swift resolution of the situation. Despite the chaos around him, Iron remained focused, walking with purpose towards a destination. A hooded figure, hidden in shadow, contemplated whether to continue observing Iron. The scene opens in a dimly lit hallway of a grand manor. Moonlight filters through tall windows, illuminating the opulent architecture. Two figures stand in the hallway. A young woman with blonde hair gasps as an older man informs her that the young master is asleep. The young woman, seemingly unconcerned, decides it's better to return later, as she has business with him. The older man suggests they could deal with the matter after the young master wakes up.
She confronts the older man, her expression hardening. A sudden burst of energy erupts as the woman attacks the older man, who is clearly taken aback by her unexpected aggression. He demands to know why she's talking back to him. But she seems unfazed, even as a powerful aura emanates from her. The older man is clearly overwhelmed by her power. The woman warns him not to tell anyone about what happened, emphasizing the consequences of disobedience. A young man, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, knelt in a grand hall, his posture slumping with exhaustion. His face was etched with a deep weariness, hinting at a recent emotional turmoil. The scene shifted to a bedroom, where the same young man lay asleep in a large bed, a peaceful expression on his face despite the hints of lingering sadness in his eyes. Musical notes floated around him, suggesting a dreamlike state. He stirred slightly, a small, plush fox doll visible on his bedside table. A letter lay on the floor nearby. A hand, presumably belonging to someone else, reached down and picked up the letter, carefully unfolding it. The letter's contents were revealed, a message of concern and apology. The young man, Iron, awoke to find the letter. He read the message, a look of surprise and slight guilt dawning on his face. The letter expressed concern for his well-being, noting his overwork and lack of food. He reflected on the writer's worry, a sense of remorse washing over him. He continued writing, noticing something on the back of the letter. The letter concluded with a message from his mother, expressing her love and concern, and subtly hinting at Iron's laziness. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, was called to dinner. He had earned the moniker the Lazy Lord after his mother's death, using sleep as an escape from his grief. The words, years, like a fool, echoed in his mind, a silent testament to his self-perception. He was surprised to find himself actually going to dinner. The thought, how could this be, crossed his mind. Iron's decision to join his family for dinner was met with astonishment by a servant. The servant exclaimed, "The young master has changed." At the table, Iron's brother urged him to eat, saying, "Brother, eat this." Iron hesitantly complied, his brother offering him more food with the words, "This, and this too." His father addressed him, saying, "My goodness, Carol." Iron expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you, father, mother, and Carol. I always wanted to tell you all, thank you. Taking care of me who doesn't do anything and lays around all day like this." He apologized and expressed his love for his family. His parents responded with their own expressions of love and reassurance, his father concluding, "There's no need for that. Let's finish our meal." His father then made an observation, "Yes. Son, come to think of it." He noted that Iron had been focusing on swordsmanship recently. He expressed concern, saying, "It's good to train yourself late, but I would prefer if you don't overwork yourself too much." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, insisted he wasn't overworking himself, despite the concerns of an older, more formally dressed man. He repeatedly claimed to be fine, though his words lacked conviction. Iron's thoughts revealed a different story. He mused that compared to the intense training he'd undergone in his dreams, his current exertions were insignificant. Meanwhile, two men, one with blonde hair and the other with dark hair, observed Iron from afar. The blonde-haired man wondered aloud how many days had passed since Iron's training began. The dark-haired man responded that it had been about 15 days. The sound of a sword being drawn sharply cut through the air. The blonde-haired man speculated whether Iron had finally pulled himself together, though he doubted it, believing Iron would soon reach his limit. Iron, however, continued his training, seemingly unfazed. The blonde-haired man then noticed an older man observing Iron's training and wondered about his presence. The dark-haired man explained that the elder had said he was merely spectating and had received permission to do so. He then realized it had been 10 days since he'd started watching Iron train. But the elder was surprised by what he saw, realizing he had been completely wrong about Iron. The elder reflected on Iron's reputation as the deadbeat noble, someone who lived a lazy life, and questioned how someone who had never exercised could be so dedicated to training. An elderly man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, pondered aloud. He questioned whether the boy's dedication to training was unwavering, free from any hint of reluctance. He continued, comparing the boy's persistence to that of a blacksmith relentlessly hammering steel, a life lived with unwavering focus for decades. The old man's gaze drifted to a young man with blonde hair, his back turned, seemingly lost in thought. He mused that even the greatest heroes eventually succumb to age, but this boy possessed a different kind of strength. A strength of steel will. He saw in this 15-year-old boy a potential that could be extraordinary if nurtured by the right mentor. The thought lingered, if the boy continued his path of swordsmanship, how far could he rise? A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, gripped a large sword with surprising strength. His face was contorted in a grimace of exertion, muscles straining as he struggled to wield the weapon. Around him, several guards and a seated, elderly man in robes watched with varying degrees of concern and amusement. The old man, Yangban, the caretaker, merely watched with a thoughtful expression, his eyes narrowed in assessment. A subtle hum escaped his lips.
Iron approached Yangban, interrupting the caretaker's contemplation.
He asked a question, his tone urgent. Iron inquired about his own progress in swordsmanship, specifically whether he possessed any formal training or a master. Yangban replied that while Iron was expected to receive formal lessons soon, he had been practicing independently, without guidance.
Iron's question shifted to the identity of his future instructor. He pressed for details. Yangban's response was hesitant, revealing that the instructor was none other than Sir Joker, a Nighthorn, a fact that had not been explicitly disclosed to the guards. Yangban vehemently denied this, his face reddening with anger. He was clearly agitated by the revelation.
The scene shifts to a different location, where a guard expresses his concern about leaving Iron, whom he considers a reckless youth, unsupervised. He emphasizes the need to meet with Iron's superior. A weathered old man, his face etched with worry and concern, stood in shadow, beads of sweat clinging to his brow. His expression hinted at a heavy burden. The old man, his voice barely a whisper, questioned the truth of a shocking revelation. The blond man, his eyes wide, questioned if his son possessed such untapped potential.
A caveat followed, a significant but.
It was a school known throughout the continent, accepting only the most gifted children, regardless of background. The old man continued, explaining that even as a mere trainee, Iron would receive the respect and treatment befitting a nobleman.
The school's reputation surpassed even that of the Royal Academy.
The blond man pondered the daunting odds of his son succeeding in such a fiercely competitive environment. Iron, seemingly oblivious to the momentous decision being made on his behalf, reacted with simple surprise.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat before his father.
His father, a stern-looking man with a neatly trimmed beard, explained that he wouldn't force Iron to follow a certain path, but he wanted Iron to understand the challenges ahead. He simply wanted Iron to know what struggles he would face by choosing this path. Iron, contemplating his options, requested some time to think. His father, understanding his son's need for reflection, readily agreed. Alone in his opulent chambers, Iron sat on the edge of his four-poster bed, lost in thought. He questioned his ability to succeed, especially considering his long history of inactivity. Wondering if he could truly thrive after years of stagnation. A sudden surge of determination filled him. He clenched his fist, a silent vow forming in his mind: he would not remain idle any longer.
I do not want to keep laying still.
The image shifts to Iron's father, his face etched with worry, as he observes his son from afar.
He thinks of his family, and specifically of Iron. Iron's resolve hardens. With newfound conviction, he declares, "I'll do it."
A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, stood stiffly beside a carriage, his expression betraying a hint of reluctance. He was being escorted through a grand castle gate by a jovial-looking attendant, while in the distance, other nobles and their entourage watched with varying degrees of curiosity and disdain. Iron's parents, a woman with dark hair and a man with blonde hair, stood nearby, their faces a mixture of concern and exasperation. The boy's arms were crossed, his posture suggesting defiance. Iron, alone now, rode in a horse-drawn carriage through a picturesque countryside. Pink birds flew overhead, their silhouettes stark against the bright blue sky. The carriage journey was peaceful, a stark contrast to the tension he'd left behind at the castle. Until his attendant, a man with short, dark hair, spoke, his words a gentle inquiry about Iron's first solo journey. The attendant then presented Iron with a small, ornate dagger, explaining that it was a gift from Miss Kirill. Iron received the dagger with a quiet nod, his expression unreadable. Iron, now alone again, approached a new castle, his gaze fixed on its imposing structure. He seemed lost in thought, his expression pensive. The castle loomed large before him, a symbol of the responsibilities and expectations that awaited him. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, stood before an older man with a mustache. The older man, his face creased with concern, offered to escort Iron to his destination.
Iron politely declined the offer, stating that he was fine.
The older man looked surprised and questioned his decision. Iron explained that he needed to get used to doing things on his own, now that he was a trainee. The older man, visibly moved, expressed his concern with a soft, "Young master." Iron, now alone, confidently walked away from the castle, stating that he would return. The older man watched him go, hoping for excellent results upon his return. The scene shifted to Iron, now in a different location, being introduced to a group of guards as Bart Lloyd, a young noble from a distinguished family in the kingdom of Kabura. He carried a letter of recommendation from Sir Colesway, a prestigious knight. The guards expressed their honor at meeting someone of the Lloyd's noble blood. One guard, however, looked skeptical.
Iron presented a recommendation letter from Sir Somerville, a wandering knight, to address their concerns.
Two guards in shining armor stood flanking a doorway, their expressions a mixture of amusement and disdain. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, the young master of the Pereira family, stood before them, seemingly unfazed by their obvious mockery.
One guard chuckled, commenting on Iron's unexpected arrival, highlighting his reputation for avoiding conflict and his surprising recommendation from a renowned figure. The other guard, equally surprised, assured him that his recommendation would guarantee his acceptance. Iron, showing a rare display of politeness, thanked them for their encouragement. Meanwhile, the two guards exchanged surprised glances, whispering about Bran Somerville's unusual recommendation. One guard voiced his disbelief, questioning how someone with Iron's reputation, known as the deadbeat noble, could have received such a strong recommendation. The other guard, unfamiliar with the nickname, inquired about its meaning. His colleague explained that Iron was known for his laziness and avoidance of responsibility. The guard, still perplexed, openly wondered what qualities could have prompted such a recommendation for someone who appeared so weak and unmotivated. He concluded that they would soon find out the reason behind this unusual choice. Iron, having passed through the gate, now stood alone, his hand resting against a cold stone wall. A subtle shift in his expression hinted at a growing unease. He entered a large hall, the sound of hushed whispers growing louder as he approached a crowd of onlookers. Iron found himself the center of attention, surrounded by curious and judging eyes. The whispers intensified, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself the subject of intense scrutiny. He felt the weight of countless gazes upon him. A young woman with vibrant red hair, seated nearby, urged calm amidst the tension. The scene shifted to a large hall filled with trainees. Iron, among them, looked bewildered as an instructor addressed the assembled group. The instructor announced the start of training for the 400 preliminary trainees, introducing himself as their evaluator and teacher. The instructor, observing the trainees, noted some promising faces among them, singling out Ilya Lindsay, a young woman with striking white hair, as particularly talented, even surpassing her brother. Iron, witnessing this, reacted with disbelief and frustration, questioning Ilya's presence among the preliminary trainees and lamenting the lack of high-potential candidates. The instructor then explained the rigorous nature of the upcoming assessments, emphasizing the difficulty of the training process and the two upcoming tests that would determine who would remain for the year. Those who passed would retain their preliminary trainee status until further advancement. A stern-faced knight, his features etched with the marks of countless battles, addressed someone unseen. He instructed them to leave their worries behind and venture outside, to a place he wished to show them. A large, imposing building stood in the distance, bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun. It seemed to exude an air of quiet strength and purpose. The knight explained that this building housed a training ground, specifically designed for rigorous physical conditioning. The space was intended for sessions focused on cardiovascular and muscular endurance, though he admitted the course was somewhat unconventional, resembling a curved running track. With a decisive step, the knight began to demonstrate, announcing a physical fitness test. He commanded everyone to run. The knight took off at a rapid pace, his powerful strides eating up the ground, but soon found the current speed too slow for his liking, praising their effort but demanding more speed. As the others struggled to keep up, one of the runners, observing the situation from the back of the pack, commented that this was more of a marathon than a sprint, requiring sustained effort to maintain the pace. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, ran with a mischievous grin. He was escaping, once again, into the comfort of his own world, leaving behind the whispers and jeers of those who judged his indolence. He collapsed onto the ground, breathless and exhausted. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. His heart pounded in his chest, a frantic rhythm that mirrored the turmoil within. He felt overwhelmed, the weight of his grief and the expectations placed upon him proving too much to bear. A figure, a man with short, reddish-brown hair and a determined expression, ran past Iron, pursued by a shadowy mob. The man's urgency was palpable. The man's face was partially obscured, but his grim determination was clear. He was clearly fleeing for his life. The shadowy figures gained ground, their pursuit relentless. Iron watched, helpless, as the distance between the man and his pursuers narrowed. His own exhaustion weighed heavily on him, preventing him from even attempting to help. He was trapped, both physically and emotionally. But then, a sudden surge of energy coursed through Iron's body. He felt a strength he hadn't known he possessed. Iron Ferreira, the so-called Lazy Lord, awoke in a cold sweat, his brow furrowed in concentration. A grimace twisted his features as he struggled to catch his breath. He was still reeling from a vivid dream when a voice, sharp and urgent, cut through his disorientation. Someone shouted at him to get up. The voice belonged to a powerfully built man with a cruel smile, who dismissed Iron's current state as insignificant. But Iron's thoughts drifted back to his dream. Compared to the mysterious swordsman he'd seen, this present struggle felt trivial. The image of a powerfully built, long-haired man, his back to the viewer, a sword planted firmly in the earth before him. Iron's resolve hardened. He wanted to be like that man.
He clenched his fist, a new determination burning in his eyes. He didn't just want to emulate the swordsman, he wanted to be his equal. To achieve that, he knew what he had to do. His eyes narrowed, a fierce glint reflecting his newfound resolve. He needed to keep running. Iron's decision was made. No more laziness, he would forge a new path. The panel shows a blurry image of Iron, the lazy lord, seemingly falling or being thrown. A jagged speech bubble above him screams, "Deadbeat," reflecting the harsh judgment he faces from others. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple clothes, watched from a park bench as a group of people ran past. He seemed surprised, muttering to himself that he thought they would give up immediately. His expression shifted to one of confusion as he watched the runners. Meanwhile, another observer commented that the lead runner didn't look so good. The lead runner, gasping for breath, stumbled and fell to the ground. He was clearly exhausted, his body pushing past its limits. Iron, the blond young man, watched in shock as the exhausted runner was approached by a group of people. Suddenly, Iron found himself propelled forward with surprising speed, seemingly by an unseen force. He moved with an unnatural burst of energy, dodging the approaching group with ease. He collided with the exhausted runner, knocking him to the ground. The man who had been watching from the bench rushed to Iron's side, concerned about his condition. He noted that Iron looked like he was about to faint, completely exhausted after pushing his body past its limits. The man observed Iron with a thoughtful expression, commenting on what an interesting kid he was. Iron Ferreira's eyes fluttered open, his vision still blurry from sleep. He sat up in bed, disoriented. Where am I? He wondered, his gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar room. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he struggled to recall how he'd gotten there. When a calm voice cut through his confusion. "Don't worry about your body, you're completely fine," the man said, his smile reassuring. The man introduced himself as Instructor Run Tashel, explaining that he was in charge of the recovery room. "Of course, you should thank me. You wouldn't have recovered so quickly if not for my skills," he added with a chuckle. He then stated, "Looks like I will be seeing you often, Irene Pariera." Iron simply replied, "I guess so." Tashel handed Iron a rolled-up piece of parchment. "What's that?" Iron asked, his curiosity piqued. "The rankings from the midterms," Tashel explained, "but don't worry, it's different from final assessments that affect formal admission. It was just a quick test to determine the abilities of the preliminary trainees." Iron's eyes widened as he saw his ranking, 399. Tashel continued, "Well, it's a good idea since it makes people with a high rank feel great, and encourages those with a lower rank to work harder, don't you think?" He added, "That rank will be completely different in a year, anyways, so you don't have to worry." A man, his face partially obscured, looked down at a young man lying in bed. He mused internally, questioning the boy's unusual reaction to his mother's death. He had been trying to comfort him, but the boy seemed strangely unmoved. The man acknowledged the boy's unusual lack of sadness, noting that he seemed quite interested in something else. The man, clearly impatient, urged the young man to get up, reminding him that he couldn't skip his first day of training. The young man, still looking somewhat unconcerned, mumbled in agreement as he was pulled from the bed and out of the room. A large lecture hall filled with students. An instructor addressed them, inquiring about their sleep quality during the previous night, noting that it had been poor for most. The instructor, Karaka, introduced himself and outlined the daily training schedule for the students. Karaka explained that any schedule changes would be communicated, and that free time was available after daily routines. He further clarified that trainees could use the training facilities privately whenever they wished. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his aversion to exertion, found himself lost in thought. He mused, "Great, I'll be able to use my sword there." His excitement was short-lived. As a stern voice boomed from the lecture hall, "But any kind of weapon training is forbidden." Iron's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" The image shifted to a distant, imposing castle silhouetted against a twilight sky. Later, outside the castle walls, Iron and his classmates, including Sir Lloyd, discussed their liberal arts class. Iron complained, "Wasn't the liberal arts class boring, Sir Lloyd? And to think that was a theory class. I was so sleepy." One classmate retorted, "It's probably because you couldn't understand a lot of words." Iron shot back, "But I understand what you said just now, so shut your mouth." The scene shifted to a spacious training facility. One of the students observed, "It's quite spacious." Iron watched his classmates diligently working out on the first day. He commented, "Everyone's working so hard on the first day. Well, they'll get tired soon enough." A close-up on one of Iron's classmates showed a look of exhaustion. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, lay sprawled on the ground, his body still recovering from a particularly intense dream. The image of a mysterious swordsman, etched into his mind, lingered. The memory of the dream's intensity fueling a surge of unexpected energy within him. He felt a newfound determination, a stark contrast to his usual lethargy. a drive that manifested as an immediate and surprising burst of physical exertion. Ilya Lindsay, a young woman with striking silver hair, was shown lifting weights with incredible strength and focus. Iron, observing her from afar, felt a mixture of awe and apprehension. He muttered her name, Ilya Lindsay. His internal monologue revealed his surprise at her strength. He reflected on the downplayed rumors surrounding her abilities, admitting that even just looking at her was overwhelming. He continued to observe Ilya, noting that her appearance and demeanor were far from that of a typical trainee. His thoughts emphasized the vast difference in their skill levels, making him feel inferior. The scene shifted to a visual metaphor, depicting Ilya ascending a steep staircase while Iron struggled to even reach the bottom step. The stark contrast highlighted the chasm between their abilities. He concluded that she was on a completely different level. Iron's friends, witnessing his newfound dedication to training, expressed their disbelief. One of them questioned how someone so young could be so strong. Another friend pointed out that Iron was also training hard, a surprising change in behavior. The scene showed Iron struggling with a heavy weapon, but persevering. The friends commented on Iron's transformation, noting his dedication and hard work. They found it humorous considering his past laziness, questioning why he hadn't trained this hard before. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, was once again struggling to stay awake. His eyes fluttered, his body trembling slightly as he fought against the overwhelming urge to succumb to sleep. Meanwhile, a young woman with silver hair, neatly braided, wiped sweat from her brow with a towel. Her focused expression betrayed her exertion. A young man with teal hair, observing Iron, urged him to stop wasting time. Iron, though clearly struggling, agreed, a hint of determination in his eyes. The teal-haired young man, whose name is revealed to be Rian, watched as a red-haired girl effortlessly completed a grueling exercise. He recognized her as Judith, the one who beat him in a recent test. Rian observed Judith's strength, impressed by her ability to be in such a place, considering she is a commoner. But this admiration quickly turned to a burning resolve. A fierce determination hardened his gaze. He vowed not to lose to her again. His clenched fists and narrowed eyes spoke volumes of his renewed ambition. His intense focus caused Judith to react, surprised by his sudden outburst. She questioned his sudden outburst, prompting a confused reaction from Rian. Judith's intense stare and Rian's flustered reaction highlight the unexpected interaction between the two. A group of young men, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, surrounded Iron Ferreira. One of them exclaimed about Iron's noble lineage, emphasizing his status as the young master of Count Lloyd's family, a fact that should command respect. Another young man, seemingly annoyed, questioned the others' behavior, wondering why they were so eager to follow Iron around. He then commanded them to beg for mercy from Sir Lloyd. A young woman with fiery red hair, clearly irritated, commented on the foul breath of one of the young men, implying they all ate the same meals. The young man, in turn, angrily told her to be quiet. The young man, taken aback, stammered, questioning what was happening. His confusion was palpable. The young man with blue hair tensed, preparing for action. As a new character, a woman with long, gray hair, calmly approached them, asking if she could speak with Iron. The woman with gray hair approached Iron, who was still struggling with a barbell, and asked if they could talk. Iron, clearly surprised by the woman's request, looked up at her with a questioning expression. The red-haired girl watched them, a thoughtful expression on her face. A tense silence hung in the air as the gray-haired woman and Iron exchanged a silent, meaningful look. A muscular woman with silver hair, stern expression, and dark clothing addressed a young man with blonde hair and a worried look. She pointed a finger at him, her words sharp and critical. The scene shifted to show the young man, Iron, listlessly sitting on a weight bench in a dimly lit gym. In a thought bubble, he imagined himself struggling to lift weights, dwarfed by impossibly large, shadowy figures. The woman, whose name is revealed to be Serafina, watched him from across the room, her expression unreadable. Serafina approached Iron, her movements purposeful. He watched her go, a mixture of apprehension and resignation in his eyes. She then abruptly left the gym, slamming the heavy wooden door behind her with a resounding thud. Iron's face reflected his inner turmoil. A silent contemplation of his inadequacy. Meanwhile, in another part of the gym, two other young men were lifting weights. One, with red hair, grunted with effort, while the other, with blue hair, watched, seemingly unimpressed. The red-haired youth was clearly struggling. The blue-haired youth commented on the red-haired youth's exertion, noting he couldn't hear a thing over the noise. The red-haired youth, irritated by the interruption, tried to leave, but the blue-haired youth stopped him. A brief struggle ensued, ending with the red-haired youth being shoved back onto the weight bench. Back at the weight bench, Iron began to lift weights, his expression determined. The red-haired youth, having been interrupted, called out to him. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord, lay sprawled on the ground, his blonde hair askew, a barbell resting across his torso. Sweat beaded on his forehead, a testament to his exertion, or lack thereof, as a smirk played on his lips.
Annoyance etched itself onto the face of a young man with vibrant red hair as he addressed Iron. He questioned Iron's lack of response, emphasizing the common courtesy of answering when spoken to. Startled, Iron sat up, offering a quick apology. He inquired about the reason for the interruption. The red-haired youth, clearly impatient, curtly stated his disinterest in prolonged conversation, demanding a swift explanation. Iron's eyes widened slightly as he listened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The name Ilya Lindsay appearing in his speech bubble below him. The red-haired youth's expression hardened as he pressed Iron for information about what Ilya had told him. A young woman with vibrant red hair stared, her expression a mixture of disbelief and suspicion. What? A blond young man, Iron, sat on a bench in a gym, looking uncomfortable. The red-haired woman approached him, questioning, "Are you trying to mess with me?" Iron responded, quietly but firmly, "It's true." That was all she said. The woman's face hardened, her eyes narrowed. Iron looked away, clearly uncomfortable under her intense gaze. She snapped, "Fine. And get rid of that expression. Someone might think I'm bullying you or something." Iron mumbled, "What the?" Iron resumed his workout, his mind preoccupied. He muttered to himself, "I should get back to training." He lay down on a bench, still thinking about the red-haired woman's words. He thought, according to what the other girl said. A young man with teal hair approached him. "Hey. I've got something to ask. Could you tell me what you and Ilya Lindsay talked about?" The teal-haired young man continued, "And if possible, your conversation with the red-haired girl as well." A group of young men, clad in athletic wear, engaged in what seemed to be a grueling training regimen. One of them voiced his discontent, complaining about the monotonous routine that had persisted for a month, questioning the lack of sword training. His complaint was met with silence, punctuated only by a curt instruction from a woman overseeing their workout, "Don't bend your back." The woman continued to supervise the workout, instructing another young man to breathe evenly. He struggled visibly under the weight he was lifting. Meanwhile, the first young man, seemingly unfazed by the intensity of the training, stretched his arms and declared, "I don't need to think about those two." His calm demeanor was short-lived. The woman, whose name was revealed to be Ilya Lindsay, noticed his posture and pointed out that he was bending his back again. She emphasized the importance of the training, stating that it was for Irene Pereira. Another young man, struggling under a heavy barbell, reacted with surprise to the mention of Irene Pereira, noting that he was the complete opposite of what was expected. Ilya Lindsay's internal monologue revealed her skepticism about Iron's progress. She questioned how someone who had never worked hard before could reach her level, suggesting that even with encouragement, he would likely revert to his old habits once the initial motivation faded. Her thoughts were accompanied by a visual representation of Iron reverting to his lazy lifestyle, reinforcing her doubts about his commitment to change. Despite Ilya's doubts, Iron, seemingly motivated, suggested they move to the tracks, declaring his goal to be second place. He then strode confidently away, leaving the reader to wonder about the true extent of his commitment and the challenges he will face. A young man with vibrant red hair, Irene Ferreira, ran with determined strides across a sun-drenched courtyard. His breath hitched in his chest, sweat beading on his brow. Behind him, another young man with light blue hair watched, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He pushed himself harder, his muscles burning with exertion. Two onlookers commented on his effort, one noting Judith's dedication, the other highlighting the harsh realities faced by commoners striving to maintain their position. Iron's companion, seemingly unfazed by the exertion, called for them to begin running. Iron, clearly exhausted, expressed his surprise at the sudden command. Offering a reassuring word, the blue-haired youth suggested that Iron could follow at his own pace if needed. But then, his expression shifted, his eyes hardening with determination. He urged Iron to give his all. 3 months later, two men observed Iron and his companions training intensely in a large, well-equipped gymnasium. They commented on the trio's dedication and the high number of applicants this year. The narrator noted that the trio continued their rigorous training regimen. Iron, visibly stronger and more muscular, pushed himself to his limits during a strenuous workout. Meanwhile, his blue-haired companion was shown running, and Judith, the other member of the trio, was shown collapsing from exhaustion. A man with short, spiky green hair and a goatee smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He mused, "And the deadbeat?" "No." The scene shifted to a young man with blonde hair, sweat beading on his forehead as he strained to lift heavy dumbbells. His companions observed, "We can't call him a deadbeat noble anymore." A stern-looking instructor stood before a large lecture hall filled with students. He announced, "We have an announcement for you today. It's finally time for your midterm evaluation." The instructor clasped his hands together, a thoughtful expression on his face. He began to explain the details of the upcoming evaluation. "This is the midterm evaluation that you all will be taking. You only need to finish the course." A student, his face etched with disbelief, exclaimed, "That's impossible. How can we do that within a time limit?
The instructor, unfazed, continued, it's nothing difficult.
It just consists of everything you've learnt in your 4 months here, including running and swimming. This test is just an evaluation.
You only need to complete the course within the time limit, the rankings do not matter. Another student whispered to his companion, it'll begin exactly 10 days from now, at 9 a.m. A stern-faced instructor addressed a group of students. He announced a 10-day break from classes, allowing them free time except for mealtimes.
A group of students discussed Sir Lloyd, their classmate. One student confidently asserted that he would excel, unlike some of his peers.
Ilya, Lindsay, Judith, and the others were mentioned. A student, reflecting on their potential, noted that while he thought conservatively, with them being in the top 5, there was no risk factor.
A young man, possibly Ilya, pondered a question, why does that guy bother me?
The young man, sweat beading on his brow, ran with determination, pushing himself to his limits. Elsewhere, a young man strained mightily, lifting weights. He grunted with exertion.
He set a new personal record, a triumphant expression on his face. A young woman with red hair, having completed her workout, declared it sufficient for the day. She gasped, clearly exhausted, but satisfied with her efforts.
The red-haired woman watched the blonde young man continue his intense training, noticing his remarkable physical improvement since joining. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord, strained under the weight of a heavy barbell.
Beads of sweat dotted his brow as he muttered, how? A close-up showed a clenched fist, knuckles white, sweat dripping from the exertion. The image conveyed immense effort.
Iron's training partner, a powerfully built woman with fiery red hair, grunted as she lifted her own weights. How can I have less perseverance than a guy rumored to be a deadbeat, she questioned, her voice laced with disbelief.
Iron, still catching his breath, asked his companions, how many people are competing this year? One of them responded, 30 is quite a number. An elderly man with a long white beard, introduced as Ian, the Kronos swordsmanship schoolmaster, greeted Iron. Master, what brings you here? He inquired. Iron replied, it's better to see for myself than hear about it from someone else. One of Iron's companions, a young man with green hair, shook Ian's hand. Oh, I see you're the new assistant. I hear you're from the Adon Kingdom, he said. Iron's companion chuckled, and Ian, with a hearty laugh, declared, ho ho ho, you're quite a character. I don't like flattery, but I shall double your salary. A whispered comment from another companion revealed, don't believe him. Someone else is in charge of the finances. Two men, one older with a stern expression and the other younger with a more relaxed demeanor, stood observing a training area. The older man commented on the trainees' progress, attributing their improvement to the younger man's efforts. The younger man modestly deflected the praise. The older man's gaze lingered on the younger man, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seemed to be considering something. A young woman with long, gray hair was shown intensely focused on weightlifting. Her form was impeccable, and her strength was evident. The older man, observing the weightlifter, expressed concern about her dedication, noting her unwavering commitment to her training regimen. He questioned whether she was following her own path or simply conforming to societal expectations. The younger man, now seen performing a barbell squat, was identified as the subject of the older man's previous comments. The older man inquired about the weightlifter, confirming her identity. The younger man expressed concern that the weightlifter was overexerting herself, but admitted that she was incredibly stubborn and refused to listen to his advice. The older man, pondering the situation, decided to speak with the weightlifter himself to understand her motivations. A thought bubbled above the older man's head questioned whether he would be able to convince the weightlifter to stop. The younger man confidently stated that she would have to listen to him, as he was her master. The weightlifter, startled by the older man's sudden appearance, reacted with surprise. The older man and the younger man discussed the weightlifter's stubbornness. The younger man explained that she would only stop if given a valid reason. An elderly man, his face etched with worry, anxiously inquired, where is Irene Pariera? The scene shifted to a bustling gym. Two men, one with vibrant green hair and the other with fiery red, stared in disbelief. How much time has passed? One of them exclaimed. A young man with blonde hair, sweat dripping from his brow, strained under the weight of a heavy barbell. His grunts of exertion filled the air. The two men from before watched in astonishment as the blonde young man continued his intense workout. The elderly man from the previous scene appeared, adding to their surprise. The elderly man's expression turned sharp. What? You want us to let him continue? He stared intently, a mixture of concern and disbelief in his eyes. That boy. The blonde young man, his face contorted in exertion, pushed himself to his limit. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his muscles strained. He was in perfect control of his body, despite the immense physical strain. But then collapsed onto a bed, exhausted. He lay there, breathing heavily. Finally drifting off to sleep. As he slept, a thought crossed his mind: a lot of weird things have happened in just a few months. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself strangely unsettled. Those who once mocked and ignored him now seemed more aware of his presence. He mused to himself, it feels weird. His thoughts turned to Ilya, a woman whose assistance he found perplexing. He wondered, why is Ilya helping me? She doesn't seem like the type to help someone because she feels bad for them. Iron, however, decided to postpone further contemplation. He sighed, whatever, let's stop thinking too hard for now. He awoke in a familiar place, a crimson-draped bed. He murmured, it's been a while. The scene revealed the reason for his frequent visits to this place. He confessed, I never left my bed because I wanted to keep coming here. Nestled in the warm embrace of the bed, Iron reflected on the comforting warmth. He thought, I know it's not my mother's arms, but it's still as warm as ever. His thoughts drifted towards attempting escape. He contemplated, it would be nice to keep sleeping here forever. A sudden disturbance jolted him awake. A figure loomed over him, causing him to startle. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, drifted in and out of sleep, a refuge from the harsh reality of his mother's recent death. His dreams, however, were anything but restful. Filled with flashes of a colossal figure, a mysterious swordsman wielding a blade of immense power. A vision so vivid it jolted him awake. The image of the swordsman, impossibly large and powerful, remained seared into his mind. Iron, still shaken by the intensity of his dream, found himself in his chambers, the remnants of his slumber clinging to him. He was alone, but a sense of unease settled upon him. Suddenly, a dark red cloak descended from above, its presence both startling and ominous. A figure emerged, their face obscured by shadow, yet their grip was strong and sure as they grasped Iron's arm. Fear, sharp and cold, pierced through Iron's lingering drowsiness. He struggled against the unseen force, but their grip was relentless. As the figure pulled him along, Iron managed a weak, grateful whisper, "Thank you for everything." He was being led away, leaving behind the familiar confines of his room, and stepping into a new chapter of his life. Now, he had a purpose. Iron, resolute in his newfound determination, declared, "I need to go." Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, lay sprawled across his bed, the remnants of a vivid dream clinging to him like a shroud. Dark, smoky tendrils swirled around him, a visual echo of the intense emotions he'd experienced. A lingering sensation of urgency and power that he couldn't quite grasp. The image of a mysterious swordsman, etched into his subconscious, pulsed with an unfamiliar energy. Finally fading as he sat up, a newfound strength coursing through his veins. He rose, his body still marked with the faint traces of his dream, ready to face whatever awaited him. A young man's legs, clad in worn-out boots, strode along a dirt path. The landscape was rural, with lush greenery and distant mountains visible in the background. Three athletic individuals, dressed in workout attire, watched the young man approach, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and amusement. One of them questioned the young man's unusual attire, wondering aloud if he had undergone any training. Two other young men discussed the young man's apparent lack of fitness, suggesting that he would fail any evaluation involving opponents. One of them noted that Judith, another participant, was also in poor condition after working hard for the past few days. Despite the comments, the young man with the worn-out boots remained confident, believing that as long as he didn't let his guard down, second place would be his. The scene shifted to reveal the young man, his face partially obscured, observing a woman with long, white hair standing defiantly. A muscular instructor addressed the group, announcing that it was 8:55 a.m. and he would explain the rules of the midterm evaluation one last time. He explained that the course consisted of 4 stages. Each stage would have an instructor, and participants could move on to the next location once they exceeded the target goal points. 2 young men stood before a set of barbells, preparing for a physical test. The air crackled with unspoken tension as one of them declared his readiness. A woman with striking silver hair stood at the center of a group of 3 young people, her gaze intense. She gave the command to begin, initiating a physical competition. The first stage of the competition, a push press, commenced. The silver-haired woman effortlessly lifted a heavy barbell, showcasing her superior strength. One of the young men, struggling with his own barbell, expressed his frustration. He felt he could never match the woman's strength, no matter how hard he trained. But then, he surprised himself and everyone else, exceeding his own expectations. His eyes widened in disbelief as he realized his newfound strength. A surge of determination filled him. A look of fierce resolve hardened his features as he continued the exercise. Another young man grunted with effort, struggling to keep up with the others. A man with short, dark hair and a goatee, dressed in simple, dark clothing, stood observing a young man with blonde hair. The blonde young man was completing a strenuous exercise, his legs heavily bandaged. The observer scoffed, muttering something under his breath. The blonde young man strained, his face contorted in effort as he struggled to lift a heavy barbell. His muscles bulged with exertion. The observer watched, his expression one of disbelief and disdain.
He questioned the blond young man's determination, wondering if he was trying to kill himself through overexertion. The blond young man, Ilya Lindsay, completed the exercise. A woman with gray hair, watching from the side, announced his success. The observer reacted with surprise and disbelief to Ilya's unexpectedly quick completion of the exercise. He expressed his astonishment at the speed with which Ilya finished. The gray-haired woman turned away, seemingly unfazed by the observer's reaction. The observer was shocked to hear the woman announce the next participant's name, Irene Pariera. Irene Pariera, the lazy lord, also completed the first stage of the exercise with unexpected speed. The observer was completely taken aback. Irene Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, pushed himself to his physical limits. Sweat beaded on his brow, his face contorted in exertion as he strained forward. He stumbled, his breath ragged. Iron's internal monologue reflected his disbelief at his own unexpected strength. He wondered how he managed to push himself so far. A nearby onlooker scoffed, certain Iron would collapse. Iron, however, defiantly declared that they could laugh all they wanted. The next exercise was a box jump. Iron, despite his initial doubts, found himself understanding the instructions. He launched himself upwards with surprising power, landing the jump with unexpected grace. He was surprised by his own strength and stamina. Iron noted that his body felt different, unusually hot and energized, unlike any previous exertion. He worried about the possibility of burnout, but a surge of determination filled his eyes, pushing aside his fears. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in an intense training session. His trainer, a stern-faced man with fiery red hair, urged him on, his voice a sharp command echoing in the air, "Faster, it's not enough. Quicker." Iron pushed himself to the limit, his muscles screaming in protest as he leaped onto a heavy block, sending sand flying in a small cloud around his feet. More. The trainer watched, his expression a mixture of concern and grim determination. Iron's exertion finally paid off. A notification appeared, confirming his success, Irene Pariera Stage 2 pass. Elsewhere, two other young men were struggling with their own workout. One, with short, dark hair, groaned in exertion as he and his training partner, a taller man with teal hair, struggled to lift heavy weights. "Ha!" The teal-haired man's face was contorted in a grimace of strain, sweat beading on his brow. A sudden burst of energy coursed through him, a powerful roar escaping his lips as he effortlessly lifted the weights. He had broken through his limits. Meanwhile, a young woman with fiery red hair and glasses gritted her teeth, muscles bulging as she effortlessly lifted an even heavier weight than the teal-haired man. An elderly man with a kind smile and a long white beard observed the scene, his eyes twinkling with amusement. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, the lazy lord, could be seen panting heavily as he ran. His face was contorted in exertion, sweat dripping from his brow as he pushed himself to his limits during a long-distance run. The words Stage 3 long-distance running appeared below him. Iron strained every muscle, his breathing ragged as he pushed onward. Another runner, a man with gray hair, easily outpaced him, his movements fluid and effortless. Iron's muscles screamed in protest as he continued to run, his face etched with pain and determination. Finally collapsing to the ground, completely exhausted. He muttered, "What's this?" As Iron lay on the ground, he felt a strange energy coursing through his body. A surge of power that he had never experienced before. He gasped, "It's weird." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a start. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He muttered, barely audible, a single word. A word that hinted at a desperate desire. He wanted to surpass someone. A figure with long, gray hair, clad in black athletic wear, ran away from him, their back turned. This was Ilya, the mysterious swordsman from Iron's dream. Iron's resolve hardened. He would surpass Ilya. He began to run, his determination fueling his steps. A powerful burst of speed propelling him forward, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. He stumbled, his vision blurring, as he was suddenly overtaken by another figure. A young woman with fiery red hair, also in athletic wear, sped past him, leaving him in the dust. He was left wondering who this new competitor was. "Judith," he gasped, recognizing the name. A young man with short, dark hair, dressed in athletic wear, sprinted with fierce determination. His face was set, eyes narrowed in focus, as he pushed himself to his physical limits. A powerful surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. He muttered to himself, a fierce resolve hardening his expression, he would not lose. His body, strained and exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Sweat beaded on his brow, and his breath hitched in his throat. He had pushed himself beyond his limits, but the effort had been worth it. He thought, with a mixture of pride and exhaustion, of how difficult it had been to reach this point. Nearby, another individual observed him, commenting on his achievement and the difficulty of the entrance exam for the prestigious Kronos swordsmanship school. The observer, a taller man with dark hair and a stern expression, continued, noting that many people become arrogant once they are labeled as special or different. He elaborated on this point, explaining that such individuals often lose sight of reality and act in a way that is perceived as cheeky or arrogant. The exhausted young man clenched his fist, his knuckles white with exertion, resenting the implication that his hard work and dedication were somehow undeserved. He retorted, vehemently disagreeing with the assessment that he was acting cheeky. He emphasized the immense effort he had put into achieving his goal, underscoring the injustice of being labeled as someone who had not earned their success.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke from a dream.
The image of a mysterious swordsman still burned in his mind, leaving him with a newfound resolve.
His jaw clenched, a fierce determination hardening his features. He vowed to himself he would never lose again.
The scene shifted to a long-distance swimming competition.
Iron, participating in Stage 4, plunged into the water with powerful strokes.
He propelled himself through the water with surprising strength and speed. But the exertion took its toll. Gasping for air, he struggled to maintain his pace. A sharp pain shot through his side, hindering his progress. Iron felt a wave of despair wash over him as he realized the gravity of his situation.
Why did this have to happen now? Despite the pain and exhaustion, a flicker of defiance ignited in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, refusing to give up.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, pushed through the water, his strokes powerful despite his reputation. Beside him, another swimmer, his face obscured, kept pace. He acknowledged to himself that he had overexerted himself.
The effort was taking its toll.
But even so, Iron questioned whether this exertion would prevent him from winning, even against himself. He dismissed his fatigue with a chuckle, claiming it was only a minor setback. Despite his bravado, Iron found himself struggling against the water's resistance, the frustration mounting with each strained breath. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion. Tears welled in his eyes as he fought against the overwhelming difficulty.
The physical challenge proving too much. He felt utterly defeated. Sinking beneath the surface, Iron surrendered to exhaustion,
his only desire being to rest. The water enveloped him. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, drifted in and out of consciousness, his mind still reeling from the recent trauma of his mother's death. The image of a mysterious swordsman flickered at the edge of his slumber. Then, abruptly, he found himself gasping for air, half submerged in water. His blonde-haired companion, whose name was not yet revealed, supported him, concern etched on his face. Iron's eyes were closed, his breathing ragged, sweat beading on his brow.
Iron's companion coughed up water, sputtering in alarm.
The force of the sudden awakening had clearly been jarring for both of them, leaving them both breathless and disoriented.
The question hung heavy in the air: what had caused the sudden, violent emergence from Iron's dream?
Iron's companion stared into the distance, his face a mask of confusion and fear. He was clearly shaken by the experience, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and bewilderment.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in an unexpected predicament.
He was struggling in the water, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead, while a red-haired girl, Judith, clung to him. Iron sputtered, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and annoyance as he asked Judith what she was doing. Judith, seemingly unfazed by his distress, muttered about how annoying he was, even as they continued to struggle in the water, but reassured him that they were almost to shore.
They finally collapsed on the grassy bank, breathless and exhausted. Iron, concerned, asked Judith if she was all right. Before Judith could answer, another young man arrived, offering to take over from there and urging Iron to leave quickly.
Iron, relieved, agreed and left Judith in the care of the stranger. Iron ran, his face flushed, sweat dripping from his brow, as he glanced back at Judith, who was still lying on the ground. The young man who had helped them earlier urged Iron to hurry, his tone sharp and urgent. A young woman with fiery red hair collapses to the ground, her face contorted in pain. Sweat beads on her brow as she gasps for air.
Below, a young man with short, light brown hair runs frantically along a riverbank. He plunges into the water with a splash.
Above, the woman watches, her eyes filled with a mixture of anger and frustration. "That idiot," she mutters.
The young man from the river, now kneeling on the ground, rests his hands on the damp earth. Small droplets of water cling to his skin.
He pants heavily, his face streaked with sweat and dirt. "I couldn't keep up, I worked so hard," he whispers to himself, defeated. A taller, muscular man with short, spiky green hair approaches him.
"It's too early for you to get discouraged, trainee."
He continues, "You still have the second round of evaluation. The standards are much lower than the first evaluation. As long as you don't give up, I'm sure you'll be able to pass." The young man's face brightens.
"Great.
"This time I'll definitely make it," he exclaims, renewed determination filling his eyes. The green-haired man watches him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Beside him stands another man with short, spiky red hair. As expected, there are a lot more successful candidates in the first evaluation than last year. A man with short, light brown hair and a jovial expression chuckled, stating that something felt different this year. Another man, his face partially obscured, commented on the many naturally talented children, but highlighted the exceptional performance of one particular individual during the midterm evaluation. That individual being Irene Pereira, who ranked 34th out of 35 successful candidates. A voice expressed disapproval, questioning Irene's actions during the evaluation. Irene, shown from behind, walked away while another person wondered if he was trying to be nice. A conversation ensued, with one person expressing surprise at Irene's 5th place ranking. Irene retorted that he should be congratulated instead, adding a sarcastic remark about jealousy. Another person congratulated him, highlighting the reward from the Swordmaster. Someone congratulated Lance. Lance attributed his success to the guidance he received from another individual. Another person congratulated Sir Lloyd on his 2nd place finish. Sir Lloyd, observing Irene from a distance, reflected on Irene's exceptional performance during the midterm evaluation, acknowledging its unmatched level. Irene Ferreira, a young man with striking teal hair, brooded. His expression was one of quiet regret, his eyes distant and filled with unspoken thoughts. He reflected on a past event, a competition perhaps, where he felt he could have done better. His thoughts continued, a bitter self-assessment. He mused that if only Judith hadn't faltered, he would have secured a higher position, perhaps 4th place. He admitted it to himself, a quiet concession to the reality of his defeat. The image shifts to show Irene walking away, his shoulders slumped, the weight of his failure heavy upon him. The scene transitions to emphasize the magnitude of his defeat. The word defeat is emblazoned across the panel, the visual style conveying a sense of crushing disappointment. The next day dawns. Irene is seen running, his form suggesting a determined effort, though his face is not visible. He pushes himself hard, his breathing ragged, sweat beading on his brow. The exertion is evident in his posture as he slows to a stop, his body visibly strained. He collapses, gasping for air, his face a mask of exhaustion. His determination, however, remains unbroken. Suddenly, a woman appears, her presence unexpected and imposing. She is tall and muscular, with long, white hair, and she approaches Irene with a serious expression. Irene, startled by her sudden appearance, looks up at her in surprise, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. He utters a single word, "What?" A young woman with long, silver hair, her expression a mixture of concern and disbelief, muttered to herself, questioning the events that had transpired. The scene shifted to a young, blond man, his posture slumped, standing before the silver-haired woman. He appeared dejected and somewhat ashamed. The woman, her gaze sharp, directly questioned the young man, asking if he was referring to his actions in rescuing Judith. He confirmed that he was, prompting the woman to question his motivations. A simple, yet profound question hanging in the air between them. The camera focuses on their legs as they walk away, leaving the conversation unresolved. The young man, now alone, simply stated that he felt compelled to act. His explanation, however, was met with disbelief and criticism from the silver-haired woman. She pointed out the absurdity of his actions, highlighting that his impulsive decision had jeopardized the potential for a standby instructor to save Judith. And warned him that those who looked down on him would continue to do so, and even strike against him. A large, calloused hand reached out, its fingers splayed as if grasping at something just out of reach. A woman with striking silver hair confronted a man with short, light brown hair. She challenged him, her tone sharp and accusatory, "You're asking if I know I get called a deadbeat, noble?" The man, Irene, reflected on his past. He described it as feeling stuck in a swamp for quite a long time. He admitted, without excuses, that it had been a long time, and he hadn't even tried to get out. Irene's inner monologue revealed his self-loathing, that pathetic me. He was shown sinking into a dark, swamp-like substance, his face contorted in a grimace of fear and disgust. Irene's vision shifted. He saw translucent figures, resembling his deceased mother and other family members, reaching out to him from a bright light. He then found himself underwater, struggling to stay afloat, but he was pulled up by someone. Irene explained his actions the previous day, stating that he couldn't bear to ignore someone drowning in front of him. That was the only reason he had intervened. A young man with blonde hair, white eyes, and a startled expression stood before a woman with long, gray hair pulled back in a ponytail. She wore dark athletic clothing. He looked confused and slightly apprehensive as she addressed him. The woman continued, explaining that while physical training and swordsmanship share similarities in requiring hard work and skill, skill is paramount in sword training. She then pointed out that due to the results of yesterday's evaluation, he had missed the opportunity to receive personal guidance from the swordmaster.
The woman declared she wouldn't offer any further help, even if he became the laughingstock of everyone again. The young man's eyes widened, reflecting his internal conflict. She expressed a hope that he wouldn't regret his decision. The young man, his face partially obscured, called out a name, Ilya. He then questioned Ilya, asking why she had helped him in the first place. Ilya's eyes widened in surprise. Ilya remained silent for a moment, her back turned to the young man as she contemplated his question. Her face, partially visible, showed a hint of internal struggle. She finally responded, beginning her explanation. Ilya explained that she simply disliked people who talked about others without knowing them. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he looked around, his mind still grappling with the lingering images of a mysterious swordsman. The dream felt strangely real, leaving him with a sense of unease he couldn't quite shake off. He rose from his bed, the weight of his mother's recent death pressing heavily on his shoulders. Later that day, Iron found himself unexpectedly summoned to a large hall. An official announced the results of a midterm evaluation. From a pool of 35 candidates who passed the first evaluation and 78 who passed the second, only 113 remained. The tension in the room was palpable. The top 5 trainees from the first evaluation were then called forward, each to receive a private reward after the announcement. But as the names were read, a seasoned instructor noticed something amiss. He spoke up, questioning the omission of a candidate. Iron's eyes widened in surprise. He was the one left out. His fellow trainees also registered their surprise at the oversight. The instructor, however, seemed amused by the situation, explaining that competition is a fun thing, and that the struggle to stay ahead often leads to surprising achievements. His words hinted at a deeper meaning, leaving Iron to ponder the true nature of the competition and his own place within it. An unseen voice cautioned against becoming too engrossed in one's immediate surroundings, lest one overlook crucial details nearby. However, trainee Irene Pereira did not fall into that trap. Instead, he selflessly placed himself in a precarious situation, risking a potential downfall into an abyss, in order to save a drowning classmate. This act, witnessed by the sword's master and instructors, was deemed worthy of commendation. It is for this reason that the trainee was summoned to the podium. 2 individuals in the audience expressed their approval with enthusiastic applause, followed by another pair. Iron, observing the scene, realized his previous narrow-mindedness. The scene shifts to the Kronos Swordsmanship School's swordmaster's office. There, the swordmaster assures Iron that there's no need for self-deprecation. A narrow-minded person wouldn't readily admit their mistakes. Iron's willingness to do so is a sign of growth. He reflects on his past arrogance and stubborn adherence to his methods. A young man with teal hair, dressed in a dark blue tunic, stood before a pair of imposing double doors. He announced his departure, his voice carrying a hint of finality. I shall leave now. The scene shifted to reveal the young man, his expression resolute. A voice, unseen but authoritative, commented on his character. He has great talent. He acknowledges his situation and shows an active commitment towards overcoming his shortcomings. He even has the ability to lead those around him. The voice continued, offering a more nuanced perspective. He does have the stubbornness and pride of a high-ranked noble, but it's not as bad. An unseen speaker mused, their words tinged with regret. If he was in a different year, he would have gotten first place. The camera angle shifted to show an older man with white hair and a long beard, seated behind a large desk in a richly appointed study. A woman with long, white hair, dressed in a white-collared shirt and dark pants, sat opposite him. She spoke, her voice sharp and determined. Thump. The woman continued, her words laced with a hint of sadness, but sadly, this year is filled with many gifted people. She then made a bold request. As a prize, I dare to ask for your guidance. The old man listened intently, his expression unreadable. He responded, his voice carrying the weight of experience. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be swayed by others anymore and live your own life. His words were a sharp rebuke. Don't waste your time here tied to your obsession, go back to your family and learn to. Iron, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream of a mysterious swordsman. He felt a newfound resolve, a desire for guidance that surprised even himself. And immediately sought out a powerful figure. His request for training met with a skeptical but ultimately accepting response. The elder, clearly surprised by Iron's sudden ambition, admitted it was a mistake to assume he wouldn't listen. The elder, seemingly resigned to the situation, suggested they begin training in his spacious office. Iron, quietly grateful for the opportunity, settled into a chair, awaiting instruction. While the elder, a sly smile playing on his lips, mused to himself about finally having found the last person he needed. The elder then offered Iron a chance to request any reward he desired for his training. Iron, lost in thought, sat facing away from the elder, contemplating his response. His internal struggle evident in his pensive expression. The elder watched him intently. Iron's question, a silent plea for guidance, hung heavy in the air. How does one reconcile with someone
A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, confessed that the request was ridiculous and apologized for having to discuss such matters. An older man with a beard, seated opposite him, responded that he didn't need to apologize and thanked him for his honesty. The older man continued, stating that Iron had remained in his room until he turned 15. This was his first time socializing with his peers, and he might be confused. The older man, seemingly unfazed by this, requested a detailed account of what had transpired, despite Iron having been ridiculed. Iron thanked the older man, who was identified as the Swordmaster, for his helpful advice. The Swordmaster expressed his pleasure at having been of assistance, mentioning it had been a while since he'd offered non-sword-related advice. He then expressed his surprise at Ilya Lindsay befriending Iron, noting that there were things happening that he couldn't understand. An older man, seated behind a large wooden desk in a richly decorated room, addressed someone off-panel. He declared it was time to move on from a previous topic, the Ilya issue, and proceed to the main subject. The response to his announcement was a simple, questioning, main topic? The older man, his face etched with wisdom and perhaps a touch of weariness, explained that his conscience wouldn't allow him to reward such a query with mere words. He then offered a concrete proposition: he would teach the other person a lesson about swordsmanship, emphasizing the invaluable nature of his advice in this area. A young man, Iron, sat in a plush armchair, looking uncertain. He stammered an apology, admitting he wasn't sure what to ask. He confessed that he'd only been using his sword independently for a month before entering the school. Iron continued, explaining that his lack of experience made it difficult to formulate a question, as he didn't even know what he wanted at that moment. The older man, whose name is Irene, simply said his name. Iron, flustered, apologized again, emphasizing the immense opportunity Irene's offer represented for his sword training. Despite understanding the significance of the opportunity, Iron felt he could only offer an absurd response. A burst of energy erupted between Irene and Iron as they made contact, hands clasped together. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, received a piece of unsolicited advice: what is there to be sorry for? Don't apologize too often. An elderly swordsman, his face etched with wisdom and experience, appeared before Iron. He declared, as a swordsman, that's how to stand up strong. Iron, his expression a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty, meekly replied, yes. The swordsman then stated, fine, then I shall postpone your reward for another time. The swordsman continued, explaining, you can come later when you feel you are not good enough, or I can decide to teach you when I think it's necessary. He then asked Iron, right? Iron left the room, his steps slow and thoughtful. He walked away, lost in thought. The elderly swordsman watched Iron depart, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused, what a special child. But he wondered, but why do I keep getting this feeling that he's different? Even though he doesn't know so much about swordsmanship, he doesn't look anxious or nervous. Rather, he seems like he already has a clear goal set. A vision flashed before the swordsman's eyes, Iron, seemingly guided by a powerful, unseen figure. The swordsman concluded, as if he's getting assistance from someone. Looking at him. An elderly man, dressed in fine yellow robes, observed Iron from a distance. He mused that Iron reminded him of another special child he had known long ago. A child possessing overwhelming talent and overflowing confidence. But also an unpredictable personality. He conceded that, despite their differences, they did give off different auras. Iron, blonde and muscular, was seen performing strenuous push-ups in a gym. He was clearly pushing himself hard. A woman with vibrant red hair, observing Iron's intense workout, commented on his dedication to training. She then asked him, given that their sword training was to begin the next day, if he intended to start practicing his swordsmanship immediately. The woman, however, interrupted him, stating that she had something important to tell him. The woman's expression turned serious as she prepared to deliver her news. Iron, a young man with blonde hair, assured the red-haired woman beside him that he would repay his debt. She responded that it was fine. The red-haired woman suggested they stick together from now on. Iron looked confused by her sudden proposal. The red-haired woman explained that since Iron always ate alone, they might as well eat together. She further suggested they train together, pointing out that Iron also eats alone. The woman's enthusiastic suggestion startled Iron, who reacted with a surprised expression. The red-haired woman, stating she wouldn't interfere with his training anymore, bid him farewell. As she left, she mentioned that Iron was 3 years younger than her. Despite the age difference, Iron admitted to himself that he didn't mind the arrangement. Later, Iron and the red-haired woman, along with other trainees, heard a song about a turtle. Iron stated it was his first time hearing it. A group of young men, their expressions ranging from wide-eyed surprise to nervous sweat, stood clustered together. Their uniforms suggested a shared affiliation, perhaps a military academy or similar institution. One of them, with striking blue hair, seemed particularly affected, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The conversation amongst them turned to a shared mystery. One questioned if a woman, possibly named Sir Lloyd, was the same person, noting the strangeness of the situation. Another speculated that she might have suffered a mental break after a near-drowning experience. A third, more jovial, threatened to fry and eat anyone who didn't know what they were talking about. For the blue-haired young man, however, the most unsettling aspect of the situation was something else entirely. His thoughts turned to Ilya Lindsay and Irene Pariera. A subtle smirk played on his lips. The reason for his unease became clear as he observed Ilya and Irene from a distance. They seemed strangely distant and detached from each other. A sudden question hung in the air: did something happen? The question was answered by a booming voice calling for everyone's attention. A figure, presumably an authority figure, strode into the room, his presence commanding immediate silence. The authority figure, flanked by several imposing guards, announced that everyone was free to celebrate their achievements over the past 4 months. He then offered a unique opportunity: 2 hours of free practice with a wooden sword, under the supervision of assistants. A young woman with vibrant red hair eagerly picked up a wooden sword. Her initial swing was clumsy, but her determination was evident. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, struggled to maintain his balance during his training. He confessed that it was difficult to keep his balance. His instructor explained that their training wasn't solely focused on physical attributes, they were working on something more profound. Despite only wielding a wooden sword, Iron felt a significant change in his abilities. A confident grin spread across his face as he declared himself different from before. He had progressed to the point where he could physically sense the difference in his enhanced skills. Iron's expression turned serious as he contemplated his newfound strength. Meanwhile, his instructors, a man and a woman, approached, their footsteps echoing in the hall. The man held a sword, his gaze sharp and focused. The female instructor observed the man, her expression unreadable. Iron's instructors continued to walk, their movements purposeful and deliberate. Iron stood before a wall of weaponry, his back to the viewer, contemplating the path ahead. The weight of his newfound abilities and the expectations placed upon him were palpable. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke from a vivid dream of a mysterious swordsman. He found himself inexplicably drawn to a large, imposing sword. A weapon far too large for his slender frame. He grasped the hilt, a surge of unfamiliar power coursing through his veins. A newfound strength that surprised even him. His eyes, usually languid, now held a steely determination as he surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood a stern-faced elder, likely a family advisor, observing him with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Iron, still grappling with this sudden change, felt a knot of anxiety tighten in his chest. He was in a large hall, surrounded by onlookers. A weight of expectation pressing down on him. He instinctively raised the sword, the sheer size of it almost comical against his slight frame. And with a surprising burst of speed and strength, he swung the blade in a wide arc. The onlookers gasped. The force of the swing sent a shockwave through the hall, leaving a trail of dust and debris in its wake. Iron stood, momentarily stunned by his own power. Silence descended upon the hall. The onlookers, initially shocked, now stared at Iron with a mixture of awe and disbelief. 3 young men, his peers, whispered amongst themselves. Their expressions a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. One of them, visibly nervous, voiced their collective thought. He questioned whether Iron's display of skill was truly impressive, while another, more observant, offered a more nuanced assessment, noting that while impressive, it was still rough around the edges. A young woman with striking blue eyes and silver hair, pulled back into a ponytail, stood with a composed expression. Her posture was almost rigidly correct, mirroring a standard closed sword holding stance. 2 men watched her, their faces etched with surprise. One of them questioned aloud whether she had ever received any formal sword training before. One of the men, seemingly certain of his assessment, declared that he knew it all along. He scoffed, concluding that she was merely a beginner attempting to appear skilled, and that her ignorance was evident. A sudden, jarring image of a man falling to the ground interrupted the scene. The visual effect suggested a powerful blow or impact. A young woman with vibrant red hair, her expression a mixture of surprise and concern, called out, "Sir Lloyd?" He extended his sword towards his opponent, initiating the duel. The intensity of the moment was palpable. The onlookers reacted with shock and disbelief to the sudden challenge, their expressions ranging from surprise to stunned silence. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a start. His eyes, wide and filled with unshed tears, reflected the lingering trauma of his mother's recent death. He shuddered, the memory of a vivid dream clinging to him like a shroud, a dream of a mysterious swordsman, his movements fluid and deadly. A vision that left him strangely invigorated, a stark contrast to the usual lethargy that weighed him down. An old man, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of years, observed Iron from a distance, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Iron's lips tightened, a silent resolve forming within him. The dream, though unsettling, had sparked something within his soul. He straightened, a newfound determination hardening his gaze. "All right," he declared, his voice ringing with a newfound strength, surprising even himself. The onlookers, a group of somber-faced individuals, watched him with a mixture of apprehension and surprise. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself in an unexpected duel. His opponent, a youth with striking blue hair, stood poised with a sword, their movements precise and swift. A scene witnessed by a crowd of onlookers, one of whom, a burly man with fiery red hair, shouted in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle, "What are you two doing?" The onlookers' confusion was understandable. A voice, seemingly from the crowd, explained, "Duels start after a formal sword exchange." Another spectator, a man with short, green hair, questioned the duel's purpose, musing, "Why would Brett want to duel Irene? Just swinging the sword freely doesn't make him good at it." The red-haired man responded, his voice laced with a hint of amusement, "There are times when you have to make an exception." The red-haired man turned to an elderly man with a long white beard, who was watching the duel with a knowing smile. He addressed the elder man, whispering, "Swordmaster." And the elder man, the swordmaster, declared, "The duel will begin." With the swordmaster's announcement, Iron and his opponent assumed their stances, swords drawn, ready to engage in combat. The swordmaster, observing the two combatants, offered a final instruction: "If either of you feel like you are in a dangerous situation, say so in advance so that we can intervene. Do you understand?" A tense standoff unfolded between two young men. One, with blonde hair, wore a look of fierce determination, the other, with teal hair, stood his ground, a defiant glint in his eyes. The blonde-haired youth exclaimed, "Yes." The teal-haired youth launched a swift attack, his weapon a blur of motion as he lunged towards his opponent. The blonde-haired youth barely managed to evade the blow, stumbling backward. He retaliated with a desperate counterattack, a flurry of motion that left a trail of motion lines in its wake. A crimson flash of energy erupted from his attack, sending the teal-haired youth sprawling to the ground with a pained gasp, "Cook." He recovered quickly, his movements a blur as he prepared for another attack. A fierce clash of weapons followed, sparks flying as the two traded blows. The blonde-haired youth's attack was met with a powerful counter, sending him reeling. The teal-haired youth stood over his fallen opponent, panting heavily. The blonde-haired youth, winded but defiant, struggled to his feet, clutching his weapon. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a vivid dream. The dream featured a mysterious swordsman, his movements fluid and powerful. A blur of motion that left Iron breathless even in his waking state. He felt a strange energy coursing through him, a newfound strength he'd never experienced before. An unfamiliar power that surged within him, a reflection of the swordsman's grace and skill. He instinctively reacted, his body moving with an agility that surprised even himself. And with a sudden, sharp movement, he deflected an incoming blow. A young woman, his attacker, stumbled back, clearly surprised by his unexpected defense. The force of the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Iron's eyes narrowed, his newfound strength solidifying his resolve. He countered with a swift, precise strike, his movements mirroring the elegant precision of the swordsman from his dream. The young woman was sent flying, the impact echoing through the hall. Iron stood, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with a newfound intensity. He had defended himself, and more importantly, he had fought back. A testament to the power awakened within him. Observing from a distance, two other figures watched in stunned silence. One whispered that he was holding out quite well, while the other, a woman with fiery red hair, simply stared, her expression unreadable. The unexpected display of skill left the observers speechless. Iron, the Lazy Lord, had proven himself far more capable than anyone had ever imagined. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. His expression was one of intense focus, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. He muttered, "That guy." Suddenly, a blur of motion. A mysterious swordsman, his face partially obscured, launched a swift attack. The swordsman, testing Iron's skills in a brief but intense duel. Iron reacted, his movements clumsy but surprisingly quick. He parried a blow, his sword meeting the other's with a clang. The swordsman observed Iron's technique critically. His reaction speed is not bad, he noted, but he's unable to keep his balance when he uses his sword. The swordsman's assessment was harsher than expected. "He's worse than I expected." He unleashed a powerful strike, aiming to test Iron's true potential. The swordsman's attack forced Iron to react instinctively, revealing a hidden power. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise as he witnessed Iron's unexpected response. What about his power? Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, was struck from behind. He cried out in pain as a sharp blow landed on his back. Iron turned to see a young man with teal hair rushing towards him, eyes wide with surprise and a hint of aggression. The teal-haired youth lunged forward, sword raised high. Iron barely managed to deflect the blow, a pained grunt escaping his lips as the force of the attack sent him reeling.
The attacker followed up with a swift kick, sending Iron sprawling to the ground.
Iron scrambled to his feet, his eyes fixed on his attacker. The teal-haired youth moved to strike again, his sword aimed at Iron's heart. But Iron's eyes widened in surprise as he reacted instinctively, dodging the blow. Iron's sword flew from his hand, landing several feet away. He stared, dumbfounded, at the teal-haired youth. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a gasp. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The remnants of a vivid dream clung to him, leaving him disoriented and breathless. The dream depicted a fierce duel, its intensity echoing even in his waking moments. A clash of steel under a sky heavy with anticipation. Two figures locked in combat, their movements a blur of motion. And then, abruptly, it ended. Brett Lloyd, a figure of striking blue hair and intense gaze, stood victorious, his sword still dripping with the afterglow of battle. The announcement of Brett Lloyd's victory hung in the air, a stark contrast to the sudden silence that followed the intense duel. The aftermath of the duel was captured in a single, stark image, Brett Lloyd's boots, still standing over his fallen opponent. The following day, an instructor addressed a group of students. He announced the results of a recent swordsmanship test, dividing the class into different skill levels. Lessons would begin the next day. Among the names called for Class A, the highest tier, were Ilya Lindsay, Brett Lloyd, and Judith. Their faces, each bearing a unique expression of confidence and determination, were shown. An instructor, his face partially visible, addressed a group of trainees. He explained that those at the top of the list would receive more rigorous and challenging training than their peers. The instructor continued, reading from a list. He named Mark Woodluff, Alfred, and Amia Kickland as part of the Class B trainees. Two young trainees, a girl with vibrant red hair and a boy with blonde hair, listened intently. The girl, displaying a mischievous grin, reassured the boy to trust in their class. The instructor then listed 54 names as Class C trainees. The instructor announced the final name on the list, Irene Pereira. The blonde boy reacted with surprise as the instructor revealed that Irene Pereira was placed in Class F. A close-up on the instructor's hands, emphasizing his serious expression, hinted at the significance of this placement. The red-haired girl voiced her annoyance with someone named Brett. A blond young man, his face bruised and bearing bandages, scowled at a large sword lying on the ground. He muttered to himself, resentful of the obvious display of superiority by his opponent. A young woman with vibrant red hair, also bearing bandages, addressed someone off-panel, her expression determined despite her injuries. She insisted that they could still win. The red-haired woman continued, her words laced with annoyance at a particular individual. Then, she turned to address someone else, asking what was wrong. The blond young man and the red-haired woman stood together, their conversation continuing. The blond man asked why she was staring at him. The red-haired woman, whose name is Judith, tried to calm the blond man, but her concern was met with immediate dismissal. Judith's frustration grew, and she retorted sharply, denying any concern for him. The blond man, wincing, pleaded with Judith to stop hitting him, pointing out his injury. The scene shifts to a simple bedroom, a bed neatly made in the center of the room. A young man with light blue hair enters the room, wiping sweat from his brow. He appears exhausted. He collapses onto the bed, clearly relieved to rest. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, lay in bed, his eyes closed, seemingly lost in slumber. His face, though relaxed, held a subtle hint of unease beneath the surface. Then, in his dream, a mysterious swordsman appeared. Iron found himself trying to match the swordsman's skill, attempting to take on his sword in a direct confrontation. But the swordsman's attack was swift and precise. Iron, without realizing it, effortlessly dodged the blow. It wasn't just the swordsmanship that captivated Iron, it was the swordsman's intense focus, his eyes, his expression, everything about him radiated an unbreakable strength. The swordsman was completely focused on his attack, his movements precise and unwavering. Iron awoke, his mind still reeling from the dream. He sat up in bed, a thoughtful expression on his face. A question forming in his mind. He wondered, when I swing a sword, what kind of expression do I have? Rune Tarhal, a Class F temporary instructor, observed Iron, the young lord known for his laziness, and stated that he only knew the most basic sword movements. Iron stood before Rune, his fists clenched, clearly frustrated by the instructor's assessment. Rune, a jovial-looking man with a mischievous grin, prepared to ask Iron a question. Rune questioned what it takes for someone who started sword training later than others to catch up with their peers. Iron's hand gripped his sword hilt tightly, his knuckles white with tension. A sudden burst of energy surrounded him as he prepared to demonstrate his skills. With surprising speed and precision, Iron swung his sword, leaving a trail of energy in its wake. Rune watched in astonishment as Iron's unexpected power and skill were revealed. Rune declared that it wasn't hard work,
but natural talent that allowed Iron to perform such a feat.
Rune further explained that while hard work is important, natural talent can allow individuals to surpass those who have trained longer. A young man with blonde hair listened to an unseen speaker. The speaker's words, though not directly visible, implied a reprimand. The young man was lagging behind his peers. The speaker emphasized the extent of his delay, more than a few years. The blonde youth's expression showed a hint of defiance. The scene shifted. A stern-faced instructor addressed the blonde youth, outlining a challenge to master basic swordsmanship within a week. The instructor continued, explaining the reward for success: immediate promotion to Class C. The blonde youth's concern was palpable as he considered the consequences of failure. The instructor, a man with dark hair tied back, calmly explained the alternative. If he failed, he would remain in Class F, continuing his sword training. The blonde youth's apprehension was evident. The instructor's words grew harsher. He implied that a lack of talent would necessitate expulsion from the academy. Despite the pressure, the blonde youth's resolve hardened. He declared his intention to give his best effort. The instructor, a smirk playing on his lips, seemed satisfied with this response. He offered a final word of encouragement, confident in the young man's capabilities. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, let out a sharp cry of exertion as he swung his sword. His movements were clumsy, his form far from perfect. But a fierce determination burned in his eyes. He was clearly putting his all into this training, despite his initial reluctance. Day 2 of his intense training regimen had begun. His instructor barked an order: bend properly. Iron, straining with the effort, swung his sword again. His instructor, a stern-faced man, observed critically. Day 3. Progress was slow, but Iron's instructor offered words of encouragement: good, good. You're doing well. Training continued. Day 5 found Iron's form improving, though still imperfect. Day 6. Iron's dedication was undeniable, even if his technique remained rough around the edges. The instructor, impressed despite himself, reflected on Iron's unexpected progress. His peculiar hard work is one thing, but I wasn't even that good back then. Iron, exhausted but resolute, continued to push himself. The instructor's final thought echoed in the air: he really is different from how he looks. Iron stood, his body aching, but a newfound strength evident in his stance as he gripped his sword. His transformation had only just begun. A young man with blonde hair, holding a sword, addressed a red-haired girl. He asked Judith to review the test again, as the test was tomorrow. He then muttered to himself about being meticulous, adding that if it looked ridiculous, he would kick her. Judith, the red-haired girl, smirked, a mischievous glint in her eyes. A sudden, powerful gust of wind swept through the area, leaving the blonde young man stunned and speechless. He questioned how that was possible. Judith gave a thumbs up, a look of satisfaction on her face. The scene shifted to an indoor setting. Iron, the blonde young man, entered a room and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his instructor. His instructor, a man with dark hair and glasses, was sitting at a desk, sipping from a cup. He asked Iron if he was back at the recovery room that day. The instructor's expression changed as he realized something. The instructor confirmed his suspicions, stating that it was indeed that guy. Iron looked shocked and concerned. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, stood amidst a crowd of onlookers, his posture betraying a hint of unease despite his outwardly calm demeanor. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white. The weight of expectation hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to his usual apathy. He had made it to Class C. A young woman with vibrant red hair furiously shoveled rice into her mouth, chopsticks flying. Plates piled high beside her stood as testament to her impressive appetite. Her companion, a blonde young man, watched in disbelief. "How can a guy who moves around so much eat so little?" he exclaimed, emphasizing the importance of proper nourishment. He continued to express his astonishment at her prodigious appetite. Meanwhile, another young man with a bandage over his nose chuckled, observing the scene. "Looks like we've got a hippo here," he remarked, prompting a question about how many plates she'd already consumed. Suddenly, the young man with the bandage boldly declared to the red-haired woman, "Hey, you have a crush on me, don't you?" Her response was immediate and furious. What did you say? This crazy B***TCH. The bandaged young man recoiled in shock at her outburst. A young man with teal hair, seemingly unfazed, calmly instructed the bandaged young man, "Lance, stop this and let's go." The scene opens with a close-up on a young man's attire, specifically focusing on a simple, light brown apron secured by cross straps over his shoulders. The fabric appears worn but clean, suggesting daily use. A group of young people, dressed in similar simple attire, are walking down a hallway. One of them, a young man with teal hair, admonishes his companions, telling them to stop gossiping. A young woman with vibrant red hair smiles slyly at a blonde young man. Her expression is playful, almost mischievous. The blonde young man looks startled, his eyes widening slightly as he processes the woman's words. A blush creeps onto his cheeks. The scene shifts to a dining hall. A server walks past a table where the red-haired woman and the blonde young man are seated. The server comments on their strained relationship. The red-haired woman denies any quarrel, while the blonde young man looks increasingly uncomfortable. He nervously stirs his food. The blonde young man is questioned about the nature of his interaction with the red-haired woman. He is clearly flustered by the implication of a fight. The conversation turns to the blonde young man's relationship with another girl, Ilya. He appears hesitant to answer. The red-haired woman reminds the blonde young man that he previously denied fighting with her. She suggests he speak to Ilya himself. The red-haired woman reveals that she was only teasing him, and laughs at his flustered reaction. The scene opens on a young woman with long, white hair, seated at a table in what appears to be a classroom or training hall. She is eating a meal while a narration box above her head describes her as the top student in Class A, possessing undeniable talent that even the instructors praise. A young man with dark hair and a sword appears in a separate panel. He observes the talented young woman from afar, noting that everyone feels inferior to her overwhelming presence and talent. He reflects that he was also somewhat like that. The young man continues his observation, sharing that he heard she practices a unique family swordsmanship style alone in the Soyeon Armory every evening. The scene shifts to two other young men. One, with reddish-brown hair, urges the other, a blonde youth, to go play with Ilya, as he has been promoted quickly. The blonde youth, seemingly resigned, declares he'll start now. He stands up, seemingly ready to comply, but is suddenly attacked by the reddish-brown-haired youth, who unleashes a swift strike. The attack is depicted with motion lines and a sound effect, indicating a powerful blow. The reddish-brown-haired youth's attack connects, leaving the blonde youth stunned and defeated. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, found himself unexpectedly engaged in a fierce duel. His blonde hair a stark contrast to his opponent's fiery red locks, he parried a swift blow, the force of the impact sending a shockwave through the air. The red-haired woman, Judith, moved with terrifying speed, her blade a blur as she pressed her attack. Iron, despite his initial surprise, managed to block another strike, but the sheer force of the blow sent him reeling back, a grunt escaping his lips. An observer, unseen, commented on Judith's skill. As expected, when Judith puts her mind to it, it's really difficult to take her attacks. Iron, his face contorted in pain, felt the full weight of Judith's power. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple as he braced himself for the next onslaught. He muttered to himself, "It's at a freaky level." With renewed determination, Iron countered, his movements now imbued with a newfound agility. His blade flashed, a whirlwind of steel aimed at Judith's heart. The impact echoed through the arena as the two blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Despite his improved technique, Iron was still on the defensive, struggling to keep up with Judith's relentless assault. He was clearly outmatched. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. His eyes, wide with a newfound intensity, focused on his opponent. A fierce determination hardened his features as he prepared for the attack. He braced himself, anticipating the blow. A blur of motion as swords clashed. His opponent, a blonde swordsman, moved with surprising speed and skill, but Iron met his every attack with a counter of his own. Iron's movements were raw, powerful, and surprisingly effective. He deflected a blow, his own sword arcing in a counterattack. The blonde swordsman, taken aback by Iron's unexpected strength, sneered. "Ha! Look at this kid." Iron gritted his teeth, his knuckles white as he clenched his fists. A surge of adrenaline coursing through him. He unleashed a flurry of blows, his movements now faster, more precise, and imbued with a power he didn't know he possessed. The blonde swordsman, caught completely off guard, was sent flying back. Iron's attack continued relentlessly, leaving the blonde swordsman gasping for air as he crashed to the ground. Ack! Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke from a deep sleep, his surroundings still blurry and indistinct. He coughed, a low, rattling sound echoing in the cavernous space. A large hall, dimly lit, filled with swirling dust motes. A voice, sharp and familiar, cut through the silence. It observed that, despite his growth, he still had a long way to go. The voice belonged to his older sister, comparing his current skills to hers. Before Iron could respond, she lunged, her sword flashing in a blur of motion. He barely managed to avoid the blow, a look of surprise and fear etched on his face. Iron, disoriented and breathless, asked if it was already over. His sister, however, noted the lateness of the hour and the fact that they were alone. Then casually mentioned that if he went to the Soyeon Armory, he might find Ilya alone. Iron, clearly concerned, looked at his sister with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. He was left to ponder her cryptic words. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman with long, silver hair stood silently, a sword held before her. Her expression was unreadable, a sense of quiet intensity emanating from her.
A powerful aura surrounded her, hinting at hidden strength and skill. She began to walk, her footsteps echoing in the empty space, leaving the reader to wonder about her identity and purpose. Iron Ferreira's striking blue eyes, framed by his silver hair, snapped open. He was jolted awake from a vivid dream, the image of a mysterious swordsman still burned into his mind. A stark contrast to the mundane reality that awaited him. A young woman with long, silver hair, clad in practical dark clothing and wielding a long sword, stood in a courtyard, her expression serious and watchful. A young man with blonde hair approached her cautiously, clutching a small, cloth-wrapped package. The tension in the courtyard was palpable. The blonde young man, his face slightly bruised, offered a hesitant greeting. His nervousness was evident. The woman, her gaze sharp and unwavering, questioned his intentions. Her tone was curt, leaving no room for misinterpretation. He explained that he had come to deliver a message and a gift. The young man revealed that the package contained a letter and a gift from his home. She seemed unsure of how to react to this unexpected visit. The young man then revealed a surprising piece of information. He further explained that his sister, much like himself, struggles with social interactions. Iron and his sister argued frequently due to misunderstandings. Despite their quarrels, the sister showed her affection by leaving a letter and a gift at Iron's bedside every day. Iron, struggling to express himself verbally, found writing letters easier. He successfully wrote a letter, and this experience helped him understand his sister's preference for writing. Iron's sister, a mysterious swordsman from his dreams, approached him, questioning if he would need her help again. He reassured her that everything was fine. Iron apologized for interrupting her training session and left. His sister watched him leave, a thoughtful expression on her face. Later, Iron's sister reflected on his childish behavior. A young woman with long, silver hair examined a broken bracelet, her expression unreadable. Her eyes widened in shock, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. A gasp escaped her lips as she stared at the broken piece, a sudden realization dawning on her. This was no ordinary bracelet, it was an Amor Adonis. Tears streamed down her face as the weight of the discovery hit her. She trembled, overwhelmed by emotion. A wave of dizziness washing over her as she struggled to regain her composure. She took a deep breath, her expression softening slightly. A moment of quiet contemplation passed before she spoke. She mused to herself, perhaps she had been too focused on her grief. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood in a large hall, stretching languidly. His red hair was a vibrant contrast to his pale skin. Before him, a blonde-haired youth, Irene Pereira, stood poised with a sword at his side, observing Iron with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A crowd of onlookers, their faces obscured in shadow, encircled the pair, their silent presence adding to the tension. Irene announced that they would be increasing the intensity of their training that day, though he also suggested that Iron could take it easy if he wished. Iron, however, remained focused on his stretches, seemingly unfazed by the announcement. Iron continued his stretches, his movements sharp and precise despite his earlier languid demeanor. A sudden, unexpected power seemed to emanate from him. A wave of energy rippled outwards, causing a faint tremor in the air. Irene watched, his eyes widening in surprise. Iron paused, a look of confusion crossing his features as he registered the subtle shift in the atmosphere. He seemed genuinely surprised by his own actions. Iron's eyes widened, a single word escaping his lips, "Huh?" He stated that he needed to speak with them both, causing Iron to question why he was being singled out. The blue-haired youth addressed Iron directly, stating that he had something important to tell him. He then turned to Irene, revealing that he also had something to share with him, specifically mentioning Irene by his full name. The blue-haired youth expressed his desire to train regularly with Iron, citing Iron's impressive concentration during their midterm evaluation and their last sparring match. Iron, however, was left questioning the blue-haired youth's sanity. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood in a grand hall, his expression a mixture of longing and determination. He had just awoken from a vivid dream of a mysterious swordsman, a vision that had profoundly shaken him. He silently resolved to learn the ways of the sword. Suddenly, a young man with vibrant teal hair burst into the hall, his chest heaving, a look of fierce intensity on his face. He addressed Iron with an urgent plea. He proposed a partnership, suggesting they compensate for each other's weaknesses and grow stronger together. His words hinted at a shared goal, a mutual need for improvement. A training hall, filled with the sounds of steel on steel. Several young swordsmen, clad in simple tunics, practiced their forms. Among them, two stood out, one with vibrant red hair and another with striking blue hair. They seemed to be engaged in a friendly discussion, their swords resting at their sides. A red-haired woman, Irene, turned her gaze to the pair, a questioning look on her face. "What are you up to?" she asked, her voice sharp. The blue-haired swordsman calmly replied, "Aren't you trying to make use of him after testing Irene during the duel between you two?" His expression was unreadable, a slight smirk playing on his lips.
You're right, he conceded, a hint of amusement in his tone.
Irene's eyes widened in surprise. What? You're pretty shameless, aren't you? But a thoughtful expression crossed his face. But is that really a bad thing?
The blue-haired swordsman continued, I can obviously get satisfactory growth on my own. He gestured towards a rack of swords.
The other swordsman looked on, clearly surprised by his friend's confidence.
The blue-haired swordsman picked up a sword, examining it closely.
That kind of method is inefficient here. Besides, I won't be the only one using you. You guys can also use me to your advantage.
A young woman with fiery red hair, her expression a mixture of frustration and determination, voiced her thoughts. She had been competing with Irene in all classes except for Judith's, and believed she needed to gain experience from various people. A young man with vibrant blue hair, his fists clenched, declared this an opportunity. He explained that he was there to learn and compete fiercely with more people to gain fruitful experience. His words were met with a mixture of surprise and disbelief from his peers, one of whom questioned the wisdom of such a statement. A young woman with dark hair, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and concern, reacted to the blue-haired man's declaration. The blue-haired man simply stated, fine. The red-haired woman and another young man with blonde hair reacted with expressions of surprise and uncertainty, questioning the practicality of his decision. The blonde-haired young man expressed his self-doubt, questioning whether he could offer any meaningful instruction given his own perceived incompetence. The blue-haired young man confidently countered, reminding the blonde-haired youth that he possessed something the latter lacked. The blue-haired young man revealed that he had been contemplating this decision since the midterm evaluation. In his internal monologue, the blue-haired young man grappled with his own shortcomings, questioning why, despite similar training, he remained inferior to his rival. He continued his internal reflection, comparing his training time to that of his rival and pondering the underlying factors contributing to their differing levels of skill. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, awoke with a start. A voice echoed in his mind, a message seemingly directed only to him, leaving him utterly perplexed. A revelation struck him, everyone has limited time. That was it. But the density of time, he realized, was different. During a training session, Irene Pariera, a figure from his dream, maintained unwavering focus from beginning to end.
Irene Pariera's intense concentration was remarkable.
Irene, curious about her ability to maintain such focus, asked her to share her secret. He inquired how she managed to stay so focused.
Irene, however, admitted she didn't know the answer herself.
She simply stated that she didn't really know.
Irene's companion dismissed Irene's response, noting that geniuses often give similar answers.
Irene, taken aback by the implication, protested that he was no genius. A man with teal hair and sharp features listened intently, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He was being assessed, and the words, "No, from what I see, you are a genius," hung in the air, a testament to his unexpected capabilities. The teal-haired man, seemingly unfazed, responded that he had private training and would be leaving. He then turned to a red-haired woman, Judith, and casually invited her to practice with him the following day. Judith reacted with disbelief and outrage.
"What the hell are you talking about?"
"I never agreed," she exclaimed. The teal-haired man, however, remained calm, adding, "Oh, and let me give you a piece of advice." He addressed the young man directly, his tone softening slightly. "Irene Pariera," he began, "stop putting yourself down with words like that."
He continued, emphasizing Irene's noble birthright.
"You were born into the Pariera family, which is of noble blood." The man's words carried a weight of conviction. "I didn't realize at first," Irene admitted, his expression a mixture of surprise and contemplation. But now, he acknowledged Irene's actions and abilities, stating, "But now you've shown enough acts and ability that befits one from a noble family." Irene's companions, Judith and another young man, reacted with varying degrees of discomfort to the man's speech. One muttered, "Bleg.
Am I the only one who feels like puking?"
Irene, however, seemed to have taken the advice to heart. A subtle shift in his demeanor was evident as he looked up, a newfound confidence in his eyes.
A voice, sharp and authoritative, cut through the air. "Your hand is too fast here."
Two young men, clad in simple training armor, stood locked in a tense struggle over a large, imposing sword. One, with vibrant blue hair, held the weapon firmly, while the other, blonde, strained against him, his face a mask of frustrated determination.
The blue-haired man explained, "So that you can stretch out properly and not move the wrong way."
With a swift, decisive movement, he demonstrated the correct technique, the sword arcing gracefully through the air.
Like this.
A fiery-haired young woman, Judith, strode into the training hall, her voice ringing with challenge.
"We're done. Want a duel now?"
The two young men exchanged amused glances.
One commented, "Since she isn't cursing, probably a week?"
Later, Judith and the blonde young man sat at a table, heartily devouring plates of food.
Laughter filled the air.
The blond young man, however, seemed distracted, his gaze drifting nervously around the hall. His attention was caught by a woman with long, silver hair carrying a tray of food. He murmured, "Ah." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat listlessly at a dining table, picking at his food. A servant, a woman with long, white hair, quietly served other patrons in the grand hall. A friend, a young man with vibrant red hair, leaned in, his expression curious. He asked Iron if he had confessed his feelings to someone, but Iron nervously dismissed the question, claiming it wasn't the case. Later that evening, Iron lay in bed, his thoughts drifting. He reflected on a conversation with Brett, pondering the importance of concentration. He wondered how he could improve his focus. The question lingered in his mind, leading to a vivid dream. In his dream, a shadowy figure of a powerful swordsman appeared, his back to the viewer. Iron felt a sense of awe and aspiration. He wondered if he could one day become as skilled as this mysterious figure. The dream shifted, showing the swordsman in a more detailed setting. Iron, still in his dream, watched from a distance, questioning if it was all just a dream. But then he felt a strange sensation in his hands, a tangible connection to the dream. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a jolt. A strange sensation, unlike anything he'd felt before, pulsed through his hands. It spread rapidly, encompassing his entire body. He realized this was no ordinary feeling, it was something profoundly different. The sensation was intensely familiar, a visceral echo of the dream he'd just had, a dream of a mysterious swordsman, his movements fluid and powerful. A gasp escaped Iron's lips as the full weight of the realization hit him, this feeling, it was the sensation from that man. He scrambled out of bed, his heart pounding in his chest. Panic clawed at him, he needed to understand what was happening. Peering out the window, he noted that it was still night. The urgency of the situation intensified. Iron knew he needed to find a sword, to somehow channel this newfound energy before it vanished. He looked towards the imposing castle, his home, and the location of his family's armory. Later that night, Iron was confronted by a concerned friend, who questioned his unusual nocturnal activities. Elsewhere in the castle, a sparring match between two young men was underway. One of them offered some unsolicited advice. A young man with vibrant red hair angrily confronted a blue-haired man, brandishing two swords. "Hey! Are you kidding me? I thought you said not to look away," he exclaimed, his words laced with frustration. The blue-haired man looked sheepish, muttering about a greasy hypocrite. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a blond young man, Iron, lay fast asleep on a bench, a large sword leaning against the wall nearby. The red-haired man, whose name was Irene, peered down at him, questioning his slumber. The blue-haired man, whose name is not yet revealed, suggested leaving Iron alone, noting his tired appearance. Suddenly, Iron awoke with a start. He sat upright, his eyes wide with surprise, and grasped the large sword beside him. He then swung the sword with surprising strength and speed, the blade whistling through the air. Before collapsing back onto the bench, fast asleep once more. The blue-haired man watched in stunned silence. Irene, observing Iron's erratic behavior, commented on how strange he was acting. The blue-haired man approached Iron cautiously, apologizing for the interruption and asking what he was doing. Iron, with a nervous chuckle, explained that he was currently training to improve my concentration. He admitted that the training wasn't going well, but... The blue-haired man, intrigued, compared Iron's training to the meditative practices of priests, prompting Iron to agree that it was similar. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, lay sprawled on a bench, fast asleep. A nearby figure, presumably a servant, observed him, before muttering that he would try the same. He continued to sleep soundly. Internally, however, Iron mused that his current state wasn't as bad as he'd initially feared. Iron's internal monologue continued, he felt a growing sense of calm washing over him. A sudden image flashed in his mind, a blurry figure, identified as Sir Lloyd, appeared briefly before vanishing again. Iron stirred slightly, murmuring the name in his sleep. Iron awoke to find two individuals, a woman with vibrant red hair and a man with dark hair, looking down at him. They commented on his apparent slumber. Iron, however, insisted he wasn't sleeping, claiming to be engaged in meditation training. The red-haired woman scoffed at his explanation, questioning his methods, given his snoring and drooling. Iron suddenly realized his posture was incorrect for meditation. He corrected his position, sitting cross-legged. The red-haired woman, identified as Irene, pointed out that his method was unconventional, but Iron insisted on trying it his way. A single speech bubble dominated the otherwise blank panel, stating simply, "Nothing much has happened lately, right?" The question hung in the air as the scene shifted to a grand hall, where a stout, older man with a bald head and a yellow robe turned his back to the viewer, seemingly deep in thought. He was addressed by a younger man with dark hair, who reported, "Yes, there are no issues. Irene Pariera has been promoted to Class B. It looks like the help he received from Brett and Judith really sped up his growth." The conversation continued, with the younger man adding, "By the way, you were right, Swordmaster." His words were directed at a man with short, spiky green hair and a goatee, who smiled knowingly. The younger man continued, "For this class, Brett Lloyd is creating small waves." The final panel showed a group of young swordsmen, including Brett, seated in a circle, meditating. A sword lay discarded on the floor, the aftermath of a duel. The word duel was written beneath it. Brett Lloyd was declared the victor, his arm raised triumphantly as two other figures watched, one of them clearly defeated. Judith, the losing combatant, angrily accused Brett of foul play, demanding a rematch. She clenched her sword, ready for another fight. Brett, seemingly unfazed by her outburst, turned to speak with an older man, his expression one of mild annoyance. The two students, Judith and Brett, agreed to a rematch after class. The older man observed the students, impressed by their rapid improvement. He commented on their skill, particularly Brett's. He noted a small gap between Brett and Judith, who was fighting for second place. Brett, feeling the progress he'd made, expressed satisfaction with his improvement. He clenched his fist, visualizing his continued growth and the potential it held. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, drifted in a hazy dream, the image of a mysterious swordsman lingering in his mind. The dream's lingering impression giving way to a sharp awakening. He found himself in a grand hall, the imposing figure of a woman with long silver hair and a determined expression standing before him, her hand resting on the hilt of a sword. Its trajectory a blur of motion as it sliced through the air. The young man with blonde hair, sweat beading on his brow, deflected the blow with practiced ease. He was clearly skilled in swordsmanship. But a shadow of doubt crossed his face as he admitted to himself, "But it's still not enough." He continued, "The swordmaster called for a gathering. Let's go." Irene corrected him, "No, the martial arts arena." A young man, Iron Ferreira, stood alone in a vast hall, the only figure on a large, empty stage. Rows of onlookers filled the space, their faces obscured in shadow, their attention fixed on him. An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and a hint of weariness, addressed Iron. He noted that 9 months had passed since Iron had last participated in their training. The elder continued, explaining that Iron and his peers had undergone rigorous evaluations and training during their time away. He highlighted that many had shown significant improvement. The elder then declared his intention to get straight to the point. His words seemed to unsettle Iron and his fellow trainees, their expressions shifting to apprehension as they awaited his announcement. Unlike previous midterm assessments, the elder explained, this final evaluation would not be based on timed rounds or a fixed amount of time. Instead, the assessment would focus on their potential abilities. The elder reassured the trainees, stating that the task wouldn't be overly difficult. He encouraged one of the trainees, a blond young man, to focus on his swordsmanship strengths. He suggested that the young man could either demonstrate a devastating strike or a dazzling, complex sword technique. The elder concluded by granting the trainees complete freedom in how they chose to showcase their skills. An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and kindness, addressed a group of young people. He expressed his confidence in their potential, wishing them well in the upcoming 90-day period. Among them, a young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, the lazy lord, felt a sudden, inexplicable unease. This unease intensified as the old man announced a gift for everyone, a sword. Iron's eyes widened in surprise as he processed the old man's words. He dismissed it as merely a symbolic gesture. The old man, however, insisted that there was something to be learned from this seemingly simple old man's sword dance. A close-up on the old man's face highlighted the depth of his conviction. With a swift, powerful movement, the old man began his demonstration. A young woman with silver hair watched with wide, apprehensive eyes. The speed and precision of his movements were breathtaking, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in their wake. Another young person, this one with red hair, gasped in astonishment. The red-haired young person and a companion stared, mouths agape, at the display of skill. As the old man's movements became even more intense, culminating in a dazzling burst of light. A whirlwind of motion erupted as an elderly swordsman, his white hair flowing, spun in a dizzying display of skill. His blade, a blur of silver, left trails of shimmering energy in its wake. The force of his attack leaving a trail of destruction in its path. Leaving Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, standing silently before a group of onlookers. His back was turned, his expression unreadable. A wave of energy pulsed from the swordsman's attack, radiating outwards. The elderly swordsman continued his relentless assault, his movements precise and deadly. His every strike was imbued with an almost supernatural power. Iron remained still, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle unfolding before him. He stood with his back to the observers, his posture suggesting a calm detachment from the intense battle. The swordsman's attack reached its peak, a blinding flash of light and energy engulfing the area. Then subsided, leaving behind a scene of quiet devastation. A young man with teal hair, clearly injured, lay on the ground, his breath ragged.
The elderly swordsman, his face etched with exhaustion, declared, "This is where my sword dance ends." He stood before a group of onlookers, his body weary but his spirit unbroken. An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and weariness, offered a final word of encouragement to three young trainees, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and determination. He wished them good luck. One of the trainees, a young man with dark hair, was left alone, his eyes wide with disbelief. He wondered, what did I just see? His friend, equally stunned, murmured about a mysterious way of the sword. The young man's shock intensified, his mouth agape in disbelief. He was speechless. A sudden, bright light filled the panel, transitioning to an exterior view of a grand castle. Inside the castle, two other trainees, a woman with vibrant red hair and a man with bright blue hair, were relaxing. They discussed the sword master's performance from the previous day, marveling at its skill. The red-haired trainee, however, felt a growing unease. She wondered if she was talking to herself, her words echoing in the silence. The blue-haired trainee, noticing her discomfort, asked if she was in a bad mood, mentioning Irene as a possible cause. The red-haired trainee sighed, clearly annoyed by the interruption. She questioned why they were suddenly discussing Irene. The blue-haired trainee then expressed concern for Irene's well-being, wondering if he would be all right. His companion confidently assured him that Irene would be fine and pass. Two figures, a man with vibrant blue hair and a woman with fiery red hair, stood in a grand hall. The woman, clearly agitated, demanded to know how the man knew something, her question hanging in the air. He calmly replied that the criterion for the final evaluation was based on potential ability. The red-haired woman, still incredulous, pressed further, questioning who among their school had shown the greatest potential and growth in the last 9 months. The blue-haired man confidently stated that it was Irene, urging her to stop worrying and get up. The woman, however, scoffed, dismissing his concern as annoying. A relieved smile spread across the red-haired woman's face as she realized she could relax and secure first place. But the blue-haired man immediately questioned why she was bringing up Irene now. He explained that Irene came from the greatest family on the continent, renowned for its swordsmanship, making her practically guaranteed to win first place. A medallion depicting a sword was shown, symbolizing the family's prestige. The red-haired woman retorted that this was unfair, questioning why she was even taking the test if the outcome was predetermined. The blue-haired man simply stated that the power of the Lindsay family's swordsmanship could not be ignored. He further emphasized the family's reputation by mentioning that Irene's brother was considered the greatest genius on the continent. Two young men, one with teal hair and the other with fiery red, stood in a grand hall. The teal-haired youth, his face smudged with dirt and sweat, listened to a harsh assessment of his abilities. He had been defeated by a common orphan, a fact that was clearly humiliating. A woman with long, silver hair turned away from the scene, her expression one of clear displeasure. She muttered to herself about the situation, clearly unimpressed by the display. The camera focused on the silver-haired woman's face, her eyes narrowed in a steely gaze. A palpable tension filled the air as she seemed to be contemplating something. The silver-haired woman's internal monologue revealed her resilience. She didn't care about the insults or the scorn directed at her family. The opinions of others held no sway over her. Her determination remained unshaken. The teal-haired youth and the red-haired youth continued to argue, their voices rising in intensity. The silver-haired woman intervened, sharply reminding them of the consequences of their behavior. The teal-haired youth, seemingly undeterred, declared his intention to reclaim his top position. He was determined to succeed, regardless of the challenges. He confidently asserted his independence from his family's traditional swordsmanship style, believing his own skills to be superior. The teal-haired youth further emphasized his self-assurance, stating that his skills far surpassed those of his peers, based solely on his training at the school. His words were interrupted by the red-haired youth, who called out to him. A man with vibrant teal hair, sharp features, and a determined expression explained, "Sky Sword, the Lindsay family's sword style." He stood before a cloaked figure, whose face remained hidden. The man continued, describing the sword style's origins, the demon race who ruled the sky 400 years ago. "That's the name the demon dragon king gave it, right?" The cloaked figure, now revealed to be a woman with striking silver hair, reacted with a sharp, "What?" The teal-haired man, seemingly unfazed by her surprise, added with a sly smile, "I've always wanted to see how great it was." The silver-haired woman's response was immediate and dismissive, "That won't be happening." He responded with a hint of disappointment, "Really? That's a shame then. If you don't show me the sky sword style," she declared, her eyes blazing with determination, "I'll take your first place." A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, dark clothing, stood in a large, empty hall, a sword held loosely in his hands. He let out a heavy sigh, the sound echoing in the vast space. He muttered to himself, a sense of frustration evident in his tone, that this wasn't it. His face was etched with worry, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to maintain his focus. He thought to himself that he had been getting closer, but lately.
A shadowy figure loomed behind him, its long dark hair obscuring its face.
Iron, startled, stumbled backward,
feeling as though he was moving further away from his goal. He resolved to try focusing again, settling into a meditative posture on the cold stone floor.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke with a start.
His eyes, wide with a dawning realization, reflected the lingering shock of a recent dream.
He wondered, as a voice echoed in his mind, if a different path might be better. A path that involved meditating while holding a sword.
Iron, his hands wrapped in bandages, gripped the hilt of a large, imposing sword. A strange energy seemed to emanate from the weapon. He closed his eyes, focusing intently. And a surge of power erupted from him, a blinding flash of light accompanying the sudden movement of his sword. Two figures, sparring in what appeared to be a training hall, watched in surprise as Iron's power manifested.
One of them, clearly outmatched, stumbled back. Sir Lloyd, a man with vibrant blue hair, approached the pair, a smirk playing on his lips. He commented on Iron's unusual exertion, noting that the final evaluation was approaching.
Iron, however, attributed his fatigue to Sir Lloyd's words, a subtle hint of a new determination hardening his gaze.
One of Iron's acquaintances, a young man with short brown hair and a somewhat mischievous grin, addressed him.
He spoke of the impact Iron's words to Ilya had had on them. But Iron, a young man with light blue hair, simply shrugged it off with a nonchalant, sure, whatever. A young woman with short, vibrant red hair and a stern expression appeared, interrupting their conversation. She expressed her displeasure with the previous speaker's demeanor, and then commanded the blue-haired young man to retrieve his sword. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a sudden burst of energy and motion was about to occur.
As the red-haired woman engaged the blue-haired young man in a swift sword fight.
The red-haired woman's attack was met with surprising speed and skill from the blue-haired youth.
She was taken aback.
As he deflected her blow with ease, his movements noticeably faster than before. Frustrated by his unexpected agility, the red-haired woman pressed her attack, unleashing a flurry of blows. But the blue-haired young man continued to evade her attacks with remarkable speed and precision. A fierce clash erupted between two figures. One, with vibrant red hair, stumbled back, a pained irk escaping his lips as the other, a youth with striking teal hair, landed a powerful blow. The impact sent a shockwave rippling outwards. A silent observer noted the teal-haired youth's enhanced abilities. He mused, he's not just sharper now. The observer's thoughts continued, a sense of awe coloring their assessment, he's got strength as well. The red-haired fighter, undeterred, roared a battle cry, Hiya, as he launched a counterattack. But the teal-haired youth effortlessly deflected the blow. The observer, witnessing this display of skill, pondered, maybe it is possible. Sweat beaded on the red-haired fighter's brow as he gasped, his expression a mixture of exertion and dawning realization. A silent question hung in the air, could he surpass Ilya and claim first place? The teal-haired youth's eyes, sharp and intense, held a newfound determination. He thought, but you've taught me how to aim for more. A declaration of resolve filled the air, I won't be so hot-headed anymore. A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in dark, practical attire, grips a sword with fierce determination. Her expression is one of steely resolve, a hint of a triumphant smirk playing on her lips. I'll win after I become a full-time trainee, she declares, her words echoing her unwavering ambition. A young man with teal hair runs a hand through his hair, a look of exhaustion etched on his face. He seems weary, his shoulders slumped. A thought bubble above him suggests his mental fatigue. The teal-haired man and the red-haired woman stand together, swords resting. He suggests they stop for the day, to avoid overexertion before an upcoming evaluation. She seems slightly disappointed but agrees. The red-haired woman departs, leaving the teal-haired man surprised by her sudden departure and her unusual lack of anger. He questions her sudden change in demeanor. She explains briefly that she has something to do, leaving him concerned. He warns her that she might get hurt if she knows too much. The teal-haired man is shown alone, lost in thought. He appears pensive and reflective. He then shifts his focus, a determined glint in his eyes. He picks up his sword, a new resolve settling upon him. He silently acknowledges his own growth and strength. A dramatic visual depicts a figure, possibly the teal-haired man, wielding a sword with intense power. The image suggests a significant increase in his abilities. It's not impossible, a caption declares. The scene shifts to a close-up, emphasizing the intensity of the moment. The word now hangs heavy in the air, hinting at an impending action. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, stared blankly ahead. A profound sadness lingered in his eyes, a stark contrast to his usually apathetic expression. He felt a strange sense of resolve, a newfound conviction forming within him. A feeling that he could finally stand on equal footing with his mysterious adversary. The image of a gleaming sword, radiating an ethereal light, flashed before his eyes.
A vision that had spurred this unexpected surge of determination. A sudden shout pierced the silence. Irene, a young woman with fiery red hair and a determined expression, appeared before him. Her face, though streaked with dirt, held an unwavering focus. Iron, emboldened by his dream, met her gaze with a newfound confidence. He declared, with a smirk playing on his lips, that he was ready to face whatever challenge lay ahead. He picked up a heavy, worn wooden sword, its surface bearing the marks of countless battles. He gripped it tightly, testing its weight, readying himself for the confrontation. Despite his newfound resolve, he found his attempts to change his stance ineffective. Doubt clouded his features. He felt utterly lost, unsure of how to proceed. His confidence wavered. A stark contrast to the bravado he had just displayed. Irene's voice cut through his uncertainty. She suggested they get some fresh air, a simple act that might clear his head and restore his focus. The scene opens on a tranquil landscape, the sun casting long shadows across a lush green field. In the distance, the imposing silhouette of a grand manor house is barely visible, hinting at the wealth and power it represents. A young woman with striking silver hair, dressed in practical yet stylish attire, strides confidently towards the manor. Her expression is serious, her gaze unwavering. She exudes an air of competence and determination. The scene shifts to two figures walking away from the manor, their backs to the viewer. They appear weary, their shoulders slumped. The setting sun casts a melancholic glow on the scene. The two figures, a young man with reddish-brown hair and another with blonde hair, find a spot to rest in a grassy area near the manor. The blonde-haired youth asks if they are allowed to be there. The red-haired youth replies that they can leave if anyone objects. The red-haired youth lies down, seemingly exhausted, and closes her eyes. She appears to be contemplating something. The blonde-haired youth is startled by a comment from the red-haired youth, who informs him that they have less than 15 days until their final evaluation. The blonde-haired youth responds that he will continue doing his best. The red-haired youth criticizes his response as weak. The red-haired youth then asks the blonde-haired youth if he is confident. The red-haired youth comments on how amazing she is, and tells the blonde-haired youth to ask if the other person is confident in winning. A conversation unfolds between two individuals. One of them, clearly exasperated, remarks on the other's slow-wittedness. The other, in response, defensively explains that they were simply following instructions. The first speaker observes the other's hesitation, highlighting their perceived lack of decisiveness. The second speaker apologizes, prompting a confused response from the first. A young man with blonde hair and a worried expression is shown. He appears to be explaining something. He explains his absence, revealing that he was engaged in a duel during which he learned some new fighting techniques. The other person, a young woman with red hair, listens attentively. The young man smiles, stating that the other person shouldn't feel sorry for him. He reveals that he is an orphan, but quickly clarifies that he doesn't want sympathy. The young woman recounts her past, explaining that as a child, she resorted to pickpocketing and stealing to survive. Later, she realized that many others were living similarly, regardless of age. The scene transitions to a dark, shadowy alleyway, suggesting a shift in tone or setting. Judith reflected on her past, a pensive expression clouding her features. She admitted to herself that until now, she had never truly had reason to be grateful for anything anyone had done for her. She continued her internal monologue, a slight smile playing on her lips despite the seriousness of her thoughts. Even expressing gratitude felt awkward and forced. She then explained her attempts to repay her debt, though her efforts had not gone as planned. A younger man, with blonde hair, listened attentively. Judith offered encouragement, promising to help him succeed in the upcoming finals so he wouldn't feel anxious. She wanted him to pass and become a full-time trainee. The young man, Iron, smiled, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. He cleared his throat, seemingly unsure of what to say next. Iron, however, quickly changed his mind, stating that if she walked with him, he would be too embarrassed to continue and would leave after 5 minutes. Judith, her back turned, walked away. She reassured him that he didn't need to apologize. Iron watched her go, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reflected on the fact that Judith hadn't been around for the past 2 months. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, awoke from a dream. His thoughts lingered on the image of a mysterious swordsman. He looked at his hands, a realization dawning on him. It seemed he had changed a great deal. He reflected on the contrast between his past and present. He used to spend his days lying in bed. But now he found himself sitting and gazing at the sky. Iron contemplated his year at the academy. He considered it a difficult experience. Yet, he felt a newfound self-understanding. Were a source of gratitude for him. He expressed his thankfulness for everything he had learned. He specifically mentioned Judith, Brett, Ilya, the swordmaster, and the instructors, and declared that it was time to repay them by using what he had learned. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, is shown practicing swordsmanship. His movements are stiff and awkward, lacking the grace and precision of a true swordsman. He reflects on his shortcomings. The problem was that he was merely imitating the appearance of a skilled swordsman, not understanding the underlying technique. Iron's eyes widen as a profound realization dawns upon him during his meditation. He understands that true mastery requires more than just physical imitation, it demands training of the mind. A swirling vortex of cosmic energy surrounds him, symbolizing the vastness and depth of mental discipline. As he closes his eyes, fully immersing himself in the meditative state, Iron resolves to draw strength from within, to cultivate his inner potential. He declares, "Let's pull it out from within." 2 weeks later, Iron stands with his back to the viewer, a radiant golden aura surrounding him and his sword. His posture is now confident and poised, a stark contrast to his previous awkwardness. A stern-faced man, presumably a superior or authority figure, announces that Iron's final evaluation is about to begin. Iron stands before a large assembly, ready to demonstrate the fruits of his 2-week transformation. The final evaluation begins. A single, withered leaf drifted through the air of a grand hall, its descent slow and deliberate. As it landed near a young man with short, brown hair, who stood poised with a sword in hand. His expression was one of quiet intensity. With a sharp hop, he swung the sword, his movements surprisingly swift and precise. The action catching the attention of 2 onlookers. One, an older man with a stern expression, commented on the young man's skill, noting his unexpected proficiency. The other observer, a man with a more jovial demeanor, pondered the implications of this unexpected display of skill on the final rankings. As the young man, Iron Ferreira, continued his practice, his movements now focused on cleaving a large stone. With another sharp hop, Iron brought his sword down on the stone, impressing even the initially skeptical observer. Despite the impressive displays of skill, the older man remained somewhat unimpressed, finding the overall performance slightly underwhelming. A burly man with a scar across his face addressed the room, his voice booming with authority. He held papers in his hands, his expression serious. He called out a name, his voice echoing in the grand hall. A young woman with fiery red hair and several visible scars approached, her expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. She responded to the call, her voice carrying a hint of weariness. A trainee inquired about the possibility of group assessments with the swordmaster. The swordmaster, initially confused, listened intently as the trainee explained that sparring would better highlight their strengths. The swordmaster considered this suggestion, noting that another trainee had also agreed to this method of assessment. Intrigued, he then questioned the identity of this other trainee. A young man with striking blue hair and a prosthetic arm confidently walked into the room, drawing the attention of everyone present. A young man with fiery red hair stood opposite a figure with vibrant blue hair, both wielding swords. The scene was set within a grand hall, the polished stone floor reflecting the dim light. The blue-haired swordsman lunged forward, a surprised exclamation escaping his lips as he called out a name, "Judith?" A young woman with fiery red hair, Judith, gripped her sword tightly, her expression a mixture of determination and apprehension. The blue-haired swordsman, his face etched with a conflicted expression, muttered to himself, "I wanted to take my time and keep my composure, but as expected, I can't." Judith's eyes narrowed, a fierce glint appearing as she declared, "I will surpass you." She launched herself forward, her movements a blur of motion as she attacked with her sword. The blue-haired swordsman smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he countered, "That's what you think, Judith." Judith's attack was met with a swift counter, sending her stumbling back. A powerful energy erupted from Judith's sword, creating a blinding flash of light. A young man with vibrant blue hair found himself locked in a fierce duel with a woman possessing fiery red hair. Their swords clashed, sparks flying as they engaged in a whirlwind of strikes. The sheer force of their blows creating a blinding flash of light and a shockwave that rippled outwards. The clash continued, a blur of motion and steel as the 2 combatants traded blows with incredible speed. Each strike carrying the weight of desperate determination. A group of onlookers watched in horrified fascination as the battle raged, their fear palpable in their wide eyes and open mouths. The blue-haired young man stumbled back, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he received a powerful blow. His opponent, the red-haired woman, watched him with cold, calculating eyes. With a final, devastating blow, the red-haired woman sent the blue-haired young man sprawling to the ground. A young man with teal hair launched a swift attack, his fist connecting with the jaw of his opponent, a redhead with fiery hair, sending him sprawling. The redhead, however, quickly recovered, countering with a powerful kick that sent the teal-haired youth reeling. Their intense exchange continued, a blur of motion and impact as each blow landed with bone-jarring force. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watched the fight with a mixture of fear and fascination, their mouths agape in silent horror. The teal-haired young man, using the momentum of his opponent's attack, launched himself into the air, his sword flashing as he aimed a decisive blow. The redhead parried the attack with surprising agility, narrowly avoiding a fatal injury.
The impact sent the teal-haired youth crashing to the ground, his face contorted in pain. He quickly recovered, however, and retaliated with a fierce counterattack. The two continued their fierce battle, their movements a whirlwind of flashing steel and powerful strikes. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke from a vivid dream. His eyes, usually dull with apathy, now blazed with an unfamiliar intensity, reflecting the lingering image of a mysterious swordsman. Suddenly, a young woman with fiery red hair appeared before him, her movements a blur of furious action. She was clearly engaged in a fierce struggle, her face contorted in a grimace of exertion. Iron found himself instinctively reacting, his body moving with a speed and precision he never knew he possessed. Intervening in the fight with a swift, decisive strike. His movements mirrored the elegant grace of the swordsman from his dream. The clash of steel echoing through the air as he effortlessly deflected a blow aimed at the red-haired woman. A nearby observer watched in stunned silence, whispering in awe. The man's eyes widened, his mouth agape in disbelief as he witnessed Iron's unexpected prowess. Iron, fueled by adrenaline and a newfound confidence, continued his assault, his movements becoming increasingly fluid and powerful. He unleashed a flurry of blows, each strike precise and devastating, sending his opponents reeling back with the force of his attacks, leaving them stunned and disoriented. The red-haired woman, equally skilled, fought alongside him, their combined efforts overwhelming their foes. A man with reddish-brown hair and a scarred face watched a figure in a dream, impressed. He muttered to himself, awestruck by the skill on display, such strong and merciless swordsmanship, Judith. But a sudden shift in his expression hinted at a change in the dream's narrative. The scene changed to a fierce sword fight. A man with teal hair, Brett, was expertly deflecting a series of powerful blows. The narration box emphasized his skill, Brett is fluidly parrying those heavy blows. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, reflected the intensity of the battle. Brett countered with a swift, powerful strike. His blade a blur of motion as he unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow sent a shockwave rippling through the air and connected with his opponent, sending them sprawling. The reddish-brown-haired man from the beginning of the dream groaned in pain, a pained expression on his face as blood trickled from his mouth. He gasped, "Cook!" Brett pressed his advantage, continuing his assault. The injured man, enraged, shouted, You bastard!" Iron, his face marred by cuts and bruises, glared with fierce determination. His expression was one of pure, unadulterated anger. His opponent, a young man with vibrant blue hair, smirked condescendingly. "You thought you could surpass me with just this," he scoffed, his words dripping with disdain. The blue-haired youth launched a swift attack, but Iron met his assault with a flurry of counterblows. A fierce clash of steel echoing through the room as their blades met in a shower of sparks. The impact sent the blue-haired youth reeling. Iron gritted his teeth, a surge of power coursing through his veins. "Stronger," he roared, his voice raw with exertion. His opponent, equally defiant, countered with a desperate lunge. "Sharper," he yelled, his attack gaining speed and precision. The two combatants exchanged a series of devastating blows, a whirlwind of motion and energy. The force of their clash creating a shockwave that ripped through the very fabric of the room. The resulting explosion left a trail of destruction in its wake. Dust and debris settled, revealing a scene of utter devastation. The once pristine room was now a wreck. The aftermath of the battle left only silence and destruction. A woman with fiery red hair, her face marred by cuts and bruises, stood defiantly, a battered sword clutched in her hand. Her breath hitched, a fierce determination etched onto her features. The impact of a blow sending her sprawling across the stone floor of a grand hall. Dust motes danced in the air as she braced herself for the next attack, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword with renewed strength. She was ready to counter. But the scene shifted. Two figures, silhouetted against a stark white background, stood facing each other. One held a sword, the other, a broken piece of what appeared to be the same weapon. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Back in the hall, the red-haired woman's sword shattered, leaving only the hilt in her grasp. Three onlookers watched from the sidelines, their expressions a mixture of surprise and amusement. One of them commented that the match was close, but one combatant was clearly superior. It was revealed that Brett, as expected, had won the spar. Brett, a young man with teal hair, stood victorious, his own sword gleaming. He seemed slightly out of breath, but his expression was one of satisfaction. An older man with a long white beard applauded their performance, praising their skill. The red-haired woman and Brett exchanged a grateful nod, both visibly tired but pleased with the outcome. An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and a hint of amusement, addressed someone unseen. He inquired, "Ahmed, who is next? Let's keep the momentum going." Two young individuals, a man and a woman, both bearing the grime of battle, stood ready. Their expressions were grim, determined. The name Ilya Lindsay appeared, introducing a new character to the scene. Ilya Lindsay stood poised, a subtle aura of power emanating from her. A tremor ran through her as she braced herself. A surge of confidence filled her.
I've gotten much stronger.
I'm not the same as before, she thought, a fierce determination hardening her gaze.
A close-up revealed a determined expression on Ilya's face.
A thought bubble showed her resolve. With this, maybe I can beat you, she silently vowed, her eyes burning with a newfound strength. Ilya and the young man from the previous panel stood back to back, ready for whatever challenge lay ahead.
Ilya responded, I will demonstrate my family's swordsmanship.
The old man's eyes widened in anticipation.
The sky sword that slew the demonic Dragon King? All right.
A young woman with long, silver hair stood poised, a long sword held aloft. Her expression was one of intense focus, her grip firm on the weapon. The scene was set within a grand hall, the architecture hinting at a noble's residence. A young man with vibrant turquoise hair watched her, a smirk playing on his lips. His eyes, however, held a hint of apprehension, betraying the playful facade. The silver-haired woman swung her sword, a blur of motion leaving a faint trail of energy in its wake. The blade arcing through the air with surprising speed and precision. A powerful gust of wind erupted from the point of impact, sending debris flying. The turquoise-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. Wind, he muttered, his voice barely audible above the wind's roar. He braced himself as a powerful force slammed into him,
sending him reeling backward.
Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, drifted in a hazy dream, the memory of his mother's death still a fresh wound. He was a young man, known more for his indolence than his noble title. But within the dream, a figure emerged, a mysterious swordsman, his movements fluid and precise.
The image burned itself into Iron's subconscious,
awakening him with a jolt. He found himself not in his bed, but in a dimly lit training yard, a sword in his hand. Instinctively parrying a blow aimed at his head. The attacker was a burly man, his face contorted in anger.
Iron, fueled by adrenaline and the lingering echoes of his dream, moved with an unexpected grace and speed,
disarming his opponent with a swift, precise maneuver. And then, with a blur of motion, he launched a counterattack, his movements mirroring the techniques he'd seen in his dream. The attacker, clearly outmatched, stumbled back in surprise. Another figure appeared, equally surprised by Iron's newfound skill. This was a younger man, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. As Iron stood victorious, his breath ragged but his eyes alight with a newfound determination. The dream, it seemed, had awakened something within him. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself thrust into an unexpected confrontation. A powerful, red-haired man, radiating an aura of intense energy, unleashed a flurry of blinding white strikes. The ethereal blows narrowly missing Iron and his companion, a young man with vibrant blue hair, who reacted with wide-eyed shock,
leaving Iron disoriented and speechless.
A mixture of confusion and disbelief washed over him as he stammered, "WH.
What?" His companion, equally bewildered, exclaimed in a panicked whisper, "What is that?"
From the swirling vortex of energy, a figure emerged, a mysterious swordsman, silhouetted against the backdrop of a grand hall. The scene felt both familiar and utterly surreal to Iron. An older man, his face etched with wisdom and concern, watched the unfolding events with a mixture of awe and apprehension. He recognized the phenomenon immediately, muttering, "This is the Sky Sword." Iron's companion, still reeling from the shock, could only manage a weak "ah." Iron himself, however, felt a strange sense of recognition. He whispered, "It really existed." Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke with a start. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow. The remnants of a disturbing dream clung to him, leaving him shaken and disoriented. The image of a colossal, shadowy beast with glowing eyes seared itself into his memory. He stood alone, small and vulnerable, before its terrifying presence. Iron stumbled back, his heart pounding in his chest. He felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal fear that transcended the dream itself. He let out a shaky breath, his body trembling with the lingering aftereffects of the vision. A single, chilling laugh escaped his lips. He was alone in his chambers, the reality of his situation slowly sinking in. "I was dreaming of the impossible," he thought, a sense of unease settling over him. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts.
A companion, his expression grim, spoke, "It's finally here."
A young man with blonde hair, a sword strapped to his back, entered the room. His determined gaze suggested a readiness for action. "Turn," he commanded. Another voice, this one filled with encouragement, called out, "Irene. You got this." Irene, however, shook his head, a look of grim determination etched on his face. "No," he muttered, a sense of foreboding washing over him.
"No. Irene."
The desperate plea hung in the air, a stark contrast to the young man's resolute stance. A large, calloused hand clenched into a fist, knuckles white with tension.
A young man with vibrant blue hair and piercing blue eyes felt a sudden chill run down his spine. He muttered to himself that he had a bad feeling. Brett, a blond young man, was told he was a really nice person. Confused, Brett questioned the statement. The speaker continued, commenting on Brett's bright and warm aura, explaining that this was likely why he had so many friends and followers. Brett, however, found the compliment unbelievable, questioning how someone could say such things with a straight face. The speaker countered, stating that Brett was wrong. A tense silence hung in the air as the speaker's hand moved towards Brett. The speaker revealed that Brett was not as good of a person as he thought. Brett, visibly shaken, was called out by name as the speaker revealed a hidden truth about him. A desperate plea echoed in the silence. "If you also, please." A man's face, contorted in grief and anguish, was shown in close-up. Beads of sweat trickled down his temples as his jaw clenched. His voice cracked as he choked out a desperate plea, "Please, Irene." A young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes stared blankly ahead, his face etched with exhaustion and sorrow. A sword was visible at his side. His gaze was distant, lost in the depths of his own grief. The words hung heavy in the air, "You of all people." A young man with blonde hair, his back to the viewer, stood in a grand hall. A large sword was strapped to his back. He seemed lost in thought, his posture suggesting a quiet determination. An elderly man with a long white beard, dressed in yellow robes, watched him from a distance, a curious smile playing on his lips. He questioned the young man, wondering what he would show them. The old man's question hung in the air as he clasped his hands together, his gaze fixed on the young man. He then uttered the name. Irene Pereira. He seemed prepared for whatever might come next. Elsewhere, a group of onlookers watched with a mixture of apprehension and surprise. Their expressions reflected their uncertainty about what was unfolding. Irene, reacting to something unseen, prepared himself for action. He muttered to himself about a vertical slash. He drew his sword, his movements swift and precise. The onlookers watched in shock as the impact of his attack became clear. A young man with dark hair, his face contorted in a grimace, shouted insults at another, lighter-haired young man. The dark-haired youth's outburst was punctuated by the words, "This is the final assessment." The lighter-haired young man, Lance Peterson, was visibly startled by the outburst. A stern-looking man with reddish-brown hair and a serious expression interrupted, warning Lance that further interference would result in his ejection from the assessment. He then turned to the dark-haired youth, who mumbled an apology, clearly flustered by the situation. The stern-looking man, seemingly understanding the dark-haired youth's anxiety, offered a brief, empathetic statement to the assembled onlookers, "Everyone here understands how you feel." He reiterated the gravity of the situation, emphasizing that this was the final assessment, as Lance had already stated. Meanwhile, the dark-haired youth pondered the impracticality of a vertical slash in such a crucial test. He wondered what the other youth intended to demonstrate. His internal questioning was met with a sharp, incredulous outburst from the onlookers, "What in the world are you thinking?" The lighter-haired youth, Lance, then dramatically drew a large, imposing sword, a clear display of his power. He let out a strained groan, the weight of the weapon clearly taxing him. His expression was one of intense concentration and exertion. Lance braced himself, his posture suggesting a powerful stance as he prepared for the final assessment. Irene Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, drifted in a hazy dream. The image was blurry, indistinct, yet it held a strange power, drawing him deeper into its ethereal embrace. A shadowy figure, a powerful swordsman, materialized before him. The figure's voice boomed, a challenge echoing in Irene's mind, "Now, show me. You, who didn't desire my teachings." The swordsman, his face etched with a mixture of anger and disappointment, lunged forward, his movements a blur of motion. Irene, jolted awake, found himself in his dimly lit chambers. The dream lingered, a disquieting echo in his mind. He was the one who was indifferent to the swordsman's teachings. Suddenly, a booming voice filled the room. "You, who was indifferent to my swordsmanship." The old swordsman from Irene's dream stood before him, his eyes blazing with intensity. "Show me your sword." Irene, seemingly in a trance, stood in a large hall, a sword materializing in his hand. He stood motionless, a strange calm settling over him. Observers watched in stunned silence. "What? Why is he just standing still?" one whispered. Another hissed, "Shoo. Be quiet." A powerful energy began to emanate from Irene, a blinding light erupting from his very being. That is... Irene Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself in an unusual dream. He stood amidst a swirling, ethereal mist, a large, imposing sword materializing in his hands. The word meditation echoed in his mind, a stark contrast to his usual indolent state. He focused on his breathing, attempting to ground himself in the surreal landscape of his dream. The command, "Stabilize my breathing," echoed in his mind, a clear instruction from some unseen source. His muscles tensed, responding to an unseen force.
The internal command continued, tense every muscle in my body.
Iron's mind raced, a single word piercing through the chaos: focus.
He found himself standing in a dark, reflective pool, the sword held firmly in his grip.
The dream's environment shifted, becoming more defined.
But the mystery remained. He still felt uncertain, unsure of his surroundings and the nature of this strange dream.
The thought, "I still don't know," echoed in his mind.
Suddenly, a colossal wave crashed around him, a powerful force threatening to overwhelm him. A figure emerged from the depths.
The figure's voice booming, "Who you are?"
The figure continued, "What you were trying to slash."
The wave intensified, the pressure building.
The final words hung heavy in the air, but now. A spectral figure, a man with long, flowing gray hair and a weathered face, materialized before Iron. His eyes, though, held a surprising intensity. The spectral figure's voice echoed, seemingly from everywhere and nowhere at once.
"You who could endure such suffering while endlessly swinging your sword?"
A young man with blonde hair, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, was shown in a blur of motion, his arm a whirlwind of motion as he swung his sword.
"You who could keep moving forward?"
The young man's sword flashed, leaving a trail of light in its wake. A brilliant explosion of light and energy erupted from the point of impact. "With your will as hard as steel." The image shifted, showing the spectral figure's face, now clearly visible, his eyes filled with a strange mixture of awe and sorrow. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke from a dream, his eyes wide with a newfound intensity. The lingering image of a mysterious swordsman still burned in his mind. A surge of energy coursed through him, a power he hadn't known he possessed, propelling him into motion with unexpected speed and force. A raw, untamed power that manifested as a whirlwind of motion around him. He unleashed a devastating blow, a shockwave of energy erupting from his fist. The force of the impact shattering the very ground beneath his feet, sending debris flying in a chaotic spray. The sheer power of his attack leaving onlookers stunned and terrified. Two figures, caught in the blast radius, were sent reeling backward,
as dust settled, revealing the extent of Iron's newfound power.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a start. His face was etched with worry, his brow furrowed, and his eyes wide with a lingering fear from a recent dream. The ground around him crumbled, echoing the turmoil within him.
He stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, a stark contrast to the bright light emanating from a distant point.
Iron felt a strange pull, a sense of foreboding, yet also a strange sense of power. The ground beneath him cracked and split, a fissure opening up before him, revealing a dark abyss. A shadowy figure emerged from the depths, its form obscured by darkness, its presence radiating an aura of immense power. Then, with a sudden burst of light, the figure revealed itself to be a mysterious swordsman. The image of the swordsman faded, leaving Iron shaken but strangely invigorated. He felt a surge of newfound strength, a feeling he hadn't experienced before.
He muttered the name Irene, a name that seemed significant, yet unfamiliar.
Suddenly, Iron found himself back in his room. His sister, Irene, stood over him, her face a mixture of concern and relief. She was visibly shaken, her eyes wide with fear. Iron's own body ached, and he realized he was injured. As Irene looked on in horror, Brett, a figure from Iron's past, appeared behind him. Brett's presence was ominous, his back turned, but the blood on his hands spoke volumes. An elderly man with a long white beard, his face etched with wisdom and a hint of amusement, emerged from the swirling dust. His eyes held a knowing glint. The scene shifted to a grand hall, filled with a hushed crowd awaiting an announcement. A voice, amplified by the acoustics of the space, apologized for the delay before promising to reveal the long-awaited results. Another man, this one appearing older and more authoritative, clarified that while the final assessment was important, it wasn't the sole deciding factor for formal admission. He continued, explaining that a final interview would also be considered, and that he would announce the rankings from the bottom up.
The announcement began.
Peter Nelson was named in 66th place. The older man smiled slightly as he continued reading the list.
Alice Bennett was announced as 42nd, followed by John William in 7th place.
And then Judith, in 4th place, her face a mixture of surprise and disappointment. Brett Lloyd secured 3rd place. The scene opens with a close-up on the back of a young man, his shoulders slumped, a worn strap across his chest.
He appears weary and burdened.
A kindly old man with a long white beard watches him with a knowing smile, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He seems to be observing the young man from a distance. The name Irene Pereira appears in a speech bubble above a young man with blonde hair, white eyes, and a look of startled surprise on his face.
He seems to be in a grand hall. Irene Pereira, his face etched with distress, beads of sweat forming on his brow, stands amidst a crowd of indistinct figures. His breathing is ragged. A woman with long, gray hair tied back in a ponytail observes him from a distance. Her expression is one of quiet concern. The name Ilya Lindsay is revealed. The old man from earlier speaks again, his words a calm reassurance. Everyone worked hard during the assessment, and information on the final interview will be given afterward. He advises them to rest well. Ilya Lindsay walks away from a large wooden door, her back to the viewer. She moves with a purposeful stride. A pair of legs in dark trousers and boots are shown entering a room through a doorway. The legs belong to someone tall and imposing. Ilya Lindsay is already there, waiting. She speaks, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She knew he would be there, as he is the only one who would come to the drill hall the day after the assessment. Ilya confirms that the person she is addressing is Irene. Irene, startled, simply replies with a quiet "Oh. Hi." A young man with blonde hair and a young woman with long, white hair sat together on a bench, their expressions unreadable. A silence hung between them. The silence was finally broken by the woman. She commented on his strength, noting that he had grown quite powerful. The woman, reflecting on their recent sparring match, mused that while Brett and Judith were formidable opponents, it had been a while since she felt truly challenged. She admitted to barely securing first place in the competition, a fact that would normally vex her. But this time, she found the experience enjoyable. She complimented his swordsmanship and the impressive sky sword technique, recalling how intimidating it was. The young man, blushing, reacted with surprised delight to her praise, but the woman quickly dismissed his compliments as weak. A subtle shift in the woman's demeanor was noticeable as she revealed her intention to leave the chrono swordsmanship. The young man reacted with shock and disbelief to her sudden announcement. He stammered, expressing his surprise at the unexpected news. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, explained his plans to a companion. He had no intention of becoming an official trainee. Instead, he aimed to return to his family after securing first place in both the midterm and final assessments. Iron's companion looked around, confused. Suddenly, a woman with striking silver hair appeared, posing a question. Do you know the person who was called the greatest genius on the continent? The woman revealed the answer, Carl Lindsay. A close-up on Carl Lindsay's face showed a look of intense focus and determination. His piercing gaze held a depth of experience beyond his years. Iron's eyes widened in recognition. The narrative opens with a young girl, her eyes wide with a hint of sadness. When she turned 7, a significant event unfolded. Her brother's fame had spread across the entire continent. The scene shifts to a celebratory gathering. A young man, the girl's brother, stands proudly among cheering onlookers. His prowess in swordsmanship, surpassing even seasoned knights, was undeniable. He effortlessly defeated opponents. And his exceptional talent quickly earned him recognition among prominent figures. He became known as the continent's greatest genius. However, this success cast a long shadow over the young girl. She watched as countless expectations were placed upon her brother. A commoner who had achieved first place in the prestigious Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, but surprisingly refused to become an official trainee. Meanwhile, another figure emerged, the continent's second prodigy, a young man who organized a mercenary band at the tender age of 14. Known only as Ignat. A young woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes stood, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She wore a dark purple robe over a collared shirt, a sword strapped to her hip. She immediately challenged the older brother of Iron, the lazy lord, to a duel. Iron's brother, a man with gray hair tied back in a ponytail, accepted the challenge without hesitation, drawing his sword. The clash began. Iron's brother lunged forward. But the young woman was faster, her movements a blur of deadly precision. As a result, after only 3 strikes, Iron's brother was defeated. The young woman, identified as Ignat, stood victorious over Iron's fallen brother, her crimson eyes gleaming. Ignat's swift victory was undeniable. Ignat's victory left Iron's brother speechless, his mouth agape in disbelief. "What the hell?" he muttered. Iron Ferreira, the young lord, awoke from a dream, a single word echoing in his mind: disappointment. The image of his brother, whom he idolized, flashed before his eyes. He remembered the day his world shattered. His brother, once a pillar of strength, crumbled before him, a devastating sight that left Iron heartbroken and inconsolable. Overcome with grief, Iron embraced his brother, tears streaming down his face. He bawled uncontrollably. Yet, amidst his despair, his brother offered comfort, a stoic calm that belied the tragedy unfolding before them. In his innocence, Iron clung to hope, believing his brother would overcome this challenge and emerge victorious. But that hope was cruelly dashed. His brother failed to resurface from the depths of despair. The image of his brother's collapse, a stark silhouette against a crimson backdrop, symbolized the finality of his loss. From that point on, Iron was met with cold, judging eyes, a stark contrast to the warmth he once knew. A young man, his face obscured by his hands, succumbed to an unbearable despair. This despair followed the relentless pressure of judgment and ridicule he faced. as he watched his brother crumble from a young age. He concluded that the cause of his brother's self-imposed isolation was the weight of public opinion. He declared that his own decisions would never be dictated by others, the people's gaze would not control him. With newfound resolve, he set out on a path of self-determination. Only to discover, to his horror, that he was already under someone else's control. A shadowy figure loomed over him, dwarfing him in size and power. He was completely at their mercy. His ambition to enter the academy at 12 years old stemmed from his desire to achieve recognition as a knight by 14. Motivated by his rivalry with Ignet, who had received an honorary knighthood at 15. He stood before Ignet, his back turned, a sword at his hip. The tension was palpable. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, made a silent declaration. He was finished chasing after the expectations of others. He looked up, his eyes reflecting a newfound resolve. Iron murmured a quiet yes, acknowledging the influence of a recent dream. Iron's transformation began after witnessing the unwavering spirit of someone who had never been controlled by others. Someone who boldly ignored outside pressures and forged their own path. Inspired by this example, he would follow his own heart. A young woman with long, silver hair, her face determined, spoke with quiet confidence. She believed in her own potential. With a resolute glint in her eyes, she drew her sword, a symbol of her unwavering commitment. The woman addressed Iron, acknowledging his resilience and his ambition to look beyond the confines of his current life. Iron sat silently, his gaze downcast, contemplating his future. His hands rested on his lap, the scars on his arms a testament to his past struggles. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, sat alone, his expression clouded with uncertainty. He muttered to himself, lacking a clear goal in life. A stern voice cut through his introspection. It was a woman, her face partially obscured, but her tone was dismissive and sharp. The woman's words, though barely visible, were a rebuke. Don't be silly. Iron, startled, tilted his head in confusion. He stammered, his confusion evident in his posture and expression. The woman's response was curt and direct, work harder. Her icy gaze intensified, emphasizing the weight of her words. She continued, her voice laced with a hint of threat, if you don't, I'll widen our gap in an instant. The woman, with her striking silver hair and piercing blue eyes, stood tall and confident, a stark contrast to Iron's slumped posture. He seemed overwhelmed by her words. Iron's internal monologue began, a silent question hanging in the air. Am I really okay? Iron Ferreira, the so-called Lazy Lord, gripped a large, imposing sword. His knuckles were white, his grip tight. The cold steel a stark contrast to the ethereal dust motes swirling in the grand cathedral's hallowed halls. The scene was one of quiet devastation. Iron's thoughts drifted. He questioned his current life choices. Am I really okay with how things are right now? He stood, the sword held easily, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. The dream of the mysterious swordsman had changed him. A section of the cathedral floor had crumbled, leaving a gaping chasm. Dust and debris filled the air. Iron stared down into the darkness, a look of grim determination etched on his face. He was no longer the Lazy Lord. A hand reached out from the shadows, startling Iron. Two individuals, a woman with vibrant red hair and a man with blue hair, appeared. They informed Iron that this area was scheduled for construction and off-limits. A young woman with fiery red hair and bandages on her face leaned in close to a young man with teal hair, her eyes wide with intensity. Aren't you itching for one too? I know you are. The teal-haired young man, seemingly resigned, announced, I'm quitting. The teal-haired young man's eyes, wide and intense, reflected a deep thought. The sword is able to exert this much power after only 1 year of training. Meanwhile, the red-haired woman pondered aloud, how long will it take for me to reach this level? A question formed in her mind, can I even reach it? The red-haired woman, her expression somber, offered a quiet farewell, thanks for everything until now. A hand rested on the teal-haired young man's shoulder, a gesture of comfort or perhaps restraint. Suddenly, the red-haired woman unleashed a powerful blow, striking the teal-haired young man. The force of the blow was immense, the impact sent a shockwave through the air. The teal-haired young man crumpled to the ground, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke with a start. His face contorted in a grimace, his eyes wide with a mixture of confusion and anger. He muttered to himself, questioning the strange events that had just transpired in his dream. A fiery-haired woman, her expression a blend of disbelief and irritation, confronted him. She voiced her incredulity that he had managed to evade her sword strikes only to fail at dodging a simple punch. Her words dripped with sarcasm as she questioned whether his body had somehow hardened after his mind had become dull and unresponsive. Iron reacted instantly, his movements surprisingly swift and precise. He countered her attack with a flurry of blows. The force of the impact sending shockwaves through the air. The woman's disbelief was palpable as she questioned the implications of Iron's unexpected abilities. The woman's words stung, a harsh reminder of Iron's past. Iron, however, remained unfazed. He countered her insult by pointing out the hypocrisy of her words, given the many other students present who were also learning swordsmanship. A voice, laced with disbelief, echoed through the air, "Are you saying they're wasting their time?" A young man with teal hair, his face bruised and bearing bandages, lay on the ground, the immense fist of a much larger figure looming over him. A voice boomed, "Be proud of it. Be proud that you beat the continent's greatest swordsman in battle when you were young." A fiery-haired woman, her face also marked with injuries, added with intense anger, "Brag about it for the rest of your life." Her voice dripping with scorn, she continued, "For you who's running away after something as trivial as that." The teal-haired young man and the red-haired woman stood facing each other, a palpable tension hanging in the air between them. The young man looked down, a single thought echoing in his mind. A few days later, in a grand study, a stern-looking older man addressed a young woman with long, white hair, "You got what you wanted. Are you satisfied?" The young woman smiled slyly, her eyes gleaming with mischief. A young woman with silver hair beams, a triumphant expression on her face. She declares that her first-place victory is not the only reason for her success. An older man, his face etched with wisdom and years, observes her. He comments that she seems much brighter than during her midterm assessment. The young woman humbly attributes her progress to the older man's teachings. He, in turn, deflects the praise, insisting it was all her own doing and dismisses her. The older man instructs his assistant, Ahmed, to call in the next trainee. A close-up on the older man's face reveals a subtle shift in his expression, a hint of concern flickers in his eyes. A new young man with teal hair enters the scene. The older man praises his impeccable results, highlighting not only his test scores but also his exceptional swordsmanship, deeming him a role model for others. He further comments on the young man's transformation, noting how he overcame his obstacles and polished his strengths. The teal-haired young man, however, expresses a lack of self-confidence, apologizing for his short. Despite the older man's a young man with vibrant blue, the scene shifted to an unseen observer, their thoughts revealing a subtle malice. They mused, "I hope an opportunity to twist his feelings comes for this child." A young man with blonde hair, a trainee named Irene Pereira, stood before a towering bookshelf, his expression one of quiet contemplation. He received a cryptic message, "Your final assessment, it was quite memorable." An elderly man with a long white beard, his face etched with amusement, spoke. He was the sword master. Irene responded simply, "Thank you." The sword master continued, prompting Irene. "Do you remember what?" But before that, the sword master had a question. The sword master addressed Irene directly, his tone serious. "Trainee Irene Pereira," he asked, his gaze intense, "swinging your sword?" An elderly man, his face etched with years of experience, addressed someone unseen. Before continuing, he paused, a thoughtful expression settling on his features. He had a question. His question was directed at trainee Irene Pereira, a young man with blonde hair, who looked startled by the sudden address. The old man's gaze was intense, his eyes scrutinizing the young trainee. He seemed to be searching for something in Irene's expression, something that would answer the unspoken question hanging between them. What was Irene's reason for wielding a sword? Irene, caught off guard, could only stammer a hesitant "my," his eyes wide with uncertainty. He struggled to articulate his reason for wielding a sword, a vision of a powerful swordsman flashing through his mind. The image was a stark contrast to his current state of confusion. His response was a mere a testament to his unpreparedness. The old man, however, seemed unfazed by Irene's hesitation. He offered a reassuring statement, giving Irene permission to speak freely. A young man with blonde hair sat alone, a look of profound sadness etched onto his face. His shoulders slumped, and a heavy silence hung in the air. Meanwhile, two older men observed him from across a large wooden table. One, with fiery red hair and a stern expression, addressed the young man, his voice laced with concern, "Irene Pereira, you didn't choose the path of swordsmanship of your own free will." Irene's eyes widened in surprise, a mixture of confusion and fear clouding his features. He seemed genuinely perplexed by the statement. The red-haired man continued, his voice low and serious. "Sword master? What do you?" "I don't know either," the older man with a long white beard replied, a hint of bewilderment in his tone. He paused, then added, "I thought it was strange. You were more diligent and serious about the sword than anyone else," the old man continued, his gaze fixed on Irene. "However, I could not feel any emotions, natural for a swordsman of that caliber, from you." The narration box then shifted to show two other trainees. Trainee Brett Lloyd was shown brimming with happiness at his improving skills, while Judith, standing behind him, was visibly frustrated and angry. Every trainee felt sad and happy while training their swordsmanship, however, Irene showed none of those feelings.
The old man's eye, shown in close-up, revealed a small, shadowy figure within its pupil, hinting at a hidden truth.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke from a vivid dream.
Before him, a radiant, ethereal figure of a swordsman materialized, its form shimmering with an otherworldly glow. He found himself in a dimly lit study, before an elderly man with a stern expression. The old man confirmed Iron's vision, stating that it was indeed correct, expressing surprise at the young lord's ability to manifest the image so clearly.
Iron, still reeling from the encounter, simply responded that he would not ask the identity of the figure. However, the old man warned him that if he chose to follow the path of the sword, he would need to carefully consider his actions from that point forward, emphasizing that without a strong reason to wield his sword, he had no place there. The old man, with a knowing smile, clarified that this was not a place for simply swinging a sword, but rather a place to discover one's purpose in life.
Iron, seemingly understanding, simply uttered an acknowledgement. He expressed his gratitude to the old man, vowing to never forget the sword master's teachings. The old man chuckled, playfully chiding Iron for using such a somber word as final.
A mysterious figure, cloaked in shadow, addressed Iron. "Come closer. Is it fine if I take a drop of your blood?" Iron, hesitant but ultimately compliant, responded with a shaky, yes. With a slight grimace, Iron offered his finger. A single drop of blood was drawn, leaving a small prick on his fingertip. The blood was placed onto a golden plaque, revealing an inscription, Krana Swordsmanship Academy 27th Generation, Official Trainee Irene Pereira. Iron's eyes widened in shock. "Swordmaster, this is..." The mysterious figure, now identified as a swordmaster, spoke. "You have 1 year. Find your own way of the sword by then." Iron, having received his instructions, prepared to leave.
A woman with silver hair approached him.
"Come visit me when you have time."
He received a small, ornate box from her.
Confused, he opened it to reveal a family insignia.
"What's this?"
The woman explained, "It's our family's insignia. You won't be treated poorly if you show this to the gatekeeper."
She continued, offering an additional incentive, "I'll give you flowers as a present if you come over." A young man with blonde hair cheerfully recounted his past attempts at gardening. He explained that he had planted some seeds when he was 7 years old, but they had failed to bloom. Now, he intends to try again, expressing confidence that they will flower around April or May of the following year. He enthusiastically confirmed his plans to revisit the garden, promising to be there without fail. The young man, accompanied by 2 other individuals, one with vibrant red hair and another with a headscarf, pointed to something he was holding.
The red-haired woman, Judith, immediately expressed interest, wanting one for herself.
A woman with long, white hair calmly responded to Judith's request, stating that she didn't have to give her one if she didn't want to, and that she wasn't forcing her. Judith, however, insisted on receiving one of the items, seemingly captivated by them. She then commented on the noble's fascination with these items, expressing her understanding of their allure. The white-haired woman looked on, seemingly amused. Judith, with a sudden change of demeanor, apologized for her past behavior towards the young man and his family. She explained that at the time, she lacked a family of her own, leading her to speak harshly. The white-haired woman, while accepting the apology, noted that it was still an excuse. The young man, however, offered his own apology for ignoring her. Judith, seemingly surprised by his apology, questioned his calm demeanor, to which he simply replied that he valued peace. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, stood amidst a group of his peers. One, a young woman with fiery red hair, scolded him, accusing him of spouting nonsense. Another, a blonde young man, tried to calm the situation, urging everyone to remain composed. The blonde young man, startled by something unseen, exclaimed in surprise. He stumbled backward, his eyes wide with alarm, as a figure with blue hair appeared before him, leaving the red-haired girl and a third, pale-haired girl to watch with concerned expressions. Later, the blue-haired young man approached the blonde one, who looked troubled. He inquired about the blonde's departure from the academy. The blonde, Brett, admitted he was leaving, but only temporarily, for training. He found the situation difficult to explain. The blue-haired young man, understandingly, reassured Brett that everyone has their own circumstances. Brett confirmed he wasn't leaving for good, only to return after completing his training. The blue-haired young man then asked if Brett was also leaving. The blue-haired young man observed Brett, noting his constant self-improvement. Brett expressed his gratitude to the blue-haired young man, stating that because of him, he had become certain of his path. He contrasted his own dedication to self-improvement with the blue-haired young man's resignation. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, felt a surge of exhilaration. He found himself thinking, "I feel alive when I swing my sword." He stood before Brett, a young man with a bright smile, a stark contrast to Iron's own pensive expression. Brett continued, explaining, "I can't explain it, but a year ago, something changed within me. I started swordsmanship due to that change and ended up at this academy.
Iron listened intently, his gaze fixed on Brett. He reflected, but the reason why I could look back on my past, learn more about myself, and move forward was because I met you all.
Iron's expression remained serious, his thoughts still swirling. A sudden jolt of surprise registered on his face as he stammered, "Ah, why Master Brett?" A carriage arrived, and a voice called out, "It's been a while. Please, get in." Brett stepped forward, stating, "I'll be going first." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stared pensively into the distance. His expression, though seemingly calm, held a hint of underlying turmoil. Suddenly, the name Brett echoed in his mind, a sharp, visceral memory from his dream. Iron's eyes widened, his mouth agape in a silent scream. The intensity of the dream's lingering impact was palpable. The dream's final words, "let's," hung heavy in the air, leaving him breathless and unsettled. Two women, their faces etched with concern, watched him. One, with fiery red hair, seemed particularly anxious. One of the women spoke, her words a quiet encouragement, "Let's get stronger," and then the other woman finished the sentence, her voice filled with a determined resolve, "Let's meet again." Iron, having witnessed this scene, turned and walked away, leaving the others behind. The red-haired woman, observing Iron's departure, commented sarcastically, "Separating lovers or something?" Iron, walking away, reflected on the events, questioning the reality of what he had experienced. He mused, "I might have been imagining things, but..." Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, drifted in his thoughts. The recent death of his mother weighed heavily on him, and sleep had become his only refuge. Now, a profound sense of loss washed over him as he reflected on his relationship with Brett, a feeling that he might never see his friend again. He was jolted from his reverie by the arrival of two individuals. One, a young man with blonde hair, addressed him as master. He explained that these were people he had trained with at the academy. The blonde young man introduced them as his friends, a statement that elicited a surprised reaction from the other individuals present. Their incredulous reaction was palpable, the idea of Iron having friends was clearly unexpected. Quickly dismissing the notion, the blonde young man attempted to downplay the situation, while a woman with silver hair thanked them for their companionship. With a final farewell, the blonde young man departed. The two women, now alone with Iron, exchanged amused glances. One of the women, the redhead, voiced her surprise at the unexpected turn of events, wondering why she had to wait for him. As the two women continued their conversation, the redhead complained of a sudden stomachache, prompting her companion to suggest they leave. An older man, his face etched with worry lines, addressed a younger, sharply dressed man with a hint of sadness in his voice. He commented on the sadness of seeing prized students depart. The younger man, acknowledging the older man's words, admitted that he couldn't deny the sadness of the situation. He then reflected on the difficulty of forging one's own path, particularly in the challenging world of swordsmanship. The older man, seemingly unconcerned, questioned the younger man's worries, reminding him of the exceptional talent of the departing student. A young man with blonde hair, the student in question, boarded a departing carriage. Dust swirled around the wheels as he left. A woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in formal attire, appeared, her expression serious and determined. She spoke of the finality of a situation. She revealed her feelings of loneliness and isolation. The weight of her solitude was palpable as she walked away. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, walked with his head down, his footsteps echoing on the cobblestones. A hand gently rested on his shoulder, startling him. Brett, a young man with teal hair, peered at Iron with a curious expression. "Why are you looking down? Is something down there?" Iron's eyes widened in shock as he looked up, his mouth agape. "WH? What? Why are you here?" Brett chuckled, a smug look on his face. He explained that with Irene gone, there was no one to manage Iron's explosive temper, implying he was needed. Brett, unfazed, retorted, "Aren't you happy that I'm back?" Iron sputtered, "This fucker. What the hell?" Their argument continued, with Brett explaining that Irene's stuttered swears were an affirmation, and Iron angrily retorting that the swordmaster wouldn't accept someone who left on their own. Brett countered that he would beg on his knees to not abandon someone as talented as himself. Iron called him insane. Brett, walking away with Iron, stated he wanted to tell Iron something but that he shouldn't swear so much. Iron called him an arrogant prick, to which Brett simply replied, "Yeah. A carriage, drawn by two horses, rolled along a country road, the setting sun casting long shadows across the landscape. Inside, Iron Ferreira, a young noble with blonde hair, sat passively, his gaze fixed on the passing scenery. His attendant, a man with brown hair, sat opposite him, observing him quietly. Iron's eyes remained glued to the window, seemingly lost in thought. His attendant sighed, muttering about Iron's inability to become an official trainee, attributing it to heartbreak. Iron, seemingly startled by his attendant's words, looked up.
The attendant noticed something in Iron's hand and exclaimed in surprise, recognizing it as a platinum label belonging to the prestigious Lindsay family.
Iron casually explained that a friend had given it to him. The attendant expressed skepticism about this friend, prompting Iron to reveal that the friend was Ilya Lindsay, the white-haired girl he had previously introduced to his attendant.
The attendant was astonished, realizing the immense influence and power of the Lindsay family, far exceeding his initial expectations.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord, sat slumped on a plush carriage seat.
He announced his intention to take a nap, much to the resigned agreement of his attendant. Iron drifted off, his mind filled with a vision of a mysterious swordsman, a fleeting glimpse of a fighting style unlike any he'd ever seen. The carriage arrived at an inn, and Iron's attendant informed him they would be staying there for the night. Later, in his room, Iron awoke from a deep sleep, a strange energy emanating from him. He tried to call out, but found he couldn't make a sound. His attendant, concerned, peered through the door, worried that Iron had fallen into despair. The attendant paced anxiously, unsure of what to do. He decided he needed to cheer Iron up. He ventured out into the bustling town square, searching for something to lift Iron's spirits. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke with a start. His eyes widened, a gasp escaping his lips as he muttered, "That is?" A scene unfolded before him, a bustling marketplace, where a large, imposing orc sat behind a crystal ball. "An orc," someone exclaimed. The orc, seemingly unfazed, replied that this was no ordinary fortune-telling.
Iron's companion, observing the orc closely, noted that he was more than just an orc. Also, he's not just an orc.
A hexagram pendant on his neck.
And the intricate tattoos covering his arms further confirmed their suspicions.
And the tattoos on his skin. He's an orc seer.
Iron, his curiosity piqued, tilted his head slightly. As his companion explained that orc seers were renowned for their exceptional skills.
Orc seers are the most skilled of all the seers.
The companion continued, mentioning the good fortune associated with even a brief encounter with such a seer. "Yeah, I heard that even just meeting an orc seer brings you fortune.
Welcome, dear customers. Which of you will be getting their fortune told?" Iron and his companion approached the orc seer, eager to hear their fortunes. Iron's companion, ever optimistic, believed a positive fortune would uplift Iron's spirits. He might cheer up if he hears good things about the days to come.
The orc seer, with a wide grin, presented a range of fortune-telling options: today's fortune, yearly fortune, relationship, wealth, and health.
Today's fortune? This year's fortune? Relationship fortune? Wealth fortune? Health fortune? What would you like to know? You can ask me anything.
A large, imposing orc, his face etched with the wisdom of ages, sat behind a cluttered table. He was clearly a figure of authority, radiating an aura of power and mystery.
The caption above him read, "This best of the best orc seer will
be approached by two young men, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension."
One, bolder than the other, hesitantly asked the seer about his age. The question hung in the air, the second young man equally surprised by his companion's boldness. His internal thought bubble echoed the question, "What? His age?"
The younger man, emboldened, answered, "I'm 16 years old." The orc seer, initially amused by the youth's baby face, began to suspect deception. However, the young man insisted, "I'm not lying." The seer, after a moment of consideration, declared, If that's the truth, from what I can see, you'll be on a fast track if you start down the way of the sword." His companion, however, scoffed, exclaiming, "For God's sake.
You're such a sham." The younger man, now visibly flustered, questioned the seer's legitimacy. "Are you really a seer?"
The older man, exasperated, turned to leave, muttering something about the young master. The younger man, however, paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He seemed to be reconsidering the seer's words. A moment later, the seer handed him a small, folded paper. The young man accepted it with a quiet, thank you." An observer notes the physical prowess of a mysterious swordsman. His physique is described as dense and optimized for practical movements, but what truly catches the eye is the intense energy emanating from his body. The observer expresses disbelief at the swordsman's youth, questioning how someone so young could possess such a high level of energy. Meanwhile, Iron Ferreira, a young man with blonde hair, walks through a bustling town square. In the background, a mysterious figure sits at a stall, surrounded by various occult items. The observer reflects on the mysterious swordsman, wondering if their paths will ever cross again.
Meanwhile, others nearby dismiss the swordsman as a mere quack.
The mysterious figure at the stall curses his luck, realizing he can no longer conduct business in this location. A carriage speeds away, kicking up dust as it departs. Iron apologizes for his actions from the previous day, explaining that he was unaware of the man's fraudulent nature.
He reassures his companion that the man did not reveal anything harmful.
Iron remains pensive, focusing on a mysterious note he received.
The note reads, "There is no need to be alone to stand alone." Iron wonders about its meaning.
Iron contemplates a connection between the mysterious swordsman from his dreams and the cryptic message on the note, specifically the word age. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat across from his older brother, his face etched with a mixture of apprehension and defiance. His brother, clearly agitated, leaned forward, his voice sharp with disapproval. His brother continued, his words laced with scorn, "To think you'd even consider joining the Night Order after failing your exam."
Iron calmly corrected him, "Oh, I didn't tell you? I didn't fail." His brother's expression shifted from anger to confusion. "What?" Iron explained, "I passed, but not right now." A look of utter bewilderment washed over his brother's face as Iron continued, "I'll be accepted into the Swordmaster's order on the condition that I finish the homework he's given me." The scene shifted back to Iron, a question mark hovering above his head as he pondered something. Iron's gaze drifted towards the window, his thoughts turning to the approaching carriage. He recognized it instantly, the Gairuan family's carriage was approaching. As the carriage drew closer, a sudden jolt and a loud crash echoed through the air. A young man with blonde hair and a mustache, his eyes wide with shock, peered around a corner. He gasped, "The Viscount Gairuan family?"
He stared, speechless, at a golden crest, its intricate details gleaming. A gasp escaped his lips, "It's really them." The crest was shown in close-up, its brilliance fading as the scene shifted. The family that had plainly ignored and humiliated the young master. The blonde-haired man's face was contorted in a mixture of fear and recognition. Sweat beaded on his brow as he muttered, "That face, he's the second son, Aaron Gairuan." Aaron, smirking, addressed the blonde-haired man. He chuckled, "Would you like to stay here if you're uncomfortable? I will help you." The scene opens on a tranquil forest path, sunlight dappling through the leaves of tall trees. Two young men stand on the path. One, with blonde hair, is bowing deeply, his face hidden. The other, also blonde, watches him with a concerned expression. A second pair of young men approaches. One, with dark hair, looks intently at the bowing figure, the other, taller, with a more serious expression, nods slightly. The blonde man's head is still bowed. The dark-haired young man observes him, a question forming in his mind, has the bowing man grown taller? The dark-haired young man continues his observation, noting a change in the bowing man's physique. He comments on the bowing man's improved physique. The dark-haired young man then correctly guesses that the blonde man has recently returned from the Kronos Swordsmanship Academy. The blonde man confirms his return from the academy and explains that he is there to deliver a message from his father. He asks if the blonde man intends to continue his swordsmanship training. The blonde man, Iron, hesitates before answering, his expression uncertain. The dark-haired young man inquires if the message is from Iron's family. A man, his face contorted in a grimace, muttered something under his breath. His expression conveyed a mixture of annoyance and disbelief. The word grrr escaped his lips, a testament to his simmering frustration. He continued, voicing his thoughts aloud, Iron was a year younger than the young master. Another man, standing nearby, simply agreed, stating that it was true. The first man turned his attention back to Iron, a young man with blonde hair, and asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. Iron, his face showing a mixture of discomfort and uncertainty, stammered a negative response, "No, there wasn't." The first man, impatient, declared that if Iron had nothing further to add, they would be leaving. Iron, however, countered that he had traveled a long way and wished to rest. The first man, observing Iron's reaction, pondered whether this childish response was truly indicative of his reputation as a deadbeat noble. The scene shifts to a close-up of the first man's face, his eyes narrowed in thought. His expression is one of intense contemplation. Suddenly, Iron calls out, "Wait." The first man, seemingly unfazed, suggests they simply shake hands before parting ways. Iron, however, is clearly confused and asks, "Why?" A young man, his face obscured, muttered a frustrated "this fucker" under his breath. An older man, his face creased with amusement, chuckled. He explained, "Don't you know? Swordsmen can tell each other's strength just by shaking hands." He continued, highlighting the young man's lack of knowledge, mentioning it was a quote from the famous swordsman Louis Sagard. The older man, Sir Jack Stewart, emphasized the importance of a strong grip for a swordsman. Sir Jack Stewart, with a confident smirk, extended his hand towards the young man. He pointed out that even their family's greatest knight agreed with this assessment. As Sir Jack Stewart extended his hand, he explained that, as the young man's senior by 6 years in swordsmanship, he would assess his improvement. Hesitantly, the young man reached out his hand. His knuckles white as he braced himself for the assessment. A nervous gulp escaped his lips. Their hands met in a tense handshake. A palpable tension filling the air as Sir Jack Stewart felt the young man's strength. He declared, "All right," he fell for it. "I'll crush your hand with everything I have." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself reluctantly shaking hands with a burly man.
The man's grip was surprisingly strong.
A cruel smile twisting the man's lips as he anticipated Iron's pain.
Now, let me see your ridiculous face in pain.
But to the man's astonishment, Iron remained completely still.
What the hell? There's no movement? The man's face contorted in disbelief.
But this bastard, he's not even gripping tightly, but such pressure. Iron's mind raced, a flicker of confusion crossing his features.
Oh right, I was supposed to grip tightly, right?
He strained, attempting to follow the instructions from his dream. A surge of immense power coursing through his body.
And with a sudden jolt, Iron's grip tightened, sending shockwaves through the man's arm. The man cried out in agony.
His face contorted in pain as he recoiled from the unexpected force. Iron, however, remained calm, a newfound strength evident in his eyes. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, mumbled to himself, his face a picture of bewildered exertion. It was his first time using this newfound power, and he was struggling to control its immense strength. Meanwhile, a bystander stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock and a mix of anger and confusion. He couldn't believe that Iron, the deadbeat noble, had actually done something. Another man, equally astonished, expressed his embarrassment at the unexpected display of power. Iron, seemingly unfazed by the reactions of those around him, simply announced his departure. A fourth man, observing the scene from a distance, questioned whether the event was already over. His surprise was palpable.
The group stood around a large black cat, its tail twitching slightly.
The scene shifted to focus on the cat's rear, emphasizing its size and stillness. The sudden appearance of the cat prompted a reaction of disbelief from two of the men.
A talking cat?
The sheer improbability of the situation was evident in their expressions.
The cat, however, seemed unperturbed by their astonishment. It addressed the onlookers, urging them to strike Iron. The revelation of the cat's ability to speak left the onlookers stunned.
The word conjurer appeared prominently, hinting at the magical nature of the situation.
The chapter ended with a to be continued message.
A muscular man with dark hair, clad in simple, earthy-toned clothing, stood before a large stone in a public park.
He prepared to perform an impossible feat.
Effortlessly lifting the massive stone with one hand, defying the laws of physics.
The onlookers watched in stunned silence.
The man's demonstration continued, showcasing further impossible feats of strength and control.
The scene was surreal,
prompting gasps of awe and disbelief from the crowd.
It's like magic, someone exclaimed.
A young man with short brown hair clapped enthusiastically, his face alight with wonder. He offered a casual observation. But the muscular man corrected him, stating that magic was an inaccurate term. The man explained that the power, known as mana, was invisible to the naked eye, but its effects were undeniably logical and reasoned.
He continued his explanation, posing a question: if a situation defies explanation, what term would best describe it?
A black cat with striking blue eyes sat in a garden, its tail twitching impatiently. A voice urged, "Hey, hurry up." The narration box added, "when the laws of nature are completely ignored." A man with blonde hair, dressed in fine clothes, pondered aloud, "Did a mystic turn herself into a cat?
Or is the cat itself the mystic?"
The man's companion, a man with shorter brown hair, voiced his concern, "I've heard that nothing good comes out of associating with a mystic.
Moreover, it's a black cat. We should leave quickly."
The men, deciding to retreat, offered a hasty apology. "I apologize if we acted rudely towards you, mystic.
We will now take our leave. If you are offended, then please visit Viscount Gyrowan's territory."
As the men began to leave, the cat observed them with a bored expression.
Eh? You're really not gonna fight? You're just gonna leave? Wow, how boring.
One of the men, startled, exclaimed. It stood up on its hind legs. The cat, seemingly unimpressed by their departure, added, "At least have a spar or something.
I'll even lend you a sword."
A young man's foot is shown kicking a small, pink purse. Suddenly, a black and white cat appears, wielding a sword and striking the purse.
A surprised expression is visible in a small inset panel.
The cat, now standing on its hind legs, continues its swift attack, the sword a blur of motion as it slashes through the air. The sound effects emphasize the speed and force of the blows.
The cat finishes its attack, leaving a puff of smoke in its wake. A man in a military uniform watches with amusement.
The cat, having finished its display, lets out a small, disappointed meow.
The man chuckles. The cat expresses its disappointment that nothing more exciting happened. It seems to have expected more. Two attendants approach the man, apologizing for taking up his time and suggesting they depart. The man agrees.
He and his attendants head towards a waiting carriage.
The cat follows, licking its lips.
The cat continues licking its lips as they board the carriage. One of the attendants speculates about a possible connection between the cat and a young mystic named Kirill. A young man with blonde hair, his face partially obscured by shadow, made a resolute declaration. He vowed to uncover the truth as soon as he returned to the castle. The title card announced the arrival of a disruptive element. Returning to the castle, the young man was greeted by several figures. A woman with dark hair and a man with a beard welcomed him back, noting his hard work. They urged him to go inside quickly. A sudden, sharp sound pierced the air. Inside, at a dining table, the young man's father expressed his pride in his son's burgeoning swordsmanship. He stated that his talent had been acknowledged. The young man, Iron, humbly thanked his father. A quiet smile played on his lips, but internally, he was surprised by his father's words. He pondered the unexpected praise from his father. His father then revealed that he had heard from Marcus about Iron's encounter with a talking cat. Iron's eyes widened as he looked at a statue of a cat. He questioned whether it was a person transformed into a feline. His father confirmed that it was a real cat, possessing human-level intelligence. The scene ended on a cliffhanger, leaving Iron's reaction to this revelation unresolved. At a lavishly set table in a noble's dining hall, two siblings engaged in conversation. The younger sibling, a girl with long blonde hair styled in a ponytail, commented on the strength of a certain individual, stating that this person was exceptionally powerful, surpassing even the most skilled mystics in the kingdom's capital. The older sibling, a woman with short brown hair, recounted a recent visit from a mystic named Ruru, who had requested to become the younger sibling's teacher. An investigation into Ruru's identity had been launched, but its results remained undisclosed. The older sister emphasized the importance of the younger sibling's feelings regarding this matter, highlighting that her emotional well-being was paramount. She then turned to her brother, seeking his opinion on the situation. The brother, a young man with short blonde hair, responded that while he didn't know much about mystics, he believed the younger sister's feelings and intentions were most important. His sister, however, pressed him further, reminding him of his earlier suggestion to meet Ruru in person and to share his honest thoughts on the matter. Their mother, observing the interaction, chided the younger sister for bothering her brother, who hadn't seen her in a long time. The younger sister defended herself, claiming she was only asking a simple question. The mother, however, noted that the question was difficult to answer, revealing that it had inadvertently exposed the younger sister's stubborn nature. The brother, witnessing this exchange, felt a sense of unease, suspecting that something negative had occurred. His sister, meanwhile, glared intensely at him, her expression unreadable. Iron, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself unable to articulate his feelings. He had only recently returned after a year-long absence. Then, a sudden realization struck him: he had a gift to give. Irene, a young woman with blonde hair, presented a small, ornate box to someone off-panel. A look of nervous anticipation crossed her face as she offered the gift. Two other figures, a woman and a man, watched the exchange with amused surprise. The woman remarked on the unexpected generosity of Irene. Irene, flustered by the attention, mumbled her thanks, only to be sharply reminded to speak clearly by the recipient. Iron apologized, prompting Marcus, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache, to remind him of his duty to buy gifts for everyone. Iron thanked Marcus for his timely intervention. The conversation shifted to Kirill's older brother. Iron and Irene reacted with shock and surprise to something unseen. A lavish dining hall, opulent and grand, was the setting for an unexpected scene. A black and white cat sat regally in the center of a long table, amidst a collection of fine china and silverware. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in a crisp white uniform, stared in stunned silence, his mouth agape. A woman with long blonde hair, adorned in a purple robe, sat at the table, her expression a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The blonde woman sighed, her gaze fixed on the cat. "But you're way too different from Kirill," she muttered, a hint of frustration in her tone. Suddenly, the cat leaped from the table, startling the blonde woman. "Why are you here?" she exclaimed, her voice sharp with surprise. Another woman, with dark hair and a worried expression, watched the unfolding scene from a nearby chair, her eyes wide with concern. The cat, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, thought to itself, "While I'm here, I should try persuading your brother." The blonde woman, still flustered, retorted, "What are you talking about?" The cat, caught off guard, stammered, "Ah. That was supposed to be a thought, but I ended up saying it." It continued, "No, it's just, he looks easier to win over than you." And, leaving the blonde woman speechless and visibly frustrated. The cat explained further, "Kirill loves her brother very much, so if I win over your brother, you'll naturally be won over as well, at least, that's what I was thinking." The blonde woman, shocked and flustered, could only manage a weak, "Why you?" A thought bubble appeared above her head. "Oh. Was I not supposed to say that?" A small, black and white cat with bright blue eyes is shown being playfully held aloft. Its expression is one of exaggerated delight, its mouth open in a wide, almost cartoonish grin. Suddenly, a young woman with blonde hair is shown, her face contorted in a grimace of surprise and pain. A large, red HUI sound effect explodes from her. The blonde woman is shown holding the cat, her face still pained. She apologizes profusely, stating she won't do it again. The woman vehemently declares that she will never become the cat student. The cat runs away from the blonde woman, who is shown leaving a room. Two young men watch it go, their expressions showing confusion and concern. One of them admits he's unsure how to handle the situation, suggesting they worry about problems later. The other young man suggests they focus on learning more about the Swordsmanship Academy from Irene. Irene agrees. A young man with blonde hair lies in bed, a thoughtful expression on his face. He appears troubled. A flashback shows his parents happily receiving a gift, highlighting their simple joys. Iron mused that his conditional acceptance into the academy was more common than one might think for a normal family. He felt both happy and sorry to see others so happy over such a trivial thing. Seated on his bed, Iron resolved that he would not waste his time as before. He would not procrastinate in finding his way of the sword. A maid approached Iron's room and asked if she could come in. Iron allowed her entry. She inquired about his plans to visit the training grounds the following day. The maid expressed concern for his well-being, questioning if he would truly be all right. She mentioned that the trip back from the academy usually took over half a month, implying he must still be fatigued. Iron countered that he was more worried about not having held a sword for half a month. He clenched his fist, demonstrating his eagerness to return to training. Iron Ferreira, dressed in fine attire, stood before his father. He announced his departure, stating, "Then I will take my leave, father." Iron departed, leaving his father in the opulent room. His father simply responded, "Yes, good work." He walked away, his expression unreadable. Leaving the Viscount, Phil Gyrowan, to ponder Iron's unusual demeanor. The Viscount's concern was evident, he wondered aloud if something had happened in the Ferreira territory. Later, a subordinate reported to Viscount Phil Gyrowan that they had encountered Iron on their way back. The Viscount reacted with surprise, questioning if it was the same Iron who had recently returned from the Swordsmanship Academy. The subordinate confirmed it was indeed Iron, noting his interaction with Aaron. The Viscount's expression shifted to one of deep thought. He muttered to himself, such a thing happened. His confusion and disbelief were palpable as he exclaimed, "How does that make any sense?" The scene opens with a dramatic depiction of chaos. Papers fly through the air as a man in a rich, dark red robe violently slams his fist on a table. Beside him, a younger man in similar attire watches with a look of detached concern. The older man, his face contorted in fury, turns to the younger man and demands to know what he was doing while all this was happening. The younger man, Iron, offers a simple, almost mumbled apology. The older man scoffs, stating that Iron had no reason to interfere in such a situation. Iron, seemingly unconcerned, simply laughs and agrees. However, the older man's demeanor shifts, his voice laced with disbelief as he questions the transformation of Iron, once described as frail and weak, into someone seemingly stronger and more capable. The older man observes that Iron seems like a completely different person, speculating that his recent training at the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy must have been quite effective. But another man immediately dismisses this, arguing that the academy is not some kind of mystical training ground. The first man, clearly still agitated, expresses his long-standing dislike for Harun Pereira, Iron's father, highlighting his seemingly perfect life, strong roots, good looks, a beautiful wife, and even a mystical daughter. He adds that even Harun's territory is becoming increasingly prosperous. The man finds it infuriating that Iron, previously the easiest target for harassment, is now growing stronger. He angrily questions why Iron, having previously remained secluded in his room, has now emerged, expressing his frustration and bewilderment. In a lavishly decorated room, two figures stood before a young man with dark hair, partially obscured from view. One of the figures, dressed in formal attire, explained that they only needed to step on a growing sprout to achieve their goal. The other, an older man with a jovial expression, turned to a young man in a red coat, addressing him as Ryan and inquiring if he had a plan. Ryan, the young man in question, confidently confirmed that he did, a sly smile playing on his lips. He then proposed a seemingly simple solution, to utilize an upcoming expedition. Ryan explained that during the Hail Kingdom's Southern Families Conference on the Pereira territory, they could use the opportunity to bring down a certain deadbeat noble. The older man, pleased with the plan, dismissed another man named Jack, who promptly left. The older man chuckled, praising Ryan's cunning, while Ryan himself simply thought of the older man as crazy. A man, dressed in fine burgundy robes, stood in a lavishly decorated room. His expression was one of grave concern as he contemplated a troubling development. He muttered to himself that if things had escalated to this point, Irene was in serious danger. He continued his internal monologue, noting that the person responsible was far more competent and ruthless than the Viscount. The scene shifted to a young man with short brown hair, his gaze intense and unwavering. He wore a similar burgundy outfit, suggesting a connection to the previous scene. A sense of quiet determination emanated from him. A group of knights in shining armor grumbled as they marched through the castle courtyard. The early morning light cast long shadows as they headed towards the training grounds. One of them complained about the early training schedule, noting that the upcoming expedition was the reason for their rigorous preparation.
He emphasized the importance of preparedness to prevent monsters from roaming the streets.
Another knight scoffed, dismissing their concerns as outdated. He pointed out that the expeditions had become little more than a status symbol for the noble families. His words hung in the air as they continued their march. Suddenly, the knights stopped dead in their tracks, their faces etched with shock and surprise. They gasped as they spotted Lord Irene, the lazy lord, performing an intense workout on a pull-up bar. The knights' astonishment grew as they watched him, whispering amongst themselves that he had returned. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, performs pull-ups on a bar. A knight in shining armor observes him, surprised by his early morning training.
The knight remarks on Iron's unexpected presence, noting his arrival the previous day. Iron continues his workout, explaining that it's just individual training and not meant to cause any trouble. He assures the knight not to worry about him. Meanwhile, two other knights discuss Iron's presence.
One wonders if his improved physique means he was expelled from the academy.
The second knight agrees, but points out the significant improvement in Iron's physique. Iron attempts to lift a heavy stone plate, questioning its weight. He then successfully lifts it with surprising ease.
One of the knights is astonished by Iron's strength, questioning how he manages to lift such a heavy object.
Iron, annoyed by the commotion, reprimands the knights for being too loud.
He questions their intentions, wondering if they came to merely play around.
Knight Oren Zukran, a large, imposing figure, appears, his face contorted in anger.
He is clearly displeased with the situation.
The two knights quickly inform Zukran that they were merely observing Iron's training. Zukran is shocked by this revelation.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, was seen performing chin-ups with a heavy plate attached to his waist. Observers gasped in disbelief, questioning how such a feat was possible for someone labeled a weakling. His posture remained impeccable throughout the exercise, prompting further astonishment. The onlookers wondered what could have caused such a dramatic transformation in just 1 year. Two knights witnessed the scene, initially impressed, but quickly dismissed Iron's achievement as insignificant compared to their own standards. One of them chuckled, stating that for seasoned knights, such a feat was commonplace. Others nearby reacted with shock and disbelief, their gasps echoing the initial surprise at Iron's unexpected strength. Iron continued his intense workout, his determination evident in his strained expression. A group of onlookers watched in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of awe and disbelief.
One of the knights, Sir Zukran, questioned whether he possessed similar capabilities.
His tone implied both curiosity and a hint of disbelief. Suddenly, Iron abruptly stopped his exercise, his voice filled with irritation as he yelled at the assembled knights. It was already 6:10 a.m., and he was annoyed by their prolonged chatter.
Iron walked away, leaving the surprised onlookers behind.
The scene transitioned to a wide shot of the sky, suggesting a change in time or location. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, walked with a newfound determination. He carried a large sword, its weight seemingly insignificant in his grip. A stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. He approached a fence where a large dog watched him curiously. A black and white cat perched atop the fence, seemingly unfazed by Iron's presence.
Iron paused, a question forming in his mind: did she come to persuade me? He let out a small sigh of relief.
An inner voice countered, "No, don't mind her.
Focus on your training."
The cat remained perched on the fence, observing him intently as he continued his training. He decided on a new approach: I'll train using the swordsmanship I learned in the academy.
1 week later, Iron's transformation was evident.
He ran with surprising speed and stamina, leaving 3 onlookers breathless and astonished. One of the men gasped, "He's running faster than us without breaking a sweat and with stable breathing." Gasping for breath, Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, sprinted away from his training partner, muttering, "I'm done running."
His trainer, however, was impressed.
"Your stamina has greatly improved," he noted, watching Iron struggle to catch his breath. The training session was nearing its end. "Aren't you going to head back inside, my lord?" the trainer asked, concerned. Iron, however, had other plans. He thought to himself, "They're the ones that are amazing." His thoughts drifted to 3 individuals, a young man with teal hair, a young woman with red hair, and another young woman with white hair.
They stood out to him.
He reflected on their remarkable resilience. They persevered through the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy's hard training, completely unassisted. Iron pondered the impact of his dream. If I never had that dream, then I would be. His eyes widened as he considered the profound change the dream had wrought upon his life. Meanwhile, a black cat, Ruru, tumbled from a railing, interrupting Iron's introspection. A guard whispered a warning to Iron, "My lord, you must be careful." A soldier, his face etched with concern, shared his apprehension about a certain cat. He'd heard rumors that this feline was somehow associated with misfortune, a magnet for ill luck. It was almost as if she were cursed. No wonder the soldiers avoided Ruru, the black and white cat, who was casually strolling through the courtyard, seemingly oblivious to the hushed whispers surrounding her. The reason for the soldiers' avoidance was clear: the persistent, negative rumors surrounding the cat. Elsewhere, a servant approached a young man, his gait suggesting a question about the young master's training. The young man, his back to the viewer, stood in a large hall, seemingly waiting. A cat, Ruru, perched on a high ledge, observed the scene from afar. Ruru, startled by the servant's approach, looked down from her perch, a question in her eyes. The young man, addressing Ruru, questioned her silence, noting her previous promise to persuade him.
He wondered why she wasn't saying anything. He mused that even if he got close, Ruru still seemed to avoid him.
Ruru, yawning widely, commented on the young man's boring nature, comparing him to a monotonous landscape of pebbles. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a start. A wide, almost manic grin stretched across his face, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and amusement. He looked down to see a small black cat with a fluffy tail, its eyes narrowed in annoyance. "You're so mean," the cat seemed to hiss, its expression clearly displeased. Iron, seemingly unfazed by the cat's outburst, offered a placating response. "I'll give you a present." The cat tilted its head, a flicker of surprise in its eyes. "All of a sudden. I was gonna give it to you regardless." Iron chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He held out a glowing orb containing the cat's image. He mused to himself, "I think humans call these things bribes." The cat, seemingly satisfied, gave Iron instructions. "Take this and put in some good word to Kirill about me." Iron's reaction was mirrored by Kirill, who appeared equally astonished by the gem's size and value. Kirill, eyes wide with shock, exclaimed, "It is. A cat's eye of this size can buy a quarter of the Pereira's territory." Iron, however, remained calm, a thoughtful expression on his face. "You're saying things that put me in a good position, thanks." Kirill, seemingly flustered by Iron's nonchalant response, mumbled to himself, "I was just stating its worth." A black and white cat, its expression shrewd and amused, addressed someone unseen. "It's the mood that counts. If this persuades the kid, I'll give you something nice too." The cat's words were directed at a young man with blonde hair, who looked perplexed. He questioned the cat's motives. "Why do you want my sister to be your student so much? You're even willing to give me something like this." The cat, holding a glowing green orb, responded with a nonchalant air. "Oh wow, what an elaborate question." The cat's simple answer was, "Just cause." The young man's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He pressed further, "You don't have a reason?" The cat, seemingly unfazed, continued, "I just want her as my student because I like her." "Do I need any other reason?" The young man, slightly flustered, mumbled, Even so, giving him something like this as a bribe is." A blatant display of wealth that prompted a sharp retort from the young man. "Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Are you saying that I don't know the value of money?" The cat scoffed, "Looks like you are. You think I'm stupid? Even if I'm a cat, I know how much a cat's eye is worth." The cat, exasperated, tossed the orb into a small purse, muttering, "My God. Humans care way too much about gems and gold." Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, dismissed the concerns of a worried-looking feline companion. He declared that there were far more important matters to attend to than whatever the cat was fretting over. As the cat, seemingly exasperated, interrupted him, pointing out a simple wooden ball. The cat sniffed the wooden ball, its expression shifting to one of intense adoration. It explained that the ball possessed a scent it cherished above all else. And that it was a treasure beyond compare, not to be traded for any amount of catnip. The cat then presented Iron with another object, a small, dark orb. A bead of sweat trickled down the cat's brow as it nervously offered the item, revealing it to be a foxtail imbued with memories from before it learned mystic arts. Finally, the cat produced a small, worn teddy bear, explaining that it was a gift from a stray cat friend. The cat emphasized that these treasures were priceless, beyond the value of gold or gems. Iron, surprised by the cat's profound attachment to these seemingly mundane objects, pondered the cat's wisdom, wondering if his friend Kirill also possessed such invaluable, intangible treasures. A young man and a cat are shown in a panel. The cat is holding a small, glowing orb. The man says he likes the cat. The young man, Irene, is asked to put in a good word for someone with Kirill. He looks concerned. Irene replies that he cannot. The cat is surprised by Irene's refusal, pointing out the orb's high value. Irene explains that he has heard there are more important things than money.
He smiles serenely, seemingly unfazed by the cat's reaction. The cat thinks to itself that this isn't what it had planned. The cat decides to tell Irene exactly what it feels, rather than accepting a bribe. The cat is unsure if it can win against Kirill, but decides to try anyway. Irene seems resigned to this. The cat vows to continue persuading Irene. The next day dawned. A young man with blonde hair was urgently called by a small black and white cat. The cat, clearly distressed, urged him to come quickly, explaining there was a big problem. The young man, clearly confused, demanded to know what was wrong. He paused, momentarily distracted by the cat's insistence to stay with him while he ate. A moment later, a taller figure appeared, seemingly unimpressed by the cat's frantic pleas. The young man, while eating, admitted to feeling nervous when alone during meals. The day after that, the cat again frantically called for the young man, this time emphasizing the urgency of the situation. The kitten, lying down nearby, seemed to know something the young man didn't. He was confused and unsure of what the cat was thinking. The young man, frustrated, questioned why the cat was asking him what it had just asked. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, lay in bed, a black cat curled up beside him. He stirred slightly, a soft hut escaping his lips. The cat, its eyes glowing in unnatural blue, seemed to be communicating something. Iron's companion questioned him, pointing out that he seemed to already know the answer to something. Iron, now awake and sitting up, looked at the cat with amusement. He asked, "What's so funny?" Iron chuckled, a genuine smile spreading across his face. He seemed genuinely amused by the cat's antics. Suddenly, Iron's expression shifted. He looked startled, a question forming on his lips. He exclaimed, "Hey! What's with that?" Iron's smile turned into a thoughtful expression as he listened to the cat. Iron's expression shifted again, a look of dawning understanding replacing his amusement. He seemed to be contemplating something profound. A sudden, dramatic shift in the scene. A voice boomed, "You have 1 year. Find your own way of the sword by then." The voice belonged to an unseen, imposing figure, only their mouth visible, adding to the mystery. A black and white cat with striking blue eyes sat perched on a stone pathway, its gaze fixed on something unseen beyond the panel's edge. A pair of legs, clad in simple brown trousers, were visible in the foreground, suggesting the presence of a person observing the feline. Irene, a young man with blonde hair, was walking away from the cat, his back to the viewer. A voice called out to him, expressing surprise at his sudden departure. A sweeping shot of a rain-soaked courtyard, the scene is dark and somber, reflecting Irene's mood. He is seen in the distance, a small figure dwarfed by the imposing architecture. He muttered to himself, expressing his lack of time for distractions. His thoughts turned to the urgent need to find his way back to the sword as soon as possible. He recalled getting lost after leaving the Swordsmanship Academy, a detail that added to his growing frustration. Irene admitted to himself that he had no idea where he was. The cat, observing the scene from a distance, pondered its own helplessness in the situation. The rain fell in sheets, each drop a tiny hammer against the slick city pavement. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, walked through the downpour, his shoes kicking up small splashes in the puddles. His gaze fixed on the ground, lost in thought. The rhythmic splashing of his feet was the only sound that cut through the relentless drumming of the rain. Suddenly, a jolt of energy coursed through him, throwing Iron off balance. He stumbled, his hands instinctively reaching out. As a searing pain shot through his arms, he felt a strange power surge within him, an unfamiliar force that both terrified and exhilarated him. Iron found himself standing in the center of a courtyard, a blinding light erupting from his body. The rain seemed to stop around him, the air crackling with energy. A reflection of the event shimmering in a nearby puddle. He saw a vision of a mysterious swordsman, his movements fluid and precise. Standing alone in the rain, Iron felt a newfound resolve. He would find his own path, his own way of the sword. A voice, echoing from a dream, asked Irene if she had ever learned the mystic arts. The words hung in the air, a question both intriguing and unsettling. The image fading as quickly as it appeared, leaving only the lingering feeling of mystery. Iron awoke, confused. He wondered what the voice meant, its words echoing in his mind. A sudden surge of energy erupted from within him, a blinding white light emanating from his core. The light subsided, revealing Iron standing amidst a shimmering haze, a sword materializing in his hand. A mysterious black and white cat watched from a distance, its eyes gleaming with an uncanny intelligence. The cat, seemingly pleased with Iron's transformation, called out to him, offering him a proposition, to become its student. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, stood in a courtyard, his sword at his side. A small black cat with white paws sat before him, its eyes glowing faintly. The scene was imbued with an unusual energy, swirling around the cat. Iron's face was etched with worry, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He felt a heavy atmosphere pressing down on him. A palpable tension that seemed to emanate from the cat.
A strange energy pulsed around him, causing a visible distortion in the air. The cat, whose name was Ruru, moved with an unnatural grace, its movements sharper and more intense than usual.
Iron noted this change with a concerned frown. As it suddenly spoke, its voice echoing in his mind, "Did you hear me? I said, be my disciple." Iron was startled by the unexpected command. He stared at Ruru, his eyes wide with surprise. As Ruru continued, "I'll teach you a bunch of things. Let's explore the exciting world of mystic arts together." The heavy atmosphere lifted, replaced by a sense of wonder and anticipation. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a start. His brow furrowed in confusion as he looked at his surroundings, a bewildered expression etched on his face. He mumbled incoherently, his words lost in the disorientation of waking from a vivid dream. A black cat, its eyes gleaming with an uncanny intelligence, sat beside him, observing his confusion. Iron questioned the cat, demanding an explanation for the strange dream he'd just experienced, emphasizing his identity as a swordsman, not a mystic. The cat, seemingly unfazed by Iron's outburst, calmly reassured him. It explained that the dream was not magic, but the beginning of something new, something Iron could learn. Iron, skeptical, argued that mystic arts couldn't be learned at will. The cat countered, asserting that a strong will was precisely what was needed, suggesting that Iron's dream hinted at an ability that would enhance his swordsmanship. Iron, intrigued, asked for clarification. The cat, now seemingly eager to impart its knowledge, began to explain the fundamental differences between swordsmen, magicians, and mystics. Iron admitted his ignorance on the subject. The cat, with a playful smirk, promised to enlighten him, urging him to listen carefully. The cat explained that martial artists, including swordsmen, focus on strengthening their physical bodies, their interior. An image of a powerful swordsman, radiating a blue aura, flashed before Iron's eyes. Through relentless training, they achieve a boundless, mysterious power known as aura. In contrast, the cat continued, magicians focus on the exterior, manipulating the mysterious power of mana found in nature. They strive to understand the principles, laws, and logic governing the world. The image of a mystic, surrounded by swirling blue mana, solidified the cat's explanation. A mysterious scene unfolds, bathed in ethereal light. A small, dark cat sits serenely at the center, a mystical aura surrounding it. The question hangs in the air, then, what about a mystic? A narration box explains that mystics are beings who make stubborn demands on the world. The silhouette of a winged figure, possibly an angel or a powerful being, appears, adding to the mystical atmosphere. Further emphasizing the extraordinary nature of mystics, beings that defy the laws of the world and make their will reality. A blonde woman with long braids stands proudly beside a majestic, red griffin-like creature. This is a mystic. The narration box confirms, that is a mystic. The mystic, seemingly annoyed, reflects on the common perception of mystics as stubborn. She admits that much of what people say is true. However, she emphasizes a crucial point. That mystics require an incredibly strong will to reshape the world. The mystic further explains that this will must be extraordinary, unmatched by ordinary beings. A narration box explained a fundamental principle of mystical arts: a mystic's power is proportional to the strength of their heart. Below, a small, dark-furred cat with white paws watched intently. The cat stood in the center of a swirling vortex of energy, a faint glow emanating from its chest. Then, a powerful fist appeared, imbued with the same energy, performing a swift, vertical slash. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, stood holding a sword. He observed the image of the vertical slash, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself that the sword felt a strong desire to cut something. The cat, seemingly frustrated, covered its face with its paws. A narration box appeared, explaining that even the slightest assistance could awaken Iron's mystic arts, which would greatly benefit his swordsmanship. Iron, however, shook his head, stating that he still couldn't do it. The cat looked at him, confused and questioning his refusal. Iron explained that he couldn't learn mystic arts with just the sword he had shown, it wasn't his own. The cat impatiently told him to stop slurring and speak properly. Iron stated that it was hard to explain, but the sword wasn't his own. The cat looked on, surprised. Iron's eyes widened as a sudden realization dawned on him, perhaps. Iron, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, mused to himself. He believed that Ruru, a mysterious figure, might hold the key to understanding the strange dreams that had recently begun to plague him. A black and white cat with piercing blue eyes appeared, interrupting his thoughts. The cat, seemingly sentient, declared that it had something to reveal. Its words hinting at a possibility of possession, a fascinating idea that piqued Iron's curiosity. The cat continued, explaining that it had heard of cases where people possessed multiple souls, each with their own memories and personalities, layered over one another. Iron, however, remained skeptical. The cat then pointed out that while Iron's situation wasn't identical, it shared similarities. It pressed him to consider learning mystic arts. Iron, seated cross-legged, listened intently as the cat spoke. He was clearly intrigued, but hesitant. Even Ruru, a powerful mystic, showed a strong reaction to the phenomenon, further emphasizing its unusual nature. Iron clenched his fist, wrestling with his internal conflict. He was clearly troubled by the implications. He reflected on the mysterious swordsman from his dreams, finding the idea of the sword's power alluring, yet he remained resolute in his decision. The cat, however, was not giving up easily, suggesting that it would be fun to explore this new path. Iron, a young man with blonde hair, declared his ambition: "I want to develop my own sword." A black cat with striking blue eyes, seemingly his companion, responded with a questioning "HM? Your sword?" Iron, slightly flustered, confirmed, "Yeah, my own sword." The cat pressed further, "What's your sword, then?" The cat continued, its tone implying a sarcastic understanding, "The one that you kept swinging." "Other than the one you just showed? That's your sword?" The cat's amusement was evident as it chuckled. Iron's face flushed, beads of sweat appearing on his brow as he realized the absurdity of his statement. He was speechless. He could only manage a silent, awkward pause. As he sat down, defeated. In the end, Iron realized he was back to square one. His internal monologue revealed his frustration: "I'm back to square one." The cat observed him, its expression unreadable. The cat finally spoke: I guess it's time for the master to give advice to the disciple." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat cross-legged in his courtyard. 3 playful black cats leaped and tumbled around him, their antics a stark contrast to his pensive expression. He muttered his refusal to learn, his words laced with a weariness that belied his age. One of the cats, perched atop a wall, chided him. It pointed out that his current lifestyle wasn't true effort, implying that Iron's perceived laziness was a misunderstanding of his situation. Iron stood, his expression troubled. He seemed to be grappling with the cat's words, a hint of uncertainty clouding his usual apathy. He vehemently insisted that his actions weren't a lack of effort, but rather something else entirely. The stark, dark background emphasized the intensity of his denial. The cat, seemingly unimpressed, watched him from the wall as Iron continued to grapple with his own feelings. Finally concluding that, in the simplest terms, his past actions had been a complete waste of time. Back in his room, Iron lay in bed, his mind racing with the cat's words. He felt overwhelmed by the implications of what he had been told. A servant cautiously approached, asking permission to enter. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. He sat up in bed, a question mark hovering above his head, his brow furrowed in confusion. He murmured to himself, uncertain of what he had just witnessed. A man, dressed in formal attire, entered Iron's room. He approached cautiously, his expression serious. He inquired about Lady Ruru, a cat mystic, wondering if she was present. Lady Ruru, surprised by the question, asked if something had happened. The man, clearly flustered, responded that he had 2 important matters to discuss. The first concerned the upcoming expedition. He explained that a conference regarding the Southern Union expedition would be held in a few days. The family head would speak to Iron about it, requiring him to decide whether or not to participate beforehand. Iron acknowledged the information, stating that he understood. The man then proceeded to the second matter, which concerned Lady Ruru. He revealed that there were many negative rumors circulating about Lady Ruru. Specifically, a rumor that she had been a member of a mystic guild called Oracle in the East, a guild that was completely destroyed after her departure. Further fueling the rumors, it was said that the second son of the jackal thief, who became her disciple, died in an unfortunate accident. The image of a burning building flashed across the panel, symbolizing the destruction of the Oracle Guild. Adding to the ominous tale, even the previously wealthy Balvenie merchant group experienced a sharp decline in sales after an encounter with a black cat, further linking Lady Ruru to misfortune. Iron, looking concerned, questioned the veracity of these rumors. The man confirmed that the fall of Oracle, the Balvenie merchant group's downfall, and the incident in the jackal thief were all true events. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, reclined on his luxurious bed. His languid posture spoke volumes about his disinterest in the world's affairs. A question hung in the air, voiced by an unseen individual: and is there evidence that Ruru was involved in those events? The response, delivered from off-panel, was hesitant and unconvincing. To be honest, there isn't, just the fact that she was there. Iron, his expression thoughtful, considered this information. The speaker continued, then she may not have done dash. Young master. Iron sat up, a flicker of determination in his eyes. I know that the rumors may be false. That innocent-looking small mystic may not have done anything wrong. However, the speaker, a man with a mustache and worried expression, continued, there's no need for you to put yourself in potential danger. Iron, his gaze intense, listened intently. He responded, his voice laced with apology, "I apologize if I overstepped my boundaries. I will take my leave." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, sat alone in his opulent chambers. His back was to the viewer, his shoulders slumped in a posture that spoke of weariness and disinterest. A stark contrast to the ornate surroundings. He was clearly troubled, though he made no outward display of his emotions. Internally, however, he was wrestling with a request from Marcus, who was worried about him. Marcus had pleaded with Iron not to think badly of him, explaining that his concern stemmed solely from his care for Iron. Iron, however, seemed unconvinced, reminding Marcus that he had already been told this. Iron resolved to remain steadfast in his decision, vowing to relay his feelings to Kirill without being swayed by outside influences. He would report exactly what he had seen, and emphasized that he didn't possess the kind of personality that would cause harm to others. The image shifted to show Iron sitting on his bed, a serene expression on his face. He continued, explaining that while he might be unique and different from other humans, he still possessed positive qualities. This was his honest assessment, regardless of any rumors circulating. He intended to convey this perspective to Kirill, regardless of the rumors. Iron's calm demeanor suggested a quiet confidence in his own self-perception. A sudden shift in mood. Iron's internal monologue revealed a lingering worry. What if something bad happened because of his association with Kirill? He then posed a direct question, confirming his suspicion that Kirill was indeed present, as he had suspected. His gaze was intense, seeking confirmation. Iron's question was answered by a simple, affirmative "yeah" from an unseen character, likely Kirill, whose presence was only hinted at by the sound effect. Someone questioned Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, about his recent actions. He vehemently denied any involvement, his denial punctuated by the sudden appearance of a black cat darting across the room. Iron explained that he had merely been playing around, however, he mentioned the recent destruction of a tower in Oracle, attributing it to a fight between two despicable old men. He continued, noting that the children of a merchant group were constantly fighting, and even in the jackal fiefdom, conflict was commonplace. Iron mused that the recent events were either a series of coincidences or a deliberate plot by Ruru, but either way, the situation was dangerous. Despite his apprehension, a thought occurred to him. He reassured himself that everything would be all right. He even suggested that it would be fine if they all stayed together. His black cat companion, however, voiced a concern about the superstition surrounding black cats and misfortune. Iron smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord, stood in his opulent bedroom, his posture slumping slightly. He was still recovering from a vivid dream, the details of which remained elusive, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. A small black and white cat stirred at his feet, its sudden movement startling Iron. He blinked, a confused "huh" escaping his lips as he tried to regain his bearings. The cat, seemingly sentient, spoke, its voice surprisingly mature and calm. "I was the same as you." Iron, taken aback by the cat's unexpected words, offered a thoughtful response. "Though, it was partly my own fault." He continued, his expression hardening slightly. "Anyway, I'll make my judgment based on what I see and feel. If misfortune comes my way after associating with you, I'll think about what to do when that time comes." A sigh escaped Iron's lips, a mixture of weariness and resolve. "The people around me may worry." But he added with a newfound determination, "but I'll try to resolve their concerns." Iron, seemingly making a decision, looked at the cat and said, "I'll give you this." He produced a dark orb, seemingly magical in nature. "This is super expensive. It's even better than the cat's eye." The cat, however, seemed to have a change of heart, interrupting Iron with a sudden, urgent, "Ah, wait." A young man with blonde hair, dressed in fine, light-colored clothing, stood in a lavish bedroom. He had just dismissed a visitor, someone who had attempted to bribe him. He recounted the event to himself, noting that she had vanished instantly after his refusal, leaving behind only a large, dark orb that pulsed with an inner light. He stared at it, recognizing it from a previous encounter. And, with a grin, he called out to someone named Irene, proudly displaying his new collection. He identified the orb as one of her treasures. He then expressed concern, however, muttering to himself that the orb was far too large. 1 week later, the scene shifts to a grand estate. Viscount Gyrowan arrives at the estate in a horse-drawn carriage, greeted by several individuals. One of them extends a welcoming hand, addressing him formally. Viscount Gyrowan, visibly nervous, is greeted warmly by another man who comments on his more mature appearance compared to their last meeting. Iron Ferreira, now looking more mature, offers a polite thank you. Another attendant offers to escort him inside. Inside, a lavish banquet is underway, with numerous guests seated at a long table. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, sat alone at a lavishly set table, a pensive expression on his face. His eyes held a distant, almost melancholic gaze, suggesting a mind far removed from the opulent surroundings. An older man, his features sharp and stern, addressed Iron. He stressed the importance of remembering certain things, his tone serious and urgent. Explaining that while there were no open conflicts with the Bauer and Fried families, that didn't mean they were friendly either. The scene shifted to show Baron Fried, his presence exuding an air of quiet authority. The narration box identified him as such. The conversation continued, focusing on the families who held animosity towards the Ferreira family, the Lester, Russell, and Gyruin families. Baron Lester and his sons were shown, their expressions ranging from smug to mischievous. Baron Russell was then introduced, followed by Viscount Gyruin and his son. The tension in the room was palpable. Viscount Gyruin revealed that his family had a long-standing feud with the Ferreiras, dating back generations. The meeting concluded with a toast to the prosperity and peace of the Southern Six families, a fragile peace indeed. Iron, seemingly unaffected by the underlying tensions, raised his glass in a perfunctory toast. 3 wine glasses were raised in a toast. A celebratory clinking sound echoed through the room. As a voice declared, "For the peace." A young man with short, light brown hair, dressed in fine clothes, hesitantly lifted his glass. He mumbled something unintelligible. As 2 older men beside him took a large gulp of their wine, one exclaiming, "Ah!" The young man, still looking uneasy, took a sip of his wine. A grimace twisting his features as he thought, "Ugh. Do I have to drink all of this? It's so bitter." He looked around, confused, muttering, "Huh." The young man's gaze fell upon a group of men staring intently at him. He wondered, "Why is everyone staring at me?" 3 men in similar attire watched him, their expressions unreadable. A question formed in his mind. Did I make a mistake? Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. His eyes, wide with a lingering trace of the dream's intensity, stared blankly ahead. He found himself in a lavishly decorated room, a goblet of white wine in his hand. An older man, his face etched with amusement, addressed him. He chuckled, commenting on Iron's improper grip on the wine cup. Iron, slightly startled, mumbled a quiet "ah," his expression a mixture of confusion and mild embarrassment. The older man continued, explaining that white wine is sensitive to temperature changes. The man elaborated, stating that the warmth from Iron's hand would transfer to the wine, altering its taste. He then instructed Iron on the proper way to hold the glass, by the stem. Iron, following the instruction, held the glass correctly. The older man beamed, pleased with the improvement. Iron, however, quickly apologized. The older man found this unnecessary. He questioned Iron's apology, stating that such minor mistakes are commonplace. He then encouraged Iron to try holding the glass properly again. Iron attempted to hold the glass correctly again, but this time, the older man pointed out that he should also extend his pinky finger. Confused, Iron questioned the reason. The older man explained the historical context behind this seemingly minor detail. During times of spice scarcity, people would use their thumb and pinky finger to grab spices to avoid wasting any. The older man continued. The scene opens with a close-up on a man's face, his expression unreadable. He has a neatly trimmed, reddish-brown beard and is wearing a dark teal robe with gold accents. An older man with a stern expression sits across from him, his words cutting through the air. He pointed out that while times have changed, nobles should still maintain proper table manners. A younger man with blonde hair, presumably a noble, chuckled, agreeing that such fine lines distinguish nobles from commoners. Another man, seemingly amused, agreed. The blonde young man quickly clarified that his words were misinterpreted, apologizing to Baron Lester. The older man, seemingly understanding, urged Baron Pereira not to misunderstand. The young blonde man, Baron Pereira, insisted he hadn't misunderstood. The older man chuckled, relieved, explaining that his previous words were only in reference to Irene. A subtle energy crackled between the younger man and the older man, suggesting a shared understanding or secret. The younger man, Irene, smiled and stated that he particularly enjoyed the second song. The older man expressed surprise at Irene's deep musical expertise, prompting him to ask what kind of music Irene listens to. An older man, his face etched with concern, spoke, instructing someone to pay close attention to any music they might hear. He questioned whether this was true, prompting a response that confirmed the information. The speaker had been at the Swordsmanship Academy, but lacked the time to elaborate further. A younger man, his expression one of mild apprehension, listened as the older man continued, emphasizing the importance of not cutting the conversation short, as it would be embarrassing for both parties. The older man chuckled, dismissing the previous comments as a joke, and the younger man, Iron, relaxed visibly. Iron, now alone, was asked how he felt. His expression was one of self-satisfaction. He reflected on the feeling of facing his own shortcomings, particularly his lack of basic knowledge expected of a noble. Iron is shown lying in bed, asleep. The narrator interjects, explaining that Iron's current state is a direct result of his laziness and ignorance, highlighting the consequences of his irresponsibility.
A young man with short, light brown hair stood before a dark, imposing doorway, his back to the viewer. He wore a teal and black collared shirt and dark trousers, his posture suggesting a weariness that belied his age. A voice, unseen, boomed, its words echoing the weight of unspoken accusations, that which allowed you to be neglected all this time, comes into full view. The young man, Iron, his face now visible, showed clear distress. His eyes were downcast, and a profound sadness etched itself onto his features. He whispered, "There's nothing." A harsh voice cut through his despair, "There's nothing that you can do." The scene shifted to a lavish dining room, the remnants of a meal still on the table. Iron sat there, his demeanor reflecting the weight of the unseen accusations. An older man, his face etched with concern, approached Iron. He asked, "Are you okay, Irene?" The older man's expression showed a mixture of concern and understanding as he watched Iron leave. Iron departed, his steps heavy with unspoken burdens. He walked quickly, his pace suggesting a desperate need to escape. Iron's hurried departure continued, his steps echoing the urgency within him. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for escaping reality through sleep, awoke with a start. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he gasped for air, the remnants of a vivid dream clinging to his mind. He had run again, he realized, his heart pounding in his chest. He'd thought he was becoming more confident, stronger, able to face whatever came his way. But the reality of his perceived strength shattered as he recalled the handshake, a seemingly innocuous gesture that had concealed a hidden threat. He had no idea of the true depth of the danger he had faced. The weight of his ignorance pressed down on him. A wave of nausea washed over him, a physical manifestation of the dawning realization of his own inadequacy. He clutched at his chest, gasping for breath. Iron's mind raced, the image of his father's weary face flashing before his eyes. He was overwhelmed by the sudden understanding of his father's past suffering. The weight of his family's shared pain, the pain his father had endured, hit him with crushing force. His shoulders slumped under the burden of this newly acquired knowledge. The realization of his mother's and his sister's suffering, the pain they had endured in silence, intensified his self-reproach. He was a coward, he thought, his teeth gritted in self-loathing. He collapsed to the ground, the full weight of his guilt and the pain of his past crashing down upon him. Tears streamed down his face as he finally broke down. Iron Ferreira, the young lord, was known throughout the land as the Lazy Lord. His reputation preceded him, a testament to his habit of escaping reality through sleep after the traumatic death of his mother. He awoke from a dream, a vision of a mysterious swordsman etched in his mind. And found himself inexplicably wielding a sword, his movements clumsy and unskilled. Frustration washed over him as he realized the futility of his actions. He didn't even know how to properly use the weapon. A voice, sharp and unexpected, cut through his self-doubt. The voice, belonging to a black cat perched on a nearby balcony, declared his efforts pointless, a mere show of motion without true heart. The cat continued, explaining that true effort comes from pouring one's entire being into a purpose. That using one's heart is as important as using one's body. The cat then turned to Iron, posing a pointed question. The cat challenged Iron, questioning whether he truly poured his heart into his previous actions. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a vivid dream. He didn't understand it, only feeling a lingering sense of unease. A powerful, almost overwhelming image of a mysterious swordsman burned into his memory. He felt a surge of energy, a strange power coursing through his veins. A feeling he couldn't quite grasp, but one that filled him with a strange sense of purpose. Suddenly, Iron found himself inexplicably wielding a sword, a whirlwind of motion surrounding him. His movements precise and powerful, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. He didn't understand how he was doing it. A young man, seemingly surprised by Iron's sudden display of skill, approached him. He expressed his astonishment at Iron's unexpected proficiency, questioning whether he had secretly trained at a prestigious academy. Iron, still bewildered by his newfound abilities, remained silent, his expression a mixture of confusion and determination. The young man, impressed by Iron's stance, suggested a sparring match. Meanwhile, other young nobles, Kevin and Caesar of the Lester family, observed the scene from a distance, their expressions unreadable. Another young man questioned Iron's sudden mastery of the sword, highlighting the irony of his previous incompetence. The scene opens with a title card introducing Martin, the eldest lord of the Russell family. He is depicted as a young man with dark hair, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muses to himself that 1 year is hardly enough time to learn swordsmanship, especially for someone known as the Lazy Lord. Another character, unseen but present, laughs in agreement. A third character, whose face is obscured, asks if he really wants to continue with his training. 3 figures in uniform stand before Martin, their faces partially visible. As Martin approaches, one of them expresses surprise and admiration. A dark, swirling energy erupts from Martin, and he declares, "Come at me." Martin, now radiating power, stands defiantly with a large sword. His blonde hair is visible, and his eyes are filled with determination. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, stood silhouetted against a breathtaking sunset. He seemed lost in thought, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before him, their presence shattering the tranquility. One, taller and more imposing than the others, held a large sword, a sneer playing on his lips. He let out a short, derisive laugh. Iron's eyes narrowed, a flicker of annoyance crossing his face. He seemed unimpressed by the display. The taller man spoke, his words laced with arrogance. He challenged Iron, his tone dripping with disdain. Iron, however, remained unfazed. He retorted sharply, his words equally cutting. With surprising speed, Iron moved, drawing his own sword. He muttered to himself, acknowledging his lack of recent practice. He tested the weight of the blade, finding it surprisingly familiar. The taller man scoffed, underestimating Iron's abilities based on his reputation. But Iron's expression hardened, a newfound confidence replacing his usual apathy. He vowed to prove his opponent wrong. Chapter 24 begins with a sparring match. Iron, the Lazy Lord, faces off against another young man, swords drawn. His opponent, brimming with confidence, challenges him, eager to see how much Iron has improved. Iron's opponent confidently declares that he will let Iron have the first strike. Iron attacks, but his opponent effortlessly deflects the blow, countering with a swift and precise strike that sends Iron reeling. The attack continues, with Iron's opponent overpowering him, forcing him to the ground. Iron's opponent's sword is poised to strike the final blow, leaving Iron stunned and vulnerable. Suddenly, Iron's expression shifts to one of shock and confusion as he narrowly avoids the final blow. Another figure appears, observing the scene with concern. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, stood over a fallen opponent, a sword clutched in his hand. Iron's expression was one of mild surprise, a slight ha escaping his lips as he looked down at the defeated figure. He stared at his hands, a dawning realization in his eyes. A chilling question echoed in his mind, who's next? Iron stood defiantly before 2 armed figures, his posture tense but resolute. The tension was palpable, a confrontation was imminent. One of the armed figures lunged at Iron, but he was too quick, easily deflecting the attack. The attacker landed heavily on the ground, groaning in pain. The fallen attacker protested, "I didn't say start." He accused Iron of being a coward for attacking so suddenly. The attacker, clearly injured, struggled to his feet, only to collapse again with a pained groan. Another figure, Kevin, approached the fallen attacker, offering assistance. He expressed frustration with Iron's actions. Kevin, despite his annoyance, stated his intention to finish the fight, acknowledging that the attacker had let his guard down. A young man, his face etched with weariness, mumbled, "Oh, okay." A sense of listlessness hung in the air, hinting at a deeper malaise. He continued, his voice barely a whisper, "I'll only feel better after I face you." The scene shifted to reveal another young man, his expression a mixture of anger and resentment. He scoffed, "Humph, that coward attacked me when I wasn't ready." He turned to his companion, asking, "You saw it too, right?" The companion, a boyish figure with a mischievous grin, replied, "Why yeah, I saw." "Ha, that shameless bastard. Look at him on his high horse after a foul play." The first young man, his face grim, drew his sword. He muttered, "Martin won't lose. He's built differently." A sigh of determination escaped his lips, phew. He addressed the other young man, a challenge in his voice, "Shall we begin?" With a battle cry of "Hup," the first young man lunged forward, his sword flashing. The second young man barely managed to parry the blow, his eyes wide with surprise. The first young man smirked, "Ha! It's useless just blocking." Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. He was facing 2 opponents, their movements a blur of motion. Their voices filled with malicious glee as they shouted their intent to crush him to bits. One of Iron's attackers paused, a question forming on his lips. "But why?" A bystander watched, bewildered, questioning why Iron wasn't crumbling under the assault. The scene shifted, showing the 2 combatants locked in a fierce exchange of blows. Iron, surprisingly, was holding his own. One of his attackers grunted in pain as Iron's blade found its mark. Iron's counterattack was swift and brutal. He moved with a speed and precision that belied his reputation for laziness. His sword a blur as he pressed his advantage. With a final, powerful strike, Iron sent his opponent sprawling, leaving him dazed and defeated. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in a desperate struggle. His opponent, a shadowy figure, had him pinned, a guttural sound escaping Iron's lips as he strained against the hold. Suddenly, Iron's body moved on its own accord. He lunged forward, drawing his sword with surprising speed and skill. His hands, however, felt alien, unfamiliar. A wave of confusion washed over him as he realized the terrifying truth: his body was acting independently of his will.
What's happening? He wondered, a cold sweat beading on his brow.
The fight continued, Iron's movements becoming increasingly erratic and powerful, yet strangely uncontrolled.
A bystander, a young man with light brown hair, watched in disbelief as Iron's strength seemed to defy explanation. What?
Aren't you going to attack? He shouted, his voice laced with incredulity. Iron, however, was struggling to maintain control. His body was a vessel of raw power, but he was a passenger, not the driver.
I can't go anymore.
He gasped, his voice barely a whisper. His body trembled, exhaustion and a profound sense of dread washing over him.
I don't want to continue, he thought, his will crumbling under the strain. The young man's desperate plea echoed through the courtyard. Someone, stop this fight.
The young man, seeing Iron's distress, intervened, launching a swift attack that forced the shadowy figure to retreat. Leaving Iron collapsing to the ground, his body spent. The young man approached cautiously, observing the scene with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Why don't you leave it at that? It looks like there's a clear victor, he stated. The scene opens with a close-up on Iron Ferreira, the lazy lord, his expression partially obscured, hinting at a hidden intensity.
Iron is engaged in a sword fight with another young man, Martin.
Iron's opponent urges him to stop before he gets hurt, but Iron, despite his apparent skill, seems unfazed. Irene, another young man, observes Iron's improved swordsmanship, impressed by his progress. He challenges Iron to a spar. Iron, surprisingly, requests that their spar be with real swords, a bold and unexpected request. Irene's companions express their surprise and concern at Iron's request. But Irene, though hesitant, ultimately agrees to Iron's terms. Irene's expression shows his internal conflict and acceptance of the challenge. Irene's brother comments on Iron's newfound vigor and changed personality. Irene, now facing Iron with a drawn sword, prepares for the duel. Irene's brother muses on Iron's sudden improvement, speculating about the reason behind his newfound skill and confidence. He notes Iron's increased vigor since returning from the Swordsmanship Academy. A figure, cloaked and wielding a gleaming sword, stood before Iron. He considered his opponent, a young noble, and mused internally that he should at least spare his face. The cloaked figure offered Iron the first strike, stating that as his senior, who had learned the sword before him, this was the least he could do. Iron, a smirk playing on his lips, accepted the offer. The cloaked figure, however, internally cursed Iron as a son of a bitch. The cloaked figure, seemingly resigned, simply muttered, "All right." Iron's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed with a newfound intensity. A cruel smile stretched across Iron's face as he prepared himself. He thought about the figure he had seen in his dreams, the mysterious swordsman, and realized that the person before him was just a coward. The final panel shows Iron standing defiantly before a large crowd, his past self revealed as a cowardly figure. The scene opens with a close-up on a figure shrouded in darkness, their face obscured, only the outline of their body visible as they lay curled up, seemingly asleep. Iron Ferreira, a young man with short brown hair and a determined expression, stood in a grand hall, a gleaming sword held aloft in his hand. He addressed someone unseen, his voice confident and challenging. The next panel shows a pair of hands clasped tightly together, knuckles white with tension. The background is a blur of motion and dark red hues, suggesting a struggle or intense exertion. Iron, still holding his sword, let out a relieved sigh. A smirk played on his lips as he commented on the ease with which he had seemingly overcome a challenge. He sheathed his sword, a slight exhaustion evident in his posture. The action was swift and practiced. As he stood there, momentarily still, before the observers, 3 onlookers, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief, watched Iron. One of them voiced their astonishment at his actions. A subtle shift in his features hinted at a change within. As his eyes snapped open, revealing a startling intensity. A brilliant light erupted from Iron, emanating from the sword he now held. His power was undeniable. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke with a start. His brow furrowed, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion. The lingering image of a mysterious swordsman from his dreams still burned in his mind. Suddenly, he found himself moving, his body acting on its own accord. He drew his sword with surprising speed and precision, lunging forward in a blur of motion. A swift, powerful strike connecting with an unseen target. He was left breathless, utterly bewildered by his own actions. Iron's mind raced, struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. What was that, he wondered, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. He sheathed his sword, his hand trembling slightly. The sudden display of skill was both terrifying and exhilarating. A new question arose, equally perplexing: why did I increase the distance? The instinctive action hinted at a level of awareness and control he didn't understand. Was he, the lazy lord, truly afraid of his own unexpected power?
Iron's eyes widened, his face etched with a mixture of fear and disbelief. The question hung heavy in the air, was he truly afraid of his own attack? A voice, filled with raw anger, cuts through the air. Don't fuck with me. The young man, Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, grips his sword tightly, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion and defiance. A fierce light flares in his eyes as he struggles against an unseen force. He mutters, I can't accept this. Iron is overwhelmed, his body straining under a tremendous pressure. The scene ends abruptly. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, awoke from a vivid dream. The image of a mysterious swordsman, etched into his mind, was impossibly sharp and real. A blinding flash of steel reflecting in his wide, startled eyes. He was holding his sword, its edge glowing with an ethereal light. With a gasp, Iron stumbled back, the sword slipping from his grasp. The blade shattering into fragments as it struck the stone floor. A figure stood in the distance, observing the scene. Iron, now fully awake, stared at his hands, a newfound determination hardening his gaze. Elsewhere, Iron's brothers reacted with shock and disbelief to the news of a mysterious event involving a sword. One brother, holding a small, ornate box, whispered in astonishment. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a vivid dream. His brow furrowed in confusion, a single question echoing in his mind: how could the swordsman in his vision have moved with such impossible speed? The memory of the encounter lingered, a stark contrast to his usual languid existence. A blur of motion that defied comprehension. His own swordsmanship, though practiced, felt inadequate against the sheer impossible speed of his dream opponent. Our swords didn't even clash, he thought, a wave of disbelief washing over him. The image of the swordsman's blade, a shimmering streak of light, seared itself into his memory. How? The question hung heavy in the air. Later that day, Iron found himself in the training hall, the scene of his dreams still fresh in his mind. He was confronted by three men, their expressions a mixture of concern and suspicion. One of them stated, "So you were all in the training hall?" The three men were clearly surprised by his presence. Their expressions shifted from surprise to concern as they observed him. One of the men, appearing to be the leader, stared at Iron with wide eyes, clearly shocked by something. Iron, still reeling from his dream, held his sword, its familiar weight a stark contrast to the ethereal blade from his vision. His face was a mask of confusion and unease. The leader's voice cut through the silence, his question laced with suspicion: "Why is your sword?" A grim-faced older man, possibly a lord or high-ranking official, judging by his attire, announced to his two equally concerned companions, "I lost in a spar with Irene." The man's expression shifted to one of disbelief and worry as he muttered, "Irene." A young man with light brown hair, looking anxious and troubled, appeared to be contemplating his situation. His internal monologue revealed his uncertainty: what should I do? The young man's inner voice offered a suggestion: why yeah, be as confident as possible. Following his inner voice's advice, the young man approached two older men in regal attire, handing something to one of them and saying, "Sir Stuart, please take this." His inner voice continued to guide him, instructing, "Act as if it's nothing much, exaggerate it." He began his explanation: "Irene's sword was very powerful. But my sword deflected it from 5 meters away." The two older men stared at him, speechless, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke in a cold sweat. His eyes darted around, a lingering unease clinging to him from a vivid dream. He found himself in a tense meeting, the air thick with unspoken tension. An older man, his face creased with amusement, spoke of a mysterious swordsman. He mentioned that the swordsman had trained at the prestigious Chrono Swordsmanship Academy for a year, implying great skill. The older man continued, suggesting that this swordsman's prowess would be a significant asset in their upcoming military campaign against the Southern Union. Another man, equally jovial, expressed his envy of Iron's apparent good fortune in having such a skilled individual in his service. His words were laced with a hint of something else, perhaps a veiled threat. Iron, seemingly unfazed, offered a curt thank you. The meeting concluded, and the attendees began to depart. As Iron and his entourage left the castle, the night air was heavy with unspoken tension. The moon hung high in the sky, casting long shadows. They passed through the imposing castle gates and into the moonlit streets. Iron walked with a quiet dignity, his two attendants flanking him. One of his attendants, Ryan, addressed him. Ryan expressed his surprise at Iron's willingness to seemingly sacrifice a sparring match to improve his reputation and mend his relationship with the Pereiras. Iron, however, seemed less than pleased by this development, a clear sign of his inner turmoil. A stern-faced man, his back to the viewer, stood silhouetted against a dark, star-dusted sky. The air crackled with unspoken tension, his rigid posture hinted at a brewing storm. He seemed to be contemplating something significant, something that would shape the future. And his words, when they came, were sharp and uncompromising. He would not tolerate any deviation from his plans.
The man's sharp gaze fell upon a younger man, his face etched with worry and apprehension. The younger man's shoulders slumped slightly under the weight of the older man's disapproval. A sudden surge of anger flared in the younger man's eyes, a silent rebellion against the weight of expectation. He turned and walked away, his resolve hardening with each step. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him, but he would not yield. A servant, his face impassive, addressed the younger man, confirming his identity as the eldest son. The young lord, Iron, clenched his jaw, his anger simmering beneath the surface. He was not happy with the orders he had just received. And he issued a curt command, demanding the preparation of trainees upon their return to the estate. Despite the importance of the upcoming subjugation, Iron was given the option to not participate. The scene shifted to a library, suggesting a possible alternative path for the young lord. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat before his father. The elder Ferreira, a stern man with a neatly trimmed beard, lectured him about his perceived lack of diligence. He stressed the importance of swordsmanship training over attending to the current event. Iron listened impassively, his expression betraying little emotion. He seemed lost in thought, his gaze distant and unfocused. A sudden shift in Iron's demeanor was evident. His eyes widened slightly, a flicker of determination crossing his face. As he firmly declared his intention to participate in the event, regardless of his father's concerns. Iron acknowledged his father's worries, stating that he understood his concerns. He then made a bold promise to overcome his shortcomings within 3 weeks, proving his capabilities. He added a final condition: if he failed to meet his father's expectations after this period, he would willingly give up. The father, his face etched with worry and uncertainty, listened intently to his son's declaration. Iron's father, internally, repeated his son's name, Irene, in a thoughtful manner. Iron, resolute in his decision, left the room, his steps firm and purposeful. A young boy with blonde hair, dressed in a purple robe, walked down a long hallway with a priest. The boy, Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, showed no sign of his usual apathy. He walked alongside a woman with brown hair, elegantly dressed in a cream-colored robe. Iron's arms were crossed, a subtle defiance in his posture. He seemed lost in thought, a pensive expression clouding his features. A subtle unease flickered in his eyes. A blush creeping onto his cheeks as a question formed in his mind: will he ever change? The woman, his sister, spoke, her voice laced with a quiet hope: we just need to believe in his efforts. She turned to Iron, adding softly, you can believe in your brother too, right? Iron, though hesitant, nodded, a barely audible yes escaping his lips. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain. A searing agony that sent him sprawling to the ground. He clutched at his chest. A vision of a mysterious swordsman flashing before his eyes. A single word echoed in his mind: I. As pain subsided, leaving him breathless but strangely invigorated. A rack of swords hung on the wall, their polished blades gleaming faintly in the dim light. Each sword seemed to whisper of battles fought and victories won, a silent testament to a noble lineage. Iron, the young lord, was consumed by a fierce internal conflict. He resolved, in a silent vow, to shoulder the weight of his family's burdens, refusing to let their suffering continue. He would not allow his family to be mocked because of his reputation as the Lazy Lord. A surge of determination propelled him forward, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. The weight of his family's suffering, the whispers and jeers, fueled his resolve. He would change, not for himself, but for them. Iron stumbled, his body racked with exhaustion as he collapsed to the ground. The sudden exertion of his newfound resolve took its toll. The image of his family, enduring their grief with quiet strength, filled his mind. Their silent suffering spurred him on. Iron's eyes, usually dull with apathy, now blazed with a fierce, determined light. A profound change was underway. He pushed himself up, his body trembling but his spirit unbroken. He would overcome his weaknesses, for his family. Iron reached out, his hand grasping at something unseen, a desperate plea for strength. He was ready to fight for his family's honor. Iron's determination solidified into a burning resolve. He would change his ways, not just for himself, but to protect his family from further suffering. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a nightmare. The image of his mother's death seared into his mind, fueling a desperate vow: I'll make it so that I'll never have to see that sight. He sat up, breathing heavily, sweat beading on his brow. The lingering horror of the dream clung to him. A stark reminder of his grief. He wondered, does my current appearance, and what I'm doing, still look like wasted effort? His self-doubt hung heavy in the air. The question echoed in his mind. A harsh judgment on his perceived laziness. Then, a black cat appeared on the balcony above him, its eyes gleaming with an uncanny intelligence. Iron looked up, startled by the sudden appearance of the feline. The cat's gaze unwavering. It spoke, its voice surprisingly clear and strong: effort.
The cat responded simply, "You can." Iron's eyes widened with determination. He declared, "Then teach me. I'll do anything you tell me to do." The cat, whose name is revealed to be Irene, replied calmly, "Don't be impatient, Irene. I will teach you." The image shows a large, shadowy cat-like creature lurking in the background, its presence ominous and foreboding. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, sits with a troubled expression. He confesses his inability to process the events of the day, choosing instead to postpone dealing with his grief until tomorrow. Iron sighs in relief, his shoulders slumping as he finally allows himself a moment of respite. He decides to leave the immediate aftermath of his mother's death to be dealt with later. Someone reassures Iron, advising him not to overexert himself. The training hall will be closed for the day at his father's request. Iron stands, his expression hardening slightly as he reveals that he himself requested the closure of the training hall. He notices something unusual, a small, cat-like creature wearing glasses, and questions its attire. Ruru, the creature, responds that attire is important. Ruru explains that even seemingly trivial details can significantly impact one's mindset, emphasizing the importance of mental fortitude in mystic arts, particularly in Iron's case, where his resolve to protect his family is paramount. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, elegant robes, posed a question to a small, anthropomorphic cat wearing glasses and a bow tie. He inquired about strengthening a wish. The cat, seemingly an expert in the arcane, explained that the most common and easiest method was through superstition. The young man, skeptical, questioned the notion of using superstition. To which the cat clarified that it involved rumors lacking reasonable proof, yet possessing inherent belief, a crucial element in mystic arts. The narrative emphasized that the power of mystic arts hinges on the strength of one's belief, regardless of the story's foundation. An illustration depicted ancient people venerating large stones or the sun as gods. The image showed a large stone, possibly a monolith, under a vast sky, with people gathered before it in reverence. It was explained that these ancient people attempted to fulfill their wishes through religious ceremonies, leveraging the power of deeply held beliefs. The final panel revealed that self-sacrifice was an effective method to achieve their goals within this system of belief. A pool of blood stains a wooden surface. The narrator observes, however, it's best to avoid stuff like that. Instead of awakening, you're more likely to be swept into the whispers of a demon instead. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, is startled by a small, anthropomorphic cat wielding a stick. The cat states that the method that suits him best is training filled with a strong wish. The cat, with glasses and a bow tie, energetically swings its stick, seemingly initiating some sort of training regimen. This training is described as being filled with a strong wish. Iron sweats nervously as the cat continues its energetic display. And then suddenly asks, "What are you doing?" The cat urgently commands Iron, "Hurry up and pick up your sword." A blur of motion filled the air as a sword flashed, leaving a trail of crimson energy in its wake. The force of the blow sending a young man, Iron Ferreira, sprawling backward. His eyes wide with shock as he stared at the weapon, a large, imposing sword, now embedded in the ground before him. Iron's grip tightened on the sword's hilt, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He struggled to comprehend the sudden surge of power coursing through his veins. A scene of a castle courtyard flashed before his eyes. He sheathed the sword, relief washing over him. Iron stood there, panting, the exertion evident in his posture. The cat then spoke, its words surprising Iron, "You want me to continue swordsmanship training just as I've done until now?" A man in a finely tailored, gold-trimmed uniform stood before a dark wooden table, his expression serious. Beside him, a cat-like creature with spectacles and a bow tie observed the proceedings. "It's completely different," the man declared. He continued, "No, what would be a stronger word?" The cat-like creature interjected, "Ah yes, let's call it a contract." A young man with blonde hair, Iron, listened intently as the cat-like creature explained, "Swing your sword with sincerity 1,000 times a day. Pour your heart into the sword with the thought of how far you can move forward. And make it stronger with each passing day." The creature added, "It's similar to the superstition that I mentioned before." The cat-like creature continued its explanation, "Just because you train every single day doesn't mean you'll reach the point you want. However, by repeating actions related to your wish, your beliefs, and the power of your heart will strengthen." The creature emphasized, "It will get stronger with each day that you fulfill the contract. It's different from before. Pour your whole heart into it." Iron, sweating slightly, muttered, "Yeah. Just swinging the sword doesn't make it any different from back then." He pondered, "Phew, this is difficult. Do I just have to swing it strongly, with all my strength?" Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself wrestling with a profound internal conflict. Should he continue to indulge in his grief and apathy, or should he channel his love for his family into something more productive? His thoughts raced. Was he to simply dwell on his past mistakes, or should he strive for something greater?
The image of a mysterious swordsman from his recent dream flickered in his mind. He wondered if he should pursue the path of exceptional swordsmanship, a skill that would undoubtedly command attention.
Iron, driven by this newfound ambition, began practicing sword techniques.
His movements were initially clumsy, but a spark of determination ignited within him. A black cat, seemingly observing Iron's training, offered a subtle yet encouraging comment. It expressed its approval, stating that simply considering such a change was a significant step forward. Iron continued his training, his movements becoming increasingly refined and powerful. He felt a surge of energy coursing through him. A potent energy that manifested as a brilliant white light.
The text proclaimed, "Mystic arts awakens with effort."
While the possibilities seemed far-fetched. For Iron, this awakening felt strangely fitting. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself once again immersed in a dream. This time, however, the dream was different. A vision of a mysterious swordsman, his movements fluid and precise, filled with an almost supernatural grace. The scene was set in a training yard, the air thick with the anticipation of a duel.
The swordsman's movements were a blur of motion, a whirlwind of steel.
Iron awoke with a gasp, his heart pounding in his chest. A sword lay discarded on the floor beside him, a stark contrast to the pristine training yard of his dream. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to catch his breath. The text above the panel indicated that this was day 2 of his mystic arts training. 10 days passed in a blur of intense training. Iron pushed himself relentlessly, his body aching, his mind fatigued. But he found himself questioning his progress. It's already been 10 days, he thought, a wave of self-doubt washing over him. A sudden thought struck him, could it be? Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself questioning his life choices. He wondered if he was merely wasting his precious time. Suddenly, a gasp escaped Iron's lips as he was startled by a mysterious black cat, who addressed him by name, Irene.
The cat's piercing gaze seemed to penetrate Iron's very being.
Questioning his ability to overcome even the smallest of obstacles.
Could he truly shatter his own self-doubt? The cat's words echoed in Iron's mind, when passion fades and the body grows heavy, worthless thoughts tend to creep in. But the cat offered a solution. To combat these negative thoughts, one must find strength in others' belief. The cat urged Iron to leap forward, to have faith in those who believe in him. Even when self-doubt threatens to overwhelm him. Iron, tears welling in his eyes, began to understand the cat's message. He realized that when those who believe in him struggle, he must repay their faith. With newfound resolve, Iron prepared himself for whatever challenges lay ahead. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke in a cold sweat. His blonde hair was damp against his forehead, and his breath hitched in his throat. Beside him, a dark-furred cat with striking blue eyes watched him with an unnerving intensity. He mumbled to himself, his voice barely a whisper, that he probably didn't have anyone who believed in him that much. The cat seemed to understand, its expression unreadable. Startled by the cat's sudden outburst, Iron asked why the cat thought that. The cat, now with a surprised expression, simply stared back. Iron confessed that he was a coward, busy evading and running from everything. He continued, stating that there was no one who would like and believe in him. But the cat interrupted, stating that it believed in him. The cat then compared Iron to several hundred pebbles in a valley, leaving Iron surprised and confused. Iron, taken aback by the cat's words, admitted he was wrong. The cat continued, explaining that while Iron was still a pebble, he was a super smooth, sturdy, and pretty pebble, unlike others. The cat further elaborated, using a drawing of a sapphire to illustrate its point, suggesting that Iron's unique qualities would prevent people from hating him. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, light brown clothing, stood silently before a small black cat. The cat, in response to the man's unspoken thoughts, stated that even though it was a cat and not a person, it had some observations to share. The cat continued, explaining that from its perspective, many of the people around the young man were not as they seemed. It warned him against jumping to conclusions. The young man, seemingly accepting the cat's advice, declared the lesson over. The cat, now departing, instructed the young man to reflect on what he had learned in his room. The scene shifted to show the young man walking through a grand building, the camera panning upward to reveal a magnificent chandelier. Alone in his room, the young man lay in bed, lost in thought. He wondered if anyone would ever truly believe in him. His thoughts drifted to his family, his father, mother, and brother, Carol, and the years they had waited for him. He reflected on how their unwavering belief in him had shaped his life, even influencing his current path. Without their support, he mused, he probably wouldn't have even considered picking up a sword. His thoughts then turned to his friends, instructors, and the academy master, all of whom had also played a significant role in his life. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, sat in his opulent chambers, a dark orb resting on a nearby table. His thoughts turned to others' perceptions of him. I think they all believed in the inadequate me, and Ruru.
He lay in bed, the image of a mysterious swordsman still fresh in his mind.
A question lingered: could I also become someone who can give so much belief to others? Iron's determination solidified. I want to be, no matter what.
A surge of energy erupted from him, a powerful, mystical force.
A transformation underway.
Later, Iron was studying diligently in the library, focused on a book titled Mystic Arts. Suddenly, a powerful energy pulsed within him, startling him.
What a powerful mystic arts energy!
Ruru, his cat, noticed the disturbance, a shadowy figure appearing behind him.
Appa?
Iron was enveloped in a glowing orb, his cat watching in alarm.
What is this? Why is Appa? Iron had awakened mystic arts.
The news spread quickly, even those unfamiliar with such events were shocked.
Awakening? I've never heard of an awakening like this.
A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in a purple robe, stood before a large, dark orb.
A small, dark-furred cat watched curiously from a nearby bed.
The woman's eyes widened slightly as she gazed at the orb, a hint of surprise in her expression. Her surprise turned to alarm. The woman's mouth fell open as she let out a gasp, her eyes wide with shock.
The cat flinched slightly at her sudden outburst.
Iron, it seemed, had entered a space within his own heart. The cat, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation, looked on with wide, worried eyes. The woman exclaimed, questioning the nature of this space.
His heart, she wondered aloud, clearly perplexed.
It was a space accessible only to Iron himself, perfectly suited for fulfilling his deepest desires. The woman's hand clenched into a fist, a mixture of concern and determination etched on her face. She explained that Irene would remain there, training until he achieved a result that satisfied him.
The woman anxiously questioned when Iron would emerge from this internal journey.
His return depended entirely on his own satisfaction with his progress, no one could predict when that would be.
The uncertainty of his return weighed heavily on the woman.
A sense of foreboding filled the air.
Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, awoke from a dream.
It could have been a moment, a month, a year, or even longer, he couldn't be sure. A wave of unease washed over him as he wondered if he had cursed someone again. His anxiety intensified as he desperately pleaded with Irene, a name whispered on his lips, a silent prayer for forgiveness or understanding. The plea for Irene's safe return faded as Iron's eyes fluttered closed once more, his body sinking into a peaceful slumber. Only to awaken again, this time in an unfamiliar place. He found himself before a low stone wall, the scene starkly different from his usual surroundings. Confusion clouded his features as he questioned the wall's presence. A sudden recognition sparked within him, it was the setting of his recurring dream. In the distance, a mysterious figure stood, a swordsman silhouetted against the pale sky. Iron's gaze was fixed on the figure, a sense of familiarity washing over him. The dream, the man swinging his sword, felt intensely real. A voice echoed in his mind, a commentary on his own unchanging nature.
The image of the swordsman, powerful and resolute, continued to dominate Iron's vision.
He was reminded of his own inertia, his inability to change, just like the swordsman in his dream, forever locked in a repetitive cycle. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, the titular Lazy Lord, stood amidst a rocky landscape. A faint smile played on his lips, a stark contrast to the somber setting. He awoke with a start, muttering "ha," as he sat up. Iron's eyes widened in shock as he saw the image of a muscular, scarred swordsman before him, his breath catching in his throat. The vision faded, leaving Iron breathless and shaken. A wave of disorientation washed over him as he struggled to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a start. A disoriented whisper escaped his lips, "What in the world?" His eyes widened as a vision from his dream lingered in his mind. He muttered, "That man." The dream's image solidified, a powerfully built, bare-chested man with long gray hair stood before him, radiating an aura of immense strength. The scene shifted, revealing Iron standing before a stone wall, facing a figure in a light-colored coat. The man from his dream was gone, but the lingering feeling of his presence remained palpable. Suddenly, Iron felt a chill run down his spine. He realized with a jolt, the man from his dream was watching him. His internal monologue screamed, "He's looking at me." The mysterious swordsman from Iron's dream reappeared, his presence more intense than before. His piercing gaze seemed to bore into Iron's soul. A radiant light enveloped the figure, highlighting his powerful physique and determined expression. The image ended with a powerful, lingering gaze. Iron Ferreira, the so-called Lazy Lord, awoke with a start. A jolt of surprise shot through him as he let out an involuntary, bewildered exclamation. He was still reeling from the vividness of his dream, a mysterious swordsman's image seared into his memory. When a blinding flash of light erupted before him,
Iron stumbled backward, thrown off balance by the sudden, intense energy.
The force of the light knocking him to the ground.
He gasped, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and confusion as he struggled to comprehend what was happening. A strange, glowing energy pulsed from his hands. The light intensified, swirling around him in a vortex of pure energy. Iron cried out in pain and fear as the energy surged through his body, throwing him against a nearby stone wall. A raw power he never knew he possessed erupting from within. He collapsed, exhausted but strangely exhilarated, as the light subsided, leaving him breathless and awestruck. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, lay sprawled on the ground, groaning softly. He was dressed in simple, dark clothing, not his usual attire. He sat up, hand to his head, his expression one of confusion. He wondered if his discomfort stemmed from a bad dream, as his current surroundings felt unfamiliar and harsh. Iron struggled to his feet, his movements clumsy and disoriented. Realizing with dawning horror that he wasn't in his bed, but on the bare earth. The clothes he wore were also foreign to him. A thought struck him, was he still dreaming? He looked around, his eyes widening as he took in his surroundings. A simple, rustic house stood in the distance. Iron noticed something else, the mysterious swordsman from his dream was gone. He felt a growing unease. This had never happened before. A single, chilling thought crossed his mind, could this be real? A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, dark clothing, stood before a colossal sword, its blade gleaming faintly in the sunlight. A single exclamation point escaped his lips, a silent gasp of astonishment. The sword, impossibly large, seemed to have materialized out of thin air. Dust motes danced in the sunbeams filtering through the gaps in the ancient stone wall behind him. The scene was surreal, defying any logical explanation. The young man, Iron Ferreira, found himself standing in a desolate landscape, a small, rustic house visible in the distance. Leaves, seemingly detached from an unseen tree, drifted gently to the ground. Iron's mind raced, struggling to comprehend the impossible reality before him. The words mystic arts echoed in his thoughts, a revelation both terrifying and exhilarating. His wide, startled eyes reflected the sheer disbelief washing over him. Fear mingled with a strange sense of wonder as he stared at the seemingly impossible. He whispered the question to himself, the words barely audible, "Have I awakened mystic arts?" Iron's expression was a mixture of awe and apprehension. Iron reached out a trembling hand, his mind grappling with the implications of his newfound abilities. A thought formed in his mind, if this is a space manifested by my wish. He felt a surge of power, a sense of control over the very fabric of reality. With newfound determination, Iron grasped the hilt of the enormous sword. The ground cracked and crumbled under the immense weight of the sword, a testament to Iron's newly awakened power. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood within a shimmering, ethereal training space. He held a large, imposing sword, its surface reflecting the bright light. He let out a small, strained breath, his face showing a hint of exertion. Iron gazed thoughtfully ahead, a quiet determination settling on his features. He thought, a space where I won't be bothered by anyone. A space only for me. With renewed vigor, Iron swung his sword, a sharp hup, escaping his lips as he moved with surprising speed and power. The blade whistling through the air. He muttered, "All right." Iron continued his practice, his movements becoming increasingly fluid and precise. He thought, in this place, I can truly focus. He swung his sword again, shouting, "Hup." Iron's training continued, his movements blurring into a whirlwind of motion. He was determined to master his skills. Iron strained, pushing himself to his limits, a guttural cry escaping his lips. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in the midst of a vivid dream. He wielded a sword with surprising skill, its movements fluid and powerful, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. The very air around him crackled with energy as he declared, "My way of the sword." He awoke with a gasp, his breath ragged, a sheen of sweat on his brow. Phew! Iron looked around his surroundings, noting the encroaching darkness. He muttered to himself, "I was just getting started, but it's already dark." He continued his internal monologue, "It would have been great if it was always bright. It can't be helped. I'll stop here for today and continue tomorrow." But then, a sudden sound startled him. "Ha!" Iron looked down to see a pair of polished black shoes approaching him from above. His eyes widening in surprise as he registered the sudden appearance. He looked up, his face a mask of confusion, as the sun rose in the sky. And then, a look of dawning comprehension and wonder spread across his features. Wow, so this is mystic arts. Iron, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. He muttered about mystic arts, wishing it were spring. He then willed a gentle breeze to cool the air. Pink petals danced on the wind as Iron basked in the sudden spring-like weather. But the spell's effect quickly faded, and he found himself back inside. He requested comfortable clothes, having finished his training.
Iron marveled at how quickly his new clothes appeared after he sat down. A lavish feast materialized before him. He declared the place to be the best. And the power of mystic arts. 5 days had passed since Iron Ferreira entered another world. He stood in a desolate, sandy expanse, practicing his swordsmanship. Dust swirled around him as he swung his blade. No matter how many times he slept, Iron always awoke in the same spot. Gasping for breath, he wondered if he was trapped there until he achieved some unknown goal. He questioned whether he was unable to leave this place, and pondered the mysterious swordsman he had encountered before entering this world. Iron wondered about the nature of his relationship with the mysterious swordsman, who appeared only when he awakened his mystic arts. Iron's eyes widened in surprise and concern as he contemplated this. Iron scolded himself, commanding himself to stop having useless thoughts and focus solely on his swordsmanship training. He resolved to pour his heart into his training. Iron strained, sweat dripping from his brow as he continued his intense training. Determined to master his skills. The voice of the mysterious swordsman echoed in his mind, "Pour your heart into your swings." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood resolute in a sun-drenched clearing. He gripped his sword, his resolve hardening as he muttered to himself, "Since I swung 2,000 times yesterday, I'll swing 3,000 times today." He continued his relentless practice, each swing precise and powerful. The numbers counting up with each repetition, 3,022. His body ached, exhaustion etched on his face. Day 211 since entering this strange new world. He was pushing himself to his limits, his breath ragged as he muttered, "I can't swing any more than 6,000 times." Iron slumped, his body trembling with fatigue. Doubt gnawed at him. He gasped, "What am I doing wrong?" He shook his head, his determination wavering, but not broken. A single word escaped his lips, "No." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind, a voice both ancient and powerful. It was a whisper, yet it carried the weight of ages, "Don't doubt." The sword, seemingly of its own accord, lifted into the air, its blade gleaming with an ethereal light. Iron, a young man with blonde hair, strained as he swung a large sword. The numbers 6,680 and then 6,695 flashed above him, seemingly tracking his swings. His face contorted with exertion, he gasped, "Ha, ha." He paused, sweat dripping from his brow. A thought bubble appeared above his head, and he reflected, "Yeah, I relaxed too much because I got used to this environment." In the distance, a figure in dark clothing practiced swordsmanship with effortless grace, their movements fluid and precise. A stark contrast to Iron's labored efforts. Day 353 since entering the other world. Iron collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He muttered to himself, "I only swung it 5,695 times. It decreased." He continued his internal monologue, "Come to think of it, I didn't rest even once this past year. I was pushing myself too hard." Iron, exhausted but resolute, picked himself up and walked away, leaving his sword behind. He thought, "I'll pull myself together and continue tomorrow." Day 417 since entering the other world. Iron is shown again, this time struggling with his sword practice, the numbers 3,694 and 3,695 appearing above him as he swings. Iron Ferreira, a young man with blonde hair, cradled his right hand, a pained expression twisting his features. His fingers were slightly bruised and swollen. He muttered to himself that his hand was numb. He examined the injury, his brow furrowed in concentration. Concerned that it might affect his training the following day, he decided to stop for the day. The scene shifted to a tranquil countryside setting, showcasing a rustic house nestled beside a large tree under a clear sky. A sword lay abandoned on the ground, the name Irene Pereira appearing in a text box above it. A large wooden door, seemingly ancient, stood before a building. A text box revealed that 624 days had passed since Iron entered another world. Iron's feet, clad in simple trousers, were visible, resting on a bed. He was asleep. Iron lay on his bed, his body relaxed. The caption indicated that 96 days had passed since he last held a sword. To be continued. A young man with blonde hair lay in bed, his eyes half closed, a slight frown etching his features. He seemed lost in thought, his expression a mixture of weariness and discontent. To be honest, he mused, it was inevitable that things would turn out this way. He had already spent more than half his life as a deadbeat, a fact that weighed heavily on his mind. The young man sighed, his eyes drifting shut. He had long since accepted his fate. Suddenly, the scene shifted. The young man now stood, his body tense, a sword materializing before him. His form as a swordsman was surprisingly adept, though his movements were clumsy and uncontrolled. This newfound skill, however, felt alien, it wasn't of his own volition. It was a vision, a dream, perhaps, but one that left him deeply unsettled. A figure emerged from the swirling energy behind him, a powerful, muscular man with long gray hair, his back to the viewer. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, light-colored clothing, stood in a large, empty training hall. Before him, a long, gleaming sword materialized from thin air, its blade pointed directly at him. The sword was held aloft by a muscular, bare-chested man with long, gray hair and a striking scar across his eye. A powerful aura emanated from him, the air shimmering with energy. The words "the will of that man in my dreams" appeared on a dark, dramatic background, emphasizing the mysterious nature of the swordsman. The blond young man, Iron, spoke, his words echoing the determination of the swordsman in his dream. He had come to this place to find his own sword, his own power. The scene shifted. Iron lay in bed, his body relaxed, a stark contrast to the intense image of the swordsman. But after the mysterious swordsman disappeared from his dream, everything came crashing down for Iron. A black sword lay discarded on the ground, reflecting Iron's feelings of failure and disillusionment. Iron reflected on his year of training, realizing it had been nothing more than meaningless sword swinging. He felt that his year of dedicated training had amounted to nothing. The scene returned to Iron in his bed, now asleep, a faint golden light emanating from beneath his covers, hinting at the lingering impact of his dream. A young man with blonde hair lay in bed, his eyes closed. He mumbled to himself, unsure of how long he'd been asleep. He wondered if the time spent sleeping was equivalent to the time passing in the real world, and if so, he was wasting a significant amount of time. His eyes snapped open, a sudden jolt of awareness passing through him. But he quickly dismissed it. He reasoned that it didn't matter anymore. He reflected that he could live comfortably in this dreamlike state, since he was alone. Suddenly, a voice whispered a name in the darkness. Irene. The young man jolted awake, gasping for breath. He sat up in bed, disoriented and confused, asking himself who had called out. His eyes widened in surprise as he processed the situation. Irene, a young woman with long, platinum blonde hair styled in pigtails, lay asleep in her bed. A voice, presumably that of someone close to her, urged her to wake up. The voice continued, explaining that Irene needed to begin her dawn training. Irene, now awake, stood in a doorway, looking surprised and slightly apprehensive. Irene's expression shifted to one of concern as she observed Iron, a young man with short blonde hair, scrambling out of bed in a panic. Iron, startled awake, leaped from his bed in a sudden burst of energy. He stumbled and fell, his body hitting the floor with a thud. Iron groaned in pain as he landed hard on the floor. Iron, still on the floor, covered his mouth, his face contorted in a grimace of discomfort. He let out a pained sound. He looked up at Irene, a question forming in his eyes. Was she truly happy to see him in this state? Irene smiled knowingly, her expression a mix of amusement and concern. She reminded him that he shouldn't be running around in his current attire. The sun rises over a desolate beach. A young woman with long, dark hair, dressed in simple athletic wear, stands with her back to the viewer, gazing out at the horizon. A sense of quiet contemplation hangs in the air. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple clothing, runs through a forest path, his footsteps kicking up small puffs of dust. He runs with a determined, almost desperate energy. He continues his run, pursued by the dark-haired woman from the beach. The scene shifts to a higher vantage point, showing the path winding through the trees. The woman is gaining on him. The blonde young man glances back, surprised by the appearance of the path. He questions when it appeared. The woman, Irene, urges the young man, Iron, to pick up the pace, noting he is slowing down. He struggles to keep up. Iron collapses near an archway, exhausted. He notes that he has been running since sunrise, and it has been a long time. A lavish meal sat on a long table in a dimly lit dining hall. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, stood nervously before a woman with long gray hair, Ilya. Ilya instructed Iron to eat quickly, as they would be proceeding to sword training immediately afterward. Ilya watched Iron as he ate, a subtle expression on her face. Iron, mid-meal, looked up at Ilya with a questioning expression. He wondered how she was there. Ilya curtly dismissed his question, urging him to eat faster so they wouldn't be late for training. Outside, Iron awkwardly held his sword. Ilya criticized his posture, noting that it was sloppy from days of neglect. Ilya further explained that Iron needed to fill his heart to achieve proper movements, mentioning a mysterious figure named Ruru. Iron questioned Ilya about Ruru, prompting her to angrily tell him to stop asking pointless questions. Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, radiating dark energy. The shadowy figure loomed over Iron, who looked up in shock. The figure commanded Iron to repeat his sword training 2,000 more times. Iron, a young man with blonde hair, strained visibly as he struggled to lift a large, heavy sword. Beads of sweat dotted his brow, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in exertion. Finally managing to lift the weapon with a grunt. A woman with silver hair and a serene expression approached him. "Good work," she said, her voice calm and reassuring. "That's all for today." She smiled, a gentle light in her eyes, before turning to leave.
Iron watched her go, a flicker of something unreadable in his own gaze. As she vanished in a shimmering burst of light, a wave of energy rippled outwards from the spot where she had stood, leaving Iron alone once more in the twilight. He turned and walked away, his expression unreadable. A thought struck him. He realized, with a sudden chill, that the woman wasn't real. It had all been a dream. Exhaustion washed over him. He slumped onto a nearby bed, muttering, "I'm drained." He drifted off to sleep, a small smile playing on his lips. He wouldn't have to force himself to sleep today. The thought brought a sense of relief. But even in sleep, his mind raced. How did Ilya appear in his dream? Had he unconsciously called out to her? Despite his exhaustion, a question lingered, still. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his excessive sleeping, awoke from a dream. It wasn't a bad dream. But he was immediately jolted back to reality by a sharp voice. Someone roughly shook him awake, demanding he get up. The sun was already up, and his companion, Judith, impatiently questioned his prolonged sleep, expressing concern that he might die from it. Judith's frustration was evident as she exclaimed his name, emphasizing her point with a gesture. Judith, amused by Iron's continued slumber, confidently declared that she knew he would oversleep. Irene, another companion, approached, noting that Iron's oversleeping was unusual. Judith, still energized, suggested a sword fight to Iron. Irene cautioned Iron against rushing into a fight before warming up, while Iron confidently asserted his invincibility. Another companion, whose name is not yet revealed, suggested they leave Iron and Irene to train elsewhere. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood in a sun-drenched clearing. His shadow stretched long and distorted on the ground, a stark contrast to the sharp, almost ethereal image of a swordsman that flickered in his mind. He gripped an unseen weapon, his form mimicking the movements of the figure from his dream. Iron stumbled, his grip faltering. Sweat beaded on his brow as he questioned himself, wondering if his recent attempts at swordsmanship were failing due to his long period of inactivity. Was it because he had taken a break for so long? A woman with silver hair and a calm demeanor appeared beside him. Her presence offered a reassuring contrast to Iron's inner turmoil. She reassured him, noting that while he was still unsteady, his progress was evident. He was getting better. With a confident smile, she encouraged him, believing in his ability to succeed. "You can do it," she affirmed. Iron, though still visibly shaken, showed a flicker of determination in his eyes. He steadied himself, his resolve hardening. The image of the swordsman from his dream, now clearer than before, fueled his renewed purpose. Two other figures observed Iron from a distance, their expressions a mixture of amusement and skepticism. One of them spoke, their words laced with sarcasm, "Don't look at me with those eyes." Iron, seemingly oblivious to their presence, continued to practice, his back to them, a newfound resolve etched on his face. The scene ended with Iron's silhouette against a darkening sky, his sword held aloft. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself breathless, his face contorted in exertion as he stumbled through the forest. He muttered to himself, the words barely audible, about his own perceived inadequacy. Concluding that he was incapable of accomplishing anything without assistance. Behind him, 3 other young men pursued him relentlessly. One of the pursuers, a young man with teal hair, urged Iron to focus, his voice sharp and impatient. He held a large sword, its presence a stark contrast to Iron's apparent weakness. Iron's thoughts continued, lamenting his laziness. As he reflected on his own perceived shortcomings, the scene shifted to a lively dining hall. Iron, along with the 3 young men from the forest chase, were enjoying a hearty meal. Laughter filled the air as they ate heartily, their earlier pursuits seemingly forgotten. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, dark clothing, ran through a shadowy forest. His feet pounded the ground, kicking up dust and debris as he pushed himself forward. But his pace faltered. He gasped, "I'm tired." His breathing grew ragged. He muttered, "It's hard to breathe. My feet are feeling heavier as well." His legs burned with exertion. He concluded, "I think I'm at my limit now." Despite his exhaustion, a question echoed in his mind, but why? He stumbled, his breath hitching in his chest. He wondered, why? A sudden surge of energy coursed through him. He thought, "Do I feel like I can run a little more?" A renewed determination filled his eyes as he pushed himself forward again. But the effort proved too much. He collapsed, groaning, Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke from a vivid dream. In this dream, he was a mysterious swordsman, declaring, "I'll never lose." The impact of the dream lingered as he found himself in a bustling street, observing a fierce chase. A young woman with fiery red hair, her face contorted in a grimace of determination, led the pursuit. Closely followed by 2 young men, one with blonde hair, the other with blue. The scene unfolded with a sense of urgency, sending a shockwave rippling outwards.
A blue energy erupted from the ground where she stood, a powerful display of latent ability. The blonde young man, wielding a sword, engaged in a fierce clash with the red-haired woman. The blue-haired youth, having recovered, declared, "All right, I'm going again," and charged back into the fray. His attack was swift and precise, a blur of motion culminating in a bright flash of energy. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself locked in a fierce duel. His opponent, a seasoned swordsman with blonde hair, pressed the attack, his blade a blur of motion. The swords clashed, sparks flying as the two combatants exchanged blows with remarkable speed and skill. Iron, despite his reputation, displayed surprising agility, deflecting the blonde swordsman's attacks with practiced ease. He countered with a swift riposte, his own blade flashing with a cold, blue light. The blonde swordsman grunted, clearly impressed by Iron's unexpected prowess. "Good," he exclaimed. The blonde swordsman continued, "You're a lot more stable today than you were before." Iron's movements, however, were still not perfectly fluid. He was clearly pushing his limits. The blonde swordsman pressed his attack again, forcing Iron to defend himself with renewed vigor. Iron stumbled, his breath ragged, but he refused to yield. With a final, desperate lunge, Iron managed to disarm his opponent, ending the duel. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a start. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat, the lingering image of a mysterious swordsman from his dreams still burned in his mind. He found himself suddenly thrust into a confrontation. A swift kick aimed at his legs sent him sprawling. A blonde-haired young man, Brett, lunged forward, sword raised high. But Iron reacted instinctively, his body moving with an unexpected speed and agility. He barely managed to parry the blow, a gasp escaping his lips. Drawing his own sword in a blur of motion, the blade shimmering with an ethereal blue light, he countered with a fierce strike, sending Brett reeling backward. Two onlookers watched the fight unfold, their expressions a mixture of surprise and awe. One of them commented that this was the first time Brett had been kept at a distance. Iron, panting slightly, felt a surge of pride and a hint of bewilderment at his newfound skill. He muttered to himself, impressed by his own performance. Brett, though defeated, smiled and thanked Iron for the unexpected challenge. Iron awoke from a vivid dream, the image of a mysterious swordsman still fresh in his mind. He heard a voice, faint but clear, echoing the words, "You were right." The voice continued, a counterpoint to the lingering dream, "I was mistaken." A flash of light, a vision of a gleaming sword, filled his vision. And then, a sense of resolve solidified within him. He thought, "There's no need for me to struggle alone." Iron found himself standing on a desolate beach, the setting sun casting long shadows. He saw figures in the distance, their forms indistinct but menacing. He felt a surge of adrenaline, a primal instinct to fight. Iron picked up a crudely made wooden sword, his grip firm despite his trembling hands. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, their words a promise: "If you do it together with the people you trust and the people you love, you can overcome it." Iron, his face set with newfound determination, prepared to face whatever lay ahead. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a vivid dream. The image of a mysterious swordsman, etched into his mind, left him strangely unsettled. A lingering sense of purpose replacing the usual apathy. The words, "There is no need to be alone," echoed in his mind, a stark contrast to his isolated existence. The dream's impact was immediate and profound. A figure, clad in dark clothing and wielding a long sword, stood before him, a silent sentinel. A scene mirroring the dream's intensity. Three individuals, a young woman with vibrant red hair and two others, watched him from a distance, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. "It's over, right?" the red-haired woman asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Iron, still reeling from the dream's power, simply nodded. "Yeah," he replied, his voice barely a whisper. A weight of unspoken emotions heavy in the air. His internal monologue revealed a stark truth: he had lived this moment 10,000 times in his dreams. A subtle shift occurred within Iron. A faint smile played on his lips. A determination hardening his gaze. The words "to stand alone" resonated within him, a newfound resolve replacing the lingering uncertainty. The red-haired woman and her companions celebrated their apparent victory. "Hua! Our job here is done," she exclaimed, her voice filled with relief. But their confidence was tempered by uncertainty. "We won't know for sure when he'll call us again," one of them muttered, a hint of worry in their tone. Iron, observing them from afar, received further encouragement. "Don't be nervous and work hard, and don't have useless doubts." "Got it," he silently urged them, his resolve strengthening. Iron Ferreira, the so-called Lazy Lord, sat listlessly amidst a group of concerned individuals. Their worried murmurs were barely audible above the dull ache in his head, a lingering effect of his frequent escapes into sleep. He mumbled a noncommittal "yeah" in response to their concerns, his eyes glazed over. Iron's sister, a striking young woman with silver hair and bright blue eyes, smiled serenely from the edge of a pond. Her expression was one of quiet confidence, a stark contrast to the anxiety surrounding her brother. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair watched from a distance, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. He seemed to be observing the scene with a detached curiosity. Iron, still reeling from his dream, found himself standing alone by a stone wall. A sudden, powerful energy surged within him. He felt an inexplicable pull, a sensation of something ancient and powerful awakening within his very being. A large, imposing sword materialized before him, its presence radiating an aura of immense power. Iron stared at the weapon, a mixture of awe and apprehension etched on his face. He cautiously reached out, his fingers brushing against the cold, metallic surface. A faint tremor ran through the blade as he made contact. With a surge of newfound strength, Iron effortlessly plunged the sword into the earth, the blade cleaving through the stone with ease. The ground trembled as the sword's power rippled outwards, creating a shockwave that sent dust and debris flying. Iron, now brimming with confidence, gripped the sword tightly, a determined glint in his eyes. He was no longer the lazy lord, a transformation had begun. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, ran through a forest, his face etched with a look of desperation. His breath hitched in his throat, a cold sweat beading on his brow. It was the 1237th day since he'd entered this world, a world he'd come to after the traumatic death of his mother. He continued his frantic flight. His escape fueled by a desperate need to outrun his grief and the expectations placed upon him as the lazy lord. On the 1292nd day, a change occurred. Iron found himself practicing swordsmanship, his movements surprisingly fluid and precise. A stark contrast to his usual indolence. He spun, his blade a blur, a newfound grace in his movements. By the 1375th day, Iron's skill had grown exponentially. The once lazy lord now wielded his sword with deadly precision, a dark, powerful weapon extending from his hand. On the 1492nd day, Iron found himself in a desperate struggle, his body straining under the exertion. But his movements remained sharp and controlled. He spun, his sword a whirlwind of steel. The 1566th day found Iron standing amidst a field, his sword held high, a newfound strength and purpose radiating from him. His transformation was complete. Rain lashed against the lush green leaves, a somber backdrop to the unfolding story. A single leaf detached itself from the branch and fell to the ground, mirroring the quiet descent of Iron Ferreira, the lazy lord, into a deep slumber. It was the 1613th day since he had entered this world, a world he seemed determined to avoid. Iron dreamt of a solitary figure, a mysterious swordsman standing by a tranquil lake, bathed in the ethereal glow of the setting sun. A stark contrast to the 1687th day of his existence, marked by the falling leaves of autumn. The scene shifted, the leaves now a vibrant crimson, swirling around a rustic cottage. The passage of time continued. Into a winter landscape, the 1755th day marked by a stark, unforgiving snow. A large, dark object fell from the sky, plunging towards the ground. A sword, its impact echoing through the frozen earth. The dream, vivid and unsettling, lingered in his mind. Snow continued to fall, blanketing the world in a serene, yet foreboding silence. Petals scattered on the wind, a lone marigold bloomed stubbornly in the parched earth. A single leaf drifted down, as if carried by a gentle breeze, revealing a breathtaking sunset over a desolate landscape. A lone figure, silhouetted against the fiery sky, stood with his back to the viewer, a sword sheathed at his hip. A foot landed heavily on the ground. A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with exhaustion, knelt, his breath ragged. A surge of energy enveloped him. A golden aura surrounding his form as he struggled to his feet. His hand instinctively reaching for a large, imposing sword planted firmly in the ground. The sword's blade gleamed, reflecting the dying light. Iron, the young lord, let out a soft sigh, his eyes closing. This place, it reminded him of the mysterious swordsman from his dream, a feeling of familiarity washing over him. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the lazy lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. He gazed at his hands, a look of wonder in his eyes, and silently questioned his own growth. A subtle smile playing on his lips as he contemplated the changes within him. He decided to summon his associates. Iron mused about the necessity of contacting them after such a long absence, but also acknowledged that he had something he needed from them as well. And so, he sent for them. Upon receiving the summons, 3 individuals, a young man with light blue hair, a young woman with vibrant red hair, and a young woman with light gray hair, expressed their confusion. One of the red-haired woman's associates, observing Iron from a distance, commented on his appearance, prompting the red-haired woman to question his intentions. The red-haired woman, with a smirk, accused Iron of summoning them to boast about his increased height. Iron denied this with a chuckle and a look of amusement on his face. The red-haired woman, impatient, demanded to know his reason for summoning them, threatening to leave if it was something trivial. Iron, seemingly unfazed, turned his back to them, drawing his sword.
The red-haired woman, after witnessing Iron's display, declared him to have passed a certain test.
A young man, his face obscured, stood poised, a sword held high, flames flickering around the blade. He was instructed to face his first opponent. He refused, stating that he would face all 3 opponents at once. 3 figures stood before him, a man with light blue hair, a woman with vibrant red hair and a sword at her side, and a woman with gray hair. They were his opponents. The young man, his back to the viewer, turned to face them, his muscular build evident. He gripped his sword firmly,
planting it into the ground with force.
A surge of energy radiating from the impact. A powerful shockwave erupted from the young man, sending his opponents reeling backward. He challenged them to attack him all at once. The young man, Iron, stood defiant, a determined glint in his eyes.
To be continued.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a smirk playing on his lips. He had just dreamt of a mysterious swordsman. Meanwhile, 2 female warriors, one with silver hair and the other with vibrant red hair, engaged in a heated battle. The silver-haired warrior exclaimed in surprise. The red-haired warrior parried a blow, her sword clashing against her opponent's. The force of the impact sent sparks flying.
A moment later, a male warrior with blue hair appeared, observing the fight. He commented on the red-haired warrior's boldness, suggesting that their opponent wouldn't appreciate her attitude. Iron's expression shifted, a hint of anticipation in his eyes.
He muttered to himself that the situation wouldn't be easy. But a determined glint replaced the smirk. He was ready. The 3 warriors stood poised for battle, swords drawn. The scene was tense. Iron's legs were shown, ready to spring into action. The chapter opens with a close-up on Iron Ferreira, the titular Lazy Lord. His blonde hair partially obscures his face, his expression unreadable. He is shown awakening from a deep sleep, his eyes still heavy-lidded. A subtle sound, almost imperceptible, reaches his ears. The scene shifts abruptly. The image shows a powerful leg in a dark boot, descending forcefully. The foot connected to a sword, held in a strong grip.
The background suggests a dramatic, possibly violent, setting.
A close-up on a hand gripping a sword, the metal gleaming ominously.
The scene is dark and intense.
A sudden flash of a red-haired figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, then a close-up on Iron's face, a subtle smile playing on his lips.
Iron is shown in a dynamic pose, seemingly mid-action, a sword held aloft.
The image is filled with motion lines, suggesting a powerful attack. A young man with vibrant red hair watched, his expression a mixture of shock and dawning horror, as a brutal fight unfolded before him. A blonde-haired man, clad in simple, worn clothing, was engaged in a desperate struggle against an unseen assailant. A flurry of blows exchanged in a blur of motion, the sounds of impact echoing in the air. The blonde man, clearly outmatched, staggered back, a pained grunt escaping his lips as he received a heavy blow. Suddenly, a new figure emerged, a man with striking blue hair, moving with a speed that defied the eye.
He launched himself into the fray.
His movements a blur of controlled power as he intercepted the attack aimed at the blonde man.
The blue-haired man's counterattack was swift and precise, a whirlwind of motion that sent the unseen assailant reeling.
He moved with an almost supernatural grace, his every strike perfectly timed and executed. Forcing the opponent to stumble and fall, his sword narrowly missing the blonde man's head.
With a final, decisive strike, the blue-haired man ended the fight,
leaving the blonde-haired man unharmed but shaken, as the red-haired youth watched in stunned silence.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself unexpectedly thrust into action.
From his perspective, a mysterious swordsman, cloaked in shadow and wielding twin blades, moved with impossible speed. A blur of steel in motion, leaving only streaks of light in their wake.
Iron watched, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. He seemed oddly calm amidst the chaos. The swordsman's attack intensified, a whirlwind of deadly strikes. But Iron reacted with surprising agility, dodging each blow with ease. A casual grace belying his reputation for laziness. He moved with a newfound precision, countering the swordsman's assault with unexpected power. The swordsman, momentarily stunned, found himself on the defensive.
Iron pressed his advantage, his movements now imbued with a deadly grace.
With a final, decisive strike, Iron disarmed the swordsman, ending the encounter.
Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself propelled through the air with surprising speed and agility, a blur of motion against the backdrop of a fiery explosion. His body moved with an unnatural grace, defying the laws of physics. The force of the impact sending him hurtling towards a rocky outcrop. He braced himself for the collision, but a strange confidence filled him. A woman with vibrant red hair and piercing eyes watched him approach, a triumphant grin spreading across her face. "All right, I've seen through it," she declared, her voice brimming with self-assurance.
But Iron's expression shifted from apprehension to a smirk as he met her gaze. He seemed to anticipate her next move. A sudden, sharp impact followed, and the woman's confident expression morphed into one of shock. Wah! She gasped, her attack seemingly ineffective. Iron, having effortlessly deflected the attack, landed gracefully on the ground. The woman stumbled back, clearly surprised by his unexpected counter. A sound like a muffled cough escaped her lips as she struggled to regain her balance. And he swiftly drew his sword, preparing for his next move. The scene shifted to a close-up of his hand gripping the hilt, his knuckles white with tension. He was ready. With a swift, precise movement, Iron lunged forward, his blade flashing in the sunlight. The red-haired woman barely had time to react before his sword connected, sending her reeling back with a pained cry of "Cook!" The impact of the blow sending a shockwave through the air. Iron's movements were fluid and powerful, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. He was fighting with a skill and precision that belied his reputation for laziness. A brilliant blue energy coursing through his blade as he continued his assault. His eyes, usually dull and listless, now burned with intensity and focus. The red-haired woman, clearly outmatched, struggled to defend herself against his relentless attack. Iron's movements were a whirlwind of precise strikes, each blow landing with deadly accuracy. The woman cried out in pain, as she was forced back, her defenses crumbling under the onslaught. And with a final, decisive blow, Iron disarmed her, sending her weapon flying. The fight was over. Iron stood victorious, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but his eyes still held that newfound intensity. A young man with teal hair and a young woman with crimson hair, both dressed in simple white shirts, engaged in a fierce sword fight. Their blades clashed, sparks flying as they moved with surprising speed and skill. Their duel continued, a blur of motion and flashing steel. The clash of their swords creating a shockwave that sent tremors through the air. Iron Ferreira, the lazy lord, watched in stunned silence as the two combatants' attacks collided with earth-shattering force. Suddenly, a mysterious woman with silver hair and a determined expression appeared, her sword aimed at Iron. He was caught completely off guard. Iron's eyes widened in alarm as the woman's blade sliced through the air, heading straight for him. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he braced for impact. But at the last moment, he instinctively reacted, deflecting the blow with an unexpected burst of energy. The silver-haired woman looked surprised by Iron's unexpected display of skill. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, coughed, a pained expression twisting his features. His eyes, wide with a newfound intensity, reflected the turmoil within. A powerful force erupted from him, sending a shockwave that shattered the earth around him. He moved with impossible speed, his body a blur as he deflected an incoming blow with a precise parry. Leaving his opponent, a woman with striking silver hair, speechless with astonishment. That parry. Another figure, a woman with vibrant red hair, launched a fierce attack, her sword a crimson streak across the battlefield. Iron braced himself, his muscles bulging with newfound strength as he prepared to counter. Unleashing a devastating counterattack that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. A bystander, a man with teal hair, watched in disbelief. That's Judith's. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the panel, obscuring the details of the scene in a radiant burst of energy. The intense light gradually subsided, revealing a trail of shimmering energy streaking across the sky, leaving behind a cloud of dust and debris as the source of the explosion settled. The dust began to clear, revealing a tranquil landscape bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. A serene sky, painted with hues of orange and pink, offered a stark contrast to the recent chaos. A young man with red hair gasped, his eyes wide with shock. "What the?" He continued, his voice strained, "How are you, performing my swordsmanship?" A young man with blonde hair and a determined expression stood before him, sword in hand. He responded confidently, "That defense technique you used to parry my attack just now was Brett's, right?" The blonde-haired young man smirked, "That's right." Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, was being questioned. His expression was one of disbelief and slight annoyance as he was asked, "How in the world did you do it?" A blond young man, seemingly unfazed by the question, chuckled, a carefree smile playing on his lips. He simply replied with a nonchalant, "Huh?" The blond young man continued, his tone shifting slightly, "All I know how to do." The scene shifted to a dimly lit training area. The blond young man, now visibly straining, performed a heavy weightlifting exercise under the watchful eye of a stern-looking woman with silver hair. He then, in a sudden burst of strength, shattered the weight bar with a mighty swing of a hammer. A group of students, including Iron and the blond young man, sat in a circle, swords resting before them. They were engaged in a meditative practice, their expressions focused and serene. The blond young man stood with his back to the viewer, a look of uncertainty on his face as two other students, a man and a woman, stared at him with expressions of awe and trepidation. They whispered, "Tremble. Tremble." The silver-haired woman from the training scene appeared, a confident smile on her face. She stated, "What I remembered from the Swordsman Academy wasn't enough. I still haven't completely mastered it." Iron, looking thoughtful, responded, "I want to obtain your swords, but I'm not saying that I'm going to give up on finding my own sword." He sighed. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself once again lost in a dream. This time, the dream was different. It featured a mysterious swordsman, whose image burned itself into Iron's mind upon waking. He awoke with a newfound determination, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. Iron's resolve was clear. He wanted to strengthen his will and his swordsmanship. He sought out a teacher, his plea simple and earnest, "So, please teach me." His request was met with immediate and furious opposition. A woman with fiery red hair, her face contorted in anger, accused him of being a thief, a swindler, and selfish. Her words were sharp and accusatory. What a swindler! You shameless thief! Those who have it all are the most selfish. Undeterred, Iron calmly responded, mentioning a name, Judith. He continued, suggesting that she, too, should awaken her mystic arts. This only fueled her rage further. Enraged, she attacked, her words a furious outburst, "You fucker! Are you seriously saying that?" Iron reacted defensively, surprised by her sudden attack and the ferocity of her assault. "Whoa! Why are you throwing your sword?" The woman, unyielding in her anger, continued her assault, shouting, "I came all the way here through my own efforts." Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a vivid dream. He had dreamt of a mysterious swordsman. A vision so potent it left an undeniable impression on his mind. Obviously, he thought, something significant was about to happen. That impression manifested itself almost immediately. Iron found himself thrust into a sparring match with two other young men. One, with blonde hair, seemed surprised by the suddenness of the encounter. While the other, a youth with vibrant teal hair, seemed more prepared, his expression a mixture of anticipation and grim determination. Iron's opponent, a young woman with fiery red hair, grinned menacingly. The blonde-haired youth moved first, his attack swift but predictable. He was easily countered by a young woman with long, silver hair, who effortlessly deflected his blow with a graceful counterattack. Her movements were precise and deadly. The red-haired girl lunged forward, her sword a blur of motion. The clash of steel echoed through the air. A resounding clang that momentarily stunned everyone present. The silver-haired woman gasped, clearly surprised by the force of the blow. The teal-haired youth also gasped, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and concern. He watched the red-haired girl's attack with a critical eye. The red-haired girl, however, let out a sigh, muttering to herself about a mistake in her training. She had clearly underestimated her opponent. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, lay defeated on the ground, his breath ragged. He had just lost a sparring match, conceding with a weak, "Okay. You win." His opponent, a mysterious swordsman with blonde hair, stood over him, his sword still drawn. The swordsman's expression was one of grim determination. The swordsman warned Iron, "I won't go easy on you when we meet outside, so be prepared." Iron, though exhausted, replied, "All right. I'll see you again." A subtle smile played on his lips as he watched the swordsman leave. He felt a surge of satisfaction, he had pushed himself harder than ever before. A feeling of accomplishment washed over him. He had truly improved. "I did it," he thought, a quiet sense of pride welling up inside him. He felt a surge of confidence. "I've really become stronger," he exclaimed internally, his heart pounding with newfound strength. The swordsman's sword was still planted firmly in the ground, a testament to the intensity of their duel. Iron's thoughts drifted to his next encounter. He drifted off to sleep, a hopeful smile on his face. "I hope tomorrow comes soon," he thought, already dreaming of his next challenge. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted from the ground, its chaotic tendrils reaching towards the heavens. The air crackled with raw power as the vortex intensified, its ominous presence filling the scene. Slowly dissipating into nothingness, leaving behind only a faint trace of its otherworldly energy. Iron found himself standing before a mysterious, arched passageway, its entrance shrouded in an ethereal glow. The heavy, ornate doors beckoning him forward into the unknown depths. A young man with short, blonde hair, muscular build, and a determined expression walked barefoot across a sandy expanse. He wore a simple, dark-colored shirt and pants, his gaze fixed ahead. He wondered, as he walked, if this was the exit from his dream. The young man approached a weathered stone structure, resembling a dilapidated chapel or mausoleum, its entrance partially obscured by sand. He reached out a hand towards the heavy, ornate door. Noticing something lodged in the ground before it, he realized it was a sword, planted firmly in the earth. The young man's eyes widened in recognition as he saw the sword. It was the sword from his dream. He approached the sword cautiously, a mixture of awe and trepidation in his expression.
He grasped the hilt of the sword, a thought forming in his mind. This was the sword of the man in his dreams. He realized the implications of this discovery. A large, imposing sword plunged into the earth, its dark blade sinking into the sandy soil. A young man with blonde hair, clad in simple, worn clothing, stood before it, his gaze fixed on the weapon. He questioned aloud, "You're the key, right?" He hefted the sword, its weight surprisingly manageable. A thought crossed his mind, is it because I'm taller now? It's the perfect size for me. A small, almost imperceptible smile played on his lips as he tested the balance of the blade. He let out a chuckle, a sound filled with a strange mix of amusement and relief. Ha ha! He began to walk away, his thoughts turning inward. He reflected, I came here to get away from that man's sword. But a new realization struck him, but to get out, I have to use it. The young man stood with his back to the viewer, the sword held firmly in his hand. His internal monologue continued, I would have fallen into despair, in denial. He turned, a newfound resolve in his eyes. He thought, if it was the old me, that is. But now, a confident smile spread across his face. But now, I know. A young man with short, light brown hair, Iron Ferreira, sits slumped against a rough-hewn stone wall, a large sword resting across his lap. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a hint of weariness in his eyes. He reflects on a recent change in his life, a transformation he attributes to a mysterious figure. The image shifts to reveal the back of a powerfully built man with long, gray hair, his muscular physique hinting at a life of intense physical exertion. Scars crisscross his back, silent testaments to past battles. This is the mysterious swordsman from Iron's dream. For the first time since his mother's death, Iron experiences a profound shift. The trauma that had kept him bedridden begins to recede. He rises from his bed, a surge of unexpected energy coursing through him. He grips the sword, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion as he swings it with surprising strength and determination. This is a far cry from the lazy lord he was known to be. His newfound vigor pushes him to his limits, he runs until he collapses from exhaustion. Despite the physical toll, Iron's resolve remains unshaken. He begins a grueling regimen of physical training, pushing his body to its absolute limits. The images show him lifting weights, his muscles straining under the immense pressure. The intense training continues, each strike of the sword, each swing, honing his skills and building his strength. Iron's determination is matched only by his newfound physical prowess. A glimpse of a determined young woman with fiery red hair is shown, possibly a rival or ally. The relentless training leaves Iron battered but unbowed. He sits, his hands wrapped in bandages, a testament to his dedication. His resolve is unwavering. Iron stands, his eyes blazing with newfound confidence and strength, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. A shadowy figure watches him from afar, adding a layer of mystery to the unfolding narrative. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, drifted in and out of sleep, a refuge from the pain of his mother's recent death. His slumber was often punctuated by vivid dreams. One such dream featured a mysterious, powerful swordsman, his image burning into Iron's mind. He awoke with a newfound resolve to become like that man. But the path to emulating this figure was not destined to be easy. Iron's own will, still clouded by grief and apathy, struggled against the powerful image from his dream. The dream's message, to become like that man, was not his true desire. Iron's inner voice challenged the dream's influence. He declared, I am the one who swings the sword. A surge of energy erupted from him. A powerful golden light illuminating the darkness, it is his will. The energy manifested as a blinding flash, shattering the confines of his room. Revealing a new path, a new destiny. This is... Iron's face contorted in a fierce grimace, his eyes blazing with newfound determination. He roared, my sword. The image of his sword, imbued with his newfound resolve, spun into existence, a symbol of his transformation. A young man, Iron Ferreira, lay in bed, his feet the only visible part of his body. He stirred slightly, murmuring in his sleep. Then awoke with a start. It's my room. I'm back, he exclaimed, a jolt of surprise evident in his voice. He sat up, taking in his surroundings. A dark orb rested on his nightstand. My room hasn't changed one bit, he observed, his gaze lingering on the familiar objects. He mused, not much time must have passed. A wave of relief washed over him. Thank God, I have to go see my parents, he thought, a sense of urgency coloring his words. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood, but a sudden sound startled him. A small, white cat appeared, mewing softly. Roo roo. Iron called out, but then realized his mistake. Ah, you're not her, he said, his voice tinged with disappointment. A stern-faced butler, his expression a mixture of exasperation and disbelief, confronted a feline intruder. Hey! You damn cat! How did you get back inside after I shut the doors, he demanded, his voice sharp with frustration.
The butler's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the cat's companion. Marcus.
His initial surprise quickly morphed into alarm as he took in Marcus's appearance. A cold sweat beaded on his brow. Marcus, his face etched with worry, looked around frantically.
Where is my family?
A young man, his features obscured by the angle, rushed towards Marcus, his voice filled with relief.
Young master. You finally returned.
The two embraced, Marcus sobbing uncontrollably.
Marcus? What's wrong?
Between sobs, Marcus managed to articulate his relief.
Sob, what a relief. It's such a relief. Sob. I thought you'd never be able to get out of there.
The young man, confused, questioned Marcus's words.
Wait, what are you talking about? Could it be? He was overwhelmed by a wave of disorientation and fear. How long was I asleep for? Marcus, still sobbing, could only utter a pained groan. Sob.
Ugh. Iron awoke from a deep slumber, his mind still reeling from a vivid dream.
He wondered, as he sat up in bed, did time flow at the same pace in that other world?
A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he gasped, the lingering effects of his dream still heavy upon him. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He was plagued by the weight of his responsibilities.
What about his promise to Ilya and the headmaster? What about the subjugation, with the family's honor on the line? His thoughts spiraled, culminating in a desperate question: was his family safe?
He ran to his family, his heart pounding in his chest. He collapsed into the embrace of his father and sister, relief washing over him as he sobbed.
Irene, his sister, expressed her relief at his safe return. The reunion was filled with tears of joy and relief.
Iron, still shaken, confessed that he had been gone for a long time.
His father, overjoyed, expressed his gratitude for Iron's safe return.
His mother, too, expressed her relief and gratitude, embracing her son tightly. The emotional reunion continued, with Iron's mother expressing her gratitude and love for her son. Iron, however, seemed at peace, a gentle smile gracing his lips.
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke from a deep sleep.
His eyes, wide and unfocused, reflected a lingering trace of a vivid dream. A mysterious swordsman, a figure both captivating and unsettling, haunted his subconscious. The lingering weight of his dream gave way to a wave of guilt. He reflected on his past failures, the trouble he had caused his parents, and the disappointment he had brought upon his family.
Iron's expression shifted, a flicker of determination replacing the previous apathy.
He resolved to change, to make amends for his past mistakes. A new resolve hardened his gaze. His parents, Lord and Lady Ferreira, sat before him, their faces etched with worry and concern. They had endured years of hardship, bearing the weight of their son's inaction. Their words, expressing their anxieties about his past behavior, hung heavy in the air. Iron listened intently, his heart heavy with the realization of his past negligence.
But a quiet confidence began to bloom within him.
He revealed his secret training, the rigorous efforts he had undertaken in secret, the results of which were about to be revealed. His parents, initially surprised, listened with growing interest as Iron explained his dedication to swordsmanship training.
Iron declared his intention to participate in the upcoming subjugation, a testament to his newfound resolve and commitment to his family and his title.
His father, though still cautious, showed a glimmer of hope in his eyes, a silent acknowledgement of his son's transformation. The scene shifts to the Ferreira household, where Iron, alongside his family, prepares for the upcoming event. His declaration marks a turning point, a decisive step towards his reformation. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple clothes, peered from behind a large wooden door. He watched as a figure in regal purple robes and black boots emerged from a room, their face obscured.
The young man's eyes narrowed, and he muttered a question: with whose permission?
The blonde young man's face was partially visible, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a woman with long blonde hair, wearing a purple and gold robe, appeared in the doorway, calling out, "Kirill." The woman in purple and gold stepped into the room, her movements swift and purposeful. Her arrival causing the blonde young man to flinch slightly. As she approached him, a look of surprise on her face. He seemed startled by her presence, a slight blush rising on his cheeks.
She exclaimed, "You're smiling? How can you make a smile in a situation like this?"
The young man's face softened, a gentle smile playing on his lips.
He responded quietly, It's just. I was so happy to see you after such a long time." The woman's expression turned serious. She questioned him, "Kirill, why are you here? You were supposed to be at the Caesar Principality." Kirill's response was firm and resolute: "I'm going to participate in the subjugation in Appa's place."
The woman's eyes widened in shock and concern at Kirill's unexpected declaration.
Iron's father, a stern-looking man with a neatly trimmed beard, questioned him sharply, "Kirill, what are you?"
His mother, a woman with dark hair and a worried expression, stood beside him, equally concerned. Iron, however, remained defiant, calmly stating, "I'm not being unreasonable, Dad."
Iron's sister, confident and composed, interjected, "Appa doesn't need to be the one who participates in the subjugation, right? You should be stopping him instead."
She continued, emphasizing her point, "He was stuck in that terrible barrier for 5 years, and you want to send him to such a dangerous place?" Iron responded, reassuring his sister, "Carol, if you're worrying about me, I'm fine, really.
I become stronger by training in the barrier."
His father countered, "No. The subjugation is an event that raises the honor of the family.
Isn't it right for me to go, no matter how you look at it?" Iron's sister, still unconvinced, responded, "If you're really that confident." She challenged him, "Let's have a spar. Prove to me that you're worthy." Iron's mother gasped, "Carol." Iron's foot tapped impatiently on the floor. Iron's sister instructed, "Follow me." A grand, imposing manor loomed before the reader. A large, ornate wooden door, adorned with diamond-shaped carvings, dominated the center of the panel. The words, "I will show you the power that I obtained in that place," hung in the air, a declaration of intent. 2 guards stood before the manor, their faces etched with surprise. One of them exclaimed, "Wow! I never thought I'd see the young master's face again." The other guard, equally astonished, added, "Honestly, I thought they were covering up that he died by using mystic arts as an excuse. But to think he has returned." Inside the manor's courtyard, a blonde woman in a long white robe faced a young man with short blonde hair. The woman asked, incredulously, "A spar all of a sudden?"
The blonde woman, her expression hardening, declared, "And get ready." The young man clenched his fists, a determined look on his face.
He declared, "I am ready." The blonde woman, impatient, snapped, "Don't make me say it twice."
The blonde woman's eyes narrowed as she observed the young man. She scoffed, "You don't even have a sword dash." A golden light erupted from the young man's clenched fists. The light intensified, radiating outward in a dazzling display of energy. Iron's hands gripped the hilt of a sword, its surface glowing with an ethereal light. The radiant energy pulsed, mirroring the intensity of his newfound resolve. Now, Iron stood, his blonde hair illuminated by the sword's glow, a determined expression etched on his face. He was ready. With a confident declaration, "I'm ready." Iron braced himself for whatever lay ahead. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself in an unusual situation. He stood, eyes narrowed, a large, dark sword materializing before him. The weapon shimmering with an ethereal light. His grip tightened around the hilt. A testament to the power he seemingly wielded without effort. It was a scene straight out of his recent dream. 2 guards, their faces etched with shock and disbelief, stared at Iron. Their eyes widened as they witnessed the impossible. One of them, his voice barely a whisper, gasped, "That's mystic arts?" A nearby nobleman and a woman, equally astonished, echoed the guard's sentiment. Their mouths hung open in awe. Whispers rippled through the onlookers, "Wow, he's amazing," and "the rumor was true." Iron, a smirk playing on his lips, simply chuckled, "Ha." A sudden wave of exhaustion washed over him. He muttered to himself, "I don't have anything else other than the ability to manifest a sword." A young woman with long blonde hair, dressed in a purple and gold robe, looked down at someone unseen, her expression filled with a mixture of anger and disbelief. "Why are you always," she began, her voice trailing off, the words left unspoken. She lunged forward, her hand outstretched, seemingly aiming a blow at the unseen individual. But instead, a surge of purple energy erupted from her palm, forming the shape of a cross. The energy coalesced into several glowing purple swords that spun around her in a whirlwind. Each one crackling with power, before she launched them towards her unseen opponent. The swords flew with incredible speed, leaving trails of purple energy in their wake, striking their target with pinpoint accuracy. "Now, let's begin," she declared, her voice echoing with confidence. The blonde woman, now seemingly energized, charged forward towards a shadowy figure in the distance. A young man with short, light brown hair watched the scene unfold from afar, a look of apprehension on his face. He nervously whispered to himself, "Can we call this off?" Before he could act, a powerful blast of purple energy erupted from the blonde woman, engulfing the area. Iron Ferreira, the so-called Lazy Lord, found himself in an unexpected situation. He was wielding a sword, a purple energy coursing through the blade as he braced himself against an unseen force. A powerful blast of energy erupting from the weapon, sending him sprawling across the cobblestones. A pained grunt escaped his lips. The force of the attack sent him reeling, but Iron, driven by an unknown surge of power, managed to regain his footing. His eyes widened in disbelief as he felt the raw, untamed energy flowing through him. Such incredible power, he thought, marveling at his newfound strength. Iron swung the sword again, the purple energy intensifying with each movement, releasing another devastating blast that tore through the air.
The attack connected, sending a shockwave through the area. Iron, still struggling to control the immense power surging within him, continued his assault. A purple energy arcing from his blade in a furious display of power. Iron, caught off guard, was struck by a sudden attack, the purple energy momentarily fading from his blade. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself thrust into an unexpected duel. He stood opposite a blonde woman, her eyes blazing with intensity, as their blades clashed in a flurry of motion. The air crackled with energy as their swords met, sparks flying from the impact. The woman's face was a mask of fierce determination. She unleashed a powerful energy blast, a surge of purple light erupting from her hands. The force of the attack sent Iron reeling backward, the ground trembling beneath his feet. But he recovered quickly, his movements surprisingly agile for someone known for his laziness. He countered with a swift strike, a purple energy mirroring the woman's own coursing through his blade. The clash of their attacks created a blinding flash of light, the force of the collision shaking the very foundations of the arena. Iron, his expression grim, braced himself for another attack. He gripped his sword tightly, his knuckles white. The blonde woman, her eyes narrowed, prepared to unleash another devastating blow. The tension was palpable. With a fierce cry, she lunged forward, her attack a blur of motion. The fate of the duel hung in the balance. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke with a start. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The lingering image of a mysterious swordsman from his dream clung to the edges of his consciousness. A vision of swirling purple energy and a blade that crackled with power. The scene unfolded before him with impossible speed, a blur of motion and light. A culmination of which was a devastating blow that sent shockwaves rippling across the ground, leaving behind only a cloud of dust and the stunned silence of onlookers. 3 figures stood in the distance, their faces etched with disbelief. One of them, a soldier, nervously questioned the others, "Shouldn't we be stopping them? How in the world would we stop something like this?" But before they could act, a thought crossed the soldier's mind. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he watched Iron, his expression a mixture of fear and awe. He gulped, his throat suddenly dry. Wondering why the young lord was capable of such a feat, the question hung heavy in the air. As implications of Iron's newfound power were far-reaching and unsettling. The previously lazy lord had awakened to a power he didn't understand, a power that had just shaken the very foundations of his world. A woman, clad in fine purple robes, clenched her fists. Her knuckles shone white against her skin, a stark contrast to the rich fabric. The word tremble appeared twice in the panel, emphasizing her inner turmoil. Was she even considering counterattacking? A young man with short, blonde hair watched the scene unfold. A faint sheen of sweat glistened on his forehead, betraying his apprehension. Suddenly, several small, dark swords materialized in the air above him, spinning slowly before descending. The swords plunged towards the ground, embedding themselves into the stone tiles with a resounding thud. Small cracks spiderwebbed outwards from the impact points, and dark stains bloomed where the blades pierced the surface. The blond young man's face was etched with worry as he watched the woman, who was now sobbing, clutching her arm. A man with blonde hair and a beard approached, embracing the sobbing woman. He said something to her, his voice laced with concern and frustration. The young blonde man picked up one of the broken swords, its blade shattered. He looked determined despite the obvious distress. He spoke reassuringly to the woman, telling her not to worry too much. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, embraced his mother in a tender hug. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered words of comfort and encouragement. He, in turn, expressed his confidence in his abilities, a stark contrast to his usual apathy. She apologized for taking too long, her voice thick with emotion. The weight of her words hung heavy in the air as she collapsed into his arms, her body racked with grief. Iron held her close, the silent sobs a testament to their shared sorrow. The intensity of their embrace spoke volumes, a silent promise of enduring love and loss. He gently patted her head, whispering words of comfort. "You've worked hard," he murmured, a simple yet profound acknowledgement of her unwavering dedication. Iron sat alone, contemplating the upcoming subjugation. A warning echoed in his mind: this year's event would be far more dangerous than previous ones. He questioned the severity of the threat, his brow furrowed in concern. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him, a stark contrast to his previous apathy. A chilling revelation shattered the quiet: a demonoid had appeared. A young man with light brown hair and striking blue eyes stared intently ahead, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. Beside him, a woman with long blonde braids, dressed in elegant, flowing robes, looked away, her face partially obscured but her posture suggesting a sense of grave concern. The words "a demonoid" hung in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication. A narration box explained that about a month prior, traces of these beings had been discovered south of the Gyrowan territory. These entities, it continued, possessed immense power derived from a pact with a demon.
The image showed a powerful, demonic figure, its dark, muscular form radiating menacing energy. Fiery, orange energy crackled around its clenched fist, underscoring its immense power. These demonoids, the narration box continued, could be compared to mystics. The blonde woman's thoughts were revealed, a corrupted and twisted power originating from a negative heart. The young man's face showed a mixture of surprise and concern as he listened to the woman's explanation. He seemed to be taking in the gravity of the situation. Their danger, she stated, could not be compared to that of regular people. The young man, whose name is Kirill, then declared his intention to participate in the subjugation. Kirill insisted that just because she was going didn't mean he couldn't. He reminded her that she had already seen the demonoid earlier. The blonde woman, clearly irritated, retorted sharply. The blonde woman's face showed a mixture of anger and disbelief as she reacted to Kirill's words. Her expression was one of incredulity and frustration. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, is confronted by his teacher, Kirill. Kirill informs Iron that a very important event is only 2 weeks away, questioning his current idleness. Kirill explains that his brother, who had been missing for 5 years, has finally reappeared, prompting his visit. A woman with blonde hair and a witch's hat introduces herself as Skinny Kitten, the most beautiful mystic in Caesar, expressing her pleasure at finally meeting Irene Pereira. Iron, somewhat startled, offers a hesitant greeting. Iron reveals his suspicion that Skinny Kitten might be using mystic arts to appear younger, given her rumored age of over 50. Skinny Kitten surprises Iron by seemingly reading his thoughts, causing him to react with shock. Skinny Kitten clarifies that she doesn't need mystic arts to know what he's thinking, adding a playful comment. Skinny Kitten teases Iron, pointing out his thoughts about her beauty and his sister's master. Kirill intervenes, advising Iron to ignore Skinny Kitten, describing her as incompetent outside of mystic arts. Skinny Kitten playfully defends herself, claiming to be the greatest in mystic arts, and teases Iron for his indirect compliment. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in an unexpected situation. He was being playfully, yet forcefully, held by a woman, her grip firm but not unkind. Iron protested, his words a mixture of denial and confusion. No, when did I ever say something like that? The woman, Kirill, explained, her voice sharp but laced with amusement, that Iron's reputation for laziness had preceded him. For 5 years, she stated, this child talked about you so much. Kirill then playfully teased Iron, her words a light-hearted jab at his earlier denial. Now, what was it that you said? Iron, flustered and annoyed by her persistent teasing, retorted with a frustrated sigh. Ugh. Kirill, unfazed, offered a solution. If you want to keep my mouth shut, why don't you return to your room and stand by? Iron, visibly shaken, could only swallow nervously. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. Kirill's reaction to Iron's unexpected display of skill was one of genuine surprise. I've never seen anyone be able to perfectly handle Kirill. She smirked, a hint of amusement in her eyes as she watched Iron leave. Oof. Iron, alone, reflected on his encounter with Kirill, his apology hanging heavy in the air. I'm sorry. That wasn't the best first impression, was it? He resolved to improve, his determination hardening. I need to be stronger than Kirill to be her master. Kirill, observing him, offered a small, understanding smile. And no, I understand what you mean. A young man with blonde hair listened attentively as a woman with long blonde hair and a determined expression spoke. She commented on how different he was from someone named Kirill. The young man chuckled, questioning her statement. The woman, seemingly unfazed, explained that she had come to give him something. She produced a beautiful, glowing blue crystal pendant on a cord. It was an artifact with a special ability, capable of detecting a specific energy level. The young man, overwhelmed, insisted he couldn't accept such a valuable gift. The woman gently but firmly urged him to accept it, explaining that it was something she and Kirill had made together. She revealed that for 5 long years, while longing for his awakening, Kirill had poured her entire power into crafting this necklace, day after day. The woman smiled, stating that this was the first time she had seen her so energetic since taking her on as a disciple. The young man, deeply moved, expressed his gratitude and promised to use the necklace well. A young woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, expressed her approval. I'm glad you're a cool appa, she stated, her tone light and teasing. The camera angle shifted dramatically, focusing on a pair of large, elegant boots. They belonged to someone tall and imposing, their presence filling the frame. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, yet refined clothing, stood before them, his expression a mixture of surprise and slight apprehension. He quietly observed the imposing figure, his thoughts revealing his assessment, you're much more than I expected. A woman with long blonde hair, styled in a ponytail, and wearing a wide-brimmed hat and elegant attire, appeared in the doorway, a subtle smile playing on her lips. The blonde young man's face softened into a gentle smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief and contentment. He stood in a lavish bedroom, the sunlight illuminating the room.
A quiet sense of peace settled over him as he breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad, he thought, a genuine feeling of happiness washing over him. His relief was short-lived, however, as he continued his quiet reflection. My parents are fine. And Kirill found herself a great master. The young man's thoughts trailed off, a hint of uncertainty creeping into his expression. A sudden shift in his demeanor, a subtle clenching of his jaw, hinted at a new, unexpected development. But a look of concern clouded his features as he contemplated the unforeseen complication. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself once again drifting in a dream. This time, however, it was different. A mysterious swordsman filled his vision. He awoke with a start, whispering the name Ruru, a name that felt both familiar and foreign, echoing in the silence of his opulent chambers. A sense of unease settled over him, a premonition of something significant yet unknown. At the provisional base in game territory, Iron Ferreira, a young man with short brown hair, could be seen carrying a wooden crate. He was dressed in simple, practical armor, and his movements were deliberate but lacked any particular energy. Around him, soldiers in similar attire went about their duties, their faces grim and serious. He approached a large tent, its canvas billowing slightly in the breeze. Iron paused briefly before entering, his shoulders slumped with a weariness that belied his youth. Inside, he sat heavily on a wooden crate, the weight of his armor pressing down on him. His expression was one of profound listlessness, his gaze distant and unfocused. Iron's thoughts drifted, a familiar weariness settling over him. He felt no particular desire to change his circumstances, content to remain in his self-imposed inertia. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through his reverie. She questioned him sharply, implying he was unaware of something significant. Iron responded calmly, denying any deception. He explained that his mother had been at their estate for a few months before disappearing. The woman, seemingly unconvinced, pressed further, acknowledging the strained relationship between Iron and his mother, but insisting that it wasn't his fault. A woman with long blonde hair, dressed in elegant dark purple and gold robes, declared that her mother's death was not anyone's fault, but rather a consequence of her own desires. A young man with short, light brown hair, dressed in a simple light beige shirt with gold accents, questioned what he was being asked to do. He was instructed to simply not hate her too much when he saw her again. The young man, his face now visible, smiled faintly as he received this instruction. The blonde woman turned and left the room. He simply replied that he would try. His eyes widened as he thought of Ruru. Elsewhere, a man with dark hair scoffed at the news that a certain bastard was participating in something. Two armored figures, one with dark hair and the other with green hair, discussed Iron, the young lord known for his laziness. The dark-haired soldier expressed having heard that Iron was trapped within a mystic barrier. The green-haired soldier scoffed, countering that the mystic barrier story was merely an excuse for Iron to remain in bed. The dark-haired soldier agreed, stating that it was likely true. However, the green-haired soldier then questioned Iron's participation in the subjugation, expressing surprise at his involvement given his lack of experience with monster subjugations. The dark-haired soldier responded that if Iron still possessed his previous skills, he would manage. The green-haired soldier, however, expressed a hope that Iron would not impede their progress. Iron's name, Irene, was then mentioned in a thought bubble. Iron's father approached him, expressing his surprise at seeing him and his relief at their reunion. He reassured his father that he was fine. A flashback showed Iron's past humiliation. Iron vowed revenge, declaring that those who humiliated him would pay. Returning to the present, the green-haired soldier expressed surprise at Iron's participation, expecting him to be too afraid of the Demonoi to participate. A young man in armor, his face a picture of smug amusement, sneered at a scowling nobleman. Bastard, who do you think I am? He scoffed, the words dripping with disdain. The young man continued, his tone laced with arrogance. He boasted of his connections to the Twilight Night Order, mentioning the presence of knights, magicians, and priests from the kingdom's capital. Furthermore, he revealed that Sir Hill Burnett, the vice-captain of the Twilight Night Order, was in charge of this subjugation. The young man's smirk widened, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he stood defiantly before the imposing figures of the Twilight Night Order. He declared, with unwavering confidence, "We have nothing to lose and much honor to gain from this subjugation. There's no way I wouldn't participate." The nobleman, clearly irritated, snapped, "Revin, please shut your mouth." The young man, seemingly unfazed, suggested they simply stay in the rear. However, his nonchalant demeanor quickly shifted as he spotted someone. His eyes widened in surprise, a gasp escaping his lips as he recognized the imposing figure before him. Vice-captain. The nobleman, equally shocked, whispered, "What's going on?" Sir Hill Burnett, the vice-captain, addressed the assembled nobles, his voice carrying a hint of apology. "I'm sorry for ruining the mood, but all the nobles who have gathered here." A stark warning, scrawled in blood-red lettering against a backdrop of chaotic, vertical lines, declared, "It's best for you not to participate in this subjugation." The image showed a young man, Iron, his face etched with worry, surrounded by older, stern-faced men. Their expressions ranged from disbelief to outright anger. Iron's apprehension was palpable, he seemed overwhelmed by the weight of their disapproval. Iron's voice, though firm, carried a hint of defiance as he declared, "I will take on this demonoid subjugation with only the forces that I brought with me." One of the older men, his face contorted in disbelief, exclaimed, "How can you just decide on such an important matter on your own?" Another man, his voice filled with incredulity, muttered to himself, "I can't believe this." A sudden, urgent narration box appeared, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. A demonoid is on another level compared to monsters. The older man, his face grim, continued his argument, his voice laced with a mixture of fear and anger. He pointed out the obvious danger, stating that even children knew how dangerous a demonoid was. Yet, he accused the southern nobles of reckless ignorance, stating, however, "You southern nobles who know everything there is to know seem to be unaware of this." One of the older men, his face pale with fear, groaned, "And my body is heavy." The older man, his face now partially obscured by a mask, glared at Iron, his eyes burning with intensity. He stated, "The forces under my command are ready." A powerful voice boomed, echoing with conviction, "And we have armed ourselves with firm devotion and blazing loyalty to our nation. Therefore, we are more than prepared to destroy the wicked demonoid." However, a fist, clad in golden armor, clenched tightly, radiating power. A dark figure emerged, its voice laced with bitterness. "The fact that I have to be together with you lot, who only care about your individual honor rather than the welfare of the continent and the peace of the kingdom, is something that I'm disinclined to do?" He turned, his back to the viewer, a question hanging in the air, "Do you have something to say?" His profile, sharp and intense, revealed a determined gaze. A nearby soldier sputtered, fear evident in his trembling form, "Humph." A young man, Iron Ferreira, gasped for breath, his face strained with exertion as he struggled to keep up with his training. He was clad in heavy armor, sweat beading on his brow. Two other soldiers, one older with a beard, watched him with a mixture of concern and impatience. The older soldier let out a weary sigh. Iron, however, seemed lost in his own thoughts, his gaze distant and unfocused. He appeared oblivious to their presence. Suddenly, a powerful figure in golden armor appeared, startling Iron and the other soldiers. The newcomer's expression was one of mild curiosity as he observed the struggling young man. He questioned Iron's identity, his voice calm but carrying an undercurrent of authority. Iron, startled by the sudden interruption, felt a surge of intense pressure, a palpable force that seemed to emanate from the newcomer. The newcomer's presence proved overwhelming. Iron found himself kneeling, struggling to withstand the sheer force of the man's power. He was awestruck by the sheer power he felt emanating from the stranger. Iron's internal monologue reflected his shock and disbelief. Overcome with the pressure, Iron revealed his identity, Ryan Gairn, the eldest son of the Gairn family. The mysterious swordsman, intrigued, asked what Ryan wanted. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace, stood before an unseen audience. He declared, without reservation, that he would not make excuses for his past failures. He apologized for his laxity in battle, admitting that he had been too careless when facing a demonoid opponent, but vowed that such carelessness would not be repeated. He resolved to emulate the discipline and dedication of the vice-captain and the Twilight Knight Order, striving for self-improvement to eliminate any trace of negligence. Pleading for another chance to prove himself. A scene shifted to a different location. A man in ornate golden armor chuckled, dismissing the young man's previous apology as an excessive joke. He stated that he would never do anything as reckless as preventing the young man's participation in the demonoid subjugation. His reasoning was that only by ensuring the participation of every family head in the subjugation effort could the people of each territory live in peace. However, he reiterated the seriousness of the young man's earlier mistake, emphasizing the importance of maintaining vigilance against demonoids. The armored man's expression hardened, his gaze intense. A voice, presumably a superior officer, expressed hope for the readiness of a subordinate for an impending battle. The scene shifts to a desolate, nighttime landscape. A lone tent is visible, suggesting a temporary encampment. Inside a dimly lit tent, a figure in golden armor sits at a table, reviewing documents. The name Ryan Gairn is prominently displayed. Another individual, observing Ryan, comments that he is a fine individual. However, the observer adds that it is a problem that Ryan is the only one. The scene shifts back to Ryan, who is informed that he has a guest. The guest, Lord Miller, arrives, expressing surprise and delight at seeing Ryan after a long time. Lord Miller is identified as a wandering knight from the Gerbera kingdom. He invites himself in. Lord Miller comments on Ryan's disciple, stating that he's heard of their talent. Ryan responds that his disciple is more or less acceptable. Another individual questions whether Ryan is being too harsh on his disciple. Two individuals discussed Iron, a young man. One of them questioned if Iron was among the 27th generation trainees of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, considered the Golden Generation. The other responded that Iron was one of the failed trainees who hadn't become an official trainee.
An older man, chuckling, added that he doubted Iron would fall behind the official trainees.
The conversation shifted to Iron's exceptional talent. He was described as a genius from the Adon Kingdom, who had refused to become an official trainee even after achieving first place in the Academy's final evaluation. He left the Academy at the age of 14. After leaving the Academy, Iron became an honorary knight of the Moonlight Knight Order, the greatest in the Adon Kingdom.
The older man reacted with astonishment, exclaiming that an unbelievable genius, on par with Ignet, had appeared on the continent.
He pondered this revelation, a thoughtful expression on his face.
The older man sighed, expressing his jealousy that their kingdom lacked such talent.
Another man, interrupting, asked what they were talking about.
The first man explained that, according to his disciple, an unbelievable monster, comparable in size to the Hail Kingdom, had appeared. The second man dismissed this as a joke, stating he was too old to be fooled by such things.
An older man, his face etched with the wisdom and weariness of years, addressed someone unseen.
He scoffed, calling them adult for their apparent ignorance, a reaction seemingly expected from someone solely focused on capital gains. He continued, mentioning a trainee who had performed exceptionally well in a recent evaluation, nearly matching the prowess of Ilya Lindsay. The scene shifted to a shadowy figure, cloaked and powerful, his presence radiating an aura of immense strength. The older man's disciple, having witnessed this power firsthand, described it as truly shocking. A powerful fist slammed down, shattering the stone beneath it, the force of the blow sending cracked spider webbing across the ground. The older man's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth forming a silent gasp. He inquired about the trainee, expressing surprise at hearing of this individual for the first time.
He then asked if the trainee was still at the academy.
The older man was informed that the trainee had left the academy for unknown reasons. He surmised that the trainee must be participating in the subjugation of the Southern Kingdom. He commented on the trainee's exceptional ability, noting that he could assess the trainee's power with a single glance.
The other man, visibly startled, asked for the trainee's name.
Iron awoke with a start, a gasp escaping his lips as he murmured, "Ah, that's right." The image of a mysterious, glowing blue crystal pendant lingered in his mind, its ethereal light a stark contrast to the darkness of his room. Iron's eyes snapped open, his expression hardening as he called out a name, Irene.
He recognized the significance of the dream, a sudden realization dawning on him as he whispered, "It's Irene Pereira."
A company of soldiers marched down a dusty road, their armor glinting under the midday sun. As they approached a clearing, a shimmering energy field suddenly appeared before them. Their leader, a powerfully built man with dark hair and a stern expression, announced that they would take a short break to eat. His soldiers readily agreed. One of the soldiers, exhausted from the march, slumped against a tree, letting out a sigh of relief,
while two others watched them with amusement, commenting on their appearance.
One of the amused soldiers mused that it was better than doing nothing, but questioned if their display of skill was excessive. His companion conceded that the soldiers were more skilled than expected. The conversation turned to Ryan Gain, a particularly skilled soldier, whose abilities surpassed the rest. A battle raged on, two figures locked in combat. One, a knight in shining armor, was clearly outmatched by his opponent, a more seasoned warrior. From the sidelines, a man watched with a calculating grin, muttering words of encouragement to the struggling knight, "You're doing well, Ryan." The man's gaze shifted, his expression hardening. He addressed someone unseen, his voice sharp and commanding, "Keep pulling attention to yourself like that. The gap between our family and the Pereira family has gotten too big over the last few years." He continued, his voice laced with frustration, "It's beyond me to drag him down by force at this point." His expression shifted again, a glint of cunning in his eyes.
A new plan formed in his mind. "However, if we monopolize all the active roles in this subjugation," he mused, a sinister smile spreading across his face, "we can revitalize our family's status." Back on the battlefield, the man's attention returned to the ongoing fight. He observed the knight, Ryan, with a thoughtful expression. He muttered to himself, he needs to get the vice-captain's attention somehow. Suddenly, a gasp escaped the man's lips. His eyes widened as he witnessed a dramatic shift in the battle. "Oh! The vice-captain is heading toward Ryan."
He watched intently, a mixture of anticipation and calculation in his eyes.
He wondered aloud, is he going to give him personal guidance or something?
Ryan, seemingly oblivious to the man's machinations, prepared himself. He thought, "I'll show off some flashier swordsmanship." But as the vice-captain approached, a look of confusion crossed Ryan's face.
"Ha!"
Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, sat alone, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He muttered to himself, almost inaudibly, that he was being overly conscious of something. His relaxed demeanor quickly vanished, replaced by a look of stark terror. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He reassured himself that there was plenty of time.
Iron's thoughts turned to the vice-captain, his concern evident. He wondered why the vice captain was going to see that bastard. The scene shifted to a forest clearing where the vice captain, a man in shining golden armor, stood over Iron, who sat slumped against a tree. The vice captain loomed over him, his expression unreadable. A sense of foreboding heavy in the air. Before inquiring about Iron's notoriety in the southern region of the Hale Kingdom, the vice captain revealed that Iron was known as the deadbeat noble of the Pereira family, explaining his previous absence as being due to entrapment by mystic arts. Iron, surprised, questioned the use of mystic arts. The vice captain, his expression now one of concern, explained that Iron had refused to enter the Chronos. Whispers circulated about Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence. His recent attendance at the Swordsmanship Academy, followed by a return to his estate, fueled speculation about his involvement in mystic arts. One observer, unable to decipher Iron's true nature, confessed their bewilderment. The scene shifted to Iron Pereira himself, a young man with light brown hair, appearing somewhat pensive. A stern-looking man, whom Iron addressed as the subjugation commander, explained his current role in overseeing a subjugation effort. The subjugation commander continued, stating that all the young men, except Iron, were diligently training their swordsmanship during their break time. He noted their hard work before directly questioning Iron's unusual leisure. Iron, seemingly aware of the commander's concern, apologized if his behavior appeared insincere. He explained that his current training regimen hardly qualified as genuine effort. The subjugation commander reacted with surprise to this revelation. A young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes stared pensively ahead. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a hint of sadness lingering beneath the surface. He sat beneath a tree, his words echoing in the stillness, because it would go against my heart. The young man was now clad in simple yet sturdy armor, a dark cloak draped over his shoulders. He seemed strangely out of place in his attire. A man with dark hair and intense golden eyes observed the scene from a distance. His expression was one of mild curiosity. Because it would go against my heart. Another man, this one with brown hair, scoffed. His companion, a younger man with green hair, urged him to be quiet. The dark-haired man from earlier found the young blonde's response amusing. He asked for a more detailed explanation. The young blonde explained that his participation in the subjugation of the demonoid was to increase his family's honor. The dark-haired man deemed his answer honest and not bad. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself amidst a council of armored figures. He was deep in thought, contemplating his role in the upcoming subjugation. Realizing his lack of experience in such matters, he decided to prioritize other areas of development besides his swordsmanship training. Iron reflected on the true meaning of effort, concluding that it requires complete dedication. He voiced his belief that training without passion is not true effort. One of the commanders observed Iron with a mixture of surprise and skepticism. The commander urged Iron and his troops to prepare for the subjugation. The commander then ordered everyone to get ready, signaling the imminent advance. Iron Pereira's name was mentioned, highlighting his presence in the upcoming conflict. Iron, seemingly unfazed, prepared to move forward. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke from a vivid dream. The image of a mysterious swordsman lingered in his mind. A vision of power and grace that stirred something deep within him. The dream felt intensely real, leaving him with a lingering sense of unease. He found himself in a forest clearing, the remnants of a battle scattered around him. A sense of urgency filled the air. Iron, clad in simple attire, stood amidst a group of soldiers, his expression one of quiet determination. He was clearly out of place. An older man, presumably a superior officer, addressed Iron, urging patience. Don't get impatient, Ryan. Wait for the right moment. A chance will definitely come. The older man's words were met with a skeptical look from Iron. The older man's expression shifted, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Or we can just make one ourselves. Iron's response was immediate and decisive. I also think the latter is better. A sudden shift in the scene. Iron and the older man are now walking along a path, a powerful figure in ornate armor approaches them from behind. Then you're in an armed state, even now? How fascinating. The armored figure's hand rests on Iron's chest, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Iron's eyes widen in surprise and perhaps a hint of fear. A man in golden armor, his face etched with seriousness, addressed someone off-panel. He stated that formalities were unnecessary, expressing gratitude for their understanding. His expression shifted, a slight frown furrowing his brow. He internally mused that his attempts to surprise the other person had failed. He suggested they continue their earlier conversation, reminding the other person that he had mentioned needing to focus on something other than swordsmanship training. He asked what that was. Second, he'd heard that nothing is more dangerous than a soldier's unpredictable actions, and he wanted to avoid becoming a liability to his team. He planned to do this by controlling his excitement and following orders.
Third, concerning the demonic energy emanating from demonoids and their beasts, he intended to heighten his senses to give his team as much warning as possible. The armored man chuckled, finding the younger man's concerns more realistic than he expected. He expressed his approval. However, he cautioned the young man against taking on too much responsibility from the start, suggesting that he leave such things to the veterans. The young man agreed to keep that in mind. A high-ranking nobleman, adorned in ornate gold and blue armor, addressed a young man clad in simple dark attire. He explained that he'd brought priests skilled in detecting demonic energy, assuring the youth that he could focus on other matters for now.
The young man, Iron, seemingly unfazed by the nobleman's words, stood with a thoughtful expression.
He was dressed in simple yet sturdy armor, his blonde hair neatly cut. Iron's gaze drifted, his attention caught by something beyond the nobleman's shoulder, causing the nobleman to sharply question what he was looking at. A sudden, chilling presence filled the air. The nobleman's eyes widened in alarm as he sensed an immense, malevolent power. The ogre's sheer size dwarfed the knight's, instilling immediate fear. Iron's eyes, wide with a mixture of fear and determination, focused intently on the approaching threat. A wave of dark energy washed over him, but he stood firm. The ogre lunged, its massive jaws snapping shut with a terrifying roar. The nobleman, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion, bellowed orders to his knights, urging them to prepare for battle and form their ranks. A colossal, monstrous figure, blue-skinned with sharp fangs and glowing red eyes, roared into view. Its sheer size dwarfed the surrounding landscape, its presence immediately instilling fear. A wave of panic swept through the ranks of soldiers as they gasped at the sight of the giant. A commander barked orders, directing his troops to protect the rear and safeguard the magicians and priests from the approaching threat. Another soldier exclaimed in terror, "It's a giant!" The commander, his face grim, issued further instructions. He ordered the immediate counterattack, urging the magicians and priests to retreat to safety. A soldier responded with a resounding yes as he prepared for battle. Meanwhile, another officer, observing the scene, made a critical decision. He decided to leave the smaller creatures to the night order, focusing his attention elsewhere. His gaze hardened, a grim determination settling on his features. He knew what he had to do. He was the only one capable of defeating the giant. With a burst of speed, he charged towards the giant, his sword gleaming brightly as he prepared to strike. The impact of the clash was immense, a shockwave rippling outwards. The force of the blow sent the officer flying backward. The giant roared again, seemingly unfazed by the attack, as the officer prepared for another strike. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a vivid dream. His eyes snapped open, a flicker of something unfamiliar, a nascent power igniting within him. A surge of energy coursed through his veins, leaving him breathless and disoriented. The image of a mysterious swordsman, etched in his mind, pulsed with an uncanny intensity. A raw, untamed force that felt both terrifying and exhilarating. He instinctively reached out, a strange energy crackling around his hand. A power he didn't understand, yet felt intrinsically connected to. It was as if the very essence of the swordsman from his dream had somehow transferred to him. A realization dawned on him, this was no mere dream. This was a transformation, a rebirth. Iron Pereira, the Lazy Lord, was no more. A new chapter had begun. Two knights in shining gold armor, cloaked in deep blue, stood vigilant, their swords held at the ready. They were positioned defensively, awaiting an unseen threat. A tension palpable in the air as they braced themselves. Suddenly, two men in red cloaks appeared, their faces etched with alarm and disbelief. Their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed something horrifying. A knight, his face contorted in a silent scream, stumbled backward. A monstrous, two-headed creature emerged from the shadows, its presence radiating malice and raw power. The creature lunged forward, its massive claws tearing through the air, aiming to crush the knights. One knight was thrown aside, while another, seemingly caught off guard, barely managed to avoid the attack. A young man with blonde hair, clad in dark armor, appeared, his expression grim. His eyes narrowed in focus as he prepared to confront the beast. A man with a beard, his face filled with worry, shouted Iron's name. A monstrous, blue-skinned ogre, its fangs bared in a ferocious snarl, let out a guttural roar that echoed through the air. Its eyes blazing with a malevolent red light as it lunged forward. A young man with dark hair, his face etched with alarm, shouted a warning, "Watch out." The ogre roared again, its attack imminent. But before it could land a blow, a blur of motion erupted from the side. A young man with blonde hair, clad in dark clothing, appeared, his movements impossibly fast as he intercepted the ogre's attack. With a swift, precise strike, the blonde young man sent the ogre sprawling, its massive body crashing to the ground. A man with blonde hair and a mustache watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with shock. Iron. The ogre, dazed but not defeated, growled menacingly, rising to its feet once more. The blond young man, however, was already moving again, a whirlwind of motion as he launched another attack, sending the ogre flying into the distance. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke from a vivid dream, the image of a mysterious swordsman still fresh in his mind.
A sudden jolt snapping him back to reality.
A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips as he registered his surroundings. He found himself face to face with a monstrous creature, its menacing form filling his vision.
Its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent.
A primal fear gripped him, but a memory of the swordsman's movements flashed through his mind, instinctively guiding his actions. His body moving with an unexpected grace and speed. With a blur of motion, Iron drew his sword, the steel gleaming in the dim light, and met the beast's attack with a counterstrike of surprising power. The clash of steel echoing through the air as the creature recoiled. Iron, fueled by adrenaline and a newfound skill, pressed his advantage, sending the monster sprawling to the ground. A swirling vortex of dark energy filled the panel, hinting at the chaotic events about to unfold. A young man with blonde hair, wielding a sword, braced himself against a monstrous, shadowy figure whose fist was hurtling towards him. A fierce clash of steel and shadow ensued, a blinding flash of light erupting from the young man's brow. The light intensified, taking the form of swirling, ethereal energy. A surge of power coursed through him, radiating outwards in a dazzling display of energy. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he evaded the monster's attack. His sword a silver streak against the dark form of his opponent. The clash of their weapons echoing through the desolate landscape. A monstrous maw, filled with rows of razor-sharp teeth, snapped shut with a sickening thud. Blood splattered across the ground, a grim testament to the creature's recent meal. A desperate shout tore from the lips of a man, his face contorted in terror as he scrambled away from the beast. "Get away," he roared, his voice filled with panic. Meanwhile, a figure emerged from the forest's edge, a blur of motion as he moved with impossible speed. He was clad in dark, flowing robes, his blonde hair a stark contrast against the somber attire. With a swift, precise movement, he drew a sword, its blade gleaming with an ethereal light. The air itself seemed to crackle with energy as he swung the weapon in a wide arc. The blade sliced through the air with terrifying speed, striking the monster's eye with pinpoint accuracy. A blinding flash of light erupted from the impact, followed by a powerful shockwave that sent debris flying. A swirling vortex of energy formed around the swordsman, its power growing exponentially. The wind howled as the vortex expanded, engulfing everything in its path, leaving only a trail of destruction in its wake. Two soldiers watched in stunned silence, their mouths agape at the sheer power displayed. Two men, their faces contorted in exertion, clashed in a flurry of motion. One, with light hair, seemed to be on the defensive, while the other, with darker hair, pressed his attack with fierce determination. The impact of their collision sent a shockwave through the landscape. A cloud of dust and debris erupting as the ground trembled violently. The force of the blow sent the lighter-haired man flying backward. A dark figure emerging from the dust cloud as the earth continued to shake. The lighter-haired man landed hard, his body crumpling under the force of the impact. A wave of dizziness washed over him, his vision blurring as he struggled to catch his breath. He could only manage a whispered, this is. A powerful gust of wind swept across the ravaged landscape, carrying with it the remnants of the recent battle. In the distance, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the bright sky. The dark-haired man watched the scene unfold, a look of disbelief etched onto his face. He muttered, "Ha!" A realization dawning on him as his eyes widened in shock, it was true. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood amidst the aftermath of a fierce battle. He had witnessed his mother's death, a trauma that sent him fleeing into the refuge of sleep. Now, however, he was haunted by a vivid dream of a mysterious swordsman, a vision so real it left him questioning reality itself. He muttered to himself, convinced that the figure from his dream had truly appeared before him. The vision was terrifying, a monstrous figure loomed in his mind's eye, a chilling reminder of the horrors he had witnessed. The scene shifted, revealing a powerful warrior, clad in dark armor, his movements imbued with an almost supernatural grace. A golden aura emanated from his hands, hinting at immense power. He moved with deadly precision, his blade a blur as he cut down enemy soldiers with swift, brutal efficiency. A battle cry, "Huat," echoed across the field, a testament to the ferocity of the conflict. A commanding officer, his face etched with grim determination, surveyed the battlefield. He bellowed orders, his voice carrying across the chaos, "The battle is not over yet. All of you, annihilate the remaining enemies." The remaining enemy soldiers, cloaked in shadow, prepared for a final stand. Their numbers were dwindling, but their resolve remained unbroken. The officer, having assessed the situation, gave a new order. "All right. We will resume the advance soon." Iron, his back to the viewer, stood silently, lost in thought. The events of the battle, and the lingering image of the mysterious swordsman, weighed heavily on his mind. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. His eyes, wide and filled with a lingering confusion, reflected the turmoil within. A question echoing in his mind: why had he acted as he did? He recalled the dream, a vision of a mysterious swordsman, and the events that followed. The overwhelming rage he felt upon seeing a giant, a rage he couldn't control. It was unlike anything he'd experienced before. A strange, unfamiliar intensity that left him shaken and bewildered. Sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He wondered, in the aftermath, if he had truly been himself during that moment of uncontrolled fury. A feeling of being outside of himself, a disconnection from his own actions. It felt as though another being had taken control. A chilling realization that he wasn't in control of his own body. He was a stranger to his own actions. Iron stood before a towering figure, a man clad in ornate golden armor. The giant's foot loomed over him, casting a long shadow. Parara. The name hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. And the armored man's question echoed Iron's own internal turmoil: did he truly understand the consequences of his actions? A young man, Iron, stood amidst a landscape scarred by battle. His armor bore the marks of recent combat, mud and grime clinging to the metallic surface. His expression was one of weariness, his shoulders slumped in defeat. He mumbled an apology, his voice barely a whisper, his gaze cast downward. The weight of his actions pressed heavily upon him. He confessed to acting rashly, without following orders. The words hung heavy in the air, a testament to his regret. Even after consulting with the subjugation commander, Iron explained, he couldn't control his emotions and acted alone. He repeated his apology, his voice laced with genuine remorse. A superior officer, a stern-faced man in ornate armor, chuckled, unable to fully scold the young man. He told Iron to raise his head. The officer explained that they were in the midst of a subjugation, their objective being to eliminate demonic beasts threatening the kingdom. Iron listened intently. The officer praised Iron for his swift killing of a giant, preventing significant harm to the subjugation force. He offered congratulations, stating he would hear the details later. He noted Iron's outstanding performance, especially considering it was his first ever battle. The officer predicted great things from Iron's future performances. Iron expressed his gratitude. He then turned to see his father rushing towards him, calling his name. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, stood slightly soiled but otherwise unharmed. He chuckled lightly, "Ahaha. I'm fine, though I'm a little dirty." Before Iron could fully process his situation, a figure embraced him. It was his father, his face etched with relief and pride. He exclaimed, as he held his son close. "As your father, I'm so proud of you." Iron, still slightly dazed, looked up at his father, his eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and confusion. A silent question hung in the air. A silent exchange of emotions passing between father and son in a tender embrace. The warmth of the hug conveying more than words could ever express. The embrace continued, a moment of shared relief and unspoken understanding. Iron, finally finding his voice, softly whispered, "Thank you, father." The scene shifted. Iron and his father stood amidst a crowd of onlookers, their figures silhouetted against the setting sun. A sense of quiet awe filled the air. A new figure appeared, a man in red armor, observing the scene from a distance. His expression was unreadable. A blinding white light filled the panel, suggesting a powerful magical effect or a sudden, intense shift in the scene. A young man with blonde hair, wearing a dark red cloak, turned his back to the viewer, walking away. A shadowy figure, partially obscured, watched him from behind, uttering the single word, "Jack." The shadowy figure, now more visible, asked, "Is that ready?" The blonde-haired man, his face now visible, confirmed, "Yes, it's ready." A large, spiky speech bubble appeared, shouting, "Do it right now." The blonde-haired man, now visibly tense, gripped a large sword, his expression grim. A group of soldiers marched, their footsteps muffled by the earth. A low murmur, barely audible, escaped one of them. "This artifact can detect demonic energy." A gloved hand held a crystalline artifact, its facets catching the light. "Yes, that's right," a voice confirmed. A man with dark hair explained to a blonde-haired youth, "It's an artifact that my little sister, a mystic, and her master made together. She said it would be of help in the subjugation." The young man responded, "I see." The dark-haired man continued, lost in thought, "I know that mystics are amazing, but to think it can detect demonic energy faster than the priest's divine artifacts." The young man's eyes widened in disbelief. He muttered to himself, "Is that really possible?" Suddenly, the dark-haired man gasped, "Ah! Enemies, they're coming from the left." The dark-haired man drew his sword, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he prepared to face the approaching threat. The young man stood beside him, his expression a mixture of fear and determination. A wave of enemies emerged from the forest, their numbers overwhelming.
The two men braced themselves for battle. A monstrous, demonic beast lunged forward, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent energy. Its claws outstretched, ready to strike. A voice, filled with dawning realization, cut through the air. Twice, it's not a coincidence. A man with dark hair and a stern expression roared, with the demonic beasts.
A young man stood amidst a group of armored knights, a fallen demonic beast at his feet. He held a sword aloft, the scene radiating power and authority. A testament to his recent victory. One of the knights, addressing the young man, stated, "Yes, subjugation commander." The subjugation commander instructed the young knight, "The moment that you detect demonic energy, tell me."
Understood?
The young knight replied, "I understand." He and the commander then walked away, their backs to the viewer. Two figures, seemingly observing the commander and the knight from a distance, exchanged a meaningful glance.
Their expressions hinting at a shared understanding or plan.
As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in fiery hues, the order was given to make camp. The day's march was over. Soldiers in gleaming golden armor gathered around steaming pots of stew, the aroma filling the air. While cooks diligently served bread and ladled out the hearty meal. Two soldiers, relaxing after their duties, began to discuss a particular member of their unit. One soldier questioned the age of their comrade, surprised by his exceptional skills at such a young age. The other soldier confirmed his age as 21, emphasizing the remarkable nature of his abilities.
The first soldier expressed disbelief, finding it hard to believe a 21-year-old could possess such expertise. His companion countered, reminding him of their recent encounter with a demonic beast. He argued that witnessing their comrade's prowess in battle against such a formidable foe solidified his status as an expert. The other soldier conceded, acknowledging the beast's strength. Iron, the young lord, sat alone, quietly eating. He was lost in thought, pondering the mystery of his comrade's hidden past. A woman approached Iron, noticing his use of a special spoon. She explained that the spoon's darkening indicated the presence of poison in his food, and that it would return to its normal color once the detoxification process was complete. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, felt a prickle of unease. His eyes, usually half-lidded in apathy, were wide with a dawning realization. He muttered to himself, sensing a threat. He reflected that some level of conflict was expected, given the cutthroat competition between noble families. But the blatant nature of this attack surprised him. Three figures, likely from the Guern family, were clearly plotting against him. One of the conspirators, a man with a neatly trimmed beard, voiced his concern about informing their father. He didn't want to cause his father unnecessary worry. Iron, meanwhile, decided to handle the situation alone, keeping quiet about the plot against him. He was shown meticulously preparing something in a bowl, a faint blue glow emanating from it. And then, with a flourish, declared the task complete. Later, Iron noticed something unusual under the bowl. He reached under and retrieved a small, crumpled note, revealing a warning about poison in his food. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, examined a note. His brow furrowed in concentration as he noted the uneven handwriting. He pondered the note's implications. Was it intentionally left to be discovered, or was it a hasty scribble? Iron continued to eat, his mind still preoccupied with the mystery of the note's author. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. He was a man cloaked in dark red, his face partially obscured. The cloaked man's face remained mostly hidden, but a hint of worry clouded his expression. He questioned the wisdom of his actions. Was this the right course? Iron, having finished his meal, was approached by a powerfully built warrior in shining armor. The warrior asked if he was finished eating. Iron confirmed he had finished. The warrior, with a grin, challenged him to a spar. The warrior extended a hand, seemingly eager for the challenge. He explained that he needed to assess Iron's full power to prepare for the upcoming Demonoid subjugation. A lone figure, cloaked and mysterious, emerged from the shadows of a forest, his presence marked by an ethereal glow trailing behind him. Drawing the attention of a group of onlookers gathered around a campfire. A shout cut through the night air, "Hey, stop what you're doing and get over here. It's a spar." The onlookers watched, captivated, as the mysterious figure faced off against another, a blond man in armor. One of the onlookers whispered, "The vice captain is sparring. It looks like I won't be sleeping tonight." Another gasped, "His opponent is Iron Ferreira?" Iron, the mysterious figure, stood tall and confident, his expression unwavering. He commanded, "Hey, come quick. There's a fight. Bring out your sword." The blond man, his face set in determination, drew his sword, the action sparking a bright flash of light. As the onlookers watched in stunned silence, one of them exclaimed, "The hell is that?" Another added, "A sword came out of nowhere? Crazy." The tension escalated as another onlooker urged, "Hey, hurry the hell over here." Iron's eyes glowed with an eerie light as he spoke, since this spar is to confirm your skills. A single strike with your full strength behind it. How about we decide it with that? The blond man, unwavering in his resolve, simply replied, I'm fine with that. His determination was palpable. A mysterious swordsman, his face partially obscured by shadow, smiled enigmatically. His eyes, however, burned with an intense golden light, hinting at a power yet unseen. The narrator questioned if the swordsman's composure stemmed from familiarity with the situation, but quickly dismissed that notion, declaring it something more precise. The word marvelous echoed in bold letters across the panel. A heavy footfall shook the ground, a prelude to something powerful. The impact exceeding all expectations. A figure, shrouded in darkness, reacted with surprise. A monstrous face, filled with sharp teeth and glowing eyes, emerged from the shadows, its expression one of ferocious intent, causing two onlookers to gasp in shock and fear. A dark, monstrous figure loomed, its features obscured but its presence menacing. The blond swordsman from the earlier panels stood defiantly, his spirit described as unbreakable. His resolve was as strong as steel, but something felt strange. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, drifted between sleep and wakefulness, his spirit stirring within him. His spirit, growing stronger with each passing moment. Iron's body began to glow with an intense, golden light, his muscles bulging as an immense power surged through him. The energy emanating from him was so powerful that it caused a shockwave that rippled outwards. A sudden, violent impact rocked the area as Iron's power erupted. He realized with a jolt that he needed to take this seriously, otherwise, he would be consumed by the power he had unleashed. A monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing menacingly. The creature lunged at Iron, its jaws snapping shut. Observing from a distance, two soldiers watched the unfolding events. One of them nervously commented on the vice captain's sudden seriousness, while the other reassured him that the battle hadn't begun yet. A clumsy servant, clad in dented armor, accidentally sent a tray of food flying through the air. The food splattered across the nearby onlookers, leaving a chaotic mess in its wake. The scene transitioned abruptly, the image blurring into streaks of red. A sudden, swift movement disrupted the camp. A cloaked figure, wielding a sword, appeared as if from thin air, leaving a trail of shimmering energy in their wake. A man, his face etched with worry and beads of sweat, watched the scene unfold. The armored servant, now on the ground, stammered an apology, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and embarrassment, while the others around him reacted with a mix of annoyance and bewilderment. One of them suggested they end the training session. A commanding figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed Iron Ferreira, granting him permission to act independently. Iron, surprised by the unexpected announcement, stared in disbelief. The commanding figure explained that given Iron's demonstrated skill, it was best he operate without direct orders. He acknowledged Iron's expert-level skill before dismissing the group. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, a few simple tents pitched haphazardly under a gloomy sky. A sense of quiet desperation hangs in the air. Inside one of the tents, Iron Ferreira, a young man with blonde hair, lies comfortably in bed, eyes closed. He appears relaxed, almost serene, despite the bleak surroundings. He is known as the Lazy Lord. Iron's dream continues. He recalls a past event, when I was subjugating the giant demonic beast, he narrates to himself. As well as another memory, as well as when I was sparring against the subjugation commander. It was slightly different, but the feeling was similar. The dream intensifies. Iron focuses on a specific sensation, the feeling of getting the control of my body taken away, dominated by intense emotion. Iron recognizes the feeling, yes, it's the same as. The dream culminates in a powerful image, the day that I saw that dream for the first time. The scene shifts to a rainy night. A mysterious swordsman stands in the distance, silhouetted against the stormy sky. Iron watches from behind, his face obscured by shadow. Iron questions the connection, is it because of you, like I thought? I thought I'd. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, awoke from a dream, his mind still grappling with the image of a mysterious swordsman. He questioned the man's reappearance, unsure how he had escaped his previous dream, yet certain of his presence. Iron's eyes widened as he registered something was different. That man. The imposing figure of the swordsman filled his vision, his face etched with fury, a greatsword held at his side, rain lashing down around him. The man's rage was palpable. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, dreamt of a mysterious swordsman. The dream's nature shifted, revealing a man consumed by rage, a man who had never before shown such emotion. The swordsman's face was partially obscured, his expression unreadable, yet his intensity was palpable. Iron awoke with a gasp, his heart pounding in his chest. Why was this man so enraged? He wondered, his mind racing, trying to understand the significance of the dream. The intensity of the dream lingered, leaving Iron breathless and shaken. He sat up in bed, letting out a shaky sigh. He needed to think.
Iron realized that when his dream changed, something within him changed as well. The change, he sensed, had already taken place. A young man in simple armor walks through a military encampment, his gait slow and deliberate. The tents are numerous, suggesting a sizable army, yet the overall atmosphere is one of quiet stillness.
His expression is one of mild annoyance, a slight frown furrowing his brow. He seems unconcerned with his surroundings, lost in his own thoughts.
The scene shifts to a conversation between two figures, one partially obscured. The visible figure, a man with short, light brown hair, speaks with concern. He asks if a certain Jack added something to someone's stew. The other man, whose face is now visible, confirms that he did, and even witnessed the person eating it.
Yet, the question remains, why is the person unaffected?
The word gold is prominently displayed, hinting at the nature of the added substance. The young man from the first panel, now identified as Iron, sits slumped, his face etched with confusion.
He expresses his bewilderment at the lack of immediate effects from what should have been a potent poison.
The other man, seemingly unfazed by Iron's confusion, orders a double dose of the poison for the next attempt. The man explains that a larger dose is necessary because the initial amount was insufficient to affect the target. He seems confident in his plan. Iron, however, is shocked and incredulous at this suggestion, his disbelief evident in his posture and expression.
The final panel shows the other man's irritated reaction to Iron's concern, highlighting the stark contrast in their attitudes.
He scoffs at Iron's worry, implying a deeper, more sinister motive. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace, clenched his jaw. His eyes, wide and filled with barely suppressed rage, darted around, reflecting a turmoil of emotions. He muttered an apology, claiming it was a slip of the tongue. The scene shifts to two figures walking away, their forms partially obscured by shadow and dust. He continued, expressing his frustration and stress, blaming his difficult circumstances. The other figure, a man with a stern expression, listened impassively. The stern man's voice cut through the air, a sharp rebuke urging the younger man to pull himself together and consider his current situation. The young man, his face etched with defiance, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the ground. The stern man's face was partially obscured, but his eyes held a hint of weariness as he spoke, indicating he would keep the young man's words in mind. The scene shifts to a brighter setting. A command is given to begin their march immediately after eating.
An enthusiastic yes echoes the order.
The young man observes the pendant, a hint of recognition and perhaps concern in his eyes.
He comments on its persistence.
Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, stared at his meal with suspicion.
He silently questioned whether this was going to be a daily occurrence. Despite his apprehension, a subtle smirk played on his lips.
A small, crumpled note was slipped into his hand. The message was stark: poison was present in his food, again. Later, Iron walked with his guards through a forest path. One of the guards, a stern-looking man in ornate armor, observed him with concern.
The guard noted Iron's grim expression and inquired after his well-being. Iron simply replied that he was fine. As they continued their journey,
a sudden shift in Iron's demeanor was evident. Iron, eyes wide with newfound awareness, declared that he sensed demonic energy. He confidently announced that the demonic presence was to their left and that he would handle it. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke from a vivid dream, the image of a mysterious swordsman still fresh in his mind. And found himself unexpectedly thrust into a perilous situation. Two monstrous creatures, their eyes glowing menacingly, loomed before him, their guttural roars echoing through the air. Iron, however, showed no sign of fear.
His expression hardened, a newfound resolve settling in his eyes.
With surprising speed and agility, he drew a sword, its golden light shimmering against the dull backdrop of the monster's menacing forms, and launched a swift, precise attack. The blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of golden energy in its wake. One of the beasts fell to the ground, its body cleaved in two by Iron's incredible strike. The remaining monster roared in fury, lunging at Iron with renewed aggression.
But Iron met its attack head-on, his movements fluid and precise. He parried the blow with ease,
and countered with a devastating strike, sending the creature sprawling.
Iron stood victorious, his breath ragged but his eyes burning with an intensity he hadn't known he possessed.
The dream of the mysterious swordsman, it seemed, had awakened something within him.
A monstrous, blue-skinned humanoid lunged forward, its gaping maw open in a silent roar. But a blur of motion met its attack.
A sword, wielded with impossible speed, sliced through the air, leaving the creature momentarily stunned as the swordsman vanished in a flash of movement. The swordsman reappeared behind the beast, his sword already arcing downwards. A powerful strike cleaving through the creature's body,
sending it sprawling to the ground.
Another figure, clad in golden armor, charged forward and countered with a series of precise strikes. The armored figure, momentarily disoriented, could only watch as the swordsman stood over him, a smirk playing on his lips.
Leave your back to me. Later, 3 soldiers watched the swordsman, their faces filled with awe.
One exclaimed, "Your performance is amazing today as well, young lord."
Another chimed in, "You're so cool."
The swordsman simply replied, "Thank you." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, watched from a distance as 3 cloaked figures walked away. A smirk played on his lips as he mused that their current subjugation would soon end without a hitch. He pondered this, a slight frown creasing his brow. But then, a sudden shift occurred within him. His senses sharpened dramatically.
Iron realized he could now sense demonic energy emanating from a nearby artifact.
And he wondered if this newfound ability was connected to the mysterious swordsman from his dream. He contemplated the nature of this connection, a sense of unease settling over him.
Elsewhere, a man reacted with a furious outburst, cursing under his breath.
He was clearly agitated, his outburst directed at Iron, who seemed unusually cheerful that day. The man questioned what could possibly have happened to cause such a change. Meanwhile, Iron's enhanced senses allowed him to see the artifact's demonic energy clearly, noticing a detoxifying effect. The man's anger intensified as he realized the artifact's connection to Iron's sister, cursing her. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in a desperate struggle. His sword, a blur of motion, failed to connect with his target.
A frustrated cry escaped his lips, "Why is nothing going right?"
He wiped sweat from his brow, his face etched with grim determination.
The thought, heavy with self-reproach, echoed in his mind, "What can I do about that bastard?"
A sudden clarity pierced through his frustration. His eyes narrowed, a steely resolve hardening his features.
He muttered, "Yes, that's it. If it's come to this."
A grim determination settled upon him. The words, a cold vow, formed in his mind, "I have to kill the demonoid." Iron gripped his sword, the cold steel a comfort in his hand.
He prepared himself for the final confrontation. The sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. Reinforcements arrived.
A voice boomed from behind, "We're here."
Before them lay an artificial cave, the demonoid's base.
The subjugation commander addressed Iron, "Iron, take the front with me."
Iron nodded curtly, "Yes, subjugation commander."
Another soldier, brimming with confidence, added, "Subjugation commander, I will also provide support from the front." The subjugation commander gave Iron a final warning,
Understood. Remember, do not ever let your guard down."
Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, found himself descending into a dark, cavernous space. The air thick with an unnatural silence. 2 figures in golden armor, their faces obscured by helmets, stood guard, their presence somehow both imposing and unsettling. Suddenly, ethereal musical notes swirled around them, a melody both beautiful and strangely dissonant. One of the guards, his face now visible, tilted his head, a look of wonder in his eyes. He murmured something about the sound of a violin.
The other guard, equally captivated, simply stated, "Nice."
He then added that he could hear a piano as well, his voice filled with awe. The scene shifted to a grand hall, opulent and breathtaking. One of the guards expressed his amazement at the beauty of the place, feeling a sense of ease wash over him. Another guard echoed his sentiment, eager to hear the music even closer. Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair, observing the scene from the shadows, noted the guard's strange behavior, suspecting an illusion.
He shouted a warning, "It's a trap. All of you, come back to your senses."
One of the guards, seemingly unaffected, commented on the beauty of the song, while the blonde-haired young man looked on with growing alarm.
The young man inhaled deeply, preparing for action. A monstrous roar echoed through the cavern, signaling the imminent arrival of a powerful foe.
Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, found himself in a disorienting scene. He was surrounded by armored figures, their faces contorted in expressions of shock and fear. A powerful, unseen force slammed into them, sending them reeling.
A stern-faced man, seemingly their leader, shouted orders amidst the chaos.
He urged them to resist, warning against succumbing to some unseen demonoid's temptations.
One of the soldiers, dazed and disoriented, looked around in confusion, questioning the nature of their surroundings.
The soldier's gaze fell upon something unexpected, prompting a questioning murmur. A mysterious figure emerged from the shadows, bathed in an ethereal purple light. She sat at a grand piano, a sinister smile playing on her lips as she announced, "Oh my, I have guests."
The leader, his face a mask of apprehension, gulped, realizing the true nature of their adversary.
He silently acknowledged the demonoid's power, far exceeding his expectations. The mysterious woman, seemingly pleased with her captive audience, offered them another tune. The scene opens in a cavernous chamber, dimly lit and echoing with an unnerving silence. A woman with long, dark hair sits at a grand piano, her fingers poised above the keys. Beside her, 2 shadowy figures stand guard, their faces obscured by darkness. A chilling laugh, a sound like ice cracking, echoes through the chamber as the woman begins to play. Two skeletal figures, dressed in what appear to be tattered priests' robes, emerge from the shadows, holding violins. They join her in a macabre performance. The music swells, filling the cavern with a haunting melody. The woman stands, her dark dress flowing around her like a shroud. The skeletal musicians continue their eerie performance, their movements precise and unsettling. Observing from a shadowed alcove, Iron Ferreira, the lazy lord, and a man in ornate armor watch the scene unfold with a mixture of apprehension and fascination.
Iron's eyes widen in disbelief. Iron's companion whispers a question, his voice barely audible above the music. Is she really a demonoid? The armored man responds, his gaze fixed on the woman at the piano. He observes that the only thing that distinguishes her from a human is her red eyes. He muses that even after borrowing power from a demon, her ego remains remarkably intact. Iron, still watching, is visibly shaken. He has never seen a demonoid quite like her. Iron's face is etched with a mixture of fear and fascination as he stares at the mysterious woman. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream of a mysterious swordsman. A newfound resolve hardened his gaze. He silently vowed, I can do it. A darkly alluring woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes appeared, a sinister smile playing on her lips. She announced her intention to perform a tune, asking, I would like to perform a tune for you all, what do you think? Viscount Garin, a man in a red tunic, commanded his troops. Viscount Garin, maintain formation, as chaos erupted around him. The woman urged the soldiers, please listen to it. Her previous performance, she declared, was merely an appetizer. She smirked, my performance is outstanding, okay? That tune earlier was nothing but an appetizer. She promised to reveal her true skill, stating, I will show you my true skill. A wave of dark energy enveloped the Viscount, described as a soft bed that enfolded his weary body. The woman's voice echoed, like a soft bed that envelopes your fatigued body, it's sweet and deep. The Viscount, seemingly entranced, murmured, then, just one tune. I'm sure it'll feel like an amazing dream. A desperate battle raged. A man in ornate golden armor fought fiercely against a shadowy figure, his shouts of get a hold of yourselves echoing through the scene. As another warrior warned, do not look into the demonoid's eyes. She's hypnotizing. Suddenly, a young man in shining armor, young Lord Garin, burst into action. A voice cried out, no. Stop, young Lord Garin. He charged forward, a determined glint in his eyes. I have to stand out. I have to be the one to kill the demonoid, he declared. Lunging towards the demonoid, who stood calmly before a grand piano in a dark, ominous chamber. A chilling aura emanating from her. A low, guttural sound escaped her lips, Han. Garin attacked, his sword aimed at the demonoid's long, dark hair. He muttered, her hair? But his blade met an unexpected resistance. A pained cry escaped him, cook. He tried again, swinging his sword with renewed force, a blue energy swirling around the blade. But the demonoid's hair remained impervious. He gasped, it won't cut. A mysterious woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes appeared before Iron, her expression a mixture of suspicion and disdain. What are you doing? She questioned, her voice sharp and accusatory. She scoffed, her disbelief evident. You really think it's going to get cut with just that? A wave of dark energy erupted from the woman, taking the form of a shadowy, clawed hand that lunged towards Iron. Iron, however, braced himself, a determined glint in his eyes as he prepared to meet the attack. Two figures, presumably Iron's guards, appeared beside him, their faces etched with worry. One of them, wielding a sword, moved to intercept the attack, while the other urged Iron to retreat. Please fall back, young lord. It's dangerous. Iron, however, remained resolute. I have to kill the demonoid. The guard's attempt to restrain Iron was met with a swift blow, sending him flying backward. The woman watched with amusement as Iron's guard was sent flying. Iron, landing heavily, coughed up blood. The woman approached him, a smirk playing on her lips. Nice to meet you, Jack. Another man, seemingly a bystander, watched the scene unfold, his expression one of concern. Oh, you don't have to worry. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, declared his pacifism in a thought bubble, stating that he wouldn't kill Jack. Suddenly, a mysterious woman with long black hair, dark clothing, and a mask obscuring her face appeared, letting out a sinister chuckle. Iron's companion, Jack, reacted with alarm, questioning her intentions with a furious outburst. What the hell are you planning? Jack's face was contorted in a grimace of anger and suspicion. The mysterious woman, unfazed, proposed a deal with a sly smile. She offered to exchange the life of an exceptional knight for her own, implying a sacrifice. The woman elaborated, stating that she would exchange the knight's life for her own, emphasizing her beauty and talent. She then asked Jack what he thought of the deal, suggesting it was fair. She would leave this place and take the night somewhere safe. Viscount Garin, another companion, warned Jack not to listen to her. A grizzled, sweat-streaked man, his face etched with worry, stood amidst a group of armored figures. His red cloak billowed slightly in the dim light of the cavern. He roared, his voice echoing through the cavern, "The Geikins do not negotiate with filthy demonoids." A woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes emerged from the shadows. A cruel smile played on her lips as she responded, "Oh, is that so? How unfortunate." Her eyes narrowed, and a thought bubble appeared above her head, "Poor Jack." Meanwhile, the sweat on the grizzled man's brow intensified as he visibly strained. His face contorted in agony. Another thought bubble appeared above the woman's head, "You were sacrificed for the family. Moreover." The thought bubble continued, "While saving that moronic young master of yours." The woman's thought bubble concluded, "Shall I change the conditions?" The woman's eyes glowed with an ominous purple light, her gaze fixed on the young man. The young man gasped, "Huh. I can't move." A man, his face contorted in a grimace of worry and exertion, shouted desperately, "Ryan! Get back here now." Meanwhile, another man, his eyes blazing with fierce determination, barked orders. "All forces, prepare for battle." A dark, shadowy figure moved with unnatural speed. A young man gasped in shock as he was struck, a look of pained surprise on his face. The first man, witnessing the attack, cried out in anguish, "Ryan! No!" The young man, Ryan, groaned in pain as he clashed swords with his attacker. A dark energy swirled around them, a grand piano seemingly suspended in midair. The commanding officer bellowed another order. "All forces, charge." Despite the order, another man in shining armor tried to stop the advance. "Wait! Stop! I said, stop!" The commanding officer, his eyes narrowed in suspicion, questioned the interruption. "What are you doing?" A man, his face contorted in a furious grimace, roared, "Get out of the way!" He gasped, "Eek," his breath coming in ragged gasps as he struggled. The man, surrounded by a group of armored knights, shouted yes, his face flushed with exertion. Another man, his eyes blazing, addressed him, "Viscount Cairn. Do you think I will stand for this nonsense?" The first man, his face contorted in a snarl, bellowed, "Shut up!" Gasping for air, he declared, "I have to save my son. I won't back down until then." A woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes appeared, smirking, "Hey, you. The deal is still in effect, right?" She chuckled, "Of course." The woman continued, "I swear on the name of the one that I serve, Lastronim. Baron Russell, Baron Lester. Lend me your strengths." The woman, now revealed as a powerful figure in dark armor, commanded, "Twilight Night Order. With my authority as the subjugation commander, I order you." A mysterious swordsman, clad in dark armor, stood resolute amidst a fiery, chaotic backdrop. His declaration echoed through the scene, he would give no heed to anyone who dared obstruct his path to demon subjugation, regardless of their status. A powerful, almost deafening roar filled the air, a testament to the swordsman's unwavering resolve. A man's horrified face, mouth agape, was partially visible, his expression a mixture of fear and disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding events. A woman with long, dark hair and piercing red eyes emerged from the shadows, a cruel smile playing on her lips. She found the scene amusing, exclaiming that it was quite a sight. The woman and a man with blonde hair exchanged a tense glance. The man, visibly distressed, confessed that his heart would be torn apart if he were in the swordsman's position. Leaving the woman to ponder the unpredictable course of events. The woman mused about the next ludicrous action the swordsman might take. And even admitted to looking forward to it, suggesting they watch together. From the darkness, a figure emerged, wielding a sword, seemingly confronting a large group of shadowy figures. The woman with dark hair watched from afar, her back to the viewer, as the scene played out before her. A young man with blonde hair, clad in dark armor, stood with a large sword held before him, his eyes closed. He seemed lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. Observers nearby whispered amongst themselves, questioning his unusual behavior. They wondered when he had become so withdrawn and why he kept his eyes shut. A woman with long, dark hair and striking red eyes watched him intently, a look of disbelief and suspicion on her face. She questioned his actions in such a tense situation. The young man's eyes snapped open, revealing a steely gaze. He seemed to be preparing for something. A sudden burst of energy emanated from him as he moved with surprising speed. The woman's eyes widened in alarm as she witnessed his sudden, powerful movement. A surge of dark energy erupted from her, a clear sign of her surprise and growing fear. The young man reacted instantly, his movements a blur of motion as he countered her attack. The force of the clash sent tremors through the ground, leaving the young man slightly wounded but victorious. The chapter ends. A woman with long, dark hair and glowing red eyes appeared, her expression contorted in a silent scream. her body violently convulsing as if racked by an unseen force, before collapsing in a cloud of dark energy. A figure in dark armor appeared, seemingly emerging from the very ground itself. Its movements swift and brutal as it unleashed a devastating blow, the impact sending shockwaves through the earth, shattering the stone around it, leaving behind a scene of utter destruction.
A man in golden armor watched the scene unfold, his face etched with worry and surprise.
Meanwhile, Iron, the lazy lord, watched from the shadows, a newfound intensity in his eyes.
A woman with long, dark hair and crimson eyes groaned in pain, her body contorted as she struggled to recover.
"Cook," she gasped, the sound strained and ragged. Her recovery was slow, frustratingly so. She muttered to herself, "TCH, for an injury like this." A surge of dark energy erupted from her, swirling around her like a malevolent storm, transforming into long, dark tendrils that lashed out with surprising speed. One of the tendrils snaked towards a blonde-haired man wielding a large, dark shield, who braced himself for the impact, the force of the blow sending tremors through his body. The blonde man's eyes widened, his expression hardening with grim determination. He prepared to counterattack. He launched a powerful strike, aiming to disrupt the woman's plans, his attack connecting with a resounding impact. "Kya!" she screamed in pain. A woman with long, dark hair and crimson eyes glared, her face contorted in fury. A speech bubble above her declared, "He doesn't care about the hostages." The scene shifted to a blonde-haired man in armor, his expression one of grim determination. A caption read, "He's only aiming for me." The blonde man and the dark-haired woman faced each other, their eyes locked in a tense standoff. A sudden burst of energy erupted between them. The blonde man, bracing himself, prepared to meet the attack. A thought bubble above him revealed his resolve, "I have to block him." The dark-haired woman lunged forward, her attack swift and deadly. The blonde man deflected the blow with his sword, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. A fierce clash of steel ensued, sending the dark-haired woman reeling back. A dark, shadowy figure, its form indistinct but powerful, exhaled a guttural sound. A single word, sharp and defiant, escaped its lips, "All right." It settled into a more defined shape, a vaguely humanoid silhouette with long, flowing dark hair. A malevolent red eye glowed from within the darkness. It muttered to itself, "Now, all I need to do is slowly recover." But as it attempted to gather its strength, a sudden jolt of surprise rippled through its being. "What?" The shadowy figure recoiled, its form flickering and unstable. Panic seized it as it realized the horrifying truth, "I can't gather any demonic energy?" Meanwhile, a young man with blonde hair, clad in shining armor, stood defiantly before the dissipating shadow. A thought pierced the mind of the shadowy figure, could this bastard have done something? The shadow's disbelief was palpable. It hissed, "There's no way he would have that kind of power." The blonde young man, seemingly sensing the shadow's weakening, moved with surprising speed, drawing his sword in a swift, decisive motion, and unleashing a powerful blow that sent the shadow reeling, leaving it vulnerable and defeated. The impact created a massive crater in the ground. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, dreamt once more of a mysterious swordsman, his movements a blur of impossible speed and precision. The image burned into his mind, a stark contrast to his usual languid existence. He awoke with a newfound resolve, a feeling he hadn't experienced since his mother's death. Suddenly, he found himself facing a shadowy assailant, their attack swift and brutal. Iron, however, reacted instinctively, parrying the blow with an unexpected strength and skill. The attacker, a woman with dark hair and piercing eyes, recoiled in surprise. Iron pressed his advantage, his movements mirroring the techniques from his dream. A golden light erupted from his hand as he struck, shattering the woman's defenses. The woman, clearly shocked by his power, gasped, "Impossible. My guard is harder than stone." Iron, however, felt a pang of doubt. He muttered, "I miscalculated. I can't beat this guy. One wrong move, and I'll die." The woman lunged again, her attack relentless. Iron braced himself for the final blow. A blinding flash of light erupted from the center of the scene, accompanied by a powerful shockwave that sent debris flying in all directions. The intense energy momentarily obscuring the view before settling to reveal a young man with blonde hair, his face partially visible, seemingly at the epicenter of the explosion. The dust cleared, revealing a swordsman with dark hair and a determined expression, his sword drawn, standing amidst the chaos. Two armored knights stood guard behind him. Two onlookers, their faces etched with worry and fear, watched the scene unfold from a distance. Beads of sweat dotted their foreheads. The two figures from the previous panel, seemingly relieved, watched as the swordsman and his guards moved towards a dark cave entrance. A sudden tremor shook the ground, sending dust and debris billowing from within. A surge of dark energy erupted from the cave, accompanied by a violent, purple-tinged shockwave. The swordsman's cape billowed dramatically as he braced himself against the force of the blast, revealing a monstrous figure emerging from the cave, its features obscured by shadow, but its sharp teeth clearly visible. The swordsman lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion, aiming a powerful strike at the creature. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke from a vivid dream, the image of a mysterious swordsman still fresh in his mind. A monstrous beast lunged at him, its gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. But before it could strike, Iron reacted instinctively, a surge of unexpected power coursing through his veins. He moved with a speed he never knew he possessed, his body a blur of motion. A blinding flash of light erupted as he met the creature's attack head-on, cleaving the beast in two with an unseen force, leaving only its upper half behind. Iron stared, bewildered, at the remains, muttering to himself, her lower half, where's the other half? Suddenly, a woman with long, dark hair appeared, her eyes blazing with a furious energy. She hissed, I have to run away. She vanished in a burst of speed, leaving Iron alone once more, leaving only a lingering sense of unease and the echo of a battle he barely understood. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, drifted in a hazy dream, the image of a mysterious swordsman flashing before his eyes, the dream dissolving into a violent storm of dark energy. As he awoke with a start, his mother's death a fresh wound in his memory. A woman with long, dark hair, her eyes wide with terror, clutched at her chest, a searing pain etched across her face, her body convulsing as a dark energy erupted from within. A blinding white light engulfed her, leaving behind only scattered debris, the aftermath of a devastating explosion. The woman's eyes, now wide with shock and disbelief, stared blankly ahead. As the horrifying realization dawned on her, how could this happen? A wave of despair washed over her as she whispered, what a disgrace. A monstrous, shadowy figure, its form fractured and decaying, let out a guttural cry. To think I was defeated, it hissed, its voice a rasping whisper. By a mere human. The creature's form shattered further, its essence dissipating into nothingness. A shockwave rippled outwards from the point of impact, cracking the very earth beneath it, leaving a deep chasm in its wake. Amongst the watching soldiers, a knight gasped, his face etched with disbelief. The demonoid. He subjugated the demonoid. The news spread like wildfire. Young Lord Iron has subjugated the demonoid. Iron's surprised companion, his face a mixture of awe and disbelief, exclaimed, Iron. He's amazing. Even Iron's father, a powerful figure himself, looked on in stunned silence. Pereira! He roared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Another soldier, nearby, groaned in exhaustion, muttering, ugh. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a start. His brow was slick with sweat, his breathing ragged. The name, Pereira, echoed in his ears, a persistent whisper from a dream he couldn't quite grasp. The memory of a mysterious swordsman lingering in its place. He sat up, his gaze distant and troubled, the remnants of the dream clinging to him like a shroud. Iron turned, his back to the unseen caller, a newfound resolve hardening his expression. A scene unfolds in a bustling military encampment. Several soldiers in gleaming golden armor stand amidst white tents, their expressions solemn. One soldier, noticeably more senior, carries a heavy wooden chest, his posture heavy with weariness. Another soldier, his face partially obscured by his helmet, expresses disbelief at the successful outcome of a recent battle. He marvels at the lack of casualties, despite the intensity of the conflict. The narration shifts to a third-person perspective, highlighting the remarkable feat of a young lord who single-handedly defeated a powerful demonoid capable of mind control. This contradicts previous rumors about his supposed laziness. The scene cuts to another soldier, awestruck by the young lord's prowess, recalling the moment he effortlessly sliced the demonoid in two. News of this victory spreads, proclaiming the arrival of a powerful figure in the Hail Kingdom. Two soldiers discuss the implications of the young lord's return, anticipating the need to address a pending matter once the current situation is resolved. A final thought bubble emphasizes the unexpected and unprecedented nature of the events that have transpired. A high-ranking nobleman, his face etched with worry, addressed a council. He apologized profusely, claiming that during the incident, he was not himself. But a stern-faced captain, clad in golden armor, immediately dismissed his explanation as nonsense. The nobleman, seemingly desperate, turned to his vice-captain for support, claiming he was under the mind control of a demonoid. But even though he valued his son greatly, he stated that he would never do anything to jeopardize the peace of the continent for him. The nobleman lamented that if it weren't for the demonoid's brainwashing, he would never have committed such acts. The captain, however, angrily called him a deplorable bastard. The captain explained that everyone present knew the nobleman was fully in his right mind, but he lacked the decisive evidence to prove his crime. The scene shifts to a close-up of the captain's face, his expression grim and troubled. Elsewhere, Iron Ferreira, the lazy lord, lies comfortably in his luxurious bed, his feet propped up. He rests peacefully, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the council chamber. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord, sat on his bed, his back to the viewer. His posture slumped, reflecting his reputation for indolence. He had retreated into sleep as an escape from the painful reality of his mother's recent death. But even in his dreams, the weight of his grief lingered. A close-up of a hand, calloused and worn, is shown. It wasn't for his family's sake, a voice seemed to whisper in his mind. A vision of a bloody sword flashed before his eyes. That sword was only for slaying the demonoid. The dream shifted, showing Iron, now clad in armor, wielding the same bloody sword with grim determination. His expression was one of fierce concentration, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. He awoke with a start, a question forming in his mind. I guess it really is because of that man? The dream's mysterious swordsman, a powerfully built man with long, flowing white hair and a hidden face, loomed in his memory. Who in the world is he? Iron wondered, a frown etching itself onto his features. To keep confusing me like this? His contemplation was interrupted. A servant announced, "Young lord, you have a guest." Vice Captain Hill Burnett, a man of stern countenance and imposing stature, stood in a grand hall, his crimson cloak billowing slightly. He called out a name, his voice echoing in the opulent space. "Stewart," he inquired, his gaze searching the room. Young Lord Iron Ferreira, known for his indolence, sat listlessly on a nearby chair. Burnett approached him, extending a greeting. "Greetings, young Lord Iron," Burnett stated formally. Iron responded with a languid, "Ah, yes, why have you?" Burnett continued, explaining the purpose of his visit. "I visited because I have something to tell you about the subjugation," he said, his expression serious. Before divulging that information, however, he wished to express his gratitude. "But first, I'd like to thank you, young lord," Burnett said. Iron, clearly surprised, uttered a single word. "Pardon?" Iron questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Burnett began to recount a past event, explaining his reasons for gratitude. "When I was taken hostage by the demonoid, no one cared about my life," Burnett stated grimly. "Vice Captain Hill Burnett, my subordinates, neither did my liege, Philgainer, care," he continued, his voice heavy with unspoken resentment. Iron listened intently, his expression shifting from confusion to a dawning understanding. Burnett continued his narrative. "At that moment, I couldn't have cared less about the two hostages. I took action only to kill the demonoid," Burnett confessed. He then revealed the crucial detail. "That's not it. Iron began, a troubled expression on his face, leaving the reason for his reluctance unspoken. In an opulent room, Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat across from a man in a rich burgundy robe. The man, his face etched with seriousness, had something more to reveal. A confession that sent a chill down Iron's spine. The man admitted to poisoning his mother's food. Iron's eyes widened in shock, his face reflecting disbelief and a dawning horror as the weight of the revelation settled upon him. Despite the gravity of his actions, the man continued, stating that he had acted on his liege's orders. He expressed deep remorse, stating that he had done something unforgivable. A sincere apology, though he knew words were insufficient, offered to Iron. He accepted any punishment Iron would deem fit. Leaving Iron stunned by the confession, though he had harbored suspicions. Overwhelmed, Iron dismissed the man, needing time to process the shocking revelation. He was not in the mood for conversation. Alone, Iron vowed not to let this matter rest, his mind racing to make sense of the events that had unfolded. His head was in a jumble. A man, his face etched with sorrow and guilt, utters a solemn vow, "Pay for my sins at any cost." A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, sits alone, lost in thought. His expression is one of profound sadness and contemplation. A voice, seemingly external, cuts through his reverie. "Nothing will change even if you brood over it that much." Startled, Iron calls out, "Ruru." He leaps to his feet, his eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and relief as a black cat appears, seemingly out of nowhere. The cat, Ruru, looks up at him, a hint of concern in its bright blue eyes. "You been well?" Iron, relieved to see his familiar companion, asks, "Where have you been until now?" "I've been looking for you." Iron kneels down, concern etched on his face as Ruru shivers slightly. Ruru responds with a low, almost inaudible meow, revealing a hidden depth of emotion. Iron's face falls, a wave of self-recrimination washing over him as he thinks, "She must be thinking it's her fault that I was trapped in the mystic slumber." Ruru, a small black cat with bright blue eyes, sat despondently, blaming himself for Kirill's depression. A comforting hand reached out to Ruru, reassuring him that he had done nothing wrong. Suddenly, Iron, a young man with blonde hair, burst into the room, exclaiming that Ruru was a black cat of misfortune. Ruru, startled, vehemently argued that even superstitions hold power. He explained that a completely groundless story can become reality if enough people believe in it, even a powerless entity can become amazing if enough people make a hero out of them. Iron, visibly shaken by Ruru's words, stumbled backward. Ruru, fearing he would bring misfortune to Iron, created a magical portal, vowing to disappear. Iron, however, quickly grabbed Ruru before he could vanish. He exclaimed gotcha, as he held the cat. Ruru protested, begging Iron to let him go, fearing he would bring misfortune upon him. Iron retorted that black cats are a symbol of misfortune. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. A dark hand reached out, playfully squishing his cheek. He declared, with a hint of defiance, that things would be different from now on. A small, dark-furred cat with teary eyes sat in Iron's hands. He confidently asserted that his belief in the cat would surpass everyone else's doubts. He admitted to missing Iron. Iron sat cross-legged, cradling the small cat. The cat seemed to radiate a comforting warmth. The cat's paws twitched, and Iron mused on the fascinating nature of mystic arts. Iron, still lounging on his bed, was surprised by the appearance of his friends from the Swordsmanship Academy. He wondered how they knew about his aptitude for mystic arts. The cat, now identified as a familiar, explained that it had been by Iron's side ever since he emerged from the mystic arts world. The cat's joyful expression surprised Iron. The cat revealed that it had disguised itself as a white cat and had been the one sending Iron warning slips. Iron was shocked by this revelation. The cat, still in its dark form, had something to ask him. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, sat brooding. His expression was troubled, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. He had recently witnessed his mother's death, a trauma that had driven him further into his self-imposed slumber. The narration box revealed that during a recent encounter with a demonoid, he felt a strange sense of unease, a feeling of unfamiliarity that lingered, prompting a concerned inquiry from a nearby feline companion. The cat, observing Iron's distress, mused that something significant must have happened, referencing the mysterious swordsman from Iron's dreams. Iron's eyes widened in alarm as the cat's words struck a chord. He recalled the dream vividly, a powerful swordsman with an intense hatred for demonoids. The cat continued, suggesting that perhaps the swordsman's hatred wasn't directed at demonoids themselves, but at something more fundamental, their demonic roots. The final panel showed a shadowy figure, a swordsman standing on a desolate path, silhouetted against a looming demonic presence. The narration box revealed that this figure was from approximately 150 years in the past. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, lay in bed, a troubled expression clouding his features. He had just awakened from a vivid dream, the details of which still clung to his mind. A question formed in his thoughts: a person from 150 years ago? His small, black cat, Ruru, stirred at his side, seemingly unimpressed by his internal turmoil. Ruru nonchalantly dismissed the significance of Iron's dream, stating that the thoughts of a person from the past were inconsequential. Ruru continued, emphasizing that what truly mattered was Iron's own will and determination, noting that his heart was currently all over the place. Iron, sitting up in bed, listened to Ruru's words. The cat reassured him that it was alright to be swept along sometimes. Ruru further explained that even if fatigue caused Iron to lay down his sword, he would always pick it back up headstrong. Offering encouragement, Ruru declared that if things became too difficult, they would lift the burden together, proudly showing off its own impressive strength gained over 5 years. Iron chuckled at Ruru's display, commenting on the cat's impressive muscles. He expressed his gratitude for having Ruru by his side. Iron reflected that his worries would have been far greater if he were alone. He acknowledged the immense help of having a companion he could trust. Iron then remembered some unfinished business he needed to attend to. Iron, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself drifting in thought. His mind revisited his promise to the headmaster and Ilya, his friends, a promise that weighed heavily on his conscience. He wondered about their well-being, a subtle hint of concern flickering in his eyes as he pictured their faces. The image of his friends, a group of young people with determined expressions, filled his thoughts. The scene shifted abruptly. A pair of armored feet, clad in gleaming gold, landed heavily on the ground, sending up a small cloud of dust. The metallic clang echoing in the otherwise silent space. The weight of the armor suggested a powerful warrior. A man in ornate golden armor stood in a dimly lit room, his face contorted in frustration. He slammed his fist on a table, the sound sharp and angry. Damn it! He was clearly agitated, his body tense with barely suppressed rage. The other families were aligning themselves with Viscount Gaines' claims, a development that clearly angered him. His internal monologue revealed his concern. Was his unlawful act against a knight of the kingdom going to be glossed over? He considered the implications for the well-being and peace of the continent. A generous precedent could not be set, he realized, his expression hardening with resolve. Something like that would be disastrous. A messenger approached the vice captain, informing him of a guest's arrival. The vice captain, slightly startled, questioned the messenger's announcement.
The messenger, identifying himself as Hill Burnett, stated that he had something important to tell the vice captain.
The vice captain's surprise grew as he recognized Burnett.
In a fit of rage, a man violently smashed a teacup against a window, the shards scattering across the floor. A dark, angry energy filled the room. He furiously berated a servant for the poor quality of the tea, his words laced with contempt. The servant, terrified, stammered an apology. The man, his face contorted in anger, screamed at the servant to leave his presence immediately. His rage was palpable.
The terrified servant, speechless, could only offer a hasty retreat. He was clearly shaken by the outburst.
Alone, the man let out a guttural sound, his shoulders slumping. He reflected on his recent success in overcoming a difficult situation, but his relief was short-lived. He realized that this was the last chance for his family to recover their former glory. A wave of despair washed over him. The scene opens with a furious outburst. Someone vehemently declares that everything has gone wrong because of Iron Pereira. Iron, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, is seen behind a closed door, stating that he will not be seeing anyone today. A man, his face contorted in anger, slams his fists on a table. His agitation is palpable. He is confronted by another man, who mockingly observes his distress, questioning if he seems quite upset. The second man, his expression hardening, announces that he has come to finish their discussion. A glimpse of a third man is shown, his face partially obscured, smiling confidently as he enters the room.
The newcomer, seemingly unconcerned, states that he doesn't believe they have anything else to discuss.
He explains that he doesn't have much time and will get straight to the point, revealing that he heard something shameful occurred during the subjugation. The man reveals a shocking piece of information. He heard that the Gain family poisoned young Lord Pereira's food. The first man reacts with disbelief and horror, uttering an exclamation of shock. Iron Pereira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, angrily rebuked the accusations leveled against him. He vehemently denied any wrongdoing, his words laced with irritation and defiance.
The confrontation escalated.
Iron, dressed in fine attire, stood his ground before a sharply dressed, older man whose face was contorted in anger. The older man, clearly agitated, gesticulated wildly as he pressed his accusations. Iron challenged his accuser, daring him to produce evidence.
A smirk played on Iron's lips, a hint of amusement and confidence in his eyes.
The older man, clearly frustrated by Iron's defiance, roared at him to leave, his face reddening with rage. His voice rising in a crescendo of fury. Suddenly, a third man, Sir Jack Stewart, entered the scene. He revealed that Iron was indeed implicated in the incident, having witnessed it firsthand. The older man, stunned by this revelation, listened as Sir Jack explained that because Iron had confessed, an appropriate punishment would be carried out. The older man vehemently denied the truth of Sir Jack's statement, insisting that Jack Stewart was lying and had acted alone. His desperate plea for the truth to be revealed was punctuated by a surge of intense emotion,
leaving him visibly shaken and distraught. The other man, unimpressed, coldly labeled him unsightly. Viscount Gairn, his face contorted with rage, unleashed a torrent of accusations against an unseen individual. His voice, thick with fury, echoed through the opulent chamber, "You rotten bastard! How could you do this to me?" The target of Gairn's wrath, a man in a fine red coat, visibly trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He remained silent, his back to the viewer, a picture of stark fear. Another figure, calm and composed, spoke, their words cutting through the charged atmosphere. They proposed a formal investigation by the kingdom's team, stating that if Sir Jack Stewart was innocent, he would simply have to cooperate. However, a caveat was added: if Sir Jack Stewart was indeed guilty, the speaker advised him to confess his crimes. The tension in the room thickened as the two men, Sir Jack Stewart and Viscount Gairn, stood facing each other, a silent standoff filled with unspoken accusations and simmering resentment.
A stern warning followed: if Sir Jack Stewart did not want to lose everything he had built, he should consider the consequences of his actions carefully. Sir Jack Stewart, his face etched with disbelief and dawning horror, muttered to himself, this can't be. Viscount Gairn, clad in shining golden armor, turned and strode away, his heavy boots echoing on the polished floor. The matter was finally resolved, as announced by a nearby figure. Viscount Gairn, now outside, was greeted with a welcome back as he prepared to depart. He was reminded to ensure his preparations for his return were complete before mounting his horse and riding away. A determined voice echoed in the silence: "I have to bring Iron Pereira into the Twilight Night Order." A resolve hardening with each word: "I can't lose him, no matter what." The scene shifted to reveal a powerfully built man in ornate golden armor, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He seemed pleased, almost gleeful. His expression changed abruptly as he heard something unexpected.
"Pardon? He went to Chrono Swordsmanship Academy?"
Another man, dressed in more formal attire, stepped into view, explaining, "I heard that he refused admission. He said he had something to take care of."
He was even officially admitted 5 years ago. A realization dawned on the armored man. Ha!
I see, he muttered, a hint of regret in his tone.
He thought, I was too late.
The other man continued, his voice filled with awe, you truly have an amazing son.
Your son is the treasure of the kingdom.
No, he is the treasure of the continent. The armored man simply replied, I'm glad you see him that way. The scene shifted again, this time to a young man with short blonde hair, standing in a forest clearing. He wore simple, dark clothing. Ian, the headmaster, responded with a confident smile, yeah, I heard that his skills are among the greatest in the continent. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, spoke with reverence to an elderly man with a long white beard. He expressed his deep respect for the older man, referring to him as his first master and the one who had guided him. Iron contemplated seeking advice from his master regarding his troubling dreams, though he doubted the old man would offer much help in that area. Despite his doubts, a glimmer of hope appeared as Iron considered the possibility that his master, renowned as the continent's greatest swordsman, might even be able to resolve the issue of his dreams.
Iron's cat-like companion, Ruru, chimed in with a nonchalant yeah, what about it, prompting Iron to further consider the possibility.
A narration box explained that those considered the best in their fields on the continent possessed unbelievable abilities and wills that defied explanation, likening them to mystics. Iron, upon hearing this, showed a thoughtful expression, a hint of understanding dawning on him. He mused that seeking his master's help might not be so unreasonable after all. Iron then jokingly asked if he was his master's student in mystic arts, to which his master confirmed, calling him his second student.
With a newfound determination, Iron declared it was time to begin preparations for their journey in earnest.
As Iron prepared to leave, Ruru, his cat companion, seemed to sense the shift in energy, and a magical aura emanated from Iron. A low chuckle escaped the lips of a stout, anthropomorphic cat, clad in military-style garb, as he stood amidst a hazy, purplish atmosphere.
The feline's red neckerchief partially obscuring his chest, the only visible detail being 2 golden buttons.
The cat, his face now fully visible, turned to address a young man with blonde hair.
What do you think, Iron?
He puffed out his chest proudly.
I went all out for our trip. Iron, unimpressed, simply stated, whoa. You're so cool.
He continued, I don't usually dress up, but when I do, this much is nothing. A smirk played on Iron's lips as he added, I guess I won't be bored on my way there. The cat, seemingly unfazed, declared, just you wait.
Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. The strongest swordsmen are on our way.
The bustling metropolis Alcantara filled the scene, its cobblestone streets alive with activity. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, strolled hand in hand with a young girl, their laughter echoing amidst the lively atmosphere. The girl, pointing towards a distant building, excitedly explained that this was the city where the prestigious Chrono Swordsmanship Academy was located. She added that the city's many magical lights made it a fun place to spend the night. Iron, a small cat perched on his shoulder, chuckled at her words. He was dressed in simple yet elegant attire, a dark cloak draped over his shoulders. Suddenly, the girl gasped, pointing towards a mesmerizing display of magical acrobatics in the town square. Iron, initially uninterested, found himself captivated by the spectacle. Iron's companion explained that the city's immense growth was due to the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy's presence.
The Academy's main building was located right there in the heart of Alcantara.
Iron, noticing his companion's excitement, smiled gently. He admitted to himself that the Academy was far more impressive than he had anticipated. Iron, suggesting they find a place with a cool signboard, began to walk towards a building with a prominent sign. His companion pointed out Sword's Cradle, deeming it the perfect place for them to stay. Iron agreed, and they headed towards the inn. As Iron entered the inn, his companion, Ruru, informed him that she would be playing outside for a little while longer.
Iron, understanding, told her not to be too late.
A young man, Iron Ferreira, approached a tavern door, his expression polite as he uttered a quiet, "Excuse me." He stepped inside, his eyes widening slightly at the tavern's unexpected spaciousness.
The interior was bustling with patrons. But a subtle unease settled over him as he noted the atmosphere.
He murmured to himself, but the air here is
different.
His gaze fell upon a detail that made him pause. He thought, most of them, no, everyone has a sword. A wave of confusion washed over him as he observed the unusual scene. He wondered aloud, but why are they all staring?
Iron's unease grew into a full-blown apprehension. He questioned himself, did I come to the wrong place?
Before he could leave, a large, imposing figure addressed him.
Hey, wait. The man continued, are you also a Chronos Swordsmanship Academy guest?
The man chuckled, ha 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 ha.
That guy is a guest too? We've really got all kinds of people gathering.
A burly man in armor addressed a younger, blonde-haired man. He questioned if anyone was up for a challenge. The armored man cautioned against overestimating oneself. But the blonde youth retorted angrily, calling the man's words bullshit and complaining about the queue getting longer because of him. The blonde youth challenged the armored man to come at him if he had complaints, threatening to make him regret his words. The armored man grabbed the youth by the throat. The armored man angrily demanded to know what the blonde youth had said. Confused, the blonde youth wondered what the challenge and queue were all about. Another man approached the blonde youth, calling him young man. Someone shouted for the blonde youth to come outside, calling him a piece of crap. A bartender, observing the scene, remarked that fights were rare in the establishment, having not seen one in 10 years. A man with a mustache asked the blonde youth if he was a guest of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing, arrived at an inn. He seemed unconcerned by the innkeeper's statement that all guests were there at the behest of Chrono. The innkeeper, a burly man with a beer in hand, explained that the inn only hosted famous people, and the blonde young man questioned if this was some sort of guest reception. The innkeeper sighed, clearly exasperated by the young man's ignorance, commenting that he really didn't know anything. The narration box explained that Chrono Swordsmanship Academy was a prestigious institution for swordsmen, attracting many visitors. Due to the sheer number of visitors, the academy initially turned many away, but persistent visitors began to appear, even forming groups to slander the academy, calling its inhabitants cowards. This led to the creation of the guest reception, a system where Chrono allows anyone who wishes to test their skills every 2 weeks. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple yet sturdy armor, stood passively as a jovial, middle-aged man with dark hair and a mustache explained something. The older man chuckled, that's why they're all going to earn the mercenary tag that they need in order to be qualified for the challenge. The young man, Iron, considered the information, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused to himself, well, I guess there's nothing bad about earning a mercenary tag, huh? A sudden realization dawned on Iron as he and the older man, Edgar, descended a staircase. He thought, this is cool, right? There's a mercenary agency underground. Edgar explained, the test can't be held upstairs because of the loud noises. Edgar, with a mischievous grin, added, ho-ho, you'll see. They arrived at a basement room. Edgar announced, hey, I'm here. Another older man, appearing to be a gruff worker, emerged from a side room. He asked, Edgar? What brings you here at this time? Oh, you brought a guest. Is it for a test? Iron looked at the testing apparatus, a large metal plate and a heavy gauge, with a confused expression. He questioned, what's this? Iron's internal monologue revealed his surprise, with my fist? An older man, his face etched with the wisdom of years, held a sword aloft. He explained, with a knowing smile, that the sword was a simple yet accurate tool for measuring strength, recording the force exerted upon it. A young man, Iron, stood observing the older man. He questioned, with a hint of apprehension, what would happen if he were to break the sword. It didn't appear particularly sturdy. The older man chuckled, amused by Iron's concern. He reassured the young man that he possessed considerable vigor, but the sword was a magical tool and wouldn't break easily. Iron, understanding the reassurance, simply replied that he would do his best. 2 other men watched Iron from a distance, one of them commenting on how surprisingly pretty he was for someone of his apparent profession. The 2 men then engaged in a playful wager, speculating on how much force Iron would be able to exert on the sword. One bet 7 silvers, while the other countered with a higher bid, confident in Iron's strength. The wager continued, with the second man raising the stakes to 51 silvers, confident in his assessment of Iron's potential. The older man, amused by their banter, prompted Iron to choose a sword from a rack, since he didn't have one of his own. Iron selected a sword from the rack. He simply stated that he was okay, a response that puzzled the older man. The older man, confused by Iron's calm demeanor, questioned what he meant by okay. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood in his chambers, a newfound resolve hardening his features. A radiant, ethereal sword materialized in his hand, its energy humming with otherworldly power. The sudden appearance of the weapon startled his 2 attendants. Their mouths gaped open in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Iron, however, remained calm, his expression unreadable. He registered their shock, but his focus remained on the sword. A silent thought echoed in his mind, a sword appeared out of thin air. He sheathed the sword, its light fading as it disappeared back into nothingness. A slight frown creased his brow as he turned away. A wave of confusion washed over him. The sudden manifestation of the weapon left him both awestruck and perplexed. Iron, however, quickly composed himself. He stood tall, a newfound confidence radiating from him. He seemed to have undergone a transformation, his posture straighter, his eyes sharper. With a powerful exhale, he braced himself, ready for whatever might come next. He felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, a newfound strength empowering his movements. He moved with a grace and precision he never knew he possessed. Iron's body moved instinctively, his actions fluid and powerful. He was no longer the lazy lord, a warrior had been awakened. With a blur of motion, he unleashed a devastating attack, a torrent of energy erupting from his body. The sheer force of the blow was breathtaking. Two older men, startled by an unseen event, exclaimed in shock, their faces etched with disbelief and fear. A young man with blonde hair, clad in dark armor, stood holding a large, imposing sword.
A faint glow emanated from the blade.
The young man, his eyes wide with wonder, gazed at a seemingly unscathed surface, marveling at its resilience.
"Wow, amazing," he exclaimed.
One of the older men, still visibly shaken, observed that the surface had completely absorbed the impact. He then questioned the young man's sudden possession of the sword. "Wait, how did you bring out that sword?" The young man explained that it was due to mystic arts, akin to magic. As the older men watched in astonishment, the sword vanished. It disappeared, one of them gasped. The young man, now curious about his performance, inquired about his score, uncertain of the evaluation criteria. The two older men reacted with a gasp of surprise, their faces reflecting utter astonishment.
10,000?
He wondered if he had passed.
Two jovial-looking merchants, one older with gray hair and the other younger with a mustache, assured Iron of the process.
They explained that a silver mercenary tag was available for his first registration. Iron, however, seemed only mildly interested, his expression betraying little excitement. Back in his room, Iron casually mentioned to his cat that he had received a silver tag.
He seemed to find the whole experience rather amusing. His cat, in response, announced that tomorrow was the day. The cat continued to express its excitement,
while Iron, sitting cross-legged on his bed, contemplated the upcoming day with a serene smile. A striking woman with vibrant red hair, clad in practical attire and holding a sword, was shown. Her confident posture suggested strength and skill. Iron, observing her image, expressed a desire to meet her soon.
The next day arrived.
Iron, accompanied by his cat, was seen heading towards the castle's front gate, where a group of people were gathering.
Iron learned that the gathering was for a sword sparring event called a guest reception.
A group of people, clad in dark clothing, watched from a distance, their faces obscured by shadows.
One of them, their voice laced with amusement, suggested, "How fun. Let's go too.
Just to watch."
Ha!
A young man with blonde hair and a cheerful expression, accompanied by a small, expressive cat perched on his shoulder, responded with a laugh.
Haha, okay. Let's go.
The young man and his cat walked towards the gathering, his excitement palpable.
He remarked, "It's going to be so fun. Right?"
He paused, considering his companion's enthusiasm.
"Ha, are you really that excited?" He then conceded, "I guess we can watch for a bit."
They arrived at a large open arena, filled with spectators seated on tiered benches.
The young man, his excitement bubbling over, exclaimed, "This is gonna be fun. So fun. I'm so excited."
He noted the unexpectedly large crowd, a slight frown creasing his brow.
"There's more people than I expected."
His gaze fell upon a group of older men, their expressions serious.
He muttered to himself, What the hell, they sent someone so young?" One of the older men sighed, voicing his concern. "Aren't we being underestimated way too much?"
The young man's smile faltered slightly as he heard this, a flicker of apprehension crossing his features.
Ah!
Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, was deep in slumber when he was abruptly awakened by a voice in his dream.
The voice, though indistinct, posed a question that lingered in his mind even after waking. "What? Someone you know?"
He awoke with a start, a strange smile playing on his lips. The lingering image of the mysterious swordsman from his dream filled his thoughts. A realization dawning on him, the swordsman was from the same generation as himself. A thrill of excitement, mixed with a touch of unease, ran through him. The chapter opens with a close-up of Lance Patterson, a young man with blonde hair, a bright smile, and an air of confidence.
He is introduced as a fellow student at the academy.
A cartoonish cat observes Lance, commenting on his strong appearance. The scene shifts to show Lance's powerful stance, his sword gleaming, ready for action.
As he addresses the assembled guests of the Chronos Swordsmanship Academy, Lance introduces himself as the 27th batch's official trainee.
His announcement is met with shock and disbelief from the assembled students and faculty. They are incredulous that a trainee, not a graduate, will be facing them. Another student voices their outrage at this unprecedented situation, emphasizing that trainees have never before faced off against academy guests. A calmer voice attempts to explain, mentioning rumors of the 27th batch's exceptional skills, referring to them as the Golden Batch. Lance himself explains that while graduates usually face guests, the Swordsmanship Academy has changed things up this time, allowing trainees to gain experience by fighting outsiders. A young man, clad in simple, almost scholarly attire, stood before a seasoned warrior. He spoke, his voice betraying a hint of nervousness. "Of course, I might not be an adequate opponent for you, as I am a trainee.
So there will be a condition.
The trainee continued, his gaze unwavering, if any of the people who fight with me are disappointed, I'll call my senior right away. With a swift movement, the trainee drew his sword, the glint of steel catching the light. The warrior, a burly figure with a scarred face, addressed the trainee, we just need to take you down and get you graduate here. A look of surprise crossed the trainee's face as he noticed something about the warrior's weapon. The trainee observed, it looks like you use a greatsword. The trainee chuckled, you just remind me of someone. He offered, should I let you have the first attack? He lunged forward, his attack a furious blur. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, dreamt of a mysterious swordsman. The image of the swordsman's movements lingered in his mind even after waking. As he found himself unexpectedly facing a burly attacker, his body instinctively reacting to the threat. Iron's eyes narrowed in concentration as he moved with surprising speed and agility, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. He countered the attack with a swift, precise blow, sending his opponent reeling back with a grunt of pain. The attacker, clearly surprised by Iron's unexpected skill, stumbled back, his weapon clattering to the ground. Iron, however, felt a strange familiarity with the movements he had just performed, a certainty bloomed within him. He realized he had instinctively swung his sword with a technique he'd never learned. The attacker, still disoriented, lunged again, only to be met with a perfectly timed counter. Iron's blade flashed, sending the attacker flying backwards with a resounding impact, leaving him stunned and utterly defeated. Iron stared at his hands, a dawning realization washing over him. A muscular man with a prominent nose lunged forward, swinging a heavy warhammer with surprising speed. His attack connected with his opponent's face, sending the man sprawling to the ground. The scene shifted to a young man with blonde hair, lounging comfortably on a bed with a cartoonish cat beside him. He watched the previous scene unfold with a smirk, impressed by the raw power displayed. The defeated man, his face contorted in pain and disbelief, struggled to his feet, gasping for air. He was clearly outmatched. The blond young man's eyes widened slightly as he observed the sheer strength and speed of the hammer-wielding man. He muttered to himself, impressed by the display of power. He then declared, with a confident air, that he was ready for the next challenger. The young man's face was partially obscured, but a confident smirk played on his lips as he awaited his next opponent. Another muscular man, this one older with graying hair, fell to his knees, defeated. He admitted his loss. A final opponent, equally strong, braced himself, ready for the next confrontation. A young man with glasses, dressed in simple attire, lay sprawled on the ground, his body slightly askew. Two swords lay discarded nearby. A pained groan escaped his lips. What's happening? Two onlookers, clad in armor, watched from above. One of them, clearly surprised, exclaimed, he's so strong. Isn't he supposed to be a trainee? The other armored man, his face etched with disbelief, stared at his companion. His eyes widened in shock as he processed the scene. The first man continued, his voice laced with awe, I told you, there are geniuses in the 27th batch. They're the golden batch of trainees. The golden batch, you know. The young man with glasses, now sitting up, winced as he tried to regain his composure. Another voice, this one filled with fervent admiration, boomed, you're the hero of our village. Don't you say that you've won against 17 people alone before? You're the only one who can do this. The young man, clearly overwhelmed, looked confused. A question mark floated above his head as he struggled to process the situation. He muttered, Jay, just keep quiet, you punk. Lower your voice. Meanwhile, the two armored men exchanged worried glances. One of them nervously pointed out, that guy's heading towards us, though? The young man with glasses, now standing, approached them with a determined stride. The armored men visibly flinched, fear evident in their expressions. One of them whispered, looks like the strong recognize the strong. One of the armored men, his voice trembling, pleaded, please. Please. Don't come here. Don't come here. I'll be a much better person from now on, so please, don't. It's been a while. The young man, now identified as Iron Pereira, stood before them, his sword at his side. He looked at them with a mixture of curiosity and intensity. He asked, what's happening? Iron's gaze shifted to one of the armored men, a hint of recognition in his eyes. He asked, do you remember me? Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, greeted a man named Lance. Yeah, it's been a while, Lance, he said, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Lance, surprised to see Iron, exclaimed, I didn't expect to see you here. Where on earth have you been? Two other men, seemingly guards, looked on with concern, one of them muttering, what the hell is happening now? Iron, seemingly unfazed, thought he wasn't coming towards me. Iron responded with a chuckle, it's a long story, though. Of course it'd be a long story. It's been 5 years after all. Well, I guess you had your own circumstances, right?
Lance sighed, what a pity. If you came a little earlier, you'd have been able to meet with Judith and Brett too. Iron's eyes widened in surprise. A gasp escaped his lips as a wave of shock washed over him. He blurted out, Brett? Brett is in the Swordsmanship Academy? Lance explained, you didn't know about it? He rejoined a while ago. He said he wanted to give it a good try. And a few days ago, he went on a training journey with Judith. Iron, relieved, said, what a relief. I'm really glad that happened. Although it's a pity that I didn't get to meet him. Lance urged, more importantly, Iron, come down quick. Lance challenged Iron, let's go for a round. I'm sure you've gotten stronger, right?
Iron Ferreira, a young man with blonde hair, smirked slightly as someone off-panel spoke to him.
He responded with a nonchalant, yeah. In a separate scene, two figures faced each other. One asked, who's that blondie? It looks like they know each other. The other replied, is that the guy who failed the final evaluation and couldn't make it as an official trainee? A man in golden armor warned Iron. You can't do this. Don't go easy on him just because he's someone you know. The armored man then questioned, that cat is speaking human language? Is that your cat? Iron replied, nope, he's my teacher. The armored man was shocked, exclaiming, your teacher? Iron confidently stated, yeah, I learned things like this from it. He then summoned a sword from seemingly nowhere. The armored man's eyes widened in disbelief. A sword appeared out of nowhere? Is that magic? He then corrected himself, muttering, no, that's not magic, that's probably sorcery. The armored man continued, if your teacher's a cat, that's probably sorcery. He then chuckled, ha, Iron, you really are always full of surprises. Iron smiled knowingly, adding, that's the result of 5 years of vigorous training, right? Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, held a sword. His grip was firm, his expression resolute, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. He muttered to himself, but, I haven't been slacking off either. Iron stood before a mysterious swordsman, his posture radiating newfound confidence. The scene was set in a grand courtyard, the sunlight glinting off the swordsman's dark cloak. He declared, so. The swordsman lunged, his attack swift and deadly. Iron met the assault head-on, his movements surprisingly agile and precise. The swordsman shouted, I won't forgive you if you're no good. Iron parried the blow, his own counterattack following immediately. His face was set in grim determination, his movements fluid and powerful. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. His blonde hair framed a face etched with disbelief. A subtle smirk played on the swordsman's lips. Iron, emboldened by his unexpected success, declared, I go. His companion, a young man with blonde hair, responded with enthusiasm, yeah. Iron launched a powerful attack, his sword a blur of motion. The energy surrounding his blade crackled with power. The force of the collision sent the swordsman reeling back, his eyes wide with astonishment. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in the midst of a fierce battle. He moved with surprising speed and precision, his movements a blur as he deflected blows with his sword. Each parry a testament to an unexpected skill. His opponents, clearly surprised by his prowess, pressed their attack. But Iron met their onslaught with a whirlwind of perfectly timed defenses. The clash of steel echoed through the air as he effortlessly deflected every blow. Observers watched in stunned silence. His attacks are incredibly swift, one exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Another, more observant, countered, no, look. He's carefully blocking all his attacks, pushing them back with calculated precision. Iron, however, felt a growing unease. A spark ignited between his blade and his opponent's, a strange energy coursing through his arm. A sensation both unfamiliar and exhilarating. He paused, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Iron's thoughts raced. What's happening, he wondered, a cold sweat beading on his brow. This feeling, something felt profoundly wrong. Another surge of energy pulsed through him, this time more powerful than before. He felt a strange power building within him. A realization dawning on him. It can't be, no way, there's no way that's true, he thought, his eyes widening in disbelief. He would confirm it, immediately. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in an unexpected situation. He was wielding a sword, a blur of motion and energy surrounding him. A brilliant blue energy arcing from the blade as he moved with surprising speed and skill. His movements were precise, powerful, and completely at odds with his usual languid demeanor. The force of his attack sending his opponent spinning away, a whirlwind of motion and dust. Iron's foot came down hard, the impact echoing in the silence that followed the clash. Iron stood panting, sweat beading on his brow. A concerned voice broke the silence. Iron, how are you? The question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. Another figure appeared, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Using Brett's swordsmanship?
A young man with blonde hair, clad in simple yet sturdy armor, stood poised with a sword, his stance suggesting a practiced skill. He faced an older man, his attire more civilian, who watched him with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. The older man muttered to himself, recognizing the young man's fighting style as that of the legendary swordsman, Brett. The older man's surprise deepened as he questioned how this was possible.
He was clearly bewildered by the young man's unexpected skill.
His eyes widened in disbelief, a sharp intake of breath betraying his astonishment. The older man's shock intensified as he recognized the young man's sword stance, a unique and unmistakable pose. The older man's face contorted in a grimace of disbelief and denial, a sharp no escaping his lips. He braced himself for an attack, but the blond young man moved with surprising speed. The blond young man launched a swift, powerful attack, his movements a blur of motion. The older man, despite his initial surprise, attempted to defend himself, but the attack was too fast and too precise. The older man, realizing he couldn't stop the attack, focused on avoiding the worst of it, his thoughts filled with the need to prevent the young man from unleashing his full power. A fierce clash of steel echoed through the courtyard as the two locked blades. The older man strained against the young man's unexpected strength and skill. Iron, the so-called lazy lord, found himself in a whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel and energy. A guttural cry, "Cook," escaped his lips as he was thrown back by a powerful blow. The impact sending him sprawling across the courtyard. He watched, dazed, as a figure in dark clothing moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion that defied his comprehension. A swordsman's grace and precision that seemed almost supernatural. A nearby observer, his face etched with surprise, muttered to himself, recalling that the last time he'd seen such skill was 5 years ago, at Iron's final evaluation.
The man's thoughts turned inward. He wondered, was it possible for someone to learn such swordsmanship from merely witnessing it once?
Iron, still reeling from the attack, felt a strange pull, a sense of familiarity with the movements he had just witnessed. With newfound determination, Iron rose to his feet, a surge of energy coursing through his veins. Drawing his own sword with surprising speed and precision. The movements were fluid, almost mirroring the grace of the mysterious swordsman he had just seen. A blade singing as it sliced through the air. "It'll be my turn," he declared, a newfound confidence in his voice. Iron lunged forward, his movements now imbued with a skill he didn't know he possessed. His blade flashing, connecting with his opponent with surprising force.
A cry of pain echoed as the swords clashed, the impact sending a shockwave through the air.
A fierce clash of steel echoed through the air as two figures locked in a desperate duel. One, clad in dark armor, moved with practiced grace, his blade a blur of motion. His opponent, younger and less experienced, fought with raw determination, his every parry and thrust fueled by a desperate need to survive. The armored figure's superior skill proved too much. A swift, precise strike sent the younger swordsman sprawling to the ground, a pained gasp escaping his lips. He landed hard, the impact jarring his body. Dust and debris swirled around him as he struggled to regain his footing. But the armored figure stood over him, his expression unreadable. The younger man's eyes widened in disbelief as he registered the impossible. Impossible, he thought, his mind reeling from the impossible feat he had just witnessed.
This couldn't be happening.
The armored figure moved with terrifying speed, his blade arcing through the air once more. The younger swordsman barely had time to react. A searing pain shot through his side as he was thrown back, his vision blurring. "This is," he gasped, his body trembling with a mixture of pain and shock. With a final, devastating blow, the armored figure ended the fight. The younger swordsman crumpled to the ground, defeated. Leaving only the echo of the battle and the lingering question, "That guy's?" The younger swordsman lay defeated, his body bruised and battered, his sword lying discarded beside him. He had been utterly outmatched. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he questioned himself, wondering if his current state was sufficient. The dream featured a powerful, confident swordsman, their back turned, a sword at their hip.
Iron's subconscious declared the vision done. It was Judith's swordsman.
Iron awoke with a start, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. He found himself inexplicably wielding a sword, his movements fluid and precise as he executed a swift strike. The attack landing with surprising force. A smirk played on his lips as he let out a short, satisfied laugh. He was sweating, but a sense of accomplishment washed over him. Despite his success, doubt lingered. He reflected on his performance, admitting to feeling overwhelmed by the experience, yet confident in his defensive capabilities. He reassured himself that he wouldn't lose to anyone now that his two rivals were absent. Even so, a final question remained: was he truly good enough? A young man, Iron Ferreira, stood defiantly, his blonde hair catching the light. Clad in dark armor and a long cloak, he held a large sword, his expression serious and resolute.
He was the lazy lord, known for his avoidance of responsibility, but a recent dream had stirred something within him. A voice echoed in his mind, a question laced with doubt, also unable to win against you? Iron lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion. The force of his strike sending shockwaves through the air. He met his opponent's attack head-on, a clash of steel echoing in the aftermath. A brilliant flash of light illuminating the scene as the two blades collided. The impact sent Iron's opponent reeling back, a grunt escaping his lips as he stumbled. A bystander watched in shock, shouting, "The blondie is being pushed back." "No! Iron! Hang in there!" Iron gritted his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. He thought, if I let my guard down, I'll lose in an instant. With a roar, he unleashed another powerful attack, a surge of energy coursing through his blade. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself thrust into an unexpected battle. He moved with surprising speed and skill, his blade a blur as he deflected a blow, countering with a swift, precise strike that sent his opponent reeling. His movements were fluid, almost balletic, a stark contrast to his usual languid demeanor. He pressed his advantage. Each strike more powerful than the last, a whirlwind of steel and determination. Iron grunted, sweat beading on his brow as he pushed himself to his limits. His opponent, a skilled swordsman in shining armor, was proving to be a formidable foe. But Iron refused to yield, his resolve hardening with each clash of steel. He muttered, a flicker of something akin to desperation in his eyes. He braced himself for the final blow. But before it landed, a sudden shift in the air signaled a change in the tide of battle. The shadows of several figures appeared, their presence hinting at the arrival of unexpected allies. Iron looked towards them, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "You guys?" Iron and Judith faced each other in a dimly lit training hall, their silhouettes stark against the pale background. The narration box above them declared, "Had obtained your strength by training like crazy." Iron's face filled the panel, his eyes wide with exertion, a determined set to his jaw. The text box above him read, "But, so did I." Iron paused, a thought crossing his mind. He said, "Wait a minute, Judith." He and Judith stood poised, swords drawn, in the grand hall. The tension was palpable. Judith's face was shown, her expression a mixture of determination and exhaustion. She muttered, "One more." Iron, sweat beading on his brow, braced himself, his sword held high. He was clearly pushing his limits. Iron spoke, his voice firm despite his fatigue, "Just one more match." He declared, "I won't stand down." Iron lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion. Judith, surprised by the sudden burst of power, reacted with a look of shock. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, dreamt of a mysterious swordsman, his movements fluid and powerful. The dream felt intensely real. And upon waking, he found himself inexplicably wielding a sword, its weight familiar in his hand. Before him stood a figure in shining armor, a knight, who launched a swift attack. Iron, despite his surprise, reacted instinctively, his movements mirroring those from his dream, parrying the blow with an unexpected grace. A look of dawning comprehension crossed his face as he realized the extent of his newfound skill. The knight, clearly surprised by Iron's unexpected prowess, stumbled back. As Iron pressed his advantage, the sword seeming to move with a will of its own. A flash of images appeared within the blade itself, revealing a vision of other swordsmen, their faces etched with determination. Iron's attack intensified. Iron's dream concluded with a flash of light and the image of a sword, its blade shimmering with an ethereal glow. He awoke with a start, his brow slick with sweat. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat up in bed, the remnants of the dream still vivid in his mind. He ran a hand through his hair, a faint smile playing on his lips. The dream felt significant, though its meaning remained elusive. Later that day, Iron found himself at a swordsmanship competition. A blonde knight and a man in a tan shirt stood facing each other, their swords drawn. The man in the tan shirt, it turned out, was a swordsman Iron had been secretly following for some time. The match concluded, and the swordsman, clearly impressed, complimented Iron's skills, noting that they were far beyond what one would expect from someone who had only been training for 5 years. The cat's expression shifted, a spark of something akin to understanding flickering in its gaze. Iron, still slightly bewildered by the events, turned to leave, the swordsman and his cat following close behind. Two men, one with a bandage on his nose, stood before a young man with blonde hair. The man with the bandage exclaimed that the young man was the person their teacher had spoken of. An older man with a long white beard stroked his chin, a look of surprise and disbelief on his face. He muttered that this was a sight he never expected to see. The older man, addressing the young blonde man, expressed astonishment at their unexpected reunion, referring to him as Iron Pereira. The older man inquired after Iron's well-being, noting the time that had passed since their last meeting. Iron simply replied that he had been well. The older man, seemingly thoughtful, uttered a questioning "Who?"
Iron, seemingly unfazed, dismissed the presence of a talking cat as unimportant in the current situation. The man with the bandage on his nose looked on with a serious expression. He then stated that he had lost to the headmaster. The headmaster chuckled, stating he hadn't expected Lance to win. He commented that Iron hadn't been slacking off this time. Iron apologized to the headmaster, stating he was the reason for Lance's lack of purpose. The headmaster suggested they discuss this later. A stern-faced elder, his presence radiating authority, confronted a young man with blonde hair. The young man, Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, wore a look of apprehension, his eyes downcast. The elder, drawing his sword with a flourish, declared that now that one swordsman had met another, their conversation would be conducted with steel. His words hung in the air, a challenge issued. The elder's intent was clear, a duel was imminent. Iron's surprise was palpable. A companion, a man with a bandage on his face, and a cat shared his bewilderment. The elder, his expression grim, lamented that he didn't recall ever taking on such a weak disciple. A young man, his face etched with awe, stared at an elderly figure wielding a magnificent sword. He exclaimed that the old man was Kronos' headmaster, the continent's strongest swordsman. Overwhelmed with excitement, the young man couldn't believe he would witness such legendary swordsmanship. He considered this a stroke of incredible luck. In a large plaza, the headmaster stood facing a mysterious figure cloaked in darkness. As the young man, Iron, declared his intent to join the fray, stating simply, "I'm coming." The headmaster, observing Iron's approach, simply responded, "Come." Iron, emboldened, challenged the headmaster to a full-fledged duel, shouting, "Let's go all out." Iron charged forward, his sword a blur of motion, clashing blades with the headmaster in a fierce and dynamic exchange. A blur of motion, a clash of steel. The scene opens with a whirlwind of energy, the result of a fierce sword fight. A young man with blonde hair, clad in dark armor, faces off against an older, grizzled man in a dark blue suit. Their blades collide, sparks flying as they engage in a rapid exchange of blows. The young man's attack is swift and powerful, but the older man deflects each blow with ease. A brief moment of vulnerability is exploited, and the older man lands a blow, sending the young man reeling. The older man, his face etched with years of experience, observes the young man's fighting style. "Your attacks are too simple," he remarks. He offers some advice: you can use the momentum of your opponent against them at the moment of impact. The older man continues his lesson, explaining how to increase speed and power through the use of momentum. But he adds a caveat: but such simple attacks are. The older man demonstrates a more advanced technique, his movements fluid and precise. Nothing more than forcing your hand and making a gamble, he concludes. The young man, eyes wide with understanding, puts the lesson into practice, his movements now imbued with a newfound power and grace. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself in an unexpected duel. He moved with surprising agility, his movements a blur of motion, landing a powerful blow that sent his opponent reeling. His opponent, an older man with a stern expression, observed with a mixture of surprise and assessment, "How interesting. Did you just use Brett's swordsmanship? The level of mastery is quite high, too." Despite his initial success, Iron's attack faltered. His opponent noted, however, "Your flow is cut off." Iron grunted in pain as the older man's counterattack landed, a sharp impact that left him momentarily stunned. The clash of steel echoing through the air as their blades met again. The fight continued with a flurry of blows. The older man criticizing Iron's defensive maneuvers: "Your transition to defense is too clumsy." Another blow landed, sending Iron stumbling back. But he recovered quickly, his movements becoming more fluid and precise as he countered with a powerful strike. Only to be met with another insightful observation from his opponent: "Even if you use multiple types of swordsmanship, it's meaningless if you can't connect them smoothly. A real battle is a test that assesses your offense and defense." The older man prepared for a final, decisive attack, his expression grim. Iron Ferreira, the so-called Lazy Lord, awoke from a dream, his face contorted in a grimace. Sweat beaded on his brow as he roared, "I'm coming again." He lunged forward, his movements blurring as he drew a gleaming sword, its ethereal glow hinting at something extraordinary. A display of skill and power that left a bystander speechless. "Iron, could it be?" he gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Iron's eyes blazed with newfound determination as he continued his assault. The speed and precision of his movements almost impossible to follow. A whirlwind of motion and energy leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The sheer power of his attack undeniable. The bystander's jaw dropped. No way. Even the sky soared. The attack concluded, leaving only a silent aftermath. A voice, calm and collected, broke the silence. Not bad." Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself thrust into an unexpected duel. He moved with surprising speed and skill, his blade a blur as he clashed with his opponent. But his movements, while impressive, were still somewhat lacking compared to the potential he showed.
An elderly swordsman, his face etched with wisdom and amusement, observed the fight from a distance. Iron, panting slightly, stood his ground, his expression one of determination. The old man's words echoed in his mind, "I'm sure this isn't all you have, right?"
He wondered if he could truly unleash his full potential. The old man's gaze sharpened, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. He seemed to sense something more within Iron, a power yet untapped. A sudden shock rippled across Iron's face. He felt a surge of power, something unexpected and overwhelming. Iron stumbled back, his body trembling with the force of the newfound energy coursing through him. A wave of power that threatened to consume him. He felt a strange sense of dread, but also a thrill of exhilaration. His grip tightened on his sword, the cold steel a comforting presence amidst the chaos. Iron's eyes fluttered closed, his breathing shallow. He was struggling to control the immense power surging within him. Suddenly, both Iron and his opponent stopped fighting. A tense silence hung in the air as the old man watched, a thoughtful expression on his face. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke with a start. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. Someone had asked if he had closed his eyes, a question that hung heavy in the air. A lingering echo of a dream. He realized it was that sword, the one he'd seen in his vision. The image of a mysterious swordsman, sharp and clear in his mind's eye. Iron's expression hardened, a flicker of determination replacing the usual apathy. A vision that seemed to hold the key to something profound. The dream's intensity lingered, a palpable energy surrounding him. Suddenly, an older man with a long white beard appeared, wielding a glowing sword. He looked concerned, questioning why nothing was happening. A scene unfolding before Iron's very eyes. His own face reflected a mixture of confusion and apprehension. As events of the dream began to manifest in reality, a surge of energy erupted from the older man. A powerful force coursing through the air, a blinding flash of light. Energy intensified, building to a crescendo of power. Before finally dissipating. Iron, watching in stunned silence, let out a gasp of surprise. A shockwave of immense power ripped through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the blast sending debris flying as a young man, Iron, stared in disbelief. "What the hell? What happened?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of shock and confusion. From the heart of the chaos, a brilliant, ethereal light erupted. A magnificent sword materialized, its radiant glow illuminating the scene. "Hey, look over there," one of Iron's companions shouted, "that's something only sword masters can use." "My God." An elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and power, stood defiantly wielding the glowing sword. "I wasn't planning on using this," he muttered, his eyes fixed on the weapon. The old man's gaze shifted to Iron, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Marvelous. So you found your sword." Iron, however, seemed hesitant, his expression clouded with uncertainty. "Yes, but..." "Yes, your heart is swaying. You must want to ask about that." Iron's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on him as the old man addressed the crowd. "Dear guests. I apologize, but today's guest reception will end here. Thank you for your understanding." A figure, cloaked and wielding a sword, strides purposefully through a courtyard. Trailing behind him is a faint, ethereal glow. He calls out, "Follow me." The figure's words are followed by an unspoken thought. He reflects that since their swords have already spoken, a proper conversation is now in order. The scene shifts to a grand study. A young man with blonde hair sits at a large desk, a black cat at his feet. Two other figures, one older and one younger, stand before him. The black cat, surprisingly articulate, announces, "My name is Ruru. I'm Iron's mystic arts familiar." One of the figures, a woman, politely inquires if formal speech is necessary. The older figure dismisses formality, urging everyone to relax. He then introduces the woman as Kira Finn, the vice headmaster of the Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. The young man, Iron Pereira, introduces himself as a trainee from the 27th batch. Iron sits pensively, his expression troubled. He wonders what happened in the past 5 years and what is currently troubling him. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself in a library, poring over ancient texts. He had been deeply affected by a recent dream involving a mysterious swordsman, a fact not lost on the elderly man observing him. The elderly man, his face etched with wisdom and concern, approached Iron. He stated that while he couldn't offer a direct solution to the dream's mysteries, he did have some advice to impart. Iron, his brow furrowed in contemplation, was told to leave the library. He looked troubled by the suggestion. But the elderly man quickly added that he could continue his training there if he wished. The elderly man continued, explaining that if Iron couldn't control his reactions when facing demonic monsters, he could simply avoid them altogether. However, he questioned whether avoidance was truly the right path for a swordsman. The image of the mysterious swordsman from Iron's dream appeared, emphasizing the multitude of paths available to him. The mysterious swordsman's words echoed, Iron's current understanding of the world was limited, a small portion of a much larger reality. The elderly man, observing Iron, further explained that one's perspective of the world shifts based on their environment, and that this, in turn, affects their inner self. He suggested that Iron might find something to make his sword even stronger. Perhaps even a completely different sword than the one he currently possessed. A mysterious swordsman, shrouded in shadow, addressed Iron in his dream. He urged the young lord to embark on a journey to find his answers in a much vaster world. A cryptic message about the man in Iron's dreams, a figure who had been subtly influencing him until that very moment. Iron, now awake, sat in a grand library, deep in thought. He murmured that it wasn't an easy decision to make. His advisors, a stern woman and an elderly man, urged him to take some time to consider his options. A black cat sat calmly nearby. Iron, however, decisively declared that he would leave. He confessed that until now, he had only been avoiding things he didn't want to do or that terrified him. A statement that caused his advisor and the cat to react with concern. The elderly man called out Iron's name. With newfound resolve, Iron declared that he no longer wished to run away. Sunlight streamed through the window of a grand estate, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Only a pair of polished black shoes were visible, belonging to someone standing near the window. An older man with a neatly trimmed white beard and a concerned expression asked an older man with gray hair, his back to the viewer, how was he? The gray-haired man responded, his voice low and measured, I can't call him a swordsman. The bearded man chuckled, ho, you're too cold. The gray-haired man continued, a hint of uncertainty in his tone, if it's that child, then I'm sure that he'll find the answer to his situation. The next day dawned. A young man with blonde hair, wearing simple dark clothing and a cloak, stood in a grand hall, facing a taller man in a more formal outfit. The taller man remarked, what a pity, you should stay for a while longer before leaving. The taller man asked, his brow furrowed slightly, west? Two men were discussing the 5 Western kingdoms. One, with a bandage on his face, explained that they were renowned for their exceptional swordsmen and the many famous colosseums they possessed. The other, younger man, listened with a look of mild interest. The younger man, contemplating his next move, decided he should also go to one of these colosseums, hoping it might somehow help him. He thanked the older man and set off, a small cat perched on his shoulder, leaving the older man waving goodbye. The younger man, now dressed in armor, walked purposefully through a grand hall, his destination clear. The older man watched him go, a thoughtful expression on his face. As he continued his journey, a sense of anticipation filling the air. The older man stood alone in the hall, lost in thought. A sudden realization dawning on him as he muttered the name Lance. A woman with gray hair approached the older man, addressing him as master. She gave him some advice, to overcome his inferiority complex and grow from there. A voice, firm yet encouraging, echoed in Iron's mind, grit down your teeth, hang in there, and improve. The vice headmaster, a woman with stern eyes and silver hair pulled back in a ponytail, glared at him with an expression of disapproval. She added, her voice sharp, just like how you've always done. Iron's face was partially obscured, but a grimace was visible. He seemed to be contemplating something. A silent struggle playing out within his mind. He responded to the vice headmaster with a quiet, almost inaudible, yes, vice headmaster. Iron, now accompanied by a mysterious woman, found himself in a bustling town square. He asked, where are we going now? A gaunt, green-skinned orc, his fangs bared in a hungry grin, lay prostrate on the ground. He weakly mumbled something about not having eaten in a week. Then, addressing a young man with blonde hair, he insisted that the young man knew him, reminding him of a prophecy made 5 years prior. The young man, Iron, sat startled beside a small, fluffy cat. He gasped, clearly surprised. Iron remembered the orc, the one who had given him a mysterious note years ago. The orc, seemingly recovered, violently devoured a large spread of food before Iron. His eating was frantic and messy. Iron's companion, a cat, warned him that the orc was too suspicious and potentially dangerous. Iron, however, reassured the cat, stating that the orc was not a bad person. Despite his words, Iron privately worried, both the note and the orc's question about his age weighed heavily on his mind. He suspected the orc might know something about his dream. After the orc's meal, he felt much better. The orc then berated Iron for his laziness and for squandering his fortune 5 years prior. The orc chuckled, forgiving Iron this time, and presented him with a small, wooden ball. Iron was confused by this strange gift. A fluffy black and white cat, eyes sparkling with delight, snuggled a small, round object. It purred contentedly, nya dash, the sound accompanied by hearts floating around it. The cat seemed to find the object incredibly appealing, commenting that it smells super nice.
The cat's attention was drawn to the object's composition.
A voiceover explained that the object contained a powder made from a plant called taiho, a plant that only grows in the northwest region and drives cats wild with delight. The scene shifted to show a young man with blonde hair, iron, and a gruff-looking orc.
Iron seemed surprised, thinking that the orc might be a good person.
The orc, pleased with their newfound friendship, stated that he had become friendly with the little sorcerer and would pay him back for the food.
The orc, however, was challenged about his ability to pay. Someone questioned whether he had even a single penny on him. The orc, offended, loudly proclaimed his shamanistic abilities, asserting that he was far more powerful than a human shaman. Iron, intrigued by the orc's confidence, asked him to read his fortune. The orc, seemingly using his shamanistic abilities, began his reading.
He asked Iron if there was a persimmon tree near his residence.
Iron replied that there wasn't. Iron remained skeptical, stating that he was sure there weren't any.
The orc, sensing Iron's doubt, commented that the whole situation smelled fishy. The orc then turned his attention to the cat, stating that Iron's fortune was obvious, he liked raw salmon. The cat, however, pointed out that all cats love raw salmon.
The orc, undeterred, boasted about his ability to guess Iron's preference in a single try, further emphasizing his shamanistic prowess.
A young man with light brown hair scoffed at a gruff-looking orc, declaring him a complete charlatan. A small, cartoonish cat, seemingly observing the scene, chimed in, noting that the orc's lack of funds for food was hardly surprising given his apparent incompetence. The orc, seemingly unfazed by the criticism, chuckled, warning that continued accusations of quackery might solidify that very perception. A sudden shift in the scene showed a close-up of intense, wide eyes submerged underwater, suggesting a dream or vision. The orc, his expression now serious, observed that the young man's emotional burden seemed heavier than before. The young man's eyes widened in alarm, a clear indication of shock or surprise. The orc continued, suggesting that whatever had been hidden in the past had now come to light. The young man's expression was one of dawning realization, his eyes wide with a mixture of shock and understanding. The orc explained that a heavy iron stake lodged in the young man's chest was the reason for his current difficulties. The young man, startled, questioned how the orc could have known this so suddenly, while the cat looked on with wide, curious eyes. A shaman, his face obscured, muttered to himself while examining a small, metallic object. He wasn't using shamanism, but rather spirit magic, to observe Iron, although he admitted it wasn't as refined as the techniques of true practitioners.
He noted that Iron's ability to recognize metal energy was quite remarkable.
Iron, his brow furrowed in concentration, heard the shaman mention metal energy. The shaman explained that, according to spirit magic, life is composed of 5 types of energy: earth, metal, water, wood, and fire. Iron, seated across from the shaman at a table, listened intently, a small cat perched on his shoulder. A mystical diagram appeared, illustrating the 5 elements and their interconnectedness. Harmony, it was said, was achieved through the balancing and coexistence of these energies. The diagram showed the 5 elements arranged in a circle, each represented by a symbol and color. Iron questioned the shaman, wondering if the excess metal energy within him was causing abnormalities. The shaman confirmed his suspicions, stating that the iron stake had disrupted Iron's energy balance.
Iron then asked how to remove the excess metal energy.
The shaman replied that it couldn't simply be removed, he needed to achieve harmony between the 5 energies.
The shaman began to manipulate a small, metallic cube with his hands, a faint glow emanating from his palm.
He explained that one of Iron's energies was too strong and that they needed to borrow the power of an incompatible energy to suppress it. The shaman then proceeded to channel a different energy, a bright light emanating from his fingertip. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, cradled a small, dark cat in his arms. A surge of fiery energy erupted from his chest, illuminating his surprised expression. He spoke of harnessing this power, a statement that hinted at a latent ability he was only beginning to understand. A grizzled, older man with fiery eyes observed him intently. He suggested that suppressing this energy could be a turning point for Iron, implying a path to self-improvement. Meanwhile, a skilled craftsman, his face partially obscured by shadow, worked diligently at his forge, sparks flying as he shaped a glowing metal. The scene implied the creation of something significant. The craftsman's hands carefully presented a newly forged sword, its blade gleaming with an ethereal light. The sword appeared to possess a power of its own. Iron's eyes widened, reflecting the intense light of the newly forged sword. His expression shifted from surprise to a dawning understanding. Iron's face contorted in a grimace of exertion as he struggled with the inner turmoil of his newfound power. Sweat beaded on his brow. The older man, observing Iron's struggle, offered guidance, advising him to nurture the inner flame, the source of his power. Iron questioned the nature of this inner ember, uncertain of its origins. The older man clarified that this power was not present 5 years ago, suggesting a recent awakening. Iron, now visibly bearing the mark of this inner fire, listened intently as the older man compared the growth of this power to the nurturing of a fire, emphasizing the need for consistent effort. A fiery ember, a symbol of potential, is shown growing steadily.
Iron Ferreira, a young man with blonde hair and striking blue eyes, is shown in close-up.
A bead of sweat trickles down his temple, and his brow is furrowed in concentration. He silently resolves to change his life, a determination hardening in his gaze.
He thinks to himself, I have to move. Iron, now dressed in simple traveling clothes, bids farewell to an unseen advisor. He states, I'll be taking my leave. Thank you for your advice.
As he begins to walk away, a gruff voice calls out, Hey, wait up.
The orc asks, Is it alright if I join you on your journey?
The orc explains his reasoning, stating that Iron looks like he's embarking on a long journey for the first time and that he could be of help.
Iron considers the offer, his cat looking on curiously.
He muses, a guide.
What are you going to do, Iron?
After a moment of contemplation, Iron decides, alright then.
Let's travel together.
The orc, overjoyed, celebrates with a triumphant fist pump.
He exclaims, Yes. Awesome. I can finally get some stable income.
A young man with short, blonde hair and a somewhat melancholic expression sits with a brown and white cat with striking blue eyes. The cat seems to observe him with a curious gaze. A gruff-looking man with dark skin and a somewhat orc-like appearance, clad in dark clothing, travels alongside the young man. He clears his throat, and explains that his reasons for accompanying the young man go beyond mere monetary compensation. He expresses a desire to witness the growth of a promising young man, believing it to be a rare opportunity. He feels that being a part of this process would bring him a greater sense of fulfillment in life. The young man remains silent for a moment, then the cat speaks, reminding the orc-like man that if he doesn't perform his duties properly, he won't be paid. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, walked alongside a taller, darker-skinned companion. The taller man explained that they were approaching a city renowned for its blacksmiths, particularly dwarves. He continued, suggesting that visiting this city before reaching the 5 Western Kingdoms might help solve Iron's problems. Iron, however, yawned widely, unconcerned. He didn't need a new sword, he thought. But his companion insisted that the value lay not just in acquiring better equipment, but in meeting the world's finest masters of fire and iron. The scene shifted to a blacksmith's forge, where the intense heat of the fire melted a lump of iron. Iron watched, a cat perched on his shoulder. The intense heat and the process of shaping the molten metal into a sword were highlighted. And the narrator suggested that witnessing this process could help Iron address his inner turmoil. The cat, observing Iron, pointed out that mystics use similar methods to cultivate their powers. The cat then proposed applying the principles of swordmaking to Iron's mental training, suggesting visualization as a key element. A young man with blonde hair, Iron Ferreira, the lazy lord, sat with a small cat perched on his shoulder. He listened attentively as his master spoke, assuring him that experiencing the mystic world wouldn't be too difficult.
Iron, resolute, declared his readiness to embark on their journey to Darinku. The master, pleased with Iron's decision, pointed out a shortcut through the woods.
Later, in a tavern, Iron, still accompanied by his cat, found himself surrounded by several patrons. He looked distressed, stating that he couldn't lower the price any further. One of the patrons encouraged him, certain he could lower the price.
Iron, however, firmly refused.
Another patron, aware of the price at the neighboring inn, questioned Iron's stubbornness, threatening to inform the others about his actions. A large, green-skinned patron suggested they leave after settling their affairs, recommending a nearby restaurant. The innkeeper, exasperated, lamented Iron's treatment of his regulars, contrasting it with his own generosity. The green-skinned patron whispered to another that Iron's master was a powerful figure. Later that night, back at their lodgings, Iron called out for Kuvar. Iron, nestled in his bed with his cat, asked his master for a story.
His master, lying in the adjacent bed, seemed intrigued by the request.
Iron Ferreira, a young noble known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, lies in bed, a small cat nestled beside him. Someone asks him if he knows who the 10 strongest people on the continent are.
Iron replies that he only knows of Headmaster Ian. He mentions hearing that Sir Joshua Lindsay of the Lindsay family is also incredibly strong.
A gruff-looking, large man, presumably an orc, comments that Iron is less interested in the world than he expected, expressing disbelief that someone who calls himself a swordsman knows so little about the world. The orc laughs, explaining that the strongest on the continent have mostly been members of the 5 Western Kingdoms and the Holy Kingdom. The orc continues, stating that the one who broke tradition and distinguished himself was Headmaster Ian of Chrono Swordsmanship Academy. An image shows Headmaster Ian, along with Julius Huel, captain of the White Knights of the Holy Kingdom, and Rigoberto Clark, captain of the Crimson Knights. The image also shows the lords of the 5 swordmaster families, including Joshua Lindsay, and Karakam, the great warrior of the orcs. The orc concludes that these individuals are currently considered the 10 strongest on the continent. Iron realizes that it's been 11 years since Ignet was among them, prompting a surprised reaction. The cat points out that one person is missing.
The cat is correct, there is one missing from the list of 10. Two figures were engaged in conversation. One, a gruff-looking man with prominent fangs, lay in bed. The other, unseen, posed a question about the relative strengths of several individuals. The man in bed responded that, in his opinion, Koan was the strongest. The unseen speaker continued, mentioning a swordmaster who achieved mastery at the age of 70. A young man with light brown hair, startled by this information, reacted with disbelief, exclaiming about the age. A vision appeared, depicting a cloaked figure, radiating a powerful, ethereal glow. The narration box reflected on the extraordinary feat of achieving sword mastery at such an advanced age, highlighting the difficulty of the path. But Koan had done it. The man in bed continued his account of Koan's life, explaining that he had persevered to become a swordmaster at 70 and was now considered the strongest on the continent at the age of 90. His influence was also significant. The young man, awestruck, simply stated that Koan was amazing. The young man's gaze drifted downward, lost in thought. The man in bed added that Koan was likely still amazing even at the age of 50. The young man pondered this, considering that even if Koan had faced ridicule in his younger years, he must have still been an amazing person. The young man's thoughts lingered on Koan's remarkable life and achievements. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, loose-fitting clothes, sat comfortably on a bed, a serene expression on his face. He mused that there must be many more people like the mysterious swordsman he'd dreamed of, individuals who, though yet to fully realize their potential, possessed extraordinary capabilities. The scene shifted to a close-up of a gruff-looking man with prominent fangs, his face partially obscured by shadow. He observed that these individuals simply hadn't yet reached their full potential, their greatness still hidden somewhere in the world. He confidently asserted the existence of such amazing people. The scene changed again, showing the same gruff man lying in bed, his expression thoughtful. He reflected that countless individuals with incredible potential were yet to achieve their full potential. He found the young man from the previous scene particularly interesting, noting that while a swordsman, his thinking extended far beyond the confines of swordsmanship. His perspective encompassed a much broader view of the world. Iron and his companions were traveling through the Ulhud mountain range, aiming for Darinku. One of his companions warned that bandits were present, making the journey dangerous. Iron, a young man with blonde hair, expressed concern about bandits, but a gruff-looking mercenary reassured him that they would travel in a group from the merchantry, emphasizing the security provided by Iron's mercenary tag. The mercenary, a large orc with tusks, grinned, his gaze sweeping over a group of figures in the distance, seemingly unfazed by the potential threat. The mercenary was surprised to see Iron's silver tag from Alcantara, a prestigious mercenary group. He immediately offered Iron a place in their group. Iron gratefully accepted the offer, and the orc, whose name was Kuvar, boisterously welcomed him. Iron reflected that his mercenary tag, combined with his appearance as an orc shaman, made joining the merchantry remarkably easy. A small cat observed the scene, commenting that others had been scammed into joining. Iron, eager to earn money, declared his willingness to do anything for it, while the cat looked on. A young girl, Anya, cheerfully announced their imminent departure, assuring Iron that she would quickly pack their belongings. Anya, with surprising speed and efficiency, gathered their belongings. And then, unexpectedly, she dashed off with a bag, leaving Iron and Kuvar bewildered. A young man in shining armor, Iron, sat beside a small, talking cat. A young woman with silvery hair approached them, exclaiming over the cat's cuteness. Iron, in turn, shyly complimented her. The young woman, Anya, introduced herself with a bright, cheerful expression. Anya offered her services as a repairer, specifying that she would fix Iron's shoes, armor, or anything else he needed. But only for a price. Iron, slightly flustered, politely declined, stating he was fine. Anya cheerfully reiterated her offer, emphasizing the payment condition, while Iron and a burly man watched her. A purple aura emanated from Anya as she stood near Iron and his cat, Kuvar. Iron looked on with a mixture of surprise and concern. The burly man, observing Anya, declared her to be a mystic. Anya, radiating a mystical aura, prepared to leave, carrying her tools. Meanwhile, a group of shadowy figures moved through the forest. Iron's companion asked him what was wrong, prompting Iron to question his ability to use his sword against another person. A young man with blonde hair, his face etched with a pensive expression, walked along a path. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. A silent confession escaping his lips, he had never killed a person before. He continued his journey, a small cat perched comfortably on his shoulder. The young man, still walking, reflected on a recent feeling. He sensed that a time would come when he would have to raise his sword against another person. A question forming in his mind, would he be able to do it without hesitation when the time came? He knew he would face people as weak as bandits, but he recognized a profound truth: all life carries weight. He considered his actions, wondering if killing bandits was truly the right thing to do. Especially if those bandits, clinging to their lives, repeated their wrongdoings on others. A gruff voice interrupted his thoughts. The gruff man chuckled, assuring the young man that he didn't need to worry about such heavy subjects right now. However, the blonde-haired man was concerned. He had heard of a terrifying bandit leader named Khazir in these mountains. It had been over 5 years since Khazir and his band had resided in the mountains. They allowed passage as long as a toll was paid. Merchants hired escorts not to fight the bandits, but to intimidate them. A young nobleman, Iron Ferreira, known for his indolence, listened intently to a grizzled soldier. The soldier explained that the bandits operating in the region were more akin to businessmen than common criminals, suggesting that the merchants likely viewed their tolls as a mere tariff. Iron pondered this, questioning whether it was truly right for these bandits to take money from merchants without reason. He mused that while the merchants might be annoyed, they likely considered the situation a simple tax. The soldier continued, explaining that the bribes offered by the bandits to neighboring territories were substantial, ensuring their interests aligned. Suddenly, Iron felt a sharp pain in his head, exclaiming that it felt like it was about to explode. He muttered that the situation was quite complicated. A gruff, orc-like man appeared, chuckling that the world's categorization of good and evil was simplistic. He asserted that nothing could ever be neatly categorized into one or the other. The orc then remarked that the bandits were approaching. In the distance, a group of bandits could be seen approaching. The orc confirmed their arrival. A merchant approached Iron and his companions, asking if this was the toll to cross the mountain that night. Suddenly, the bandits emerged from the shadows, their faces obscured, and viciously demanded that everyone leave their belongings and leave. The leader of the bandits, a powerfully built man with dark hair and a red jewel around his neck, roared his command, his face contorted in rage. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood with a perplexed expression. Beads of sweat dotted his brow as he stared at his companion, a gruff-looking man with grayish-green skin, a small cat perched atop his head. The man looked equally uncomfortable, his own brow slick with perspiration. Iron wondered aloud what exactly had piqued the other's interest. A group of travelers, led by a knight in shining armor, walked down a dusty road towards a distant gathering of soldiers. Among them was a young man with blonde hair, his expression unreadable. A young woman with silver hair and a surprised expression questioned the group's leader, "What do you mean by that?" The leader responded, "We'll pay the toll." The woman pleaded, "So please, just let us pass." But the leader, his face obscured by shadow, retorted, "I will not tell you a third time. If you don't want to die, then screw off." Another member of the group, a man with a jovial expression, chuckled, "This isn't funny, Khazir. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden?" Khazir, the group's leader, glared at the jovial man, his voice sharp, "What are you saying? Got a problem with that?" The blond young man, visibly concerned, asked, "What's going on, Kuvar?" Kuvar, a hulking figure with a cat perched on his shoulder, looked grim. A wave of purple energy emanated from Kuvar, causing the blond young man to stumble back in surprise. He muttered, he wasn't that kind of person before. His eyes narrowed, a look of determination replacing his previous confusion. He asked, "What's wrong?" Kuvar, his face partially obscured, stated grimly, "That man, I feel demonic energy from him." A menacing figure fills the panel. His dark hair is pulled back from his intense gaze, and a stern expression is etched onto his face. A red jewel hangs from a necklace around his neck. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing, stands beside a larger, green-skinned companion carrying a small cat. The young man looks concerned as his companion speaks of demonic energy. The green-skinned companion continues, explaining that the energy is weak, and therefore manageable. The blonde young man, Iron, is then questioned about the meaning of it suddenly changing. Iron explains that his emotions erupt uncontrollably when near demonic energy, a reaction linked to an iron stake. The blonde young man's companion worries that Iron might have become a demonoid. Iron's companion is visibly concerned. Meanwhile, the blonde young man reflects on his distrust of bandits. A figure in shining blue armor approaches, drawing his sword. He is surrounded by a crowd of people. The armored figure is identified as Wolfgang, wielder of the glacial blade, a veteran among veterans. Iron and his companion are visibly relieved. Iron asks if Wolfgang is all right. Wolfgang assures him not to worry, as he won't make a fuss out of it. Iron suggests they leave and move on to avoid further losses in a fight. A young man in shining silver armor stood defiantly before a burly, scarred bandit wielding a massive warhammer. The knight held his sword aloft, its polished surface gleaming under the sun. The bandit eyed the knight's sword with avarice. "You have quite a nice sword. I'll let you pass if you hand it over," he proposed, a sly smile playing on his lips. The knight sighed inwardly, "How dare a bandit try to negotiate with me? Well, at least he knows this is a good sword." The bandit sneered, "Know your place," and lunged forward, his warhammer whistling through the air. The knight parried the blow with surprising speed and skill, the clash of steel echoing through the clearing, sending the bandit flying backward with a powerful counterattack.
He barely had time to react before the bandit's warhammer came crashing down. The knight, dazed but unharmed, gasped, "W. Wolfgang."
A bystander, recognizing the knight's insignia, exclaimed, "Why you? You're a silver tag mercenary. Go fight."
The knight, however, was paralyzed by fear, muttering, "No, how could I possibly do anything if even Wolfgang?" Meanwhile, a group of bandits argued amongst themselves. One urged, "Let's hand the items over.
We at least have to live, don't we?" Another countered, "What are you talking about?
I'm as good as dead without these items."
A deep voice boomed from the shadows, silencing their squabble, "Don't fight amongst yourselves." A tense scene unfolded, several figures surrounding a central point.
A dark, ominous thought bubble emerged from the center of the panel. "I changed my mind." The speaker, a man with dark hair and intense eyes, continued his declaration in a speech bubble filled with rage. "I'm pissed off now, so I'll just kill you all here." His threat was met with immediate fear.
Three figures, their faces contorted in terror, shrieked in unison, "Heek!"
Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man with blonde hair watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with alarm. A stark white light burst from behind him, suggesting a sudden, powerful event. The young blonde man, Iron Ferreira, approached cautiously, a cat perched on the shoulder of a cloaked figure beside him.
He spoke calmly, "It's all right."
But the scene before him was far from calm. A large, muscular man wielding a massive warhammer stood before a line of soldiers, ready for battle. Iron confronted the man, urging him to stop. "Please stop, Mr. Kazir.
You're not yourself right now." Kazir, confused and agitated, demanded to know Iron's identity. "Who are you?"
Iron revealed his affiliation. "I'm an official trainee of Chrono Swordsmanship Academy's 27th generation."
Iron, standing defiantly, challenged those around him, "Every single one of you, do you all see me as a fool?"
A burly man with a large warhammer lunged at Iron, the lazy lord, shouting in disbelief that the young noble didn't even carry a sword. The warhammer whistled through the air, aimed at Iron's head.
But Iron reacted instantly.
With surprising speed and strength, he deflected the blow with a single hand, catching the warhammer's shaft with ease. The attacker stared, speechless, at Iron's unexpected display of power. He had blocked a devastating blow with a single hand. Seizing the opportunity, Iron questioned the man about the necklace he wore. With a swift, precise movement, Iron disarmed his opponent, sending the warhammer flying.
The attacker, enraged, lunged again, but Iron effortlessly dodged the attack.
Iron stood calmly, his eyes fixed on his opponent, a newfound confidence radiating from him. Iron's sister appeared, scolding him for his childish expression, now that he had proven his strength. A young woman with blonde hair, dressed in elegant attire, spoke to a man in a formal suit. She expressed gratitude for his concern but insisted she was fine, only to be met with a dismissive retort from him, questioning her nonchalance and asserting his own worry for her. The woman clarified that her lack of concern was due to her worry for others, a statement that left the man momentarily speechless.
A bold declaration then appeared: "The strong must act strong."
A warning followed, implying dire consequences if she didn't comply with this principle. Suddenly, a muscular man wielding a warhammer charged towards a young man in knightly armor, who stood ready with his sword. The scene depicted a swift, intense confrontation. The knight's actions, however, were merely a show of intimidation, a calculated display to deter his opponent. His slight intimidation tactic proved surprisingly effective. A gasp of shock rippled through the onlookers as the knight's power was revealed. The sheer force of the knight's presence sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing several onlookers to stumble back in awe and fear. One man exclaimed in disbelief. The narrator then pointed out the reality of the situation. To maintain his position, the knight would have to continue to intimidate dozens of people. A muscular man, his face contorted in pain, begged for mercy as he clutched his chest. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in dark clothing, stood before him, his expression unreadable. The blonde young man's fist shot out, striking the other man with surprising force. The young man examined a glowing red jewel, embedded in a necklace, that he had taken from the fallen man. He muttered to himself, noting that the energy emanating from it was powerful but not demonic in nature. The young man, whose name is Kazir, turned his gaze to the fallen man, his eyes filled with a determined intensity. He addressed the unconscious man, his voice firm but gentle. He questioned the man about the origin of the necklace, his concern evident in his tone. The man, still dazed, could only stammer incoherently. The injured man eventually responded, claiming he didn't remember obtaining the necklace, feeling as if he had been in a trance. He vaguely recalled moving around while wearing it, but couldn't recall when it began. Nearby, a group of onlookers scoffed at the man's explanation, expressing disbelief and demanding a more logical account. One of them, an older man with gray hair, questioned the plausibility of his story. Kazir, however, surprised everyone by stating that he believed the man's unbelievable story. The injured man, overwhelmed with relief, expressed his gratitude. Kazir then proposed a deal. In exchange for his belief, the injured man would let him keep the necklace.
Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, offered a hasty apology.
He stammered, assuring the merchants of his remorse. His words heavy with the weight of his inexcusable actions.
The merchants, their lives spared, expressed their gratitude to a mysterious swordsman,
offering their assistance and promising to accommodate him in any way possible.
The swordsman, however, remained silent, his expression unreadable.
As the swordsman departed, leaving the grateful merchants behind, a feeling of unease settled upon him. He silently reflected on the events that had transpired.
A nagging thought that they should not have been allowed to leave.
His companion, a large, orc-like man with a small cat perched on his head, reassured him, explaining that the merchants were unlikely to cause further trouble now that the swordsman had taken their necklace. The cat, however, voiced a different opinion, threatening violence should the merchants dare to cause any further problems. The orc-like man visibly flinched at the cat's aggressive display. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. He reflected on the recent death of his mother, a trauma he often escaped through slumber. However, this time, the dream lingered, leaving a profound impact. He resolved to resume his neglected swordsmanship training. He found himself speaking with a gruff, orc-like warrior, his companion. The warrior commented on Iron's unexpected display of strength earlier that day. Iron attributed his newfound strength to the events of the day. He realized that had he been weaker, many would have been put in danger. His companion expressed relief at this outcome.
The orc-like warrior continued, suggesting that Iron's options in such situations would increase as his skills improved.
He then mentioned the artisan city of Darinku, known for its skilled swordsmen. The orc confirmed that Darinku held frequent duels, with the victor earning a sword forged by a master artisan.
Iron expressed his eagerness to visit Darinku.
A sudden burst of energy emanated from Iron, surprising his companion.
The narrator observes that Iron's inner strength has grown. Iron adjusted his attire, preparing himself for his journey.
A young man with blonde hair, clad in dark attire, stood poised to destroy a necklace.
He muttered about forgetting the necklace and needing to destroy it.
A dark-skinned man, dressed in more ornate clothing, urgently shouted at him to stop. The dark-skinned man, having stopped the blonde young man, carefully took the necklace. He explained that fire attribute pouches are imbued with demonic powers, making it safe to keep for now and dispose of later. The blonde young man simply replied, "Oh.
I see."
The blonde young man's eyes widened in awe, a thought bubble above his head exclaiming, "Wow." A young girl with short, gray hair appeared, her thought bubble expressing excitement, "That's super duper cool." The gray-haired girl continued, suggesting a trade of the sword for one of Anya's treasures. The panel ends with it to be continued, caption. A young man with blonde hair, clad in ornate armor, stood before a small girl with white hair. He held a large, imposing sword. He asked Anya, the girl, if she wanted to trade something of value for his treasure, intending to give it to his captain as a gift. The young man's face showed a flicker of confusion as Anya questioned his use of the words treasure and captain. He explained that the item wasn't something he could trade, it was unique and only he could use it. Anya, her eyes wide with curiosity, asked if she could use it.
The young man called out to Anya, who was now interacting with a small cat.
He told her to wait as he prepared to reveal his treasure.
Anya, with a dramatic flourish, revealed her treasure, a large, golden piggy bank. The cat looked on in surprise. The piggy bank glowed with a powerful, mystic energy.
The young man, awestruck, felt the powerful mystic energy emanating from the piggy bank. A young woman with short, gray hair and a dark dress, along with a small cat-like creature, confronted a blonde-haired man in dark clothing. The woman questioned the man's creation, a large golden pig, expressing disbelief at its size and origin. The young woman proudly explained that she had created the golden pig using money earned through a year's worth of hard work. The blonde man, seemingly surprised, looked on. She then proposed to trade the golden pig for the blonde man's sword. The man refused, prompting the young woman to boast that she could make the pig even larger. Confident that he would change his mind upon seeing its increased size. She then demonstrated this by adding a coin to the pig, causing the pig to dramatically inflate in size, astonishing both the young woman and the blonde man. The large, now enormous pig was the center of attention, as the orc-like man again pressed the blonde man to trade his sword for the golden pig. The young woman continued to advocate for the trade, highlighting the pig's unique value and the impossibility of obtaining such a large amount of gold elsewhere. The blonde man, however, remained resolute in his refusal, urging the young woman and the orc-like man to snap out of their fascination with the golden pig. The young woman, seemingly disappointed, looked down, while the orc-like man apologized for being entranced by the golden pig. A young woman with gray hair, dressed in a dark gothic Lolita-style dress, carried a large, cartoonish pig on her back. She cheerfully declared that she would return later, confident that things would improve. She continued, suggesting that her current project would be even more impressive once completed during their travels to Darinku. A man, seemingly amused, responded that she was quite interesting.
A young man with blonde hair, slightly concerned, stood with a small, expressive cat. A large, orc-like man stood behind them. Night had fallen. A gruff-looking orc called out to the blonde young man, Iron, requesting his presence. Iron politely declined the orc's invitation, stating he didn't drink. The orc, whose name was Kavar, explained that he had news about Darinku. The man revealed that the greatest blacksmith in Darinku, a dwarf named Vulcanus, had emerged from seclusion. Iron reacted with surprise at the news of the renowned blacksmith. The man explained that Vulcanus's swords were highly sought after by every swordsman on the continent, a testament to his skill. A dramatic image showed 3 legendary swords, each imbued with a powerful aura. This was a pivotal moment, hinting at the significance of Vulcanus's craftsmanship and the quest for these exceptional weapons. A fiery, crimson blade dominates the panel, its intricate design hinting at immense power. The text reveals that this is one of the numbering swords, a rare and prestigious type of weapon, with only 9 existing out of hundreds forged. An older man, his face etched with years of experience, explains that there are only 2 categories of numbering sword owners: sword masters, and those who aspire to become sword masters. A young man with blonde hair listens intently, his expression one of thoughtful consideration. The older man continues, stating that in the last 10 years, only 3 ordinary swordsmen managed to obtain a numbering sword. And all 3 of them reached the realm of swordmaster. The young man, along with the older man and a burly orc, sit at a table in a tavern, the conversation clearly captivating them. The older man excitedly reveals that in 2 days, a competition will be held in Darinku to find the owner of the 10th numbering sword. He gestures wildly, emphasizing the significance of the upcoming event. The young man reacts with surprise and curiosity, questioning the nature of this competition. The older man admits he doesn't know much about the specifics, only that the details will be announced on the day of the competition itself. Other patrons in the tavern listen with interest. The young man, considering the implications, decides to participate in the competition, viewing it as a valuable opportunity for growth, regardless of the numbering sword. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat amidst a group of men. Their conversation revolved around his reputation, and their words hinted at a challenge they felt powerless to overcome. Iron, seemingly unfazed by their assessment, announced his intention to retire to his room. His nonchalance was striking. One of the men, a gruff-looking orc, expressed surprise at Iron's early departure, lamenting that they hadn't yet reached the most interesting part of their discussion. Iron, however, explained that he was feeling pressured and tired. The orc, accepting Iron's excuse, simply replied with a resigned "well, if you say so." He then took a long drink from his tankard, his gaze lingering on Iron as he muttered to himself about Iron's unusual nature. The orc's thoughts turned to the unusual nature of Iron, noting that even a remarkable story would typically capture the attention of any swordsman. But Iron showed no such interest. The orc pondered this, suggesting it might simply be Iron's personality. But ultimately concluded that Iron was unlike any swordsman he had ever encountered. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat by the window, gazing out at the moonlit night. He had earned the moniker the Lazy Lord after retreating into sleep to escape the pain of his mother's recent death. He was far removed from the world, lost in his grief. A stark contrast to the vivid dream he just experienced, a dream of a mysterious swordsman. Iron awoke with a start. He had been controlled again, his body acting on its own in the dream. Fortunately, the dream ended without incident, but Iron felt a growing unease. He knew this wouldn't be the last time. He considered his options, a pensive look etched on his face. Deciding that after some time had passed, he would attempt mental training. Iron began his mental training, a golden aura emanating from him as he focused. Attempting to recall the image from his dream, just as he had done in the mystic world. The panel shows 2 shadowy hands reaching towards each other, separated by a barrier. The scene is reminiscent of his dream. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, was shown in a close-up. His eyes, half hidden by his dark hair, held a hint of something unreadable, a shadow of the pain he carried within. He stood before a large, imposing stone structure, his silhouette stark against the bright light illuminating him from above. A sense of unease hung in the air, hinting at the weight of his responsibilities and the unresolved grief he carried. The scene shifted to a bustling town, nestled amidst rocky terrain. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow over the lively marketplace. Iron, accompanied by a companion, was shown entering the city. The pair moved through the city of artisans, Darinku, a place teeming with activity. The city's name was prominently displayed in a decorative banner. Iron's companion, a gruff-looking man in armor, commented on the abundance of swordsmen in the city. Iron, seemingly unfazed, simply nodded. They were met by another individual, who addressed Iron as Penny Pincher. The newcomer seemed surprised to find Iron alone, questioning where his captain was. Iron's companion, a gruff man, looked confused, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern.
A small, dark-haired girl stood nearby, observing the interaction. The gruff man's gaze fell upon a mysterious figure in the distance, his expression shifting to one of awe and respect. He whispered that the man was a master. A man with silver hair and a dark coat smirked, informing someone off-panel that the captain would be late due to unexpected work. Another man, his face partially visible, questioned the previous statement with a skeptical, "Are you sure?" A third individual, unseen, pondered aloud whether the strong-looking man was a swordmaster, wondering if a new master had emerged on the continent without their knowledge. The scene shifted to reveal a group of individuals. George, introducing himself, recognized Ruru and Kuvar as the ones Anya had mentioned. Iron Pereira, a young man with blonde hair, introduced himself to the group, which included a small girl. George, observing the group, commented that they all seemed peculiar, like Anya, quickly apologizing if he had offended anyone. The others assured him it wasn't offensive. Then, despite acknowledging the rudeness, a blonde-haired man boldly asked Iron to show his sword. Iron, after a moment of hesitation, agreed, stating it was nothing difficult. With a sudden burst of energy, Iron summoned a glowing sword, surprising those around him. George reacted with surprise, his eyes widening as he witnessed Iron's power. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke from a vivid dream. He was still reeling from the shock of his mother's death, and sleep had become his refuge from the pain. But this dream was different. It featured a mysterious swordsman, and the image of the blade lingered in his mind. A lingering impression that unsettled him. He wondered, what was that? Iron's confusion was interrupted by a man and a young girl, Anya. The man, noticing Iron's intense gaze, apologized for his apparent rudeness. He explained that the sword Iron had been staring at was quite marvelous, and Anya wanted it. The man cautioned Iron against stealing, but Iron quickly explained that he had no intention of stealing, he planned to trade for it using a year's worth of savings. Suggesting that the sword was worth far more than Iron's savings. He advised them not to cause any further trouble. Anya, showing unexpected maturity, apologized for their rudeness and announced their departure. The man and Anya took their leave, with Anya waving goodbye. Iron and Ruru watched them go. And Ruru commented on the man's strength, a sentiment Iron echoed. Iron then voiced his curiosity about the man's identity and his impressive subordinates. Anya, still reflecting on the encounter, wondered about the man's character. Meanwhile, two onlookers observed the departing figures, surprised by their unexpected arrival. The scene opens with a close-up of two muscular men, their faces contorted in a fierce expression. One of them bellows something unintelligible, his voice filled with raw energy. As the panel shifts to reveal two knights, Charlot and Victor, the twin knights, standing proudly in full plate armor. Their confident stances and identical red hair command attention. A gruff-looking orc, his face etched with years of hardship, observes the twin knights from a distance. He questions their fame. And another orc confirms their reputation as a formidable duo, capable of facing even a master swordsman together. The scene then shifts to Iron, a young man with blonde hair, who looks concerned. Iron's companion, an orc, comments on the upcoming competition, suggesting that Mr. George will also participate and that it's a good opportunity for Iron. Iron, resolute, declares his intention to learn from the twin knights. The orc offers Iron a piece of advice, giving him the option to ignore it if he wishes. Emphasizing the importance for a swordsman to face strong opponents and hone their skills through contests. However, the orc adds a crucial caveat: do not face your opponents with the intention of merely learning from them. The final panel shows a ghostly figure of a swordsman, his form partially obscured by a spectral glow. The question is posed: did he raise his sword with the thought of learning from his opponent? Iron, known as the Lazy Lord, found himself lost in thought. He reflected on a past competition, dismissing the notion that his opponent had merely gone through the motions. He mused, no, he probably tried to win for real. Iron's own determination began to surface, a quiet resolve hardening within him. I want to win, he thought. The desire intensifying into a burning need. I must win, he affirmed internally, the words carrying the weight of his unspoken ambitions. His resolve solidified further, culminating in a powerful declaration: I will win this time, no matter what. The image shifted to a bystander observing Iron, offering an explanation for his newfound resolve. He surmised that Iron's ability to match his opponent stemmed from the accumulation of such fighting spirit. The scene then cut to a gruff-looking swordsman, his face etched with the harsh realities of countless battles. He addressed Iron directly, his words carrying a challenge: if you're a swordsman, then compete with the resolve to win. The words hung in the air, a clear call to action, ending the chapter. A gruff, imposing figure with dark, intense eyes and sharp features appeared in a dream, his voice echoing with a commanding tone. He declared that if one were a swordsman, they must compete with the resolve to win. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken challenge. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, awoke from the dream, his expression thoughtful and somewhat disturbed. He seemed to be pondering the words he had just heard.
Later, Iron encountered the imposing figure from his dream, apologizing for an earlier outburst. The older man, seemingly unfazed, simply replied that it was fine. Iron, however, felt a shift within himself. He thanked the man and stated that he now understood what he had been missing. He then excused himself, stating his intention to return to the inn. The older man watched Iron leave, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused that he would need to consider the advice he had given more deeply. His gaze lingered on Iron's departing figure. Iron Ferreira, the young lord, sat cross-legged on his bed, a picture of serene stillness in the otherwise sparsely furnished room. His blonde hair framed a face that betrayed no hint of the turmoil within. He had earned the moniker the Lazy Lord for his penchant for escaping reality through sleep, a coping mechanism born from the recent trauma of his mother's death. A subtle frown creased his brow. But his expression held a hint of something else, something deeper than mere grief. He mused, "I've never once thought about it before." Iron's thoughts drifted back to his time at the Swordsmanship Academy. He recalled, "When I was at the Swordsmanship Academy, all I thought about was becoming like that man." The memory of a particular swordsman, a figure of intense focus and unwavering determination, flickered in his mind. On the other hand, my friends, he considered, the image of his former classmates flashing before his eyes. The scene shifted to a vivid recollection of his peers at the academy, their faces alight with the fierce intensity of competition. One, a young woman with fiery red hair, stood out, her eyes blazing with determination as she wielded her swords. Iron reflected on the scene, all raised their swords with the desire of surpassing their opponents. The image of his friend's unwavering dedication resonated deeply within him. "I think I know why Kavar gave me that advice." Iron finally understood the meaning behind his mentor's words. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord, walked away from his mother's death, his back to the viewer, a somber atmosphere hanging in the air. He awoke from a dream, a single thought echoing in his mind, "Have I ever felt this sort of desire before?" Iron placed a hand over his chest, a strange sensation washing over him. The question lingered, the intensity of the feeling palpable. The scene shifted to a small village, where Iron was seen. He reflected on his actions, admitting to himself that he had said something he shouldn't have. Meanwhile, a man, seemingly observing Iron, lamented his own greed, regretting his haste in judging the young lord's growth. A cheerful greeting interrupted Iron Ferreira's slumber. A gruff-looking Orcish man, his face etched with concern, addressed him, his words a stark contrast to the Lazy Lord's reputation. Beside the orc, a small, cat-like creature tilted its head, its expression one of curious observation. Its words questioning the noticeable change in Iron's demeanor. Iron, the once indolent noble, now stood tall and composed, a subtle shift in his posture hinting at an inner transformation. A faint glow emanating from his hands, a testament to the mysterious dream that had altered his life's course. The panel shifts to a close-up of Iron's face, his eyes gleaming with newfound resolve. The text "The Ember is" hangs in the air, hinting at a hidden power. Iron downplays the noticeable change, brushing it off as nothing to worry about, while the orc and the cat seem unconvinced. The scene shifts to a sunlit room, suggesting a passage of time and a change in location. Iron finds himself in a large arena, the scene filled with anticipation. A gasp from a nearby spectator reveals the arrival of a legendary figure. A mysterious swordsman, his face obscured by a mask, stood poised and ready. His powerful physique was evident beneath his simple garb, and he gripped his sword with unwavering determination. The words, "The single strike is here," echoed in the air, hinting at his deadly skill. Meanwhile, a young, blond man in shining armor sat calmly beside a gruff-looking orc. A small cat nestled between them. The blond man confidently declared that with a certain item, victory was guaranteed for Charlot and Victor. The blond man's eyes widened in surprise as he and the orc exclaimed, "He's here!" Three burly men, clearly skilled fighters, rushed into the scene. One, with fiery red hair and beard, led the charge, followed closely by his two companions. "So are Pablo and Dwanson," one of them announced. The red-haired man let out a surprised odd dash, as a bright light illuminated his face. He then stated, "Well, since everyone probably knows who I am," indicating his fame. Explaining that the prize of the competition was the sword he himself had made, referencing it as the numbering sword. The red-haired man stood in an arena, a large crowd watching from the stands. Two glowing circles of energy appeared around him as he explained the simple rules of the competition. Two people confident in their abilities step onto the stage and fight, the victor stays, the loser leaves. The rules of the competition were explained: if one combatant gives up, two more will take their place, and the process repeats. Two men watched the proceedings, one of them questioning how the winner would be determined. A large, imposing man with a red beard and topknot explained that the competition's purpose was not to find a winner, but to find someone who could inspire him. He needed this inspiration to create his 10th numbered sword. Therefore, the competition would continue until he found that person. The two men behind him were also there for the same reason. One of the observers understood the competition's true purpose.
He realized that the swordsman hadn't gathered the participants to complete the sword after its creation, but rather to find inspiration for its completion. The announcer declared the start of the competition. He called for the first contestants. Victor and Randall, both strong contenders, entered the arena.
Randall, expressing his disdain for hypocrisy, began the match by insulting Victor.
A middle-aged man with short, reddish-brown hair and a kind smile watched a young swordsman from a distance. He mused to himself that the young man possessed surprising inner fury. Meanwhile, two other figures, a young man with blonde hair and a gruff-looking orc, watched the scene with curiosity, questioning what was happening. The blonde young man and the orc were identified as Charlot and Victor, highly respected mercenaries. Their reputation stemmed from their works of doing demon nests on countryside estates for cheap and rescuing people from dangerous monsters.
Many stories circulated about their exploits.
The blonde young man, however, seemed concerned, noting that their rising fame would attract jealousy. Later, the young blonde man approached a masked figure, known as Vulcanus, and posed a question. His question, delivered in a serious tone, was whether it was permissible to kill one's opponent in combat.
Two onlookers reacted with shock and disbelief to the question.
Vulcanus, however, responded indifferently, stating that he had no issue with such a thing. He added a crucial caveat: this was only acceptable if the opponent agreed to it. A young man with fiery red hair and intense golden eyes smirked, his expression confident and almost arrogant. He stated that he didn't mind the challenge, as long as he could overpower Sir Randall. A gruff voice, laced with contempt, spat out the word bastard. The speaker, a shadowy figure cloaked in darkness, then instructed someone to be ready and to begin on his signal. The red-haired young man, his hand resting on a dark surface, muttered the word ready.
To himself, a quiet affirmation before the impending confrontation.
A sharp command, begin, cut through the air, signaling the start of the duel. The young man's hand clenched into a fist. A blinding flash of light erupted from the young man's hand. A surge of energy that shot upwards, leaving a trail of shimmering light in its wake. Revealing a figure descending from above, wielding a glowing purple blade. The descending figure, a mysterious swordsman with silver hair and a masked face, unleashed a powerful downward strike. The impact of the blow created a shockwave of energy, sending the swordsman hurtling through the air, leaving a trail of sparks and energy in his wake. A muscular swordsman, clad in dark armor, stood poised, his back to the viewer. Debris flew around him, suggesting a recent intense battle. He held his sword, seemingly ready for more. A man in shining armor, his face etched with a mixture of awe and relief, wiped his brow. He exclaimed that the swordsman's attack nearly pierced his chest. A young man with blonde hair watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with disbelief. He wondered aloud what he had just witnessed, marveling at the swordsman's incredible feat of cleaving Randall's sword. He continued to express his astonishment, whispering that the swordsman was incredibly strong. Two figures, partially obscured, discussed the swordsman's strength. One of them questioned just how strong he really was. They concluded that he was exceptionally strong, even among experts, possibly ranking within the top 200 on the entire continent. A man with gray hair and green eyes was shown, seemingly pondering something. Someone asked him if he had confirmed something, and he responded that the gold lines had turned red. This confirmation meant they had found the person they were looking for. A woman with white hair and golden eyes spoke, stating that she knew it and that they should leave a mark on the swordsman as well. A young girl with white hair, dressed in a dark Gothic-style dress, cradled two small, pig-like creatures. She whined, expressing reluctance to expend 2 days' worth of energy. With a flick of her wrist, the girl unleashed a golden energy, causing the pig-like creatures to disintegrate into shimmering particles. The energy spiraled outwards, forming a glowing path that extended towards a distant arena where two figures were locked in combat. In the arena, two figures clashed swords. One, a knight in shining armor, was addressed by a voice urging him to hold back. The knight, laughing, retorted that his opponent was simply jealous. The knight apologized for the delay and declared their duel would begin immediately. Back in the field, the white-haired girl pointed towards the arena, stating she knew what would happen next. Elsewhere, a blonde knight sat with a cat, seemingly concerned about its well-being. The cat, named Ruru, meowed, requesting a scratch. The knight obliged. A gruff-looking orc, observing the scene, declared that coming here had been a good idea. Another voice countered, reminding him that their target was Iron Ferreira. A young girl with short, white hair questioned a stern-looking man with gray hair and a sword at his side. She asked why he had marked a cat. He responded that they traveled together, so it didn't matter. The man sighed, muttering about leaving marks on mystics. He pondered how such a spoiled child could become a mystic. No matter how many times he saw it, he concluded her abilities were truly fraudulent. The girl, Anya, held a pink object. Despite its appearance, it was based on Anya's standards. It was revealed to be a mystical piggy bank that granted any wish.
as long as its value didn't exceed the money saved within the piggy bank.
A young man in medieval-style armor crumpled to the ground, groaning in pain. He had clearly been struck with considerable force. A victorious swordsman, Victor, stood over his fallen opponent, his sword still held aloft. The onlookers murmured their astonishment. He had won with a single, decisive strike. The crowd erupted in cheers as Victor was declared the winner. His 7th consecutive victory. 2 onlookers discussed Victor's dominance, noting that he had already won 7 matches. One suggested there was no point in continuing the tournament. Victor, smiling confidently, questioned if there was anyone left who could challenge him. His friend, seemingly amused, replied that there was no one else but him. He urged Victor to stop standing around and get up to fight. Iron, a young man with blonde hair, was asked if he was going to participate in the tournament. A young man, cloaked and armored, stood beside a gruff-looking orc, who clutched his injured arm. A small, fluffy cat peeked out from the young man's embrace. The orc, his face contorted in a grimace, clenched his fist, a vein throbbing in his forehead. The young man, Iron, smiled reassuringly. "Okay, I'll be right back," he said, his tone light despite the tension. He left the orc and headed towards a large arena, where a crowd was gathered. A figure in shining armor stood in the center, seemingly waiting for a challenger. Iron's arrival caused a stir. A voice boomed, "A challenger has appeared." Iron, now standing confidently in the arena, prepared himself for the upcoming duel. From the sidelines, a man with reddish-brown hair watched with amusement. He murmured, He observed Iron, a thoughtful expression on his face. "That young man, he's quite strong." Iron approached the armored figure, who smiled knowingly. "If you're planning on going upstage, then I'll wait." Iron replied, "I'm fine, so you can go first." A young man with blonde hair, clad in dark armor, stood defiantly. He responded to an unseen speaker, his expression confident. He already had his sword ready. The unseen speaker, a man with reddish-brown hair, observed him, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. He seemed to sense the young man had something up his sleeve. The blonde young man turned his back, his dark cape billowing slightly as he walked away. A sense of quiet determination emanated from him. His footsteps were firm and purposeful as he strode through the courtyard. A close-up on his armored foot emphasized the strength and resolve in his gait. A voice, seemingly from within the young man, declared that he, too, possessed it. A burly man with reddish-brown hair and a beard watched from a distance, a questioning expression on his face. The narration box revealed the nature of this shared possession, the desire to win. The blonde young man stood, a surge of energy emanating from him. On the day of the midterm assessment, a flashback showed him running, his face contorted in exertion. A desire that mirrored the one he felt now. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, witnessed a traumatic event, his mother's death. He now uses sleep as an escape, but a dream of a mysterious swordsman jolts him awake. The image of a figure running with unwavering determination seared into his mind. It was a familiar image. A blazing fighting spirit, reminiscent of his friends. A young man with blonde hair, sweat beading on his brow, runs with fierce determination. His face is contorted in a grimace of exertion and resolve. The scene shifts to a knight's legs striding purposefully. A thought echoes in the air, recall that desire. A knight, his face etched with a determined expression, stands before a crowd. Another voice observes, "Whoa, he's making quite the expression." The knight declares, "I will fight to win as a swordsman." He continues, "Whoever my opponent is." Iron watches from the stands as a large, red-bearded man stumbles, clearly overwhelmed by the knight's presence. Iron's inner voice roars, "I will crush them." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood amidst a surge of fiery energy. His eyes blazed with an intensity that belied his usual languid demeanor. A stark contrast to the usual apathy that had earned him the moniker, the Lazy Lord. He faced a stern-looking knight, the tension palpable in the amphitheater's hushed silence. A small, energetic blacksmith, Vulcanus, burst onto the scene, his declaration, "I've decided," echoing through the arena. The knight's brow furrowed in confusion. Vulcanus's words hung in the air, "The owner of the 10th numbering sword is..." He dramatically grasped Iron's arm, proclaiming, "This young man." Iron looked on, utterly bewildered. Iron and Vulcanus walked away, leaving the knight behind. A sense of unease settled over the scene. The knight, observing them from afar, questioned Vulcanus's claim, asking, "Wait, blacksmith, what are you talking about?" Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke from a dream, his brow furrowed in confusion. He muttered to himself, questioning the meaning of the bizarre vision he'd just experienced. A scene of a fierce duel, the memory still vivid in his mind. 2 men, their faces contorted in anger, watched him with disbelief. One of them exclaimed that he couldn't believe a decision had been made without a duel, and accused him of rigging the entire competition.
A third man, with fiery red hair and a booming voice, angrily interrupted, shouting that he'd explained the rules from the very beginning, clarifying that this competition wasn't about choosing a winner, but about finding a swordsman who could inspire him. Another man, older and more stoic, spoke next, explaining that they had chosen Iron as well, despite his initial reservations, because he wanted Iron to succeed as well. With that, the competition was declared over. The red-haired man, dismissing the other competitors, ordered Iron to follow him, revealing that he had always known Iron was extraordinary, though he hadn't expected him to become the next owner of the legendary sword so quickly. One of the other competitors offered his congratulations, admitting his jealousy but acknowledging the results. Iron simply replied with a quiet thank you. The scene shifts to a mysterious figure, his face obscured by a mask, watching from afar, a thoughtful expression on his hidden face. The panel opens on a close-up of a muscular, scarred torso. The figure is seated, arms resting on their knees, exuding an aura of quiet strength. A voice, unseen, urges, swing it harder. A young man, Iron, clad in shining armor, swings a sword with fierce determination. Despite his effort, he grunts, harder. It's still not enough. The young man continues his intense training, finally managing to complete the exercise. A voice calls out, good. You can lay the sword down here now. Hurry up. Iron sheathes his sword and turns, his back to the viewer, walking away from the training area. 3 shadowy figures watch him from a distance. The scene shifts to a blacksmith's workshop. A blacksmith, examining Iron's sword, exclaims, "Ha! What sort of metal is this? Even if it's made from mystic arts, how can it be so hard?" Another blacksmith adds, "The hammer doesn't even leave a mark on it. Then, how are these scratches formed?" One of the blacksmiths shakes his head, saying, "I've never heard of a production procedure like this before." Iron stands nearby, listening intently. He thinks to himself, yes. I didn't think I'd have to show off my spirit in swordsmanship either. Iron's thoughts continue, could they have chosen me because they felt that man's energy? The other blacksmith responds thoughtfully, It could be. A gruff-looking man addressed Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, offering words of encouragement. He suggested that Iron's current apathy wouldn't last forever, hinting at a future change. Iron, seemingly unmoved, simply replied with a quiet okay, as he continued walking alongside the man. Iron's expression remained unchanged, betraying little emotion as he walked away. The scene shifted to Iron and his companion, a large, imposing figure, discussing the recent events. The large man expressed his dissatisfaction with Iron's passive response to being summoned for a sword he didn't need, emphasizing the need for a more proactive approach. Iron, spurred by his companion's words, unexpectedly requested a sword for himself, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. The blacksmith, upon hearing Iron's request, reacted with disbelief, questioning the audacity of a free sword. The blacksmith, a burly man with a fiery temper, stated that he had 2 additional conditions before he would agree to Iron's request. These conditions involved creating equipment for Iron and his pet, Ruru, and allowing observation of the blacksmithing process. The blacksmith's companion voiced his strong objections to these conditions, questioning their fairness. He directly accused the blacksmith of exploiting Iron's situation to improve his own stagnating skills. Danson, addressing Pablo, stated that he was aware of their prolonged absence from their duties. He continued, explaining that while they had been searching for inspiration to reignite their work, their absence had been quite extensive. Iron, the young lord, was then questioned about whether he had merely sought to exploit an opportunity to use the inspiration he had received from merely looking at a certain man. Pablo angrily retorted, questioning who this individual was and why they were interfering in matters that did not concern them, especially since the person in question remained silent. The individual chuckled, revealing himself as a top-notch guide. Pablo reacted with a grunt, expressing surprise at the lightness of the situation. Iron, beaming, proudly announced that he had finally completed his set of equipment, accompanied by his small, armored cat companion. The guide commented that the new equipment suited them both well. The scene concludes with a nighttime shot of a chimney emitting smoke, suggesting the passage of time and the continuation of their story. A burly blacksmith, sweat beading on his brow, hammered away at a glowing length of steel on his anvil. His beard, as fiery as the forge itself, danced in the heat as sparks flew. Behind him, a young man with light brown hair and a concerned expression watched intently. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, observed the process with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He had been plagued by vivid dreams of a mysterious swordsman, and this visit to the blacksmith felt somehow connected. The blacksmith, his face flushed with exertion, expertly manipulated the glowing metal with tongs, carefully placing it into the fiery depths of the furnace. The intense heat of the furnace roared, engulfing the steel in a fiery embrace. Iron watched, his gaze fixed on the transformative power of the forge. Iron's eyes widened as a sudden flash of light erupted from the furnace, reflecting in his own pupils. A wave of heat washed over him. a powerful energy pulsed outwards, leaving Iron breathless and awestruck. The image blurred, transitioning to a dark void.
In the darkness, a spectral figure materialized, holding a large, unworked ingot of metal.
The figure spoke, its voice echoing in Iron's mind, "It's not yet time to hammer it."
The spectral figure then placed the ingot on a stand, next to a large hammer. The scene shifted to a close-up of the hammer, emphasizing its size and weight. Iron felt a burning sensation in his chest, a surge of energy building within him. The energy intensified, culminating in a brilliant burst of light emanating from his core. A voice, this time his own, echoed in his mind, "It's time to heat the iron." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, stood in the darkness. A small, flickering flame danced in his palm, its light illuminating his somber expression. He seemed lost in thought, the fire a fragile counterpoint to the shadows that clung to him. A sudden surge of energy erupted from within him, the small flame growing into a brilliant inferno. "With my heart's ember," he declared, his voice filled with newfound resolve.
The flames intensified, swirling around him in a vortex of light and heat.
He channeled this power, his hands outstretched as if shaping the very essence of the fire.
Iron's eyes burned with an inner fire, reflecting the blazing inferno before him.
1 month has passed since the traumatic event. A serene landscape of trees and falling leaves fills the scene, hinting at the passage of time and a potential shift in Iron's life. Iron, a young man with blonde hair, walks with a companion, a large, green-skinned man accompanied by a small cat.
The larger man inquires about Iron's mental training progress.
Iron admits that his progress has been slow, but he feels it is improving and vows to work harder.
He then reflects on the lack of swordsmen he's encountered recently. As they walk, Iron and his companion continue their conversation.
Iron's companion explains that many swordsmen left because their goal of mastering the sword was achieved, leaving them without purpose. Iron finds this unfortunate, as he had hoped to spar with various swordsmen to improve his skills. His companion, Ruru, reassures him, suggesting that he shouldn't be too disappointed and encourages him to focus on the completed sword they are about to see. They arrive at a blacksmith, a large, jovial man with a red beard, who apologizes for the difficulty in creating the sword due to the challenging materials. A young, blonde knight, clad in simple yet sturdy armor, anxiously questioned a burly, red-haired man. Beside them, a hulking, green-skinned orc-like figure listened intently. The red-haired man, his face set in determination, declared that he would forge the greatest sword in a year, surpassing even the knight's own greatsword. The knight, though initially skeptical, ultimately agreed to wait. The orc, however, voiced his concerns that the smith might try to back out of the deal, suggesting a contract for added security. The knight reassured him, stating that they weren't there just for the sword. The knight, accepting the situation, expressed his trust in the smith's abilities. Meanwhile, the red-haired smith, now seen from afar, confidently declared that they would handle everything.
The knight and the orc continued their journey, the knight inquiring about their next destination.
A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple traveling clothes, smiled faintly as he spoke.
He mused that their next destination was a city called Lation.
He continued, explaining that Lation was renowned for its numerous and prestigious swordsmanship academies.
Suddenly, a small, dark-furred cat with striking blue eyes perched on the young man's shoulder let out a questioning.
A gruff-looking orc traveling with them commented that in Lation, the young man could spar as much as he liked. Before the orc could finish, however, the cat interrupted. The cat, its blue eyes narrowed, sharply interrupted, announcing that it smelled blood ahead. The blond young man, alerted by the cat's warning, turned to look in the direction indicated. The orc, his face etched with concern, whispered the word blood. Emerging from the shadows, 2 figures in dark, blood-stained armor appeared. They were clearly injured, but their expressions held a grim determination. The blond young man, his orc companion, and the cat watched in surprise as the injured figures approached. The young man asked what was wrong. One of the armored figures spoke, stating that they had finally met and had been waiting for this moment. A man, his face etched with fear and sweat beading on his brow, stared at something unseen. He stammered, his voice barely a whisper, "You?" A hooded figure, his face partially obscured, smirked cruelly. He casually stated, "Oh, we just took care of him." The camera panned down to reveal a gruesome sight, a severed head, identified as Randall's. The impact of this discovery was immediate. A blond man and a grotesque, orc-like creature reacted with shock and horror as they stared at the grisly scene before them. The blond man, his face contorted in outrage, shouted, "What in the world have you done? You killed a man." The hooded figure remained unfazed, his expression unchanging. He calmly replied, "No, we were just disposing of a bandit." The 2 figures exchanged a knowing glance, a silent understanding passing between them. The hooded figure continued, explaining, "That's right. There were so many people targeting you, so we worked very hard to take care of them all." A small, cat-like creature beside him looked on with wide, innocent eyes. The hooded figure's eyes narrowed, his expression turning cold. He stated, his voice laced with menace, "You're going to have to pay us back for our efforts." Iron Ferreira, the young lord known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, awoke from a dream. His eyes, wide and filled with a dawning realization, reflected a profound unease. He muttered to himself, questioning if what he had just witnessed could possibly be true. A chilling vision of two figures, their faces obscured by shadow, demanding the numbering sword. The figures, revealed to be menacing bandits, were clearly intent on violence. Their expressions were cruel, their eyes burning with a predatory gleam. One of them wielded a long, wicked-looking blade. Meanwhile, a gruff-looking man with a cat perched atop his head vehemently denied having the sword, claiming it was incomplete and therefore not in his possession. One of the bandits, unconvinced, accused the man of using mystic arts to conceal the sword, his words laced with suspicion and menace. The man, exasperated, reiterated his claim, emphasizing the dire consequences of their actions, becoming criminals wanted throughout the continent. Victor, one of the bandits, confidently dismissed the man's concerns, asserting that no one would suspect them due to their seemingly positive reputation. He further reinforced this point by highlighting their seemingly positive public image. Victor then recounted a fabricated story. A young knight, assaulted by bandits seeking his sword, was nearly saved by Victor and his companion, Charlot, but ultimately perished. He ended his tale with a self-satisfied smirk, commenting on the near miss and the unfortunate demise of the knight. Two figures confronted Iron. One, a gruff-looking man with a stern expression, questioned him, "How could you? Let me ask you just one thing." The other man, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke. "I've heard many things about you during my stay in Darinku." He continued, addressing Iron directly, "Iron, you gentleman, who gained the respect of many swordsmen through your exceptional swordsmanship and countless good deeds throughout the years." Iron, his face contorted in anger, demanded, "Why are you doing something like this?" The shadowed man responded, "If you do not give me a proper answer, then you will never have the sword, even if you kill me." A close-up on the shadowed man's face showed a look of grim determination. "Because the numbering sword is more important than any of that." Iron scoffed, "It's just a sword." The shadowed man countered, "Are you saying something like that is more important than your outlooks on life that you've stayed true to? The numbering sword isn't just some sword." A spectral figure, shrouded in darkness, addressed a young man with blonde hair. The figure's voice echoed with an ancient power, stating that the young man understood nothing. The young man's eyes widened, reflecting the weight of the figure's words. He was told it had been over 30 years since they had reached the peak of their expertise, yet 20 years since they had hit their limit. Two figures, cloaked in dark energy, emerged from the shadows. They were swordsmen, their eyes burning with an intense, almost desperate light. They revealed that they had done anything necessary to overcome the wall of a master, and dedicated their entire lives to it. One of the swordsmen, his face contorted in anguish, confessed that even after all those years, they still couldn't overcome the final hurdle. Even now, they felt trapped in hell. He explained that they were not alone, countless swordsmen struggled to overcome that final hurdle, who had risked their lives for decades just to overcome it. The weight of their struggles, and the pain they suffered, was immense. Suddenly, an unbelievable surge of power erupted from the young man. He felt something extraordinary. His eyes glowed with an intense light, mirroring the power he now possessed. Iron, the so-called Lazy Lord, was jolted awake from a vivid dream. The image of a mysterious swordsman still burned in his mind. A chilling voice echoing in his ears, "You will never understand." Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him, a blinding flash of light. A raw, demonic energy unlike anything he'd ever felt before. The source? Himself. Iron recoiled in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was overwhelmed by the sheer power coursing through his veins. A realization dawning on him, this was no ordinary energy. This was demonic power, emanating from within a human being. A vision of a powerful, golden-haired woman appeared before him, her presence radiating immense power. He felt a surge of strength, a newfound resolve. And he stood, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. A voice called out, "Iron." Another figure emerged from the shadows, a smirk playing on his lips. "Found them," he whispered. A woman with striking eyes and white hair appeared, her expression a mix of surprise and understanding. "Yeah. I know." A young girl with short, light-colored hair, wearing a dark dress, floated amidst a shower of golden light, a wide, joyful grin splitting her face. She seemed to revel in the energy surrounding her. The scene shifting abruptly to a swirling vortex of fiery energy, a figure emerging from its depths. The vortex expanding, its fiery tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. And then, just as suddenly, the energy dissipated, revealing a young man with blonde hair, eyes wide with shock, standing before a hulking, menacing figure and a small cat. The larger figure appeared to be a warrior, his expression grim. The blonde young man braced himself, a purple aura beginning to emanate from his body. The aura intensifying into a blinding flash of light.
a wave of energy erupting outwards, pushing back the darkness,
leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles as the young man stood, seemingly unharmed.
Two men, their faces marred by cuts and bruises, stared in disbelief at the young man's feet. One of them, with reddish-brown hair, was clearly the more severely injured.
The other, a hulking figure with green skin and prominent fangs, gasped, "The Holy Kingdoms."
Black Knight Order Captain.
Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke from a vivid dream, his eyes wide with a lingering sense of unease. The image of a mysterious swordsman still burned in his mind. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he gasped for air, his heart pounding in his chest. The dream's intensity was palpable, it felt intensely real. He saw a woman, her face partially obscured by shadow, wielding a glowing sword, a name whispered on the wind, Crescentia. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, emerged from a swirling mist. Their back to the viewer, a sword sheathed at their hip. The air crackled with an unspoken tension. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, stood alongside a gruff-looking orc.
A small cat perched on the orc's shoulder. Iron's eyes widened as he uttered a name, Ignis Crescentia.
A look of dawning recognition and apprehension clouding his features.
He murmured, "That woman is."
Suddenly, a woman in shining silver armor appeared, her dark hair flowing behind her. She exuded an aura of power and authority. Her gaze sharp and unwavering.
Iron's companion whispered, "Charlot, Victor."
A dark, blood-red circle appeared, containing a chilling message, "That appearance, it looks like you've crossed the line." Two bloodied knights stood before the armored woman, their faces grim and determined.
The armored woman addressed the knights, her voice laced with a hint of pity, "Countess Crescentia? Why are you all the way in a place like this? I wonder if there is still hope remaining for you too."
A woman in shining armor, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders, stood poised, sword at the ready. Her expression was one of grim determination as she declared she would grant them a chance to speak. Two men, their faces contorted in rage, glared at her.
Their words were a challenge. Were they planning on getting in their way? The armored woman's response was swift and decisive.
She moved with lethal grace, her blade a blur as she deflected their attack. And then, with a steely gaze, she demanded they spill everything they wished to say, right then and there. Her eyes narrowed, a cold fury radiating from her. This, she declared, was her final act of mercy. With a sudden burst of energy, a blinding light erupted from her, engulfing the scene. The force of the blast sending the two men reeling backward. In the distance, another figure watched, their eyes wide with shock and fear.
One of the men, barely conscious, gasped out a name, "Victor."
The other man, consumed by rage, let out a guttural roar of defiance. A young man, his face contorted in a grimace, wielded two swords with furious energy. Crimson stained his clothes, and purple energy crackled around the blades as he unleashed a devastating attack.
But his opponent, unseen, only offered a dismissive comment, "What a disappointing answer."
The young man's attack had ended, leaving a glowing purple sword embedded in the ground. He stood over a fallen figure, his breath ragged. A woman with dark hair watched from a distance, her expression unreadable.
"It seems."
A blinding flash of light erupted from the ground, sending a shockwave outward.
The force of the blast throwing the woman high into the air. She landed hard, her dark hair obscuring her face as she glared at the young man.
"You need a more pathetic death," she hissed.
A bloody handprint appeared on the ground, a grim omen.
The young man's eyes widened in terror as he saw the woman's power. His vision blurred, his body racked with pain.
A desperate cry escaping his lips as he was struck again.
A blur of motion filled the panel as a figure, seemingly a woman, moved with impossible speed. The speed of her movements was such that only a trail of motion remained, as she struck a man with surprising force. A woman with long black hair, clad in dark armor, unleashed a powerful blow, her movements precise and deadly. The impact sent the man reeling, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief as he gasped, "Wah!" The woman moved again, a swift, deadly strike aimed at her opponent. Her attack was a blur of motion, too fast for the eye to follow. Leaving the man, now clearly a knight in silver armor, sprawled on the ground, bleeding profusely from a deep wound. The knight, wounded and surprised, struggled to his feet, his sword still in hand. The woman launched another attack, her movements fluid and deadly. She delivered a final, decisive blow, sending the knight crashing to the ground, defeated. A whirlwind of dark hair and gleaming armor filled the frame as a mysterious swordsman spun, their movements a blur of speed and power. The force of their attack leaving a trail of motion lines in its wake. Their eyes, wide with intensity, were fixed on their opponent. A roar, raw with exertion and triumph, ripped from the swordsman's lips, "Victory!" Their opponent, a man in similarly styled armor but with fiery red hair, was sent sprawling, blood blooming across his chest. A sickening crunch echoing as the swordsman's attack connected. The red-haired warrior staggered, his body racked with pain, leaving a bloody handprint on the ground as he attempted to rise. He collapsed, defeated.
The swordsmen, their dark hair now falling around them, watched their fallen foe. A single word escaped their lips: look. A thought bubble above the swordsman's head revealed their inner judgment: is this truly not the most pathetic death for a swordsman? The swordsmen stood over their defeated opponent, their expression unreadable as the red-haired warrior's body was embedded in the cliff face. Iron Ferreira awoke with a gasp, his eyes wide with terror as he relived the nightmare of his mother's death. A guttural scream tore from his throat. The image of her lifeless body seared into his memory. He was drenched in a cold sweat, his heart pounding in his chest. Beside him, a young woman with long black hair lay wounded, blood staining her armor. A stark reminder of the brutal attack that had just transpired. Iron's eyes narrowed, a flicker of determination igniting within them. He remembered the dream, the mysterious swordsman, and a surge of power coursed through him. An unfamiliar energy he had never felt before. His vision sharpened, his senses heightened. A world of vibrant detail now visible to him. He felt a strange calm amidst the chaos. A single question echoed in his mind: huh? The attacker, a hulking figure cloaked in shadow, stood before him, wounded but still menacing. He muttered, how unfortunate, as he collapsed, his body lifeless. Iron stared at the fallen figure, his mind reeling. How could this be the appearance of a human, he wondered, his gaze fixed on the attacker's strangely inhuman features. The young woman from earlier, seemingly recovered, delivered a swift kick to the fallen attacker's chest. Iron watched, his expression unreadable. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, lay bloodied and battered, his eyes wide open, reflecting a mixture of shock and disbelief. His face was a canvas of crimson streaks, testament to a brutal attack. He was still conscious, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. A wave of crimson washed over the panel, obscuring the details of the scene in a chaotic splatter of blood. The word slash appeared, written in a bold, bloody font, echoing the violence of the previous scene. A woman with dark hair, her face streaked with blood, stood over him, her expression a chilling blend of sorrow and satisfaction. She spoke, her words dripping with icy finality, being deserving of death. Iron, from his vantage point, looked up at her, his eyes reflecting a dawning understanding. Fear, not for his own life, but for the implications of what he had just witnessed, etched itself onto his features. The woman stood silhouetted against a shattered cliff face, her back to the viewer. The scene was one of desolation and quiet aftermath. Later, Iron, still shaken, found himself in the company of a gruff-looking orc and a small, frightened creature. The orc, looking at Iron, muttered, even if she's a swordmaster. A gruff-looking man with orcish features and a small, wide-eyed cat perched on his shoulder stared in disbelief. His jaw hung slack as he voiced his astonishment. Such merciless strength, he thought, marveling at the sheer power displayed. The panel focuses on a woman's blood-stained hands, her dark hair partially obscuring her face. The crimson stains were stark against her dark clothing. A desperate cry for her captain pierced the air. A young girl, seemingly unfazed by the bloody scene, approached the woman, offering her sword and promising to clean her hand and shoe. The woman, her expression unreadable, received the sword. The girl's cheerful demeanor contrasted sharply with the grim setting. A captain, tall and imposing, praised the girl's help and promised a reward upon their return. The captain turned to a man with gray hair, asking his opinion. He responded with a simple question. The captain commented on her own less than refined manner of speaking, prompting a response from the gray-haired man. He chuckled, noting that she had become quite good at it. A woman in dark armor, her expression sharp and accusatory, demanded to know how someone could do something so terrible. Her question hung in the air as she, along with a man in gray and a small child, stood before a blonde-haired young man, his face partially obscured. The young man's gaze was intense as he was questioned about his conviction in taking a life. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his expression hardening. A gruff-looking man with a small cat on his shoulder addressed Iron, clarifying that his question stemmed from mere curiosity. The older man with gray hair then spoke, emphasizing the gravity of murder and questioning how Iron could commit such an act without hesitation. The blond young man, Iron, responded that it was something he simply couldn't do. The name Iron Pereira was revealed. The armored woman, seemingly troubled, looked away. Iron, surprised, asked if the woman knew him. A woman with long, dark hair, clad in dark armor, stood defiantly against a pale sky. Her expression was one of steely determination, her gaze unwavering. She gestured with a gloved hand, a subtle movement that spoke volumes. Her lips curving into a slight smirk as she declared the young man's new position. A young man with blonde hair and wide, surprised eyes listened intently. The weight of the announcement was clearly settling upon him. The scene opens on a desolate landscape, a rocky cliff looming in the background. A figure, his back to the viewer, stands silhouetted against the harsh sunlight. He is clad in armor, a cape billowing behind him. A second figure, much larger and more monstrous in appearance, observes him from a shadowed position. sweat beads on his brow, his expression one of apprehension. The monstrous figure's internal monologue reveals his surprise. How does Ignet know Iron? And not only that, she's recruiting him. Iron, the armored figure, is shown from the side, his expression one of utter confusion. His internal monologue reflects his bewilderment. What the hell is going on? He gasps, his eyes wide with shock as he turns to see Ignet approaching. Ignet, a woman in dark armor, smirks. She comments that Iron's rejection was quite sound. She asks him what he doesn't like about it. Iron hesitates, then begins to explain, but Ignet interrupts him. Ignet insists that the Holy Kingdom is a much better place than he thinks, prompting Iron to ask about the good points. A mysterious woman, clad in dark armor, addressed someone off-panel. She explained that introducing the situation directly was difficult, and apologized for her lack of eloquence. A blond young man, also in armor, stood defiantly, his sword at the ready. He firmly rejected whatever order he had been given, stating that no amount of persuasion would change his mind. The woman's eyes narrowed, a look of intense displeasure crossing her features. A sudden, intense light erupted from the blond man, engulfing him, revealing a vision of a powerful, dark-clad swordsman standing before a vast, icy landscape. The blond man watched, awestruck. The vision intensified, the light growing brighter, before abruptly vanishing. Observing from a distance, a man with a cat on his shoulder watched the blond man, commenting that the woman was doing the same thing as someone named George, and that she was looking into Iron. The woman sighed, seemingly understanding the situation. The blond man, Iron, looked surprised and confused, then spoke, mentioning that his sword wasn't just iron, but refined steel of such quality that even the arrogant Vulcanist drooled over it. A young girl, clutching a small bundle, stood before a stern-looking man in military attire. He carried a long sword at his side. The girl insisted, "There's no way that I would want someone like that either." The scene shifted to a woman with dark hair and intense eyes. She observed the young man, a thoughtful expression on her face. She mused, "But looking at you with my own eyes, it seems you still have not become that steel's master." The woman's gaze intensified, her expression turning sharp. The young man, Iron, visibly recoiled, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. She spoke, her voice firm, "I will say it again, Iron Ferreira." The woman, now revealed to be in full knightly armor, declared, "I appoint you as a member of the Black Knights." Iron, however, firmly responded, "This is not an invitation, but coercion. I refuse." The woman's expression darkened. She hissed, "You have no choice in the matter." Her voice was laced with menace as she questioned him, "Are you planning on bringing chaos upon the continent?" Iron, visibly shaken, muttered, "Ugh. By being swept along by power that you cannot control?" A knight, his blonde hair catching the sunlight, stood defiantly before a dark-skinned woman in armor. He vehemently rejected her proposal, his words sharp and dismissive. He was not interested. The woman, seemingly unfazed, spoke of the young knight's growing strength, confident in his ability to overcome any obstacle. A black cat, its eyes wide and expressive, observed the scene. The woman addressed the cat, expressing a newfound fondness for the talking feline. The cat, startled, reacted with a surprised expression. Meanwhile, the knight, Iron, remained steadfast in his resolve, asserting that he would not be leaving. The armored woman, exasperated, urged Iron to cease his pointless actions and return to his homeland. Iron, his gaze unwavering, silently conveyed his determination. He declared that he was doing his best, a statement met with skepticism from the woman. Iron, undeterred, vowed to prove his capabilities. He would demonstrate the strength of his resolve, the unyielding steel within his heart. Countess Crescentia, her expression unreadable, challenged Iron, "Tell me how you will prove that to me." Iron, recalling a past encounter, began to explain, "I've confronted a knight of the Hale Kingdom named Hill Burnett before. The fighting spirit he emitted was as ferocious as those of Demonoids. I didn't notice it back then." Iron's narration was accompanied by a flashback, showing the imposing figure of Hill Burnett, radiating an intense, fiery aura. "But that fighting spirit stimulated the lump of iron within my heart." Iron continued, addressing the Countess directly, "If Countess Crescentia shows me fighting spirit of that level, then I will show you that I will not be swept along by it." Crescentia's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint appearing within them. She asked, "Does that mean you want to have a duel with me?" Iron, a trainee of the 27th generation of Chrono Swordsmanship Academy, formally challenged the captain, Iron Pereira, requests a duel with Captain Ignet Crescentia of the Holy Kingdom. A tense standoff unfolded in a desolate, rocky landscape. A group of three, a young man with silver hair, a cloaked figure, and a dark-haired warrior, stood facing a lone swordsman in shining armor, his greatsword held at the ready. Meanwhile, a burly man with green skin and a small, anxious cat watched from a distance, offering words of encouragement to the young man with silver hair. "It's okay. Iron can do it," he urged, his voice filled with a mixture of hope and apprehension. The green-skinned man's thoughts turned to the armored swordsman. He realized the man's identity, Ignet, a legendary figure known for slaying countless demonoids. A chilling image flashed through his mind, Ignet, bathed in an ominous red glow, his sword raised high above a pile of slain creatures. The man's spirit, he realized, was likely as powerful as those of the demonoids he had vanquished. A sudden worry gripped him. The power emanating from Ignet might be too much for Iron to handle. He turned his gaze to Iron, concern etched on his face. "Do you have some sort of plan?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. Iron, the young man with silver hair, stood firm, his expression unreadable. A shout echoed across the barren landscape, "Iron!" Iron, feeling strangely unsettled, admitted to himself, "I've been feeling strange since earlier." Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, awoke from a troubled sleep. A furrow creased his brow, his eyes clouded with a confusion that mirrored the turmoil within. He muttered to himself, grappling with an unfamiliar surge of anger. His thoughts drifted to Ilya, a mysterious woman clad in dark armor, her expression unreadable. He wondered if his anger stemmed from her past, a past shrouded in mystery and unspoken pain. But Iron quickly dismissed that notion. This was something different, something deeper than simple resentment. He confessed to himself, lost in the enigma of his own emotions, unable to pinpoint the source of this unexpected fury. Yet, in that moment, a new intensity seized him. The scene shifted, focusing on a powerful hammer, poised and ready for action. Ilya's voice cut through the air, her words sharp and precise. She observed his preparations, her gaze unwavering. She declared that their duel would commence the moment she unleashed her energy. Iron, his expression grim, simply replied with a curt affirmation. With a final, resolute nod, Ilya prepared to unleash her power. A surge of violet energy erupted from her, signaling the start of their fateful duel. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself thrust into an unexpected battle. A surge of purple energy erupted from his sword, a violent display of power he didn't understand. The energy coalesced into a blinding flash, propelling him forward with impossible speed, leaving a trail of shimmering purple in its wake. He felt a strange power coursing through him, a raw energy that both terrified and exhilarated him. The intensity of the energy subsided, leaving Iron breathless and disoriented. But before he could catch his breath, a spectral figure emerged from the dissipating energy, its face a mask of ethereal fury. It was the mysterious swordsman from his dreams. Iron, still reeling from the power surge, braced himself for an attack. He raised his sword, his heart pounding in his chest. Observing from a distance, a woman with dark hair and purple attire scoffed. "Humph, I knew he couldn't control it," she muttered, her expression one of disdain. Iron stood, his body trembling, his grip on his sword tight. The spectral figure had vanished, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. He was exhausted, sweat beading on his brow. Right now, he thought, a grim determination settling over his features. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord for his penchant for sleep, found himself once again lost in a dream. This time, however, it was different. A mysterious swordsman filled his vision, his movements fluid and powerful. He awoke with a start, a strange energy coursing through his veins. A feeling of power he'd never experienced before. "I can feel it," he thought, a surge of determination replacing his usual apathy. Iron clenched his fist, a surge of fire erupting from his hand. "The angrier I get," he realized, surprised by the intensity of his newfound ability. "The larger my heart's ember grows," he exclaimed, a fiery aura enveloping him as he unleashed a powerful blast. The force of the blast sent him reeling. But Iron stood firm, his eyes blazing with newfound resolve. He had discovered a power within himself, a power fueled by his anger. With an ember as large as this, Iron felt a surge of exhaustion wash over him. He collapsed to his knees, panting heavily. Despite the exhaustion, a new determination settled in his eyes. His journey had just begun. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, found himself enveloped in an intense heat, his face contorted in exertion as he panted heavily. Before him, a massive hammer glowed with an infernal fire, its weight seemingly defying gravity. He reached out a trembling hand. A surge of determination coursing through him as he grasped the fiery handle of the colossal hammer. "I can change it," he thought, a newfound resolve hardening his gaze. A guttural sound escaped Iron's lips as he strained against the immense weight, his face reddening with the effort. He gritted his teeth, muscles bulging as he struggled to lift the weapon. With a roar, Iron heaved upwards, powerful energy crackling around him as he finally lifted the hammer high above his head. "I can overcome it," he declared, his voice filled with newfound conviction. Suddenly, Iron's appearance shifted. He stood clad in shining armor, a magnificent sword materializing in his hand. He swung the blade with surprising skill, the speed and precision of his movements leaving a trail of shimmering light. The scene then shifted to reveal a startled orc and a cheerful cat watching from a distance. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, was known for his excessive sleeping.
His green eyes, wide with a mixture of weariness and defiance, stared intensely at someone off-panel. Beside him, a young woman with wide, golden eyes, her expression a mixture of shock and concern, watched him. Suddenly, a woman with long, dark hair and a confident smirk appeared, clad in shining armor. A golden light seemed to emanate from her, hinting at power. She declared, with a triumphant tone, "Here I come." Iron, his face contorted in a grimace of determination, stood ready, a sword held aloft. Sweat beaded on his brow, reflecting the intensity of the moment. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, found himself tumbling through the air, the ground rushing towards him. The impact jarring him as he collided with the earth. He looked up to see a woman with long, dark hair, clad in dark armor, standing over him, her sword poised. She moved with terrifying speed, a blur of motion as she lunged again, forcing Iron to roll away, narrowly avoiding another blow. He scrambled to his feet, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. Iron reacted instinctively, his body moving faster than he thought possible. He swung his sword, the force of the blow sending a shockwave through the earth. The woman stumbled back, clearly surprised by his unexpected strength. He gasped, "She's fast." The woman paused, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, she vanished, leaving Iron alone in the dust. A woman in shining silver armor lay sprawled on the ground, her dark hair fanned out around her as she slid across the dusty earth. The impact had clearly been significant. Above her, a man with a grumpy expression and a small cat perched on his head watched the scene unfold. He muttered something unintelligible, his words lost in the dust. His eyes widened in disbelief. He was clearly surprised by something he had just witnessed. He thought, with a growing sense of unease, that the woman hadn't even swung her sword once during the entire fight. The woman in armor rose to her feet, her movements surprisingly swift and fluid despite the previous impact. She effortlessly drew her sword, its dark blade gleaming ominously in the sunlight. And with a powerful, almost casual swing, she sent her opponent sprawling backward with a grunt of pain. Her eyes, narrowed and intense, fixed on her opponent. A cold determination settled over her features. A blinding flash of light erupted from her sword, followed by a shockwave that sent debris flying. The force of the attack was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, found himself locked in a fierce duel atop a rocky precipice. His greatsword clashed against the dark blade of his opponent, a mysterious swordsman whose movements were both swift and precise. The impact sending tremors through Iron's arm as he grunted in exertion. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and effort. Observing from a distance, a man with graying hair and keen eyes watched the unfolding battle with a subtle smile playing on his lips. Beside him, a smaller, grotesque figure seemed to share his amusement. The observer's voice cut through the air. She parried Iron's greatsword with one hand, a testament to her superior skill and strength. Iron, clearly surprised by her effortless defense, stumbled back as swords clashed again in a flurry of sparks and powerful blows. The force of their collision sent shockwaves through the ground, creating a small crater where they stood. Iron, clearly outmatched, was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the impact. Iron, dazed but determined, pushed himself up, his sword held firmly in his grasp. He was clearly injured, but his resolve remained unbroken. A fierce glint in his eyes as he muttered to himself, "I have to regain my balance." Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, found himself in the midst of a vivid dream. A mysterious swordsman, cloaked in shadow, moved with impossible speed, a question hanging in the air: "Where are you looking?" He watched, transfixed, as the swordsman engaged in a fierce duel with a dark-haired woman, equally skilled in the art of swordsmanship. The clash of steel echoing in the silent landscape of his dream. Iron's internal voice whispered, "In the middle of a duel?" The dream duel intensified. A whirlwind of motion blurred the scene, culminating in a decisive blow. The blonde swordsman fell, his sword clattering to the ground. As the dark-haired woman declared, "It's over." Suddenly, the scene shifted. A powerful hand gripped a broken sword. And Iron awoke with a gasp, sweat beading on his brow. The image of the broken sword lingered in his mind, a guttural sound escaping his lips as he struggled to comprehend the intensity of his dream. The dark-haired woman from his vision watched him with a mixture of surprise and concern, her expression unreadable as she sheathed her sword. The dream's impact resonated deeply within Iron, leaving him shaken but strangely invigorated. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, awoke from a dream, a vision of a mysterious swordsman seared into his mind. He found himself inexplicably wielding a large sword, a fierce expression contorting his usually languid features. His feet already moving with an unexpected agility, his body reacting instinctively as he lunged forward with surprising speed and power. He found himself facing a cloaked figure, their features obscured by shadow.
The mysterious figure attacked, but Iron reacted instantly, his movements fluid and precise. Parrying the blow with effortless grace, the attacker, enraged, roared an insult. Iron, fueled by a newfound resolve, countered with a swift, brutal attack, sending the attacker reeling back. But the fight was far from over. The attacker recovered quickly, unleashing a powerful counteroffensive, sending Iron sprawling to the ground. As Iron lay there, dazed but alive, a voice called out his name. A young man with blonde hair lay defeated on the ground, his breath ragged. A large, grotesque orc-like creature loomed over him, its face contorted in a snarl. The orc's grip tightened around a small, furry creature resembling a raccoon, which whimpered in fear. Meanwhile, a young woman with long, dark hair watched the scene from a distance, her expression unreadable. She was clad in shining silver armor, her posture suggesting both strength and a quiet intensity. The young woman moved with surprising speed, appearing suddenly beside the orc. A blur of motion indicated a swift, decisive strike. She confronted a man with graying hair and a sly smile, who questioned her actions. "Are you going to take him?" he asked, a hint of challenge in his tone. She responded with a smirk, "Are you trying to make me into a liar?" The gray-haired man observed the defeated blonde youth. He mused, he proved himself, just like he said he would. What an interesting fellow. The gray-haired man turned to the armored woman, a question in his eyes. "Pardon?" The armored woman smiled, a glint of amusement in her eyes. "He actually tried to win against me." The panel shows the blonde youth lying on the ground, seemingly unconscious, with the orc and the raccoon-like creature tending to him. The orc's expression is surprisingly gentle. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, lay in bed, his eyes half-closed. He mumbled something unintelligible, his expression one of peaceful slumber. A single tear traced a path down his cheek, a silent testament to the grief he carried within. A gruff voice broke through his slumber. A large, orc-like man, accompanied by a small, adorable black cat, stood beside his bed. He asked if Iron was all right. Iron, still groggy, sat up, his mind clouded. He wondered aloud where someone was. Suddenly, a gasp escaped his lips as a sharp pain shot through his chest. He clutched at his side. Iron's eyes widened in surprise as he saw a woman in full-plate armor sitting calmly on a chair by his bed. The orc-like man looked on with concern. The armored woman, her expression stoic, announced that she should wrap things up now that he was awake. Iron, confused, asked for clarification. Before he could fully process her words, she reached out and grabbed his chest, causing him to cry out in shock and confusion. Iron, enraged, lashed out, calling the armored woman a perverted witch. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, lay in bed, his abdomen bearing visible wounds. A woman in dark armor, her face partially obscured by her helmet, stood over him. She rebuked him, offended by his use of a derogatory term. The armored woman placed her hand over Iron's wound, a faint blue glow emanating from her touch. A soft light enveloped the injury as the woman's magic worked its healing effect. A gruff-looking man with orc-like features, observing from the side, gasped in awe, recognizing the nature of the magic. The woman finished her healing spell, assuring Iron that he would have no further issues with his injuries. Iron, though seemingly recovered, remained pensive, his gaze fixed on something unseen. The orc-like man then asked about Iron's sword, addressing him as captain. The armored woman found the question peculiar, prompting her to question Iron about his status as a chrono trainee. Iron confirmed this. She recognized the question as something that an old man named Ian would ask. The woman dismissed Iron's knowledge of such matters as beyond his comprehension, leaving the mystery of his sword's origins unresolved. A mysterious swordsman, cloaked in shadow, is shown in a close-up. A narration box below reads, "One to become a king." The scene shifts abruptly to a burly orc, his face contorted in disbelief, shouting, "You crazy?" A woman in dark armor confronts the orc. She asks, "Are you trying to instigate a rebellion?" The orc replies, "Do not jump to conclusions." The orc, seemingly appeased, says, "I'll explain, but first, hand over that pouch." A small, glowing object is shown within the pouch. He hands over the pouch. The woman, identifying herself as an orc spiritomancer, explains, "As you already know, we are in an era of peace. It is because my kingdom prohibits war between kingdoms." The woman gestures, showing a glowing red jewel. She continues, mentioning past instances of war, 150 years ago, 400 years ago, and long before that. The woman states, "You should know that already, though. Even in this era, the world is not peaceful in the slightest." The woman performs a ritual, a glowing blue circle appearing in her hands. The woman looks troubled, saying, "I don't know. I don't know how to save every single person who is going through suffering." A gruff-looking orc, his face etched with worry, clutched a small, ornate object. He muttered about wicked artifacts somehow flowing into the human world, expressing concern about how to stop them.
Meanwhile, a woman with dark hair, clad in dark armor, stood beside him, a smirk playing on her lips. She mused about the concept of freedom in such a world, reflecting that this very thought had started it all. The woman's internal monologue revealed her plan: she would achieve her goals through peaceful means, assuring herself there was nothing to worry about. Suddenly, the armored woman appeared in a bedroom, startling a young man asleep in bed. "What?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise as a dark-furred cat leaped away from the bed. The cat, however, seemed unimpressed, commenting that while enjoying current happiness was fine, protecting precious relationships would require more effort. The young man, Iron, was left speechless. Iron wondered, who? The armored woman stood before the window, her back to the viewer, a sword at her hip. She asked, "Do you trust?" Iron, his face pale and bearing bandages, looked on with apprehension. Iron Ferreira, the so-called lazy lord, drifted in and out of consciousness, using sleep as an escape from the crushing weight of his mother's recent death. He mumbled something unintelligible in his sleep. A stark contrast to the determined figure of a woman clad in shining silver armor, her dark hair framing a serious expression. She stood silently, a warrior's posture radiating strength and resolve. The armored woman's internal monologue echoed with a newfound conviction. She silently declared to herself, "Trust in myself." Her resolve solidified, a radiant light seemed to emanate from her. Iron stirred, his blonde hair a mess, his eyes slowly opening. He was still in his bed, but something had shifted within him. A subtle change in his expression hinting at a newfound awareness. The lingering effects of his dream were palpable. The armored woman's voice, though unspoken, resonated in Iron's mind. She stated firmly, "I have conviction in myself. Because of that, I can walk my own path without a single shred of doubt." Iron's gaze hardened, mirroring her unwavering resolve. The armored woman, disappearing behind a curtain, left one final message for Iron. "I will make you the same offer if we ever meet again." A subtle smile played on her lips as she vanished completely. The dream ended, but its impact on Iron was undeniable. The narrative focuses on Iron Pereira. Iron's room is shown, curtains billowing slightly as if from a breeze. Suddenly, a figure, Ignette, jumps down from the window, startling a small cat. Ignette's thoughts are revealed: the events when she killed Victor and Charlot. Ignette reflects on her actions, believing them to be righteous. Iron's internal monologue begins: he considers Ignette's actions natural, yet he himself hesitated. Iron's anger is directed at Ignette for her decisive action and at himself for his inaction. Iron's self-reproach continues, highlighting his inability to act. Iron's expression shifts to one of quiet determination. A carriage, pulled by a single horse, traverses a quiet country lane. The driver, a large, somewhat gruff-looking orc with a bandaged arm, sits rigidly on the seat. The carriage continues its journey, the orc driver seemingly lost in thought. Inside a modest room, Iron Ferreira, a young man with blonde hair, sits up in bed, startled. A small, dark-furred cat with bright blue eyes watches him from a nearby dresser. The cat stares intently at Iron, its expression one of mild annoyance. Iron groans, a sheen of sweat on his brow. He looks exhausted. A sudden burst of light engulfs him. Iron finds himself in a dimly lit forge, wielding a hammer with surprising strength and skill. Sparks fly as he strikes a glowing piece of metal on an anvil. He continues to work, his breathing ragged, his face strained with exertion. He is clearly pushing himself to his limits. He collapses, panting heavily. A narration box appears: there isn't much change. Iron Ferreira's hand reached out, a faint, ethereal glow emanating from his fingertips. The ember of power, weaker than before, pulsed faintly. He noted to himself that the power felt less potent than in his previous attempts. But even this diminished power was enough to fuel a vision. A figure emerged from the flames, a mysterious swordsman, his form swirling with incandescent energy. The swordsman's blade flashed, a brilliant arc of light cleaving through the darkness. Iron, within the vision, felt a surge of determination. He declared, with unwavering resolve, that he would not stop. Iron's daydream ended as a gruff voice called out from outside his room. It was Ruru, announcing that it was time for dinner. Iron, startled, responded that he hadn't realized how late it had become. He inquired about Iron's progress, curious to see if his efforts had yielded any results. Ruru admitted that while he couldn't see any visible progress, he remained optimistic, believing that Iron's efforts were not in vain. Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, grinned, a sheen of sweat on his brow. He was enjoying the evening, seemingly unconcerned by the whispers and jeers that followed him. A gruff voice, seemingly belonging to a large, imposing figure, commented, "Good, good." The imposing figure, whose face was mostly obscured, grunted, Another voice, this one more familiar and concerned, called out, "Ruru, it's time for dinner." Iron's companion, Ruru, was fast asleep, curled up like a cat. The speaker observed, "She's concentrating, I think."
She won't wake up no matter how loud we call her. The imposing figure, now identified as Ignat, responded, "No, it depends on the individual, but I guess that posture is the most effective for Ruru." Ignat's words seemed to have an effect. A thought bubble above another character revealed, looks like she was influenced by what Ignat said. Ignat smiled knowingly, seemingly pleased with the outcome. He suggested, "Let's just eat with the two of us, then." Iron readily agreed, "Okay." As they ate, Iron complimented Ignat's cooking, "This is delicious. Just what did you put in here?" Ignat chuckled, "Haha. It's a trade secret." A large, green-skinned orc-like man with bandages wrapped around his forearms strode purposefully through a dimly lit forest path. His expression was serious, his gaze fixed ahead. Observing a young man in the distance, practicing swordsmanship under the pale moonlight. The orc muttered to himself, impressed by the young man's skill and dedication. He thought the young man was amazing. Noting that he was devoting himself to his training without wasting a single second. The young man's movements were fluid and powerful, each strike precise and controlled. The orc, his face softening into a thoughtful expression, admitted to himself that he already knew the young man was sincere. But he was truly an upright lad. His dedication and unwavering focus were evident in every movement. The young man, exhausted but resolute, continued his training, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He gripped his sword tightly, his muscles burning with exertion. The scene shifts to a quaint inn, bathed in the warm glow of the morning sun. It was decided that they would spend the night there. In a dimly lit tavern, Iron Ferreira, a young lord with blonde hair and a weary expression, sits at a table. He's clad in simple armor beneath a cloak. Beside him, a gruff-looking Orcish man with a cat perched on his head groans, "I gotta go to the bathroom." Iron rises from the table, his movements slow and deliberate. And approaches the bar, quietly requesting, "A bottle of whiskey, please." As he drinks, a voice echoes in his mind, prompting a question, "Why do you keep drinking day in and day out?" Iron's eyes widen in surprise. He wonders, this voice is. Another voice interrupts his thoughts. Someone remarks, "Right back at you. Why don't you hold back on the food ordering? We always have leftovers." Iron's eyes widen, his pupils dilating in shock. A woman with vibrant red hair and sharp features speaks up, "What are you talking about? I eat everything, every time." Another person, a man with short, blue hair, responds, "You think it's a good thing to puke after eating excessively?" Iron Ferreira, the young lord known for his indolence, sat at a table, seemingly startled by something. His companion, a red-haired woman, exclaimed in surprise. Iron's companion, concerned, inquired about his sudden reaction. The scene shifts to show a wider view of the restaurant, revealing a blonde man approaching their table. The blonde man, seemingly hesitant, addressed Iron, uttering a single name, "Judith." The blonde man, clad in simple yet sturdy armor, continued to approach, a thoughtful expression on his face. The red-haired woman, addressing Iron again, confirmed his identity and questioned his behavior. Suddenly, the scene shifts again. A gruff-looking man and the blonde man from before, along with a small, talking cat, intervened, shouting at the red-haired woman to stop. The red-haired woman, clearly agitated, demanded to know who they were and what they were doing to Iron. She then expressed her astonishment at the talking cat. The gruff man, seemingly impressed, commented on Iron's strength. Two figures, a young man in blue and a young woman with fiery red hair, stood side by side. The woman, clad in dark, burgundy-colored attire, casually remarked on the man's strength. A blond young man, his face alight with a wide, almost nervous smile, questioned the nature of his companions, his words hanging in the air. He clarified that they were his fellow students from their swordsmanship academy. Brett Lloyd, a young man with light blue hair, introduced himself with a confident grin, his red-haired companion nodding in agreement. Judith, a woman with dark hair partially obscured by a dark cloak, identified herself. Meanwhile, a gruff-looking orc, his face partially obscured by his hand, cleared his throat and explained his relationship to the others. He introduced himself as Kuvar, an orc spiritomancer. A small, cartoonish cat-like creature cheerfully introduced itself as Iron's mystic arts master. The red-haired woman, surprised, questioned the mention of mystic arts. She apologized for the abrupt interruption, explaining that they had recently overcome a difficult ordeal. Brett Lloyd, noticing Iron's growth, expressed his surprise. A young man with blonde hair, Iron, was being roughly manhandled by a furious red-haired woman. Her face contorted with rage, she snarled a vicious insult at him, "You son of a bitch." Iron winced, coughing as he struggled against her grip. The woman continued her tirade, her voice laced with bitter disappointment. "You said you'd be back, but you never contacted us, so I thought you were dead." Iron, still struggling, stammered an apology. I am sorry, I was." A third person, observing the scene, asked, "Iron. She's your friend, right?" A young man with light blue hair, seemingly unfazed by the altercation, calmly observed the scene, a curious expression on his face. Just what in the world happened? Iron, still held captive by the red-haired woman, sighed. It's a bit of a long story. He looked at the blue-haired man, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Let's leave long stories for later. The red-haired woman, still seething, suddenly stiffened. A small, dark creature, seemingly startled, appeared beside her. Kurg. Whoa. The red-haired woman, regaining her composure, smirked at Iron. We should have a match, don't you think? Iron, a smirk playing on his lips, simply replied, all right. The scene shifts to a tranquil forest bathed in sunlight, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. A group of 3 figures, cloaked in dark attire, stood near an empty training ground. One of them suggested, let's do it here, it's an unused training space. A woman with fiery red hair and a sword at her hip questioned a blonde young man, Iron, where's your sword, Iron? Did you change your main weapon in the time I didn't see you? Iron, a confident smirk playing on his lips, summoned his sword with a flourish, replying, my sword is always ready. Iron's sword blazed with golden light as he prepared to strike. The woman's eyes widened in surprise and alarm. Iron's sudden display of power left the woman and a nearby onlooker speechless. The onlooker, a man with a small, cat-like creature on his shoulder, exclaimed, what the ahem, that's what you call mystic arts. The red-haired woman, impressed despite her initial shock, commented, okay, I guess you weren't sitting on your ass for 5 years, huh? She declared her intent to attack, shouting, here I come, Iron. The red-haired woman lunged at Iron with incredible speed. But Iron effortlessly dodged her attack, countering with a powerful energy blast that sent her flying. A fierce clash erupted between 2 figures. One, cloaked in dark blue, wielded a crimson glowing blade, the other, in light beige, countered with a sword that shimmered with a pale light. Their blades met in a blinding burst of energy, the shockwave sending tremors through the ground. Observing from a distance were 2 more figures, a young man with vibrant blue hair and a hulking, green-skinned orc. The blue-haired man watched with a smirk, while the orc's expression was one of stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, the fight continued. The woman in dark blue, her red hair a fiery contrast to her dark clothing, moved with surprising speed and precision. Her eyes widened as she parried a blow, a look of dawning comprehension crossing her face. Ha! This is... The blonde swordsman, his face a mask of grim determination, prepared for another attack. He lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion. The woman met his attack with a powerful counter, their blades colliding in another explosive burst of energy. The force of the impact sending the blonde swordsman reeling backward. A pained grunt escaped his lips, kgggh. But he quickly recovered, his eyes blazing with renewed intensity. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, a whirlwind of steel, forcing the red-haired woman to defend herself desperately. The clash of steel echoed through the air as sparks flew. A final blow connecting, sending her flying. The blue-haired man watched, his eyes widening in disbelief. There's no doubt. He's using Judith's and my swordsmanship, he exclaimed, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The red-haired woman, still recovering from the blow, glared at him, her eyes burning with anger. What the hell have you been doing? Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, smirked, his blonde hair catching the light. He retorted to an unseen companion, you told me to leave long stories for later. Suddenly, a young man with vibrant blue hair, Judith, burst into the scene, his dark cloak billowing behind him as he charged forward, sword drawn. He exclaimed, I can't take it anymore. Move, Judith. Have a match with me, Iron. Iron, unimpressed, scoffed, the hell, that's some bullshit. Judith's challenge escalated, let's just face each other all at once, then. The panel shifts to a close-up of Iron, Judith, and a fiery-haired woman, all 3 locked in a tense standoff, their expressions fierce and determined. The scene ends with a motion blur, suggesting an imminent clash. The scene opens with a flurry of motion, 2 figures locked in a fierce sword fight. Iron Ferreira, the titular lazy lord, is depicted in the midst of a desperate struggle, engaging a mysterious swordsman in a whirlwind of steel. The swordsman, clad in dark blue, moves with incredible speed and precision, forcing Iron to parry blow after blow. Iron's movements are less refined, but he displays surprising resilience, barely managing to defend himself against the relentless assault. The swordsman's blade sings as it cuts through the air, a blur of motion that leaves Iron struggling to keep up. He is clearly outmatched in skill, but his determination remains unwavering. The clash of their blades echoes through the scene as the swordsman presses his advantage. A look of grim determination crosses the swordsman's face. The swordsman pauses, saying he will explain later. Iron, though battered, seems to have a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Suddenly, a third figure, a young woman with fiery red hair, joins the fray, attacking Iron. The scene ends with a renewed clash of swords. A woman with fiery red hair and intense eyes confronts 2 other individuals, her expression a mixture of anger and accusation.
She levels a pointed challenge at them, demanding to know who they are protecting.
The scene shifts, hinting at an impending confrontation. The red-haired woman lunges forward, initiating a swift attack, but is met with a counterattack, sending her sprawling to the ground. Another figure, a man with blue hair, witnesses the scene unfolding before him, a look of surprise on his face as the red-haired woman is sent flying by a powerful blow. The red-haired woman is struck again, this time with a series of rapid blows, leaving her vulnerable and disoriented. The red-haired woman attempts a desperate counterattack, but her movements are clumsy and ineffective. Her attack is easily deflected by the blue-haired man, who then follows up with a powerful strike. The blue-haired man prepares for another attack, his expression grim and determined. He leaps into action, aiming a swift blow at his opponent, the blonde-haired man. A fierce clash of steel erupted as two figures locked in combat. One, a blonde swordsman in shining armor, moved with practiced grace, his blade a blur of motion. His opponent, a dark-haired warrior in somber attire, parried each blow with surprising skill, his movements more deliberate but equally powerful. The air itself seemed to crackle with the force of their blows, sparks flying as their weapons met. A shockwave rippled outwards from the point of impact, sending debris flying as the dark-haired warrior unleashed a powerful counterattack. His sword arced through the air, leaving a trail of energy in its wake, leaving the blonde swordsman momentarily stunned. The dark-haired warrior, panting slightly, observed his opponent, a grim satisfaction on his face. He muttered to himself, noting the unexpected strength of his new ally. Meanwhile, a spectator watched the battle unfold with wide, amazed eyes. He exclaimed, marveling at the intensity of the fight. His thoughts turned to the sheer power of the three combatants. He realized that all three were exceptionally strong. The blonde swordsman, having recovered, grinned and called out to his companions, signaling for another round of combat. The spectator, still awestruck, observed the three warriors, completely captivated by their display of skill and power. He noted that they were thoroughly enjoying the battle. One of the warriors, a red-haired woman, turned to the dark-haired warrior, her expression a mixture of surprise and amusement. She commented on his unexpected prowess. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, gasped, his breath coming in ragged bursts. He wiped sweat from his brow, his eyes wide with exertion. You guys are also far stronger than I imagined, he admitted, his voice strained. The scene shifted to a training ground where Iron faced two other figures, a woman with fiery red hair and a man with light blue hair. The blue-haired man declared, "This isn't gonna end. Let's wrap it up here for today." The red-haired woman protested, "What? It was just getting fun. Are you crazy?" But the blue-haired man remained firm, stating, "The sun is setting. It's time to go back." The red-haired woman turned to Iron, her expression sharp. "TCH. Iron, show us that to wrap things up, then." She specified, "The vertical slash that you did during the final assessment." Iron, visibly hesitant, drew his sword. He braced himself, his posture stiff. His eyes narrowed in concentration as he prepared for the attack. With a sudden burst of speed, Iron executed the vertical slash. The red-haired woman and blue-haired man watched in astonishment. The impact was immediate and devastating. A shockwave rippled outwards from the point of impact, leaving a visible crack in the ground. "Already," the blue-haired man exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. The sheer power of the attack was evident in the destructive force unleashed. A deep fissure split the stone pavement, radiating outwards like a spider web. The crack pulsed with an unnatural energy. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, watched the scene unfold with a detached amusement. He muttered to himself, this is as unreal as always." His companion, a young woman with fiery red hair, knelt beside the crack, her expression one of intense scrutiny. She observed, "It's become faster and more refined." Iron smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He teased, "I guess you've been practicing to death again, huh?" A young man with blonde hair appeared, a faint golden aura surrounding him. He smiled confidently, stating, "Been that long since I've been able to do this." The three of them, along with a mysterious, dark-haired man, walked through a forest path, a small cat trailing behind them. The blonde young man, addressing Iron, excitedly exclaimed, "Guess what? I returned to the Swordsmanship Academy." Iron's expression shifted to mild surprise. He responded, "Oh, I heard from the headmaster in Lance." The red-haired woman, intrigued, questioned, "Lance? You visited the Swordsmanship Academy? Oh, so what happened is..." A young woman with vibrant red hair, clad in dark armor and a cape, stood on a log, a sword at her side. She appeared slightly winded, muttering ugh. As a small, dark-furred cat with bright blue eyes looked up at her, excitedly exclaiming that she was very strong. The cat, seemingly pleased with its compliment, offered a glowing red gem as a gift. The woman, however, politely declined the gift, insisting she was fine. The cat, undeterred, insisted it had plenty more to give. Two other individuals, one with blue hair and the other blonde, watched the exchange with amusement, commenting on how unusual it was for her to refuse such an offer. The red-haired woman's apprehension grew. She voiced her superstition about black cats being a sign of bad luck, fearing a curse. The cat, seemingly able to understand her thoughts, responded with a melancholic expression, now burdened by several gems. The red-haired woman, realizing her mistake, gasped, apologizing to the cat for misjudging it. Suddenly, the cat vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving the red-haired woman shocked and speechless, leaving behind only a faint trail of smoke as the three onlookers stared in disbelief. Iron, the young lord known for his indolence, sat with two companions at a tavern table. One, a woman with vibrant red hair, questioned the whereabouts of two others, Ruru and Kuvar. The other companion, a blond young man, explained that the three of them needed some time alone together after a long time apart. Iron, a smirk playing on his lips, casually dismissed the question about Ruru and Kuvar, referring to them simply as good people, no, orc and cat. His blonde companion, clearly agitated, demanded to know what had happened to Iron, urging him to explain. Iron paused, lost in thought. Where should he even begin to explain the recent, life-altering events? He decided to start from before he enrolled in the Swordsmanship Academy. The blond young man listened intently as Iron began his tale. A tale that began with a dream. Iron concluded his explanation by stating that he had followed the headmaster's advice and embarked on a journey. The scene opens with a pair of legs dangling from a stool, the individual's identity obscured from view. The setting appears dimly lit, suggesting a private or secluded area. Then shifts to reveal a stern-faced woman with vibrant red hair, her expression conveying disapproval as she observes a man with light blue hair. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The focus narrows to a young man with blonde hair, his eyes cast downward. A thought bubble reveals his internal reflection. He finds the situation rather absurd. The young blonde man's face is shown in close-up, his expression a mixture of disbelief and slight anxiety. The narrative shifts back to the red-haired woman, who begins to recount a story. She admits to initial annoyance, but then expresses her astonishment at the young man's unexpected skill in swordsmanship, questioning if someone like him even exists. She continues, explaining that upon learning of his dedication and the influence of the mysterious swordsman from his dreams, she felt a bit deceived, but after further reflection, she understands his incredible effort. The final panel shows a night sky, a lone figure resembling a swordsman standing in the distance. The narration emphasizes the young man's relentless dedication to surpass the seemingly effortless swordsman in his dreams. Iron Ferreira, known as the Lazy Lord, drifted in a hazy dream. For a long time, he had been alone, escaping the pain of his mother's death through sleep. Then, he awoke to a hand on his shoulder. He looked up, startled, to see a woman with fiery red hair. She smiled, her expression a mix of amusement and something else, something akin to pride. You've worked really hard fighting against that man. Iron's eyes widened slightly. He was confused, his mind still foggy from sleep. A faint memory of a struggle, a mysterious swordsman, flickered in his mind. Then, he simply said, "Thanks." A small, genuine smile touched his lips. The lingering confusion remained, but a sense of peace settled over him. The red-haired woman continued, "I raised her." Another man, with dark blue hair, appeared, his expression one of sharp inquiry. "What are you talking about?" A stern-looking man, his face etched with a mix of weariness and pride, addressed a younger man. He stated that he had raised the younger man into a decent human being, emphasizing the difficulty of the task and demanding gratitude. The younger man, taken aback, reacted with outrage to the older man's words, unleashing a furious retort. A woman nearby admonished him for his language. The younger man, defiant, questioned the woman's authority to reprimand him. The woman, unyielding, insisted that such behavior was unacceptable. The focus shifted back to the younger man, Brett, whose expression softened as he reflected on his journey. He noted that his path had become much brighter. A woman, approaching Brett and the stern-looking man, suggested that since they were both on personal journeys, they should travel together. The stern-looking man readily agreed. Brett, though hesitant, expressed a willingness to join them, but a subtle worry clouded his features as he considered the potential difficulties of such a journey. He wondered if everyone would get along. Brett's apprehension grew, and he voiced his concerns. Later, at an inn, the woman recounted how difficult it was to travel with Iron, who refused to drink anything. The woman's companion echoed her sentiment, highlighting the challenges of traveling with Iron. Another companion added that Iron gets drunk from a single glass of alcohol. A boisterous scene unfolded in a tavern, filled with the sounds of clinking tankards and raucous laughter. Two figures, a young man with vibrant blue hair and a woman with fiery red hair, sat across from each other, a wooden barrel between them. The woman challenged the young man to a drinking contest, brimming with confidence that she would emerge victorious. He, with a smirk playing on his lips, readily accepted her challenge.
Moments later, the atmosphere shifted. The red-haired woman, now clutching a small black cat, apologized profusely for her earlier behavior. She tearfully explained her actions, overwhelmed by emotion. The cat, it seemed, was more than just a pet, it held a significant meaning for her. She pleaded with the cat to let go of her, clearly distressed. The blue-haired young man watched the scene unfold, a bemused expression on his face. Another patron, a blonde-haired man, observed the situation from a nearby table, commenting that the black cat was a cat of fortune. The red-haired woman, still clinging to the cat, desperately asked the blue-haired young man for help, stating that she was unable to escape the cat's hold. The blonde-haired man chuckled, realizing he had been unnecessarily worried. The scene concluded with a to-be-continued caption.